The enigmatic Tao of heaven and the extraordinary celestial beings, are they real or mere illusions? Lost in confusion, Li Huowang found himself unable to discern the truth. Yet, his uncertainty extended beyond these mysteries. It encompassed his very being, for he was gravely ill. Chapter 1. The master Li Huowang raised the pestle in his hand, and in a fit of boredom, struck it repetitively against the mortar, gradually grinding the luminescent green stone mixed with mud into a fine powder. Despite the damp and cold of the cave, the young boy wore only a coarse garment. However, he appeared indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by his surroundings. He was not alone in the cavern. There were others of similar age, both boys and girls similarly bound by coarse cloth and hemp rope. The only distinction lay in their physical deformities, which ranged from albinism to polio. The cave, with its limited space, resembled a museum of abnormalities, housing individuals with various congenital and acquired conditions. Their labor mirrored that of Li Huowang, though the substances they pounded differed. Some worked with minerals, others with herbs. Yet, it was evident that many were discontent with their tasks. A woman's terrified scream drew the gaze of all. At the cave's edge, a portly boy with a cleft lip wore a lecherous grin as he attempted to pull a pale-skinned girl afflicted with albinism into his embrace. "I'll just touch you once, I promise. Just once," Li Huowang dismissed the commotion, closing his eyes to focus on his work. As the cries of the woman grew increasingly mournful, his frustration boiled over, and he rose, grasping the stone mortar with one hand. The stone collided with bone, producing a dull thud. The cleft-lipped boy, bloodied and dazed, fell to the ground in shock, clearly stunned by the blow. After a few seconds, his face contorted in pain as he clutched his wound and began to wail. The white-haired girl, having escaped the threat of defilement, cowered behind Li Huowang, clutching her clothing in fear. "He'll tell you. You're doomed. Do you know who my master is? If he finds out, he'll kill you." The boy, his expression twisted with rage, threatened. "What is he? He's nothing." Li Huowang's retort reverberated through the cave, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. The others present had never anticipated that this man would dare to utter such words. Observing the expressions of his so-called seniors and juniors, Li Huowang inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. "What has come over me? Why am I enraged by these fools? This is not my true nature. I must not allow them to affect my character. The earlier outburst was not the real me. Calm down." Just as he was attempting to pacify himself, a voice called from the entrance. "Li Shidi, Wang Shimi, the master summons you." The speaker, a tall young man clad in a faded azure robe, clearly held a different status than Li Huowang. Though the robe appeared worn, it was still a significant improvement over Li Huowang's tattered garment. The young man cradled a whisk in one hand, his gaze toward the younger generation laced with a hint of arrogance. Upon the arrival of the young Taoist, the bloodied boy's expression morphed into one of malicious glee. "Ha! You're doomed. Today is your end." Yet, Li Huowang entirely disregarded him, turning to follow a woman with a crooked mouth who was drooling as she made her way toward the exit, her pallid complexion suggesting poor health. Tears brimming in her eyes, she shook her head continuously, her gaze filled with terror. Indifferent, Li Huowang brushed aside her plight, forcefully shaking off his sleeve as he strode forward. Exiting the workroom led to a larger cavern, where additional chambers served various purposes. The uneven surfaces suggested that the craftsmanship of the builders left much to be desired. The expansive cave was labyrinthine, with tunnels branching out like a colossal anthill. Decaying peach wood was affixed to each smaller chamber, inscribed with names such as Lingong Dian, Lao El Tang, Qingzhu Dian, and Siyu Dian. A naturally formed cave had been transformed into a semblance of a Taoist temple. As the two continued deeper into the cavern, the crooked-mouthed woman pulled a dark object from her pocket and suddenly offered it to Li Huowang, her voice vacant as she asked, "Would you like to eat sweet syrup?" Li Huowang furrowed his brow, recognizing her foolishness. He impatiently took the item and stuffed it into his sleeve. Seeing him accept it, she retrieved another piece and popped it into her mouth, cheerfully continuing, "Master is good." With master, there's candy. Li Huowang had no intention of engaging further. They walked on for approximately 15 minutes until they encountered a grand, ancient alchemical furnace, blackened and imposing. The smoke wafted toward the cave ceiling, and the furnace loomed like a metallic mountain. As Li Huowang approached, the shadow of the furnace engulfed him, intensifying his sense of oppression. What added to his discomfort, aside from a massive five-tiered furnace, was the figure before it. From behind, the individual donned a deep blue Taoist robe, adorned with a crown, white hair framing his face, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. Sitting cross-legged, he appeared to be engaged in the same task as Li Huowang, rhythmically pounding with a pestle that was significantly larger, resembling a giant pillar. Master! Master! The crooked-mouthed woman awkwardly pinched her left thumb with her right hand, placing her fingers over her left, bowing respectfully toward the figure, her eyes filled with reverence. As she spoke, the jarring sound ceased. The figure turned, and though Li Huowang had braced himself, his pupils still contracted in shock. The master's visage was a stark contrast while he appeared ethereal from behind. His front revealed a repugnant, leprous old man, his gaping mouth exposing a few yellowed teeth. "Ah, you've arrived? Good disciple, I've awaited you." Before the dim-witted woman could utter another word, she was abruptly tossed into a stone jar half her height. The next moment, the master, with a malevolent expression, raised a pestle the size of a fist and brought it down heavily onto her head. The shrieks abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of something squelching in the mud. With each strike, Li Huowang felt his right cheek twitch in response. Flesh and blood splattered onto the old Taoist's face and garments. Yet he remained unfazed, his expression ecstatic as he chanted a rhythmic incantation. Ding Cho lengthens my life. Ding Hai guards my soul. Jia Zi protects my body. Jia Su preserves my form. Jia Shen solidifies my fate. Jia Wu guards my spirit. Jia Chen reveals my essence. Once the mixture was thoroughly pulverized, he effortlessly lifted the heavy stone vessel and poured the resulting slurry into the alchemical furnace before raising his hands. Triumphantly toward the sky, two Taoist children with exaggerated rouge emerged from the shadows, fanning the air as they added various ingredients to the furnace, including powders of precious metals and living creatures. Before long, a bizarre and intense fragrance filled the air. At that moment, the leprous master closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, revealing a satisfied expression on his filthy and unattractive face, which bore few whiskers. As he slowly opened his eyes, placing his hands behind his back, he turned to gaze at Li Huowang. "I have heard you refer to this master as a mere nothing. Is that true?" In an instant, the air around seemed to freeze. Gazing at the so-called master, a cold-blooded killer before him, Li Huowang remained unperturbed, gradually closing his eyes to calm his somewhat rapid breathing, silently, reciting to himself, "You cannot deceive me, this is all an illusion, all a fabrication. Speak up, are you mute? Huh." As the master's footsteps approached, the stench of blood mixed with decay hit him like a wall. Trembling, Li Huowang gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to force his eyes open. The dim and oppressive cave-like Taoist temple vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright, clean hospital room filled with fresh air, while his lower body was firmly bound to the bed by cloth straps. Chapter 2. Li Huowang. Before long, his attending physician entered the room, carrying a white tablet and accompanied by a nurse. "Shaoli, how do you feel? Has there been any change in your hallucinations this time?" The doctor asked kindly as he sat on a stool. "The environment is the same, and I'm doing the same things. However, this time, the bald master cruelly killed someone in front of me and even refined her into a pill." Li Huowang recounted in detail all he had witnessed during the hallucination. The attending physician nodded while quickly tapping on the tablet to take notes. After pondering for a moment, Li Huowang hesitantly inquired, "Doctor, what do these different hallucinations signify? What do they mean for my inner self and psyche?" "No, you need not concern yourself with that. You should focus more on the duration of each hallucination and your mental stability," the doctor replied, shaking his head in disapproval of Li Huowang's query. "Remember, these are merely illusions, they are not real. You have already overcome the perceptual disorder of hallucination. Do not fall back into it. Every time you find yourself in a hallucination, act according to the logic of that realm and combine it with the treatment here, and you will recover swiftly." Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's heart tightened, for it directly pertained to his potential early discharge from the hospital, and he could not afford to be careless. The doctor then made sure to encourage his patient, In fact, you're doing quite well now. When you first arrived, you couldn't even distinguish between reality and illusion. Things will improve. Just keep it up and stay strong." As they conversed, the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway of the room. Both turned to see a young girl in a high-necked black sweater peering curiously inside. She seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old, the perfect age of blossoming beauty. Her skin was as pale as jade, and her cascading black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders. Like a flower bud unfolding, she radiated beauty. Observing the two young men hesitating to speak, the attending physician chuckled knowingly, adjusted his glasses with a gentle push of his finger, and turned to leave. "I have matters to attend to. You two carry on. Oh, and Shaoli, remember to take your medication on time." Once the doctor departed, the girl entered, exchanging smiles with Li Huowang, which filled his heart with sweetness and swiftly dispelled his worries about his illness. "Stop smiling, you look so ugly when you do. Look what I brought you, homework assigned by the teachers." The mischievous girl, named Yang Na, revealed a canvas shoulder bag from behind her. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's expression fell. "Na, after all these years of playing together, is this how you repay me?" Yang Na turned to close the door, then proudly brandished a compact handheld gaming console. "And this? Hee, be a good boy and call me sister, and he'll give it to you." "Sister? You're my real sister." Li Huowang exclaimed excitedly, lunging forward to snatch the gaming console from her hands. Being stuck in a psychiatric hospital was exceedingly dull. He felt as though he was losing his mind from the monotony. "Play less, and remember to do your homework," Yang Na advised as she sat on the edge of the bed, watching Li Huowang boot up the console. His attention was fully absorbed by the screen. Her delicate, fair fingers tugged at his blue and white hospital gown, and she affectionately reminded him, "Hey, don't forget what you promised me." Li Huowang paused, looking up at her, his expression suddenly serious. "Yes, we agreed to attend the same university." Yang Na, feeling bashful under his gaze, lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Take care of your health, I'll wait for you." With a sudden motion, Li Huowang pulled her close, cradling her as if she were a treasure. Yang Na, her face flushed, made no effort to escape. She simply closed her eyes and murmured a teasing remark about being a lecher. They did not engage in anything inappropriate. The two simply embraced, feeling immense joy in each other's presence. After a while of tender moments, Yang Na prepared to leave, aware that she was in her crucial senior year, and managing to carve out half a day for him was already a rare gift. "I'll walk you to the entrance," Li Huowang said, lifting the blanket and slipping into the hospital's white slippers. As they walked toward the door, he felt something was amiss, and suddenly noticed that the pestle used for concocting medicine lay on the bedside table. His body jolted, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, but upon regaining his composure, he found that the pestle had transformed into the food container he used for meals. "Are you all right?" Yang Na asked, concern etched on her face upon witnessing his startled reaction. Seeing her worry, Li Huowang broke into a grin. "Haha, did I scare you?" Yang Na pouted, her brows furrowing as she puffed her cheeks in annoyance, playfully pinching his side. "Aren't you too old for childish antics? Why indulge in such foolishness?" "Don't be mad, I just wanted to make you smile," Li Huowang said, reaching for her hand, only to have it swatted away. After a few playful attempts, their hands finally intertwined. Other patients sunbathing in the courtyard observed this scene, their faces lighting up with serene smiles. Such innocent and pure love was truly beautiful. Though their pace was slow, they eventually reached the hospital's entrance, where Yang Na looked back at Li Huowang with reluctance. "He'll come visit you again next week. You take care inside. All right? Why don't you skip next week? I know you have a heavy study load, and you only get half a day's break each week. Don't waste it on me." Yang Na gently stepped on his hospital slippers with her slender leg, her delicate brows knitting together. "Academic underachiever, don't project your own experiences onto others. I've never dropped out of the top 3 in my class. There's no study pressure for me. Li Huowang clutched his heart, feigning agony. "That hurts, sister." Yang Na burst into laughter, playfully punching him lightly before turning and scampering off like a little deer toward the bus stop across from the hospital. 1 hour later, Li Huowang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind troubled by thoughts of the future with Yang Na. The new medication for his symptoms sat on the nearby table. The pestle and Yang Na's smile continually replayed in his mind. What if my condition worsens, and I can't be discharged before the college entrance examination? Then I won't be able to attend the same university as Yang Na. Though he was confined within these walls, Li Huowang understood the gossip outside to the neighbors. He was nothing short of a complete lunatic. Confronted with such a madman on the eve of his hospitalization, his childhood friend Yang Na boldly confessed her feelings, leaving everything unspoken between them. She was a virtuous girl, and as a man, he did not wish to disappoint her. It shouldn't be the case. I have diligently adhered to the doctor's orders these past few days. How could my condition worsen? Am I to be transferred again? This will mark my third hospital. Dr. Li should be competent. He is the best physician my father could find. As these troubling thoughts swirled in his mind, he resolved to distract himself by abruptly diving into his studies, scattering Yang Na's books and papers before him. He aimed to dilute the persistent worries within his heart with the complexities of academic knowledge. Li Huowang continued diligently with his assignments, and before he realized it, night had fallen. Upon completing an English exam, he stretched and rubbed his throbbing temples. As he ambled toward the door, his right hand, which had been scratching at his chest, suddenly froze. He felt something peculiar on his chest. Pulling open his collar, he discovered a dark brown substance languidly resting against his skin. The oddly familiar hue sparked a fleeting thought in his mind. He tentatively touched it with his finger and brought it to his mouth. The bitter yet subtly sweet flavor caused his pupils to constrict slightly. This was the candy given to him by that foolish senior sister who had perished in the illusion. The things from the realm of dreams had inexplicably manifested in reality. Chapter 3. The Jade Pendant. When Li Huowang confirmed that the candy on his chest was indeed real, his heart raced with excitement. And the first thought that instinctively flashed through his mind was, I must inform Dr. Li. However, as he lifted his right foot, it hung suspended in mid-air, and other thoughts surged through his mind. He knew that his hallucination contained not just candy, but also other, far more valuable treasures. While savoring the sweetness melting in his mouth, Li Huowang slowly roamed the confines of the hospital room. This was an opportunity, a chance that could potentially lead Yang Na and himself to overnight wealth. It might even elevate him to the pinnacle of life. He was overwhelmed with excitement as he quickly solidified this realization. I cannot disclose this to Dr. Li. I certainly do not wish to be sent to the laboratory for dissection. Moreover, such matters are beyond his jurisdiction, Li Huowang mused inwardly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the environment around him began to warp and distort, the clean and tidy hospital room receding from view. Li Huowang had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He hurriedly stashed his papers and books into his satchel, casting it into a distant corner to prevent his hallucinated self from tearing them apart. He then pressed the red button beside his bed, and moments later, the last thing he saw was several nurses entering, binding him to the bed with a wide cloth bag. Rising from the cold stone surface, Li Huowang once again scrutinized the astonishing reality surrounding him with a unique perspective. Although this was merely a hallucination, to him, it appeared as a treasure trove overflowing with riches. Perhaps he was not ill at all, but possessed an exceedingly rare and extraordinary ability that those incompetent doctors could not detect. Maybe I'm not sick at all. Yes, that's right, I'm not sick. Over the years, he had grown weary of the label of mental illness, as everyone regarded him with strange eyes. It felt as though the moment he fell ill, he ceased to be human and became something other. The thought of potentially shedding this label in the future filled Li Huowang with uncontrollable excitement. In a buoyant mood, he reached out to playfully touzle the head of a large bald figure that had approached him. Haha, this is quite amusing. What we all gather here for? Should Tiwi get to work? If the Master S required herbs are not prepared, he will be furious and might well flay your skin. A particularly irksome voice echoed from the entrance. Li Huowang turned to see the speaker was the aloof Taoist from earlier, his demeanor still exuding arrogance. As if conversing with Li Huowang and the other herbs would tarnish his eyes, Li Huowang recalled the name of this enigmatic figure. His Taoist title seemed to be Xianyang. Sensing Li Huowang's unabashed scrutiny, Xianyang felt provoked, and he flicked the dust in his hand as he approached Li Huowang. Junior brother Li, it's truly unfortunate that you have not become the Master S herb this time. Li Huowang could hardly be bothered to engage with his sarcastic remarks. His attention was fixated on a round jade pendant hanging at Xianyang's waist. This item must surely be an antique. If I could sell in the real world, It would fetch a handsome sum, he thought. But how should I go about it? Should I snatch it and place it against my chest like the candy? After uttering a few words and receiving no response from Li Huowang, Xianyang assumed the latter was intimidated and disdainfully turned to leave the area where the herbs were kept. Observing his retreating figure, Li Huowang resolved that this jade pendant would be the next subject of his teleportation experiment. As for how to acquire it, that was simple enough. He would steal it that night. This pendant is splendid. It would soon belong to me. Opale. Somewhat reflective hand reached over and gently tugged at Li Huowang's burlap sleeve. A soft, soothing voice whispered in his ear, "Senior brother Li, let us get to work. If we don't finish, we won't have anything to eat." Li Huowang turned to see the white-haired girl he had previously assisted. After a moment's thought, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the remaining half-melted black candy, placing it in her hand before returning to his position and picking up the pestle to begin working. For the time being, regardless of whether in this place or the hospital, he decided against taking any extreme actions. Such extraordinary matters were not suitable to disclose to anyone. He needed to gradually discern the patterns within before making further plans. The day's work concluded amidst the monotonous sound of grinding herbs. Late at night, listening to the snores and grinding teeth of those beside him, Li Huowang slowly opened his eyes. In a windowless cavern, he could see nothing. He groped his way towards the exit. First, he arrived at his workstation, seizing a piece of the ground greenstone. Its faint glow provided enough light for Li Huowang to navigate through the inky darkness of the cave. Although carrying such a luminous stone in complete darkness was somewhat conspicuous, Li Huowang paid it no mind. This entire hallucination had manifested because of him. Would he fear a creation of his own imagination, even if he currently lacked control over it? Soon, he found himself in Xianyang's cave. Though still quite rudimentary, the solitary large bed was sufficient to illustrate the fundamental difference between him and Li Huowang's herbs. However, to Li Huowang's surprise, Xianyang was absent from the cave. Though his clothing remained, Li Huowang shrugged off the details and, with his right hand, snatched the jade pendant from within the robe. After stealthily exiting the cave, he scrutinized the jade pendant in his hand under the faint glow of the stone. The pendant was translucent and smooth, adorned with exquisitely carved cloud patterns. Even those unfamiliar with such items could discern its exceptional quality. The more he examined it, the happier Li Huowang became. If he truly managed to bring this item into the real world, it could certainly cover 4 years of university tuition for him and Yang Na. Everything proceeded smoothly, but some things cannot remain so fortuitous. Just as he approached the exit, he turned a corner on the stone staircase and collided with a group of people. They were a cluster of boys and girls around his age, their terrified faces flickering in and out of the light cast by their fireboxes. Both parties were startled, frozen in place for a moment, unable to utter a word. Eventually, Li Huowang broke the silence, pointing at Xianyang amid the crowd with his glowing stone, and inquired, "Xianyang, your attire. Have you been relegated to the material room?" Among the group were not only Xianyang, but also other Taoist disciples responsible for various tasks, including one who had fanned the alchemical furnace earlier. Regardless of their previous roles, they were now clad in simple hemp garments, devoid of any other possessions. At this moment, Xianyang displayed none of his earlier arrogance. His expression shifted rapidly before he approached Li Huowang, lowering his voice. "Gulme, follow us. We are escaping this wretched place. The guard has already made a way out." "Escape? Oh, so that's what you intend." Li Huowang began to utter the word when Xianyang swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. Chapter 4. The Black Cauldron. Upon seeing Xianyang cover Li Huowang's mouth, the others clutching fireboxes rushed forward, their expressions menacing as they encircled Li Huowang. "Not leaving, are we? Then today, you shall perish here. We will never allow you to inform that loathsome leader." Despite the dire circumstances, Li Huowang remained utterly unperturbed. He rolled his eyes in exasperation at the unfolding plot of this hallucination and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, he found himself bound to the bed with wide leather straps, and those fellow disciples had vanished. "Antoine, em awake. Can you help me loosen these bindings?" Li Huowang called into the microphone at the bedside, eager to check if the jade pendant was still concealed within his clothing. However, after calling out for a considerable time without receiving any response, Li Huowang understood that Nurse Wang was once again indulging in her nightly escapades, secretly following the melodrama of Mary Sue at the television station. She always had a penchant for shirking her duties. with his gaze lowered upon his chest. Swathed in a blue and white hospital gown, he twisted and turned desperately, attempting to discern whether the jade pendant was still nestled against his body. Yet, his physical constraints made it impossible to ascertain, leading him to abandon the endeavor after several futile attempts. After a yawn, Li Huowang could only lie on the bed, praying that Nurse Wang would, in her benevolence after finishing her show, take a glance at the surveillance camera. In the stillness of the night, even the second floor, designated for critical patients, was shrouded in silence, and Li Huowang drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself lying on the cold ground of the cave. He remained in the same position, but the individuals who had previously attempted to escape were nowhere to be found. TCH, do you think you can deal with me? Li Huowang mused as he retrieved the jade pendant from his pocket, giving it a gentle shake before returning it to his breast. Without a clock to measure time, Li Huowang had no notion of how long had passed, but as he observed his fellow disciples beginning to awaken, he too sat up. Just as he hesitated, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. A young Taoist clad in a black robe and with his hair tied up rushed in. Hurry! The master has summoned everyone to the Huyan Hall. This sudden news left everyone bewildered, but since it was their master's command, they had no reason to refuse. Soon, in the expansive cave that served as the so-called Huyan Hall, all disciples gathered, the flickering torchlight illuminating the confusion on their faces. Li Huowang keenly noticed the absence of several individuals. Besides Xianyang, a few of the close disciples of the master, Lizzie too, were also missing. Oh, did they escape together? He thought, amused by the unfolding drama that felt reminiscent of a gripping series. As a head emerged from the shadowy tunnel, all the Taoist disciples, save for Li Huowang, instinctively lowered their heads. It was their master, Dan Yangzi. Ahem! A loud cough made everyone tense. Last night at the second watch, some attempted to flee, including two of my closest disciples. It pains me deeply. Though he spoke of his sorrow, the malice etched on his face threatened to coalesce into a palpable force. So, it has been discovered, Xianyang and his companions are truly incompetent. Li Huowang thought with a smirk. Without rules, there can be no order. Transgressions must be punished. This is the code of a Shishan Donghua sect. Follow me. The disciples dared not breathe, silently trailing behind Dan Yangzi as they traversed through the various caverns, crossing a rushing underground river, until they reached a damp cavern the size of a classroom. Li Huowang beheld that all those who had fled were unceremoniously bound and piled in a corner. Their expressions, wan and despondent, ignited a flicker of struggle as they caught sight of their master, seemingly yearning to convey something. Yet the rags stuffed in their mouths thwarted their attempts at speech. Dan Yangzi appeared disinterested in their justifications, gesturing forward with a hand that formed a seal. Open! The smooth, eroded floor of the cave suddenly yielded to reveal a large pit, into which the fleeing individuals fell without warning. In the next moment, the cavern erupted with their muffled cries, mingled with the sounds of flesh tearing and bones snapping. Faced with this horrifying spectacle, many Taoist disciples began to tremble, their eyes wishing to shut tightly. Come closer, Dan Yangzi commanded. This is the fate of those who attempt to escape. His words drained color from the faces of all present. None dared defy the master's command, and they pushed forward to the edge of the pit. The darkness within was impenetrable, a void that seemed to swallow everything whole. Upon closer examination, Li Huowang discerned a large black cauldron at the pit's center, its rim adorned with twisted symbols. Something within appeared to writhe, yet he could not discern its form, only the overpowering and nauseating stench of blood wafting from it. Regardless of what dwelled inside, it was undoubtedly perilous. Logically, the phantoms in his mind should not pose any danger. Such occurrences had never transpired before. The frightful scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who instinctively retreated to the smooth walls of the cavern, and had Dan Yangzi not been watching over them, they might have fled. The expressions of nearly all present morphed into sheer terror, their hearts quaking with dread at the uncertainty of the creature they had just witnessed. However, these fearful speculations did not include Li Huowang, as he had been closest to the site and thus had a clear view. What he saw was a mass of black substance, its flesh-like texture glistening, covered in short, quivering black tendrils. With this revelation alone, Li Huowang was certain that whatever Dan Yangzi was nurturing in this cave was far from anything normal in the world. As for its true nature, he could neither fathom it nor was he inclined to approach for another look. Although he understood that these manifestations were mere figments of his imagination, Li Huowang was compelled to ponder why his mind would conjure such horrors. Surveying the surroundings with acute clarity, a chilling hypothesis took root within him. Could it be that this terrifying and bizarre world was indeed real? The thought sent tremors through his body. He recalled the deceased individuals from before. If they were indeed real and not mere illusions, then his recent encounter with that creature could have meant death for him too. Almost crushed by this suffocating fear, he took several deep breaths, immediately employing the self-affirmation techniques taught by Dr. Li. These are mere illusions. No matter how real they appear, they are illusions. Li Huowang, you must not be ensnared by these phantasms. They are of your own creation. What is there to fear? Yang Na is still waiting for me. I cannot let her down. I will overcome all of this. I must. After this self-reassurance, Li Huowang's emotional state gradually stabilized, allowing him to confront the reality before him with composure. In the 5th chapter, titled Dan Yao, Dan Yangzi paid no heed to Li Huowang's thoughts. Instead, he was delivering a stern lecture to his terrified disciples. In the future, should anyone harbor any unworthy intentions, remember what you witnessed today. This admonition sent a chill through the hearts of all, intensifying the fear in their eyes. With hands clasped behind his back, he paced before his disciples, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across their faces. I tell you, aiding others in achieving immortality is a great merit. If I become an immortal, I shall not forget your kindness. However, should anyone jeopardize my endeavors, as his words echoed, he suddenly halted before Li Huowang, scrutinizing the boy whose demeanor differed from that of his peers. You fear such illusions? You are but a thought in my mind. As this realization dawned on him, Li Huowang met Dan Yangzi's gaze with calm determination. When Dan Yangzi raised his muddy right hand, the atmosphere in the cave grew tense, with all eyes fixed on the audacious disciple who dared to challenge their master. Awaiting his punishment, to their surprise, Dan Yangzi's expression softened as he placed his hand gently on Li Huowang's head, dissipating the heavy tension in an instant. Last night, those traitors invited you to leave with them. Why did you refuse? This inquiry appeared directed at Li Huowang, but was, in truth, a commendation of his resolve. Just as Li Huowang was about to respond, he noticed Dan Yangzi raising his right hand to silence him. Do not utter empty words. Although you have not promptly informed me, you are indeed superior to those treacherous disciples. With that, he lowered his hand and continued, I see you possess considerable talent. You need not toil in the material room any longer. From now on, you shall be my named disciple. Li Huowang was momentarily taken aback. Had his status truly been elevated? However, he quickly realized that with so many casualties in the cave, this individual surely lacked sufficient assistance. Since you have become my disciple and joined our sect, you cannot remain nameless. Henceforth, your title shall be Xianyang. A fleeting image of the previous Xianyang's grim fate flashed in Li Huowang's mind, and he inwardly remarked, what an ominous name. Though he did not particularly care for this distinction, the others in the material room regarded him with envious eyes. For to become a named disciple of Dan Yangzi meant an escape from death. Yet, to Dan Yangzi, this was still inadequate. One must always offer a few treats after the stick to entice loyalty. Xianyang, since you have just joined our sect, I must show you a token of my goodwill. Upon hearing his name, Li Huowang hurried to his side, sensing that he was about to receive a gift. Dan Yangzi poured 5 dark pills from a gourd at his waist into Li Huowang's palm. Here, these 5 are divine pills crafted by me. Consuming them will not only extend your lifespan by 10 years, but also grant you temporary extraordinary strength for self-preservation. Li Huowang furrowed his brow, placing the pills before him, wondering if these were also derived from human sacrifice. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed one of the pills rolling slightly, morphing from a circular to an oval shape, as if something within sought to escape. Upon closer inspection, however, he found no such change. Am I losing my mind? Why should I concern myself with illusions? This is all a fabrication. I cannot allow myself to be ensnared again. Frustrated, Li Huowang slapped his own head. Dan Yangzi, ignoring Li Huowang's peculiar behavior, turned his attention to the remaining individuals. Do you see? Opposing me leads to certain death. Yet those who assist me will be richly rewarded. All eyes flitted anxiously between Dan Yangzi and the pills, each individual lost in their own thoughts, the nature of which remained known only to them. Satisfied that his goal had been achieved, Dan Yangzi waved his filthy sleeve, dismissing everyone to return to their tasks. With his new title, Xian Yang, Li Huowang no longer needed to remain in the material room. Everything that belonged to the previous Xian Yang was now his, including status, robes, and even that secluded small cave. However, at that moment, he was more concerned with the reality of what had transpired than the illusions. He was fixated on his newfound possessions. With arms crossed, he gazed at the two items on the white hospital sheet, the jade pendant and the pills. Good heavens! I actually managed to bring these out. Yet now, Li Huowang faced a dilemma as an old question resurfaced. He had previously resolved to treat everything on the other side as mere illusion, steadfastly dismissing it all. Yet these tangible items lay before him, causing his conviction to waver. If this were indeed an illusion, what could have transformed these objects into reality? What threat did they pose to him? If that other realm was a different world? Terrifying visions of the deranged senior sister who had been transformed into pills and the Xian Yang consumed by the black cauldron flashed in his mind, quickening his breath. How vexing. There is not a single person to consult. Anxious, Li Huowang raked his fingers through his hair. After venting his frustration, he resolved to confront the issue. After considerable contemplation, he determined a course of action. Regardless of whether the illusions were real or not, he would engage as he always had, treating it all as genuine. If it turned out to be true, it could secure his safety. If false, he would sustain no harm. His immediate goal was to test the authenticity and value of the items he had received before making further plans. With his strategy in place, Li Huowang took a deep breath, pinching a pill between his thumb and forefinger, holding it before his eyes. No, consuming it myself is too perilous. He cast his gaze upon the patients basking in sunlight in the garden outside. After a brief internal struggle, he dejectedly set it down. They too were unfortunate souls. How could he subject them to testing? Perhaps he should devise a method to find a small white mouse later. He then turned his attention to the circular jade pendant. In comparison to the pills, dealing with this object would be far simpler. Speak freely. I did scale the wall to come here. If this is a prank, Yang Na threatened, her delicate fist raised at Li Huowang. Sister, I only sought your assistance in dire straits. As you know, I cannot leave. Li Huowang replied, moving to close the door and draw the curtains tightly. Chapter 6. Value Yang Na watched Li Huowang's actions with a hint of alarm, stepping back slightly. What are you doing? We can be overheard by the nurses at the station. No sooner had she spoken than the intercom crackled with the sound of nurses giggling. No worries. We can't hear you, little Li. Keep it up. Sisters, could you refrain from being so nosy? Please focus your attention on the intensive care unit. After calling out to the bed, Li Huowang grasped Yang Na's hand and led her to a corner of the room. He pulled the jade pendant from his pocket and placed it in her palm, then leaned closer to whisper in her ear, causing her eyes to widen with astonishment. How can this be possible? Before she could finish her thought, Li Huowang swiftly covered her mouth. Their gazes locked. Li Huowang's eyes were filled with intense longing as he implored, "Help me. I'm telling the truth. Even my parents outside do not believe me. They think I have lost my sanity. You are my only hope. I trust only you in this world. I am not insane." Li Huowang watched her departing figure, his emotions a tumult of complexity. He no longer cared what others thought of him, yet Yang Na was different. "Na, believe me just this once." Days turned into weeks, and Li Huowang's anxiety grew with each passing moment. "Little Li, your girlfriend has come to see you." Upon hearing the nurse's announcement, Li Huowang sprang from his bed like a fish leaping from the water, rushing towards the entrance of the courtyard. In the garden, he encountered Yang Na, and they embraced each other with excitement. Yang Na whispered urgently in his ear, "Huowang, it's true. That jade pendant is genuine. I'm not ill. Ha. I'm not ill." Li Huowang, overjoyed, wrapped his arms around the young woman's slender waist and spun her around in circles. After a prolonged moment of exhilaration, they finally calmed their emotions. "I asked for your help. It hasn't affected your life or studies, has it?" Li Huowang inquired, concerned as he observed Yang Na seated beside the flower bed. 40,000? 400,000. I believe he certainly undervalued it. If he had consulted a few more places, it would have been even higher. 400,000. How marvelous. Li Huowang beamat. For this not only covered his medical expenses over the years, but also left him with a surplus. More importantly, this was merely the beginning. "Yang Na, are you ready to become a little wealthy?" Li Huowang's playful teasing made Yang Na's cheeks flush slightly. "Stop joking. This is all too strange. It really won't harm your health, will it?" Not at all. What could happen to me? I'm perfectly fine. If this is the case, my treatment may need to be put on hold, as this is a treasure. I cannot allow myself to recover too quickly. Hearing these words, Yang Na's expression turned tense. She anxiously addressed Li Huowang, saying, Huowang, this is a different matter. I do not want money. Your treatment absolutely cannot cease, nor can the medication. Promise me this, or I will never assist you again. Li Huowang contemplated numerous reasons to refute her, but gazing into her concerned and worried eyes, a warm surge filled his heart. All right, I promise you. Yang Na smiled, gently patting his head. That is more like it, you naughty little brother. Just as the two were discussing how to liquidate the jade pendant, several burly middle-aged men hurried past, brandishing riot forks. What is going on with Master Zhao? Has something happened? Li Huowang inquired of a familiar face among them, puzzled. Isn't there a double layer of iron bars surrounding the critical care area? Can old Lu really escape with his small stature? Li Huowang questioned, looking in that direction with confusion. Well, you stay here. Also, remember what you just promised me. After Yang Na finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the distant hospital entrance. 400,000, Li Huowang remarked as he headed back to the ward. Contemplating that if the jade pendant was indeed worth such a sum, his mind began to brim with new thoughts. What does it matter if it's an illusion or reality? If that thing over there can be valued so highly, who cares if it's imaginary or tangible? Witnessing the scene before him, Li Huowang felt a surge of fury. His teeth clenched as he charged toward them with a fierce expression. Old Lu, that's my girlfriend. Let her go. A sudden whistling sound erupted as a hexagonal tile was kicked up and struck Li Huowang on the head. The world spun, and he crashed heavily to the ground, his vision gradually veiled in red, blood trickling from his head. In this crimson haze, he saw a pair of overweight feet, bound in patient attire, stride past him toward the struggling and screaming Yang Na. Hearing the heavy footsteps approaching her, a singular thought resonated in Li Huowang's mind. He could not allow them to harm Yang Na. Trembling, he retrieved a pill given to him by his master from his pocket, mixing it with his own blood and swallowing it. Instantly, a surge of scorching warmth radiated from his stomach, filling his limbs with vigor, transforming his foggy mind into one of acute clarity. With a resounding thud, his fist swung powerfully, smashing into the portly man's chin, sending yellowed teeth flying. Covered in blood, Li Huowang disregarded the fallen figure and strode towards old Lu, delivering a forceful kick to his emaciated chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as old Lu's bloodied body crumpled like a noodle. Gazing at Yang Na, who was tearfully clutching her torn sweater on the ground, Li Huowang gritted his teeth, his gums bleeding from the pressure. His bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the two incapacitated figures beside him, and he stomped heavily on the concrete floor, lunging at them like a cheetah. Huowang, stop. What are you planning to do? Chapter 7, Qing Feng Guan. Li Huowang lay in a hospital-issued, restraining gown on the bed, silently observing the forehook overhead, seemingly awaiting something. His attending physician entered, disappointment etched across his face as he regarded him. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang, his head wrapped in white bandages, panicked and began to explain, Doctor, attacked Yang Na first. I was only forced to retaliate to protect her. The doctor adjusted his glasses with a bent finger. Is that what you call retaliation? That was a lethal counterattack. Lu Jianya is currently lying incapacitated. Your kick nearly sent him away. You spent quite a bit of time here, and everyone knows what happened. Did you not consider Master Lu's condition before acting? I had initially thought you were a sensible child. Reflecting on Yang Na's frightened, tear-streaked face, Li Huowang felt somewhat indignant. What is wrong with being mentally disturbed? Does that give one license to act recklessly? If it comes down to Yang Na being harmed or facing prison, I would choose the latter. The attending physician was momentarily speechless by Li Huowang's retort. He sighed, shaking his head. Never mind, the principal has already contacted both families. You need not worry about this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang curled slightly, turning to the empty side of the bed, beginning to estimate whether the jade pendant worth 400,000 would suffice for compensation. However, he felt no anxiety, having witnessed the efficacy of the elixir. He suddenly realized that his life now offered numerous new options. Sensing his young patient's low spirits, the doctor spoke reassuringly. Li, do not worry. You will not go to prison. The hospital can provide a certificate for you. Do not dwell on these matters. Focus on your recovery. We will handle everything else. Li Huowang sensed the doctor's genuine concern in his words. Thank you, doctor. For what? I am your attending physician after all. You are still so young. Of course, I must take extra care of you. Li Huowang felt a reassuring pat on his shoulder. But Li, tell me honestly, how did you inflict such injuries on them? That is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Were you in a normal state? Or did you fall into some new state of stress-induced illusion? Hearing this, Li Huowang's heart tightened, his attention suddenly drawn to the pocket of his shirt. Though the doctor's tone was kind, Li Huowang felt an invisible pressure in the room. What should he do? He could not let him know about the elixir. Just as Li Huowang anxiously sought a way out, everything around him began to destabilize, the doctor's voice growing increasingly indistinct. Within moments, he found himself once again ensnared in a hallucination, lying on the stone bed of the Xianyang solitary cave. Clutching his head, he sat up, glancing around at the rudimentary furnishings, and chuckled softly. Well, regardless of the situation, this is still a solution. Exiting the room, Li Huowang observed his fellow disciples entering and exiting the cave tunnel and began to strategize his next steps. Since those elixirs were genuine, he could no longer afford to be as reckless as before. He must operate this place judiciously to extract more benefits. Fortunately, his current status was no longer that of a mere medicine guide, but rather that of a named disciple of the master, granting him much greater freedom of action. Spotting a bearded Taoist in a similar robe passing by, Li Huowang's eyes lit up, and he hurried after him. Senior brother, senior brother. The bearded Taoist turned upon hearing Li Huowang's call, his demeanor indifferent. Xianyang junior brother, what is it? Do not blame your senior brother for speaking harshly. Although you were personally accepted by the master, your seniority is the lowest. For now, you can only run errands within Qingfengwan. If you wish for the master to teach you the way to immortality, that privilege is reserved for the inner disciples. You are not yet qualified. For now, follow me and wait outside the alchemy room. Immortality? Li Huowang muttered to himself, for he had never heard of anyone achieving immortality through refining others. Can a master truly attain immortality? A hint of pride flickered across the bearded Taoist's face. Of course, the master possesses great powers. Simply serve him well. From this senior brother named Xianin, Li Huowang also learned about the personnel structure within the entire cave sect. There were 5 named disciples and 1 direct disciple, with the sect leader, Dan Yangzi, as the sole master. Besides these individuals, the remaining members were peripheral staff, including cooks, medicine guides, and miscellaneous disciples, numbering around 100 to 180. This was Li Huowang's first comprehensive understanding of the entire sect, which was relatively small and even somewhat rudimentary, especially after a recent tragic loss of a significant number of members. In the midst of conversation, the oppressive Dan furnace reappeared before Li Huowang, with wisps of white smoke drifting from within, as if practicing some arcane art. This time, in addition to Dan Yangzi, there was his gloomy-faced disciple. After waiting beside Xianyin for a moment, Li Huowang received his task, grasping the list of materials to inventory in the supply room, akin to the duties once performed by Xianyang. Upon entering the supply room, where others were diligently working, all eyes turned to him, their expressions a mixture of tension and fear. Their status had shifted from oppressed to oppressor. Observing them, Li Huowang's thoughts began to stir. Perhaps he could leverage this change for his own advantage. Do you all have any money? The question hung in the air, leaving everyone stunned. Money? Do you not understand? Silver, gold, or even jade ornaments will suffice. Truth be told, Li Huowang was in dire need of funds. The compensation for old Lu's incident remained uncertain. And coming from an ordinary family, he feared that a hefty settlement might force his mother to sell their home. In any case, I cannot spend it here. So why not hand it over as a form of protection? I will look out for you in the future. The bluntness of his words resonated with the others, who began to search their pockets. They sought not protection from Li Huowang, but merely hoped that by surrendering their possessions, they would not be bullied further. His haul consisted of a piece of darkened silver the size of a thumb, a copper hairpin, and over 40 round copper coins with square holes. Gazing at these meager offerings, Li Huowang sighed. It seemed he had miscalculated, as these individuals possessed little wealth, and the value of their contributions likely paled in comparison to the balance on his medical insurance card. Chapter 8. Turning the page with wide eyes. Li Huowang received a golden foot ring, which he balanced in his palm. Though somewhat slender, it was still gold and likely worth a considerable sum. Satisfied, he He tucked these items into the ample sleeves of his Taoist robe and pointed at the silver-haired girl, stating, "Listen, from now on, the supply room is under her management. All matters must be directed by her." Noticing the hesitant nods from the others, Li Huowang proceeded toward the Dan room with the prepared materials in hand. As he walked, he furtively glanced at the waists of others in hopes of discovering another jade ornament. Unfortunately, his search yielded no results. Upon his return to the Dan room, he observed the heavy Dan furnace slowly opening. With a graceful wave of Dan Yangzi's sleeve, several dark blue pills were neatly arranged and swiftly entered the earth-toned gourd at his waist. Witnessing this deft maneuver filled Li Huowang with envy. This must be the supernatural ability Xian Yin had spoken of, and he pondered whether he could learn to master it. Perhaps my ambitions are too modest. If I could harness such powers in reality, it would be a game changer. Li Huowang placed the materials down, preparing to stand aside and observe, as he still knew little about the process. "Xianyang, are you back to work already? So soon? Am I truly destined to be a mere errand runner? I cannot remain in this capacity indefinitely. I must devise a strategy to persuade that scoundrel to impart his abilities to me." Joining his hands in a respectful gesture toward the beckoning Dan Yangzi, he inquired, "Master, do you have any instructions?" "Go and fetch a medicine ingredient named by Ling Miao from a supply room." Li Huowang's heart sank as he recalled the red-threaded foot ring hidden in his sleeve. Bai Ling Miao seemed to be the name of the albinistic girl. Dan Yangzi turned to the new disciple, who had been silent for too long. "Did you not hear what I said?" Sensing the growing impatience in Dan Yangzi's tone, Li Huowang sighed and closed his eyes. In the past, he would have complied without question, but now the other world felt all too real. If he truly brought someone over, it could lead to dire consequences. And he struggled to reconcile that within himself. Before he could formulate a plan, the door to the ward swung open, and Li Huowang saw his attending physician enter with a stern expression. A bitter smile crept across his face. It seemed he was trapped on both sides. With no escape in sight, the doctor pointed at him, wearing a look of exasperation. You, once visiting hours are over, we need to have a private discussion." "Visiting hours?" Before Li Huowang could respond, he saw his weary mother hastily enter, carrying oranges. "I heard you got into a fight at the hospital. What happened to your head? Why is it bandaged like that? Does it hurt?" She rushed forward, her face etched with concern. "Mom, it doesn't hurt. I'm fine, truly. The issue lies with them," Li Huowang quickly reassured her. After much effort, he managed to prevent tears from spilling from his mother's eyes. In the presence of his closest kin, he momentarily set aside any troubles from the other world. "Rest assured, I am well. My health has improved significantly, and I've kept up with my studies. I can take the college entrance exam as soon as I am discharged." Li Huowang endeavored to bring good news instead of sorrow. "Do not try to hide it. The doctor has already informed me. Now tell me what really happened that day. Who started it?" Li Huowang spoke as gently as possible, but his words did little to soothe his mother. "We were in the right. They're the ones who should be held accountable for any compensation. Even if they are ill, it is the hospital's responsibility to care for them. Our family has never bullied anyone, but we cannot allow others to trample on us. If they have the ability, let them sue us. In court, we are justified." The passionate words of Sun Shaoqin echoed as she pounded the table. Observing the physician's awkward demeanor, Li Huowang continued to calm her. "Mom, please do not be upset. You have come such a long way. Just spend some time with me." Suppressing her anger, Sun Shaoqin bent down to retrieve the fruits from her bag. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it. Here, have some of your favorite milk grapes. Eat plenty. Look at how thin you have become. The hospital food is surely lacking." No. The hospital's meals are quite decent," Li Huowang insisted, enjoying the grapes while seated beside his mother. Listening to her complaints and savoring the sweet grapes, Li Huowang felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He cherished this feeling. It had been a long time since he had experienced the warmth of family since entering the hospital. "No, she's not like Yangna. If I tell her, she will only think my condition has worsened. I cannot let her worry. I will share everything only when it stabilizes." While the two of them were engrossed in their conversation, the physician's phone rang. "Ms. Sun, the family of patient Lu has also arrived. What do you think?" "Sun, stay calm and eat well. Once you're done, I will buy you something." Sun Shaoqin, in a gentle tone, addressed Li Huowang before turning, her demeanor shifting to that of a rooster preparing for battle as she headed toward the door. For some reason, seeing her retreating figure filled Li Huowang with a profound sense of security. Though his mother was strong-willed, simply being near her made him feel at ease, as if she were a grand umbrella shielding him from a storm. All anxieties stemming from previous troubles dissipated in that moment. Ah, the hall will surely be lively soon. Li Huowang plucked another yellow-green grape, biting into it and relishing the burst of sweet juice. Just as he entertained this thought, his body suddenly jolted, and the surroundings began to shift colors once more. Oh no, Mom's presence made me forget how to deal with that scoundrel. What now? As stability returned, Li Huowang found himself standing in the supply room again, Dan Yangzi's displeased countenance looming nearby. The other medicine ingredients bowed their heads, encircling him in a lowly manner. Dan Yangzi flipped his filthy right hand, revealing a mass of viscous, writhing black substance, each movement accompanied by the unsettling sound reminiscent of a toad licking its eyeball. Were we not to refine by Ling Yao? Has the chapter turned? Li Huowang, after a brief moment of hesitation, inquired, Master, what is this? A remarkable item. Tai Sui, hey Tai Sui, the voice of Dan Yangzi echoed coldly within a modest material room. Li Huowang tilted his head slightly, casting another glance at the repulsive object in the master's hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this item bore a striking resemblance to the contents of the Black Cauldron. No, the object he held was indeed the very thing that feasted upon humans within that cauldron. This is called Hei Tai Sui. Surely, he does not intend to use it for alchemical concoctions, does he? What a grotesque taste, Li Huowang thought to himself. With a gentle flick of Dan Yangzi's wrist, the writhing Hei Tai Sui arced through the air, crashing directly onto Li Huowang's foot. The sticky, soft texture sent shivers down his spine, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably as he retreated. Staring at the dust-covered Hei Tai Sui that had fallen to the ground, Li Huowang raised his head in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Dan Yangzi's actions. This is a gift for you. Pick it up and swallow it. In the past, you were merely a medicinal catalyst. Now, as my disciple, you cannot be so careless. It will suppress your hysteria. Li Huowang appeared not to grasp his words, nor did he wish to understand. His complexion turned pale as he continued to back away. I want to eat it. I'm not ill. Not eat. That is not your decision to make. Chong Ming, Chong Run, Dan Yangzi slightly raised his chin, and two sword-bearing Taoist disciples swiftly approached Li Huowang, each grasping an arm. Following this, with a beckoning gesture, Dan Yangzi summoned the writhing Hei Tai Sui from the ground directly into his hand. As Li Huowang watched Dan Yangzi approach with a nauseating object, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, a bone-chilling cold seeping into him. Instinctively, he yearned to struggle and flee, but the grip of his two senior brothers was as unyielding as iron upon his shoulders. Fortunately, he still harbored one last resort. With rapid breaths, his chest heaved violently. Overcome with fear, he clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, and summoned all his strength to retract inward. Huowang, Huowang, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Yang Na's gentle voice felt like a celestial melody to Li Huowang in that moment. Upon opening his eyes to see a girl clad in a high-necked white sweater, he was overwhelmed with emotion, leaping forward to embrace her tightly, as if she were a life raft. A faint flush appeared on the cheeks of the innocent girl as she struggled, her voice barely above a whisper. Huowang, please let me go. Annie and the others are watching. Looking up, Li Huowang finally noticed his mother standing beside the attending physician, wearing a motherly smile directed at him. Oh, my son is truly remarkable. Gazing at the pristine hospital room, the bright sunlight streaming through the window, and his beloved family, the dread that had enveloped Li Huowang's heart gradually dissipated. The attending physician adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed as he approached. Li, what did you see in your hallucination? Your emotional fluctuations are quite concerning. What has been troubling you of late? Have you been following my instructions? Recalling the events he had just endured, Li Huowang's heart sank. Anxiously, he addressed his physician. Doctor, is there medication that can temporarily suppress those hallucinations? I truly cannot endure it any longer. I wish to rest. All right, I will prescribe you some flufenazine and phenothiazine. However, Li, medication can only serve as an adjunct. To completely rid yourself of hallucinations, you must adhere to my methods. The doctor concluded, preparing the prescription on his tablet. When a nurse delivered a few blue capsules, Li Huowang rushed forward, neglecting to even drink water, swallowing the pills directly. He had no desire to ponder masters or elixirs. He simply wished for a moment of tranquility. The preceding scene had truly terrified him. The capsules felt slimy and gritty. An unpleasant experience, yet he forced himself to swallow them despite the nausea. "Li, please tell me, what frightened you in your hallucination?" As these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them froze. The once vibrant colors dulled to a lifeless gray. Yang Na, her mother, the attending physician, and the nurse stood frozen in place. The sudden shift caused Li Huowang's body to tremble once more, his breaths growing increasingly frantic as he helplessly gazed out the window. The previously bright sky had turned pitch black, the safe and serene environment vanishing. A tangible fear enveloped him, panic overwhelming all his emotions. Instinctively, Li Huowang grasped Yang Na and lunged towards his mother's embrace. Yet upon contact, her body disintegrated like fragile foam. The reliable figure who had always shielded him from storms had vanished. In that moment, all that Li Huowang cherished and held dear disappeared, leaving only despair, oppression, and anguish. With bloodshot eyes and veins bulging upon his forehead, Li Huowang yearned to scream, to unleash all the despair and the suffering within him. Observing his trembling disciple, who knelt on the ground, retching, Dan Yangzi, he shook his head while walking toward the exit of the material room. TSK, TSK, TSK in such a state. You claim not to have hysteria? You are the most afflicted here. Did you think I sought out medicinal catalysts on a whim? Enough. Hysteria has been vanquished. Now you may work diligently. Remember, Qing Fengguan does not harbor idlers. Come to me for medicine on the first day of each month. With that, Dan Yangzi and his other disciples departed, leaving Li Huowang alone amidst the remnants of other medicinal catalysts scattered around him. These strange beings, afflicted with various congenital or acquired ailments, exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Why? Why have I ended up in this wretched place? Why does this illness continue to torment me? Li Huowang curled into a ball, akin to an unborn infant, motionless and withdrawn in a corner of the material room. The other catalysts dared not disturb him, quietly attending to their own affairs. As night fell imperceptibly, the oil lamps on the walls extinguished, darkness enveloping Li Huowang like a heavy blanket. He lay there like a lifeless body, unresponsive to the changes in his surroundings. In the dead of night, a faint candlelight flickered at the door, illuminating the nearby shelves and dispelling the darkness that shrouded Li Huowang. The timid Bai Ling Miao approached cautiously, carrying a bundle of dried grass, which she gently placed upon him. Then, she retrieved a whole grain steamed bun from her pocket and held it to his lips. Seeing Li Huowang remain motionless, she pursed her lips and gently nudged him. "Senior brother, please eat something. You haven't eaten all day." Li Huowang's eyes were open, yet they stared vacantly at the cold ground, unblinking for hours, showing no sign of movement towards Bai Ling Miao. She contemplated leaving, but hesitated, ultimately producing a jade pendant from her pocket and placing it beside him. At this moment, Li Huowang finally reacted, his gaze drawn to the object, recognizing it as the circular jade pendant he had stealthily taken from the previous Xianyan. He recalled giving it to Yang Na as a means for her to exchange for money. The mere thought of Yang Na caused his already fractured heart to bleed anew. "How did this come to be in your possession?" "It was you, senior brother, who gave it to me. I said I didn't want it, but you insisted on forcing it upon me." Li Huowang slowly sat up, examining the cloud-patterned jade pendant in the dim candlelight. In that instant, everything felt achingly real. Yet within this reality, there existed only palpable despair and genuine suffering. If given a choice, he would have preferred to remain ensnared in those beautiful illusions forever. Li Huowang stood in a daze for a moment, then despondently shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. He truly did not know. Although he held memories of the past, the events of the day had left him unable to discern how much of that past was genuine and how much was illusory. Even in this place, he found himself to be a madman, unable to distinguish between reality and hallucination. As he shook his head, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his head. Upon touching it, he discovered that some blood clots had matted his hair, remnants of a previous injury. Noticing his gesture, Bai Ling Miao spoke up. "That was done by Senior Brother Wang." Li Huowang recognized that this Senior Brother Wang was the chubby man with rabbit lips who had previously attempted to harm Bai Ling Miao. "As for the Wang family, you kicked him to death." At this remark, Li Huowang recalled the illusion of old Lu being kicked away by himself. He lowered his head and chuckled silently, acknowledging his own madness. His gaze fell upon the golden ring, but it held no value for him now. Everything he cared about had vanished. Senior Brotherly, may I use this as a reward to ask you for a favor? Bai Ling Miao's words drew his attention. If you manage to escape from here alive, could you please convey a message to my parents? They live at the foot of Neo Exine Mountain in Liang Kingdom. Just tell them that their daughter is unfilial and cannot provide for them in their old age. As she spoke of her sorrow, her voice became choked with emotion. Senior Brotherly, I truly do not wish to trouble you, but I have no other options left. They will likely take me to the alchemy room soon. Hearing this, the dejected and numb Li Huowang felt a tightening in his heart, and his eyes, once devoid of expression, regained a glimmer of light. He glanced at the dried grass covering him, then at the mantle beside him. With a swift motion, he tucked the red thread golden ring back into his pocket. I keep my promises. Since I've taken your item, I will assist you. Bai Ling Miao's sorrowful eyes sparkled instantly, but soon dimmed again. Senior Brotherly, this is not feasible. It could lead you into trouble. Huh, do you think I still fear that? At this moment, Li Huowang had come to terms with the situation. With everything he valued lost, what was there to fear? All right, Senior Brotherly is mighty. A male voice suddenly rang out from outside the storeroom, startling both individuals within. As the candlelight illuminated the figure, they beheld a cheeky face with a sharp chin and a skin condition resembling vitiligo. This person produced 2 whole gray mantu and placed them beside Li Huowang, saying, Senior Brotherly, there's some buns for you. I thought you hadn't eaten, so I saved 2 for you. You may not know me, but you can call me Goa. Just yesterday, I even offered you 17 when. Goa fidgeted, clearly eager to ingratiate himself with Li Huowang, hoping to avoid being sent off as an alchemical ingredient. Clever individuals exist everywhere. Li Huowang said nothing and ravenously devoured the 3 slightly hardened mantu, having gone a day without food. Eating 2 quickly caused him to choke slightly, prompting Goa to promptly fetch a cup of water for him. As the cold water washed down the 3 mantu, Li Huowang struggled to stand. Having lain on the ground for so long had left his legs numb. Bai Ling Miao reached out to help him, but Li Huowang pushed her away. His gaze fixated on the dark exit of the storeroom as he staggered outside. At that moment, his enemy was no longer his own deteriorating condition, but the lecherous alchemist. Dan Yangzi. As Dan Yangzi's grotesque face loomed in his mind, a fierce anger welled in Li Huowang's eyes, and his teeth began to grind audibly. The despair he had felt moments ago was replaced with a fierce determination. All that mattered now was finding a way to eliminate him. Chapter 11. Xian Yuan, only the 3 saints can bear the calamities of the world, bestowing boundless blessings and alleviating misfortunes, providing salvation to all beings crowned above the heavens. Their compassion encompassing the 3 realms, embodying great compassion and great benevolence. Before everyone, there were no scriptures present, and during the morning recitation, Li Huowang could only vaguely follow along with his senior brothers. While reciting the sutras, he raised his head, his gaze fixating on the Dan Yangzi seated at the front. The hostility in his eyes flared briefly, but was swiftly suppressed. He yearned to consume this loathsome individual. Yet he understood that he was far too weak to contend with him. The enemy was formidable. He could not act rashly. His primary objective was to endure and discreetly seek an opportunity. Though this path might be fraught with difficulties, potentially leading to a grim demise at Dan Yangzi's hands, Li Huowang was indifferent to such concerns. When he noticed Dan Yangzi slightly turn, his gaze darted upward beyond the 3 towering incense sticks to the 3 statues nestled within the hollowed rock wall. The 3 deities, each with distinct appearances, clad in yellow robes, held dusters, their expressions devoid of joy or sorrow. Gazing down at the insignificant mortals below, they bore no semblance of celestial demeanor. Rather, they appeared as ordinary individuals, save for their robes. Li Huowang did not know who these 3 statues represented, but he etched their features deeply into his memory. All the disciples rose with Dan Yangzi, simultaneously pinching their left thumb with their right hand and placing the fingers of their left hand atop the fingers of their right, raising their hands above their heads to pay their respects to the statues. After the ritual, Dan Yangzi slowly turned around, surveying the disciples behind him. Upon seeing Li Huowang, clad in robes, calmly standing at the rear of the group, he nodded with satisfaction. Xian Yuan, since you have just entered this sect, there must be many things you do not understand. Senior brothers, please teach him. Yes, master, replied a plump middle-aged man with a round face, bowing to Dan Yangzi. All right, it is past the hour of the rabbit. There is nothing more to attend to. You may all go and eat. With that, Dan Yangzi clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the cave entrance. A gloomy-faced young man, wearing a mixed yuan cap, followed closely behind him. This was senior brother Zheng Kuan, the only remaining inner disciple since the defection of senior brothers Zheng Kan and Zheng Zhen. In future encounters within the temple, remember to show him respect. He is not as easygoing as master. Xian Yuan approached Li Huowang and explained the man's background. Li Huowang nudda, expressing gratitude for Xian Yuan's clarification. Will he possess the same divine abilities as master? While unsure of other aspects, Li Huowang was aware that Dan Yangzi possessed the ability to manipulate objects and exhibited immense strength, capable of lifting heavy stone jars. Yet, that was not the most daunting aspect. What truly terrified Li Huowang was that Dan Yangzi seemed to be aware of everything occurring within the cave. Whether it was Li Huowang's disdainful remarks or his earlier refusal to escape together. If he truly wished to confront Dan Yangzi, this crucial detail must be understood. He is an inner disciple. What he has learned from master, how would I know? Li Huowang sensed jealousy in the response. A person too weak cannot act alone. Should I seek other allies within Qingfeng Temple? A thought flickered in Li Huowang's mind, but it was quickly extinguished. Those with a rebellious spirit had likely been devoured by the Black Tai Shui during the last incident. The remaining individuals, whether loyal to Dan Yangzi or not, were likely timid and cowardly. Let us go. We can talk as we walk, Xian Yuan said, turning to lead Li Huowang toward the kitchen. I know what you're thinking. Do not covet Master S ascension techniques. You're the last in line. You should focus on your responsibilities. Simply heed the instructions of your master and fulfill your duties. In due time, your turn will naturally come. At this moment, they had arrived at the dining cave, where the early arrivals among the senior disciples had already begun to consume their porridge. Among them were three whom he recognized, the two sword-bearing Taoists, Changming and Changren, along with Xianin, with whom he had previously crossed paths. Alongside Xian Yuan and himself, Xian Yang, the five named disciples of Qingfeng Guan had gathered here. The customs of Qingfeng Guan dictate that one must not speak while eating or sleep while conversing. After the meal, I shall instruct you further, Xian Yuan remarked as he took a seat to join in the porridge. Li Huowang settled down, lifting the black ceramic bowl to his lips for a sip, quietly observing the behaviors and mannerisms of his fellow disciples. Each possessed distinct appearances, none particularly striking or unsightly. Yet, clad in their Taoist robes and seated together, Li Huowang felt an odd sensation. Upon witnessing Xian Yin pinching one nostril and forcefully blowing his nose onto the ground, while the other two seniors frowned, the realization dawned on him. Their dispositions were markedly different. Where could these five disciples have been sourced from by Dan Yangzi? Surely, they didn't ascend from the same medicinal roots as he did, after laying down their empty bowls. The other senior disciples paid no heed to the newly arrived junior brother Xian Yang and strode purposefully towards the exit. Upon finishing the meal, Xian Yuan continued to introduce Li Huowang to the inner workings of Qingfeng Guan, revealing that the five named disciples were each tasked with distinct roles within the temple. Some managed the young Taoists, others were responsible for procurement, and a few tended to the Black Tai Sui, with some seasoned individuals even juggling multiple responsibilities. Originally, their workload was manageable, yet following the recent passing of several members, the remaining disciples were compelled to shoulder the increased burden. Li Huowang's responsibilities were evident. He was accountable for all matters relating to the medicinal repository, and all tasks undertaken by these disciples were aimed at assisting their master in attaining immortality. Thus, as the day unfolded, Li Huowang garnered a comprehensive understanding of the temple from Xian Yuan. He firmly committed this knowledge to memory. This place was no longer an ephemeral illusion from which he could depart at will. Whether he could vanquish Dan Yangzi depended heavily on this information, which could prove invaluable. Junior brother Xian Yang, there's no need to be so anxious. Your tasks will not be overly burdensome, and our master does not refine elixirs daily. Oh, might I request clarification from senior brother Xian Yuan? The art of alchemy is intricately tied to celestial phenomena and timing. Certain elixirs must be concocted at fixed intervals to achieve their maximum efficacy. For instance, today and tomorrow are not suitable for alchemy, while the midnight of the day after tomorrow presents an excellent opportunity. Chapter 12. The Recipe. Alas, I fear you would not grasp the complexities involved. So focus on observing and learning from the master. Oh, I see. Li Huowang feigned contemplation, his mind drifting elsewhere. The elixir bestowed upon him by Dan Yangzi was evidently effective, suggesting that the laws governing this world differed significantly from those of his own. To confront Dan Yangzi, he needed to deepen his understanding of this unfamiliar realm. The immortal cultivators depicted in novels? Unlikely. Were the cultivators who use people for refining elixirs? Were those who enslave mortals to assist in their ascension? Furthermore, by convention, should not an ordinary sect provide me with foundational cultivation techniques? Why was there none? As Li Huowang's familiarity with this place deepened, he found the temple increasingly peculiar, entirely divergent from his preconceived notions of what cultivators should embody. By the way, junior brother Xianyang, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. It is best to have all matters in order before a master speaks. Take, for instance, the elixir from yesterday. Due to your hysterical episode, you missed the opportune moment. If you had delivered the medicinal ingredients before midnight the day after tomorrow, it would have been akin to offering a heartfelt apology to our master. Do not underestimate him. While he may seem capricious, if you manage to please him, you will surely reap the benefits. The elixirs from yesterday? Li Wuan momentari li froza. Indeed, do you not recall? What did our master instruct you to bring yesterday? Bye-bye Ling Miao. Li Huowang's pupils constricted sharply. Despite the numerous events that had transpired, this matter remained unresolved. If he did not devise a solution before the day after tomorrow, the girl afflicted with the albino condition would meet the same fate as all the previous medicinal ingredients, reduced to mere pulp. Yet, the disparity in strength between Dan Yangzi and Li Huowang was immense, and the entire temple was filled with his followers. The tragic fates of the deceased seniors served as a stark reminder that fleeing blindly would yield no results. Tossing and turning throughout the night, the hours slipped away. On the eve of the morning lesson, Li Huowang donned his garments and ventured outside the cave. He intended to visit the alchemical chamber to seek alternative solutions. As he emerged, holding a lantern, a gaunt face with sharp features unexpectedly materialized from the shadows, startling him. It was Go Hua. He, Li Shixiang. I merely came to check on you since you were absent from the medicinal repository all day yesterday. I was quite concerned. Is Bai Shimi unharmed? Li Huowang retreated a step, inquiring. All is well. You personally instructed that Bai Shimi oversee the repository. Who would dare defy that? Li Shixiang, you are formidable. Ever since you took charge, no one has left. Upon hearing Go Hua's words, Li Huowang felt a surge of irritation. He brushed past the fellow, lantern in hand, and strode out. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, Li Huowang discovered several early-rising young disciples already engaged in cleaning the alchemical furnace and the floor with burlap. One disciple stood atop a stone platform, vigorously scrubbing remnants of flesh from the stone walls with a pig bristle brush. As a disciple of Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang entered the alchemical chamber without any objections. He ambled about nonchalantly, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing his surroundings. The alchemical chamber was exceedingly minimalist. Aside from the massive black alchemical furnace occupying a third of the space, only a stone jar and rod used by Dan Yangzi for disciplinary measures remained. There were no texts on alchemy, nor paintings adorning the walls, and the entire room felt stark and devoid of any cover. What are you looking at? A familiar yet unsettling voice suddenly echoed behind him. I asked what you were observing. Li Huowang's mind raced for a moment before he quickly devised a plausible excuse. He expressed admiration for his master's remarkable alchemical skills, pondering when he too might attain such prowess. Dan Yangzi appeared, pleased with the change in Li Huowang's attitude, seemingly satisfied that the young man had come to an understanding. With his hands clasped behind him, he circled the black alchemical furnace. Aspiring for progress is commendable. It is not that I refuse to teach you. The path of external alchemy is not so simple. Ordinary elixirs may be manageable, but if you wish to attain immortality through alchemical means, both external and internal elixirs must be refined. I have labored diligently to reach the brink of ascension, investing considerable effort. A hint of pride and excitement flickered across Dan Yangzi's face, as though he were reveling in the prospect of the celestial life that awaited him. Is the master on the verge of ascension? I do not know. Dan Yangzi's expression grew animated. The method of ascension is inscribed in the celestial text delivered to me by the venerable Lao Jun himself. Who else in the world possesses such an opportunity? He proclaimed that I shall ascend. I am destined to achieve immortality. Liu Yun, who is that? One of the three deities? Li Huowang found the mythic references somewhat perplexing. Though he grasped little, he nonetheless flattered. What you say is absolutely true, master. You shall surely ascend and share longevity with the heavens. Dan Yangzi clearly relished this praise, his unattractive face lighting up with joy. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Since you wish to learn alchemy, I shall first impart to you a simple recipe for a blood-replenishing elixir. Make sure to remember it. Qi Dan, 12 taels, Xiang Fu Zi, half a jin, Yang Qi Shi, 2 taels, and 4 qian. Although this unexpected gain was rather perplexing, Li Huowang, of course, would not decline. He hastily sought to record his thoughts, but found no writing materials in the alchemy chamber. In a moment of desperation, he scavenged a piece of charcoal from beneath the alchemical furnace and boldly inscribed his findings upon the hem of his Taoist robe. At the third watch of the night, he ignited the furnace, cleansing himself in preparation, using his gaze to illuminate, his breath to fan the flames, and his spirit to infuse the mixture. He nurtured it gently with a low fire. By the fourth watch, he prepared to open the furnace. This formula was to be practiced diligently, and the Taoist master would first assess his innate talent. Li Huowang discarded the charcoal he had been holding, presenting the inscribed robe to Dan Yangzi. Master, do you see any omissions in my notes? However, upon beholding the hem covered in charcoal markings, the previously jovial Dan Yangzi's expression darkened instantly. He lifted his foot and sent Li Huowang flying, crashing against the furnace with a resounding thud before landing heavily on the ground. With a thunderous frown, Dan Yangzi cursed as he turned away, leaving Li Huowang abandoned in the chamber. As his emotional turmoil subsided, Li Huowang found the situation perplexing. He had done nothing wrong. So why had the master reacted so harshly? Lowering his gaze to the formula in his hands, he pondered. Though his handwriting was unsightly, it was still legible. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glanced around the barren alchemical room devoid of writings and recalled that during the morning lecture, no one had any scriptures. A startling realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the master was illiterate? Chapter 13. Alchemy. Li Huowang cautiously regarded the small alchemical furnace before him, next to which stood 3 incense sticks for timing. In the absence of clocks, he had to rely on this rudimentary method to measure time. As the last stick of incense burned out completely, he promptly extinguished the furnace fire and opened the alchemical door, releasing a emlang of peculiar herbal aromas. A surge of joy filled Li Huowang. He had succeeded. The refined alchemical material trembled within a sieve, and as the useless residues were filtered away, he was left with a collection of black pills of various sizes. These pills were the Runshui Dan, a simple remedy for stopping bleeding. One should not consume more than an ounce at once, or risk complete coagulation of their blood. It may seem rather ineffective, perhaps more useful for harm than healing. Yet its simplicity was why Dan Yangzi entrusted it to Li Huowang for practice. After a meticulous count, he discovered he had produced 13 large Runshui Dan and 26 small ones. Li Huowang's gains extended beyond mere quantities. Through the process of refining the Runshui Dan, he acquired fundamental knowledge of alchemy. The practice was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Not only did time play a crucial role, but he also needed to discern the varying orientations of the herbs. A single misstep could drastically alter the efficacy and yield of the pills. As evidenced by the pile of charred waste beside him, he retrieved a small bamboo tube and carefully stored the pills inside before taking a deep breath. Donning his Taoist robe and heading towards the door, time was drawing near. The midnight hour approached. As Li Huowang pushed open the door to the material room, all those laboring within stood up in unison, gazing at him in terror. To them, he appeared as an embodiment of death. With a complex expression, Li Huowang traversed their stairs, ultimately stopping before Bai Lingmiao. The girl's white hair trembled in concert with her body. She tried to suppress her tears, but ultimately succumbed, letting them flow from her pale, pink eyes. With a grave expression, Li Huowang grasped her hand and led her from the material room toward the alchemical chamber. In the damp, echoing tunnel, Bai Lingmiao choked back her final words. Li Huowang listened silently, saying nothing, and upon reaching his dwelling, he turned to pull her inside. "Remove your trousers." Bai Lingmiao's eyes widened in shock, seemingly paralyzed by his unexpected command. As the third watch approached, Li Huowang brought Bai Lingmiao to the alchemical room, where Dan Yangzi had just arrived. Upon seeing Li Huowang bring the medicinal materials without needing to be instructed, a hint of satisfaction graced Dan Yangzi's face. and he regarded his youngest disciple with slightly more favor. "Ah, good disciple, come here." With a casual gesture, Dan Yangzi summoned Bai Ling Miao, who soared through the air, only to be seized by the neck and thrown into the stone vessel. Watching this unfold, Li Huowang's heart raced, his hands clenched tightly. Just as the heavy pestle was about to descend upon her, Dan Yangzi unexpectedly halted. Alas, why must it be this time? The efficacy of the medicine is altered now. Dan Yangzi frowned, glancing at Bai Ling Miao's blood-stained trousers. Witnessing this, Li Huowang sighed in relief. His plan had succeeded. If the properties of various herbs could change so dramatically, then similarly, the human medicinal catalyst would also vary. Moreover, to avoid suspicion, it was imperative that Dan Yangzi himself made this discovery. It seemed that his purpose had been fulfilled, and Bai Ling Miao's life was saved. Dan Yangzi waved his expansive robe, and Bai Ling Miao was ejected from the stone vessel, landing heavily on the ground. The fall was severe. It took her a moment to rise, clutching her knee, while Li Huowang could do nothing but observe coldly from the sidelines. As Bai Ling Miao approached him, he noticed a gash on her head, crimson blood trickling down her cheek. Nevertheless, she gazed at him with gratitude. In the face of death, this small suffering was nothing. Regardless, they had managed to evade a dire fate, though it seemed it would be a long time before Bai Ling Miao would be free again. Li Huowang guided her toward the exit. Just as they were about to step out from the imposing shadow of the alchemical furnace, Dan Yangzi's voice floated from behind. This utterance made Li Huowang's body tremble slightly, and he turned to bow respectfully again to Dan Yangzi. "Yes, master." Li Huowang was unaware of how he arrived at the material room. He could only numbly approach another pale-skinned man, pulling him along toward the exit. The man pleaded desperately, kneeling and bowing repeatedly for mercy, but Li Huowang could do nothing. He could only personally escort this man to the alchemical chamber. His cries were abruptly silenced beneath Dan Yangzi's pestle, a thin wisp of white smoke rising, infused with a rich fragrance, coating the stalactites above with a thick layer of human oil. As Li Huowang turned to leave, he was called back by Dan Yangzi. "Do you not yearn for the path of alchemy? Come, observe closely. Such a complex and rare pill formulation cannot be found elsewhere." Li Huowang Bruaka, intently watching and listening as Dan Yangzi explained when to add each ingredient and how to adjust the flame. He resembled a diligent child absorbing the entire alchemical process. When the flames beneath the furnace extinguished and the alchemical chamber opened, 7 fully formed black pills lined up before Dan Yangzi. "Excellent, excellent. You possess great talent. None of the other disciples are as eager to learn as you are. Come, this is a reward from your master." Dan Yangzi retrieved 1 pill from his palm and placed it before Li Huowang. "Thank you for the pill, master." Li Huowang saw deeply, Todan Engvi, trembling hands holding the pill as he swallowed it. Chapter 14. A helper the moment the pill entered his mouth, Li Huowang felt a warmth enveloping his dantian, a flame that seemed to grow ever more intense. The heat overwhelmed him, causing him to disregard the nausea and discomfort rising within him. "Yes, master." At this moment, the fiery essence within his dantian had coursed through his meridians, reaching his limbs. He felt as though he were ensconced in a thick winter coat on a scorching summer day, his entire body seemingly boiled to perfection. The heat dulled his senses, and Li Huowang lay on his bed, staring at the spinning ceiling above, reflecting on the events that had just transpired and recalling the fearful, despairing gazes of everyone in the medicinal chamber. He had become a repugnant accomplice to Dan Yangzi, imposing upon others the very horrors inflicted upon him. Though his adversaries might be illiterate, they were far from foolish. In the face of absolute power, all actions felt futile. I must eliminate him. I must devise a way to end his life. Li Huowang ruara tintarnali. His right hand instinctively grasped the edge of the stone bed, and as he shouted that final thought in his mind, the veins on the back of his hand throbbed. With a crack, he forcefully wrenched a chunk from the hard stone bed. This unexpected turn of events startled him. He glanced at his hand, and then at the stone fragment he held. It quickly dawned on him that this was the effect of the elixir. Not only was his strength amplified, but he also perceived a change in other aspects. He even felt as though his vision could pierce further into the distance. That elixir granted him a sensation akin to rebirth. Yet, upon recalling the price of such power, a wave of nausea washed over him once more. "Li Shixiong, are you all right?" Bai Ling Miao cautiously peered in from the doorway. Li Huowang lifted his gaze, his expression complex, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Lingmiao stepped forward, saying, Li Shixiang, you need not blame yourself. We all understand that you are not in control. If I were to say that Master sends me again, you need not replace me with another. After all, we all share the same fate. Li Huowang was reluctant to discuss the matter with her, observing her bleeding forehead. He produced the elixir he had crafted earlier and offered it to her. Take this. It will staunch the bleeding. However, Bai Lingmiao recoiled in fear, shaking her head vigorously. I won't take the elixir. I absolutely refuse. Li Huowang chuckled awkwardly and tossed the elixir to the ground. Indeed, all medicine bears some toxicity. Consuming it might do more harm than good. Bai Lingmiao bit her lip, pondering for a moment before asking, Li Shixiang, are you planning to confront Master? Li Huowang's expression shifted, and he anxiously glanced toward the door, rushing to secure it. What is Yuleoi? He inquired, puzzled. As this was the first time he had encountered the term. Yuleoi refers to Yuleoi. It is intangible and invisible. I have heard my grandfather speak of it. Only those with profound skill can command it. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Li Huowang as he noted this crucial information. When is the time for the grand market? Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiao looked at him quizzically. The 1st and 15th days of the month, Li Shixiao. How could you not know that? Didn't your parents ever take you to the market? Li Huowang shook his head. The fragmented memories in his mind, whether real or imagined, attested to the fact that he had only ever lived in the city, never participating in such country fairs. Li Huowang's expression hardened. Of course, I would relish devouring his flesh and drinking his blood. Bai Lingmiao took a deep breath, nodding vigorously. Then Li Shixiang, count me in. I too wish to assist. Li Huowang regarded the girl before him in her resolute gaze. Perhaps Bai Lingmiao was not as fragile as he had imagined. Very well, you are in, he acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of companionship in his current predicament. After a moment of careful contemplation, he spoke gravely to her. 2 of us are insufficient. You should observe in the medicinal chamber and see if there are others harboring discontent. Others may fear to oppose Dan Yangzi, but those in the chamber, destined for death, will surely have their grievances. This fundamental conflict means there are likely individuals among them who can be swayed. Understood. Bai Lingmiao nodded before turning to leave. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Huowang grasped the round jade pendant tied to his waist, recalling the brother who had failed to escape. Xianyang, was your gathering of companions similarly orchestrated? May I not meet the same fate as you? Given the high caliber of disciples under Dan Yangzi, rewards were naturally bestowed upon him. He was informed of various basic elixirs, as if being genuinely nurtured as a disciple. However, these commonplace elixirs were of little efficacy, sufficient only for treating minor ailments and injuries. Li Huowang remained unaware whether it was Dan Yangzi's elixirs or a characteristic of elixirs in this world. But he discerned that there was a limit to their potency. Excessive consumption could turn healing into harm. Furthermore, there were taboos. They could not be consumed together, as doing so could lead to dire consequences. Rather than being on the path to becoming a mediocre healer, Li Huowang found himself more akin to a competent poisoner. The elixirs were not the crux. The essence lay in the growing rapport between him and Dan Yangzi. At times, when concocting elixirs, Dan Yangzi would even summon Li Huowang to assist him. When Dan Yangzi took another child disciple, Li Huowang was no longer the youngest. He had fully integrated into Qing Fengguan. Through such close proximity, Li Huowang confirmed his suspicions. Dan Yangzi was indeed illiterate and harbored a profound aversion to others learning to read. He forbade his disciples from surpassing him in any matter, resulting in his pupils being predominantly illiterate. This left Li Huowang with a sense of unease. He recalled Dan Yangzi's earlier words. The method to attain immortality is inscribed in the tome of Lao Jun, and it was personally delivered to me by Lao Jun himself. Who else in the world could achieve immortality? He proclaimed that he could attain immortality. I will undoubtedly achieve it, given that the revered Lao Jun bestowed upon him a tome, and since his other disciples were illiterate, who, then, had read it to him? Chapter 15. Zheng Kuan. My home is at the east city gate of Xiaoliang in Baolu Fong 22. Tell my wife that there are 2 little goldfish in the compartment beneath the 3rd pickle stall under the bed. Use them sparingly. They should last until Bauer comes of age. A middle-aged man, his face riddled with blemishes, suppressed his terror as he whispered his last words to Li Huowang. This was the 8th individual to be delivered to the medicinal chamber, and Li Huowang felt utterly powerless, merely committing these parting words to memory. The number of people in the medicinal chamber continued to dwindle with the passage of time. And more agonizing was the realization that he seemed to be growing accustomed to it. The guilt of sending people to their demise was steadily diminishing. He was being assimilated by that repugnant creature, Dan Yangzi, and he yearned to escape this abhorrent torment. Li Huowang desperately sought a solution to his current predicament. Yet such a resolution proved elusive. With only a handful of physically impaired individuals in the medicinal chamber, it felt nearly impossible to confront the enigmatic Dan Yangzi. The only knowledge he possessed was that the Yu Laoi controlled by Dan Yangzi did not exist on the 1st and 15th days, making it impossible to monitor them. Furthermore, Dan Yangzi was illiterate, and there was an entity within Qing Fengguan that assisted him in deciphering the tome. If I were to find that entity in Dan Yangzi's residence and eliminate him, among all of Dan Yangzi's disciples, I am the only one who can read. He must rely on me to translate the tome for him. At that point, would it not be simple to end Dan Yangzi's life? This thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Although he knew where Dan Yangzi resided, he was unaware of the traps within or the strength of the entity that assisted Dan Yangzi with the tome. To rashly enter would likely lead to his demise. As for poisoning the medicinal materials, that was not an option. His alchemical skills were taught by Dan Yangzi, and such a blatant act would undoubtedly lead to his own death. Just then, a youth clad in a Taoist robe and wearing a square hat approached with a grim expression. Li Huowang recognized him as Zheng Kun, an inner disciple of Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang had only a limited understanding of Li Huowang, having encountered him occasionally during meals, yet rarely catching a glimpse of Zheng Kun. Unlike the named disciples like Li Huowang, Zheng Kun was not burdened with the affairs of Qing Fengguan, leaving Li Huowang unaware of his daily activities. As they passed each other, Zheng Kun leaned slightly against him, causing Li Huowang to collide with his solid form, akin to striking a block of iron. Zheng Kun halted, turning to regard him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Xianyang, you've been rather unruly within the temple lately. Master has been quite pleased with your antics. Li Huowang furrowed his brow at Zheng Kun, but chose to remain silent and attempted to turn away. However, before he could take 2 steps, an immense force surged from behind, propelling him forward. He stumbled, but managed to regain his balance, narrowly avoiding a humiliating fall. What is the matter, Xianyang? Has my speech lost its effect? Zheng Kun, arms crossed, advanced with determination, halting before Li Huowang. Brother Zheng Kun, I must assist Master in organizing the alchemical materials, Li Huowang replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Stop using Master as leverage against me. Back when I accompanied him in evading pursuers, you were nowhere to be found. Adviseyu, Shuanyang, focus on your own tasks and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your comprehension. Zheng Kun's tone turned increasingly harsh. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Li Huowang stared blankly at Zheng Kun, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, as Xian Yuan had indicated, Zheng Kun possessed a notoriously irritable temperament, suggesting a propensity for impulsiveness. What? Have you lost your voice? Speak. Li Huowang, previously expressionless, began to exhibit a lively demeanor with a hint of mockery in his tone. Master's regard for me is a matter between us. Even if he were to share the secrets of immortality, that is his prerogative. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Zheng Kun? Zheng Kun was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the audacity with which Li Huowang spoke. You believe you deserve such knowledge? Master hasn't he even confided in me. Why would he divulge it to you? Do you think you were special? Merely refuse. The excruciating pain from Zheng Kun's strikes nearly caused Li Huowang to lose consciousness. Yet a smile broke across his face. He had correctly surmised the situation. Perhaps Master has withheld this from you due to your lack of insight, Brother Zheng Kun. The path to immortality is contingent upon one's innate talent. If yours is lacking, it would be prudent for you to refrain from wasting Master's time. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Zheng Kun, who immediately retaliated with 3 swift jabs directed at Li Huowang's body. You wretched fool! You seek death. Despite the searing pain, Li Huowang's laughter only grew louder. Come on, try to kill me. Let's see how Master reacts to disciples warring within the temple. As Li Huowang's laughter escalated into maniacal glee, Zheng Kun kicked him forcefully against the wall. Oof! A fool unaware of his own mortality. Li Huowang lay on the ground, struggling to regain his composure. After a brief interval, a pair of large hands reached down to assist him. Ah, Xianyang, why do you disregard my counsel? Did I not advise you to show more respect to Zheng Kun? Why provoke him? The voice belonged to the amiable Xian Yuan, the only person within Qing Fengguan with whom Li Huowang could converse freely. What? Can he truly kill me? Master Yu is observing. And if any disciples perish within the temple, it would surely disrupt the balance. What you? Xian Yuan's expression turned puzzled. You don't know. A thought suddenly struck Li Huowang. Could it be that others were unaware of Master S surveillance over Qing Fengguan? Reflecting on the deceased, two of whom were inner disciples, Li Huowang began to suspect their ignorance. It's nothing. I merely meant to say he wouldn't dare act against me. That's not entirely accurate. He is an inner disciple, while you are merely an honorary one. Though he may hesitate to directly harm you, creating trouble for you would be childish play. My feet are small, so I'm naturally suited to wearing small shoes. As Li Huowang conversed with Xian Yuan, a glint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Zheng Kuan had inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information. Despite being an inner disciple, he remained unqualified to learn the secrets of immortality. It was clear that Dan Yangzi trusted no one, but that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the unmistakable glimmer of envy that Li Huowang had perceived in Zheng Kuan's eyes when he alluded to his knowledge of the methods of achieving immortality. Disciples raised by Dan Yangzi could hardly be expected to exhibit unwavering loyalty. This might present an opportunity worth exploring. Chapter 16. The head after the encounter with Zheng Kuan. Li Huowang found 2 of his ribs fractured and several bruises adorning his body. Fortunately, these injuries were minor enough that he could manage them with medicinal pills. However, he was more concerned about his strategic maneuvers. Coincidentally, on the first day of the lunar month, Li Huowang, amidst their renewed conflict, inadvertently divulged information about Master Yu that he had gleaned from Bai Ling Miao. Upon observing the subtle shift in Zheng Kuan's expression, Li Huowang felt a surge of excitement. He was uncertain how Zheng Kuan would react to this information. He merely wished to test the waters, for he had little else to occupy his time. Now it seemed he had succeeded. Zheng Kuan was indeed harboring his own ulterior motives. The days within the cave stretched on interminably, and soon the first day of the lunar month arrived, marking the optimal time for Dan Yangzi to practice alchemy. He would occupy the alchemical chamber for the entire morning, coinciding with Master Yu's absence. Although Qing Fengguan was not extensive, it was sufficiently spacious that Li Huowang had long since deduced Zheng Kuan's habitual movements. Yet, he chose to remain passive, quietly meditating in the Jingyi Hall. Had he misjudged? Was Zheng Kuan not as greedy as he had presumed? Li Huowang pondered from his bed, contemplating where he had gone awry. As the 15th day approached, and it became the 2nd day of the 2nd month, Zheng Kuan remained conspicuously inactive. Just when Li Huowang began to doubt his calculations, on the 15th day of the 2nd month, he found the Jingyi Hall empty. Unable to contain himself any longer, he moved swiftly towards Dan Yangzi's residence as he observed the alchemical furnace being lit. As he neared the cave's entrance, Li Huowang abruptly halted. He spotted Zheng Kuan lurking nearby, refraining from entering. Recognizing that Zheng Kuan was on lookout duty, Li Huowang realized that the man was even more suspicious than he had anticipated. After about half an hour, he saw Xian Yin stealthily exit the cave. Zheng Kuan glanced at him and placed a black talisman on both their knees, vanishing in an instant like the wind. The door was merely ajar, appearing as a trap to lure someone inside. With Zheng Kuan having already taken on the role of scout, Li Huowang understood that even if preparations remained inside, they had likely been nullified by Zheng Kuan. He cautiously approached, seizing this opportunity. Dan Yangzi's residence was spacious yet disordered and filthy, permeated by the unpleasant stench of decay. Despite the inhospitable environment, Li Huowang quickly discerned the most valuable item within, a stone slab ensconced in a net of black copper coins. This slab was likely the heavenly tome referred to by Dan Yangzi. He approached it carefully, peering through the net to examine its contents. It was evident that Zheng Kuan had attempted to secretly study the methods of immortality, but from the scene before him, it appeared he had not succeeded. Li Huowang meticulously scrutinized the enigmatic symbols on the heavenly tome, barely able to recognize them as hieroglyphs, seemingly derived from an even more ancient civilization. Although it is said that the evolution of Chinese characters over millennia is minimal, he still found it quite arduous. The more Li Huowang observed, the more he felt something was amiss. Did Dan Yangzi not claim that the path to immortality involved practicing both internal and external alchemy simultaneously? It appeared that this individual had not adhered to those principles at all. The teachings of Shibu Pu In Xian Ta Po were meant to spread widely, granting all beings comfort and liberation. Yet, this seemed less like a method for achieving immortality and more akin to a scripture. A peculiar, sinister giggle sent chills down Li Huowang's spine, prompting him to swiftly turn around, only to find no one behind him. On the wall, which had been hollowed out, stood a slender blue and white porcelain vase. "Don't move." A sharp, delicate voice rang out from behind him. She appeared to be a girl, yet her skin bore an unnatural hue, especially the frighteningly red blush on both cheeks. Staring at the tiny, intensely red dot in the center of her forehead, Li Huowang felt increasingly uneasy. In that moment, he understood what had enabled Dan Yangzi to decipher the heavenly scriptures, this very creature before him. As he listened to her speak, Li Huowang's heart raced, but in the next instant, his expression suddenly shifted to one of calm. "Go ahead and call for your father. Let him know that you deceived him." Upon witnessing a flicker of panic on the vase-headed girl's face, Li Huowang couldn't help but smirk inwardly. His assumptions had been correct. He was not the only one attempting to fool the illiterate beggar. This entity had long been doing so as well. With corruption festering at every level, the entire Qingfeng was riddled with ulterior motives. I can't be blamed. The characters were too poorly written for me to comprehend. My father forced me to read them aloud. What could I do? The vase-headed girl lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Observing her complete disarray, Li Huowang pondered for a moment and swiftly made a decision. The vase-headed girl nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may leave, and I shall pretend you were never here." Li Huowang stepped slowly towards the door. Since the heavenly scriptures were false, the alchemical formulas were merely fabrications concocted for his father. The vase-headed girl grinned sheepishly. "Indeed, I only remembered those things, so I pretended they were written in books and told my father. Do not worry, they won't harm anyone. I fear my father might discard me if he discovers my uselessness, especially in my current state, lacking arms and legs." As she grew animated, Li Huowang suddenly raised his right hand and struck the vase with his jade pendant. The circular pendant, accompanied by a white shadow, collided forcefully with the vase, causing a crack to appear. In her panic, the vase-headed girl fell heavily to the ground. The vase shattered, revealing internal organs entangled in black beads amidst a grotesque mixture of filth. "Ouch, father! It hurts! Father, I am in so much pain." Her cries weakened by the second. Chapter 17. Found previously, when someone had fled, Dan Yangzi displayed no anger. Likewise, when Li Huowang inadvertently offended him with words, he remained unperturbed. However, he was now incensed. The atmosphere within Qingfeng Guan grew suffocating, the oil lamps on the walls dimmer than usual. At Dan Yangzi's command, everyone gradually gathered in the main hall for the morning session. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the disordered corpses on the ground attested to Dan Yangzi's wrath unleashed upon the innocent. Murder provided him with a fleeting sense of relief. It was far from sufficient. A grotesque mass, still attached to a bloodied head, landed abruptly before everyone. It was the vase-headed girl. Her cheeks faded of color in death, her lifeless eyes betraying profound fear. "Who did this? Who dared to intrude upon my chamber while I was alchemizing?" Dan Yangzi's voice was low and oppressive, akin to a lion poised to pounce. "Step forward now, and I shall grant you a swift end. If I catch you later, I will make you beg for death." The cave fell into a hushed silence. No one, be they medicinal assistants, disciples, or apprentices, dared to move. "Very well. If no one speaks, I shall interrogate each of you individually. Chongming, Chongren, what were you doing while I was alchemizing?" The two disciples, armed with swords, immediately bowed to Dan Yangzi. "Master, we followed your instructions and stood guard at the entrance of Qingfeng Guan without faltering." Dan Yangzi scrutinized them closely, watching beads of sweat form on their brows. Finally, he turned his attention to the side. "Xian Yuan, what about you?" At that moment, Li Huowang, standing beside Xian Yuan, felt a tightening in his chest. He realized that he would be next. He steeled himself, reassuring his mind to hold firm. As long as he did not reveal any flaws, victory would be his. "Xuanyang, it's your turn. After delivering the medicinal ingredients today, where did you go?" The moment he heard this, Li Huang blurted out, "I was in the material room, preparing the ingredients needed for my master." "Is that so?" Dan Yangzi approached him. The nauseating stench emanating from his body and the suffocating pressure made Li Huowang's body tense to its limits. He finally understood why the other disciples had been sweating profusely just moments ago. Time passed slowly, and under the immense pressure, beads of sweat multiplied on Li Huowang's forehead. Suddenly feeling lighter, he thought he had escaped a crisis when Dan Yangzi's voice rang out once more. Did any of you see Xian Yang in the material room? Li Huowang's gaze followed Dan Yangzi, who had reached the material room whereby Ling Miao and the others were present. Master, Li Shixiang was indeed with us by Ling Miao, who sensed the shift in mood, spoke up first. Dan Yangzi scrutinized her face closely. Oh, and what about the rest of you? At that moment, Go Dan took a deep breath, his expression conflicted. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Revered immortal, I must say. That fellow Xian Yang, didn't he even show up in the material room today? It has to be him. Upon hearing this, Xian Yin's face turned pale with fright. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted in a barely concealed smile, relieved to have preserved his life. Go Dan, seemingly terrified, immediately knelt and wept. Revered immortal. I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed. That's why I lied. Dan Yangzi gazed expressionlessly at the quaking Go Dan, then abruptly turned to Xian Yin. What were you laughing at just now? Are you pleased that Xian Yang is being wrongfully accused? At this, Xian Yin trembled, Dan Yangzi's overwhelming presence nearly suffocating him. As Dan Yangzi approached, Xian Yin's expressions grew increasingly frantic, so much so that onlookers could easily discern his distress. When Dan Yangzi stood before him, he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground as yellow liquid seeped from beneath his robes. Master, I didn't want this. It was Shixiang Zheng Kuan who forced me to do it. At these words, Zheng Kuan's expression twisted menacingly. He propelled himself forward like a leopard, racing toward the cave's exit. It was you, Dan Yangzi scoffed, his right hand sweeping through the air. With a jingle, a copper coin tarnished with verdigris spiraled to the ground, spinning like a top. Just as Zheng Kuan was about to escape the cave, Dan Yangzi's foot slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a crunch, the copper coin shattered into pieces, sending shards flying, along with Zheng Kuan, whose limbs were torn asunder as if subjected to the most brutal of fates. Deprived of his limbs and bleeding profusely, Zheng Kuan astonishingly clung to life, writhing towards the doorway like a wretched maggot. Child, you have been with me the longest. Why must it be you? I should have foreseen this. For the restrictions of my abode are indeed within your grasp. The menacing foot of Dan Yangzi pressed down upon Zheng Kuan's head, halting his movements. Master, I was wrong. I have become a useless being. Please spare me this once. Master, when those monks from Zhengde hunted us down, it was my two brothers who sacrificed their lives for our escape. Dan Yangzi's foot shifted slightly, forcing Zheng Kuan's purple-red face against the ground, rendering him utterly speechless. Child, do you know, I am fully aware of what you think in your heart. You and your two brothers are nothing but ungrateful wretches. Dan Yangzi pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis, his foot applying increasing pressure. With a resounding crash, a thick drop of blood splattered onto Li Huowang's face. Chapter 18. The method to ascend to immortality. The one who shatters their own limitations have been found. Yet Dan Yangzi felt no joy. His expression was complex as he regarded Zheng Kuan's broken form, then violently kicked it away. I nearly raised you as if you were my own son, and this is how you repay me. The cave fell into a profound silence, broken only by Dan Yangzi's rapid, labor breaths. This tense atmosphere persisted for a duration sufficient for 2 incense sticks to burn, until Dan Yangzi slowly raised his hand and pointed directly at Li Huowang amidst the crowd. You, come here and bow to the ancestral master. Li Huowang hesitated momentarily before, under the gaze of all present, he approached and knelt before the 3 sculptures on the wall. After completing the series of 3 rites and 9 kowtows, Li Huowang, holding 3 incense sticks, finally realized what was expected of him. From this moment forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. Yes, master, Li Huowang replied, nearly trembling with excitement. This moment had finally arrived. Rest assured, Li Zi too, I shall undoubtedly assist you in achieving immortality. Follow me. I have something for you to do. Dan Yangzi carefully cradled the remnants of the vase-headed figure in his hands. Following closely behind Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang retraced his steps back to his dwelling. Swish, swish, swish. The black lines entwined around the stone slab danced swiftly like serpents, diving into Dan Yangzi's sleeves, revealing the so-called heavenly script before his eyes. Can you comprehend what is written here? Li Huowang feigned deep contemplation before. Puzzled, he asked, Master, you previously told me that the method to attain immortality required simultaneous cultivation of both internal and external elixirs. Yet, this script does not mention any internal elixirs. What? Danyang Zi's expression darkened as he glanced at the corpse of the vase-headed figure. It is indeed true, Li Huowang stated with conviction. Heaven knows what fabrications the vase-headed figure concocted with Li Huowang. If he faltered in his response, he would surely expose himself. It was better to be forthright and start anew, for he was not lying. The method of immortality previously claimed by Danyang Zi was indeed a mere fabrication of the vase-headed figure. Naturally, what he would concoct next would also be far from the truth. Danyang Zi's expression fluctuated as he pondered, initially reluctant to accept Li Huowang's assertion. His doubts only grew with contemplation. With a disgusted spat, he directed a vile green phlegm onto the vase-headed corpse, then turned to Li Huowang. Then tell me, what does this heavenly script convey? It details a set of internal cultivation techniques, stating that one must, at the juncture of the old year passing and the new year arriving, combine several external elixirs during cultivation to intercept the divine energy flowing from the celestial realm into the mortal world, thereby allowing oneself to ascend to immortality. Li Huowang scrutinized the stone slab, furrowing his brow as he fabricated details. There are several types of elixirs required. For instance, one formula calls for 2 taels and 4 qian of cinnabar, 1 qian of white money, and 1 tael and 2 qian of arsenic, along with something called Yulao Yi. Master, what sort of herb is Yulao Yi? Excellent. Danyang Zi clapped his hands joyously, laughing. Then this time, we shall ascend to immortality together. Li Huowang's expression momentarily faltered before erupting into exuberance. Is this truly possible? Master, can this really work? Thank you, Master. Thank you. Danyang Zi scrutinized his expression, finding no signs of deceit, and nodded in understanding. Yes, Master. Li Huowang went on to invent a so-called internal and external grand circulation method to share with Danyang Zi. As someone well-read in various novels, crafting such a method was a breeze for him. Holding a lantern, Li Huowang traversed the tunnel, buoyed by the promising progression of his plans, confident that his goals would soon be realized. After enduring such prolonged suppression, a stroke of good fortune had finally arrived. Upon reaching the supply room, he found the remaining individuals wide awake. Spotting Li Huowang, they surged forward, their eyes alight with excitement, all comprehending the significance of the day's events. As Li Huowang had previously provided them with crucial information. Brotherly, you are my reborn parents. You're a living bodhisattva. One particularly enthusiastic individual with infantile paralysis knelt before Li Huowang, eager to express his gratitude. His actions seemed to inspire the others, who soon followed suit. After much persuasion, Li Huowang finally managed to quell the farcical display. If it weren't for all of you, I would not be here today. Should I then bow to you? As they rose from the ground, each person wore a radiant smile, their joy akin to that of a festive celebration. Li Huowang gazed at the myriad of grinning faces before him, warmth blossoming in his heart. Amidst this strange world, these peculiar individuals had become his companions. Brother Li, did I perform well? That Lai Zi too was like a fool, completely deceived by my act. Gowa boasted, slapping his emaciated chest, grinning at Li Huowang. Indeed, you acted commendably. Had you not taken such bold action, Danyang Zi would not have easily let it go. As the others crowded around Li Huowang, bombarding him with questions, one individual appeared to harbor concerns of a different nature. Brotherly, are you all right? Did he truly not trouble you? Bai Ling Miao approached, her expression tinged with worry. Now he has me translating the heavenly script for him. What could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. He had yet to fully fabricate the elixirs mentioned in the heavenly script. Simple cinnabar, that mercury ore was no longer sufficient. He intended to incorporate other, even more nefarious ingredients. Danyang Zi's power was not forgotten. He must ensure that his demise was absolute. Chapter 19. Superstition upon hearing Li Huowang's words. Bai Ling Miao's eyes widened. Oh, indeed. My grandfather warned me not to wander beyond the village, for the people outside are wicked. They capture children, skin them, and dress them in dog hides to train them, as children are clever, thus allowing them to use these talking dogs to perform tricks on the streets. The children suffer terribly, as their bodies become stuck to the dog skins, preventing them from ever growing again. Li Huowang shook his head, furrowing his brow. No, I'm not speaking of such tales to frighten grandchildren. I mean something akin to Lao Yi. Something like Lao Yi? Bai Ling Miao pondered, her brow furrowing. My grandfather's stories are often jumbled, mostly about mountain serpents eating people. Tales of Lao Yi are indeed rare. Who told your grandfather about Lao Yi? Bai Ling Miao innocently widened her eyes. Of course, it was my grandfather's grandfather who told him, and then my grandfather passed it on to me. And I shall tell my grandchildren in turn. Li Huowang scratched his head, realizing that this story was a family heirloom. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Brotherly, I know one. A frail youth leaning against the wall suddenly spoke up. Li Shixiang, my surname is Zhao, and I am the fifth in my family. You may call me Zhao Wu. Regardless of who speaks, Li Huowang approached him and said, All right, go ahead. Zhao Wu glanced around and deliberately lowered his voice, saying, The kind of strange things you mentioned, I've heard from the elders about something similar called the Lao Lao. The Lao Lao? What does it look like? Li Huowang quickly searched his memory, but found no related images. Guessing from the literal meaning, he had no clues either. Shu, Li Shixiang, do not speak so loudly. Keep your voice down. This thing is very sinister. I've heard that the Lao Lao can hear you. If you talk about it often, it will come looking for you. Oh, at these words, Li Huowang perked up. I've heard from my cousin that it appears differently to everyone. Some resemble creatures with long ears, while others look like deceased elders. However, the commonality is that anyone who stays near them for a while will also transform into the Lao Lao. Li Huowang stroked his chin, pondering. This place is indeed peculiar. There are all sorts of inexplicable things. Is there more? Yes, there is also Gompiyu. This thing is also sinister. From Zhao Wu, Li Huowang learned many strange and arcane terms, all of which were materials he intended to incorporate into his elixir for immortality. You certainly know a lot. Thank you. This information is beneficial to me. If I were to speak solely of highly toxic ingredients, Dan Yangzi might discover them. However, if I include these obscure elements, the credibility would be significantly enhanced. What is desired is something incomprehensible. Anything that cannot be understood appears profound. Hearing Li Huowang say this, Zhao Shi smiled with delight. All this knowledge comes from my cousin. He is a merchant and has been everywhere, so he knows much. Just after taking a few steps, a towering figure, at least 9 meters tall, blocked his path. Li Huowang recognized the bald man before him, known as the fool by those in the materials room, with cross-eyed and drooling traits. To call him a complete fool may not be entirely accurate. He merely had a slight stutter, slow reactions, and lower intelligence. I know too. Li Huowang sighed, reaching out to pat the man's bald head before turning towards the door. Asking a fool is less effective than simply making things up oneself. The next morning, Li Huowang was summoned early to his residence by Dan Yangzi. The internal and external small Zhou Tian techniques you mentioned, I have practiced them nearly to completion. Now, please reveal the elixirs to accompany the techniques. Yes, master. Li Huowang approached the stone slab and pretended to observe it intently. 2 hearts of Dalao refine its essence? Master, what does this mean? Master, what exactly is Dalao? Do not concern yourself. Continue. 1 Gompiyu. Take its gills, soak in 2 taels of arsenic. Utilizing the knowledge acquired from Zhao Wu, combined with Li Huowang's modern understanding, and fueled by a night of sleepless energy, he articulated a systematic approach to concocting an elixir for immortality. After completing his concoction, he felt an overwhelming excitement, muttering to himself. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Yes, it cannot be wrong. Arsenic is too cold and must be balanced by the heat of Gompiyu. Remarkable. I cannot believe I had not thought of using the Lao Lao in the elixir. If a person can be included, why not these sinister entities? He began to envision the balancing properties of the elixir. Li Huowang realized that Dan Yangzi was exceptionally clever at times. Yet, when ignorant, he was truly oblivious. He trusted no one but himself, adhering to a self-constructed belief system. If one word could encapsulate this, it would be superstition. In a world devoid of deities, such superstition represents ignorance. Yet, in a world where deities exist, superstition remains ignorance. It merely pertains to different beliefs. At that moment, Dan Yangzi reached into his sleeve, producing a chipped copper bell, akin to those seen in zombie films used to control the undead. As he began to shake it vigorously, a piercing sound erupted. causing Li Huowang to feel an excruciating headache. Instinctively, he clutched his head and gritted his teeth. The eerie sound from the copper bell not only affected his hearing, but also his vision. Everything around him began to twist and distort, as if the entire world were shaking violently. While contemplating this, Li Huowang noticed the corners of the table, the edges of Dan Yangzi's robe, and even the side of the celestial script. Every visible edge in the room seemed to come alive, swirling and coalescing before Dan Yangzi. The mass formed by the edges of objects was challenging to describe, but it was undoubtedly alive. Li Huowang thought he must be mistaken. Shaking his head vigorously, he realized that the entity had split into two. Chapter 20. Dan Yangzi, upon seeing these two entities writhing before the equally twisting figure of Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang had a suspicion. Were these two entities here to assist him in finding the elixir ingredients? Just as he pondered this, he witnessed Dan Yangzi bend down, scoop up a handful of mud, and begin speaking to the two entities in a peculiar manner, producing sounds that were entirely unrecognizable as human speech. Yet, the two entities seemed to understand, rising and falling briefly before swiftly dispersing. As they departed, the chaotic surroundings gradually returned to normal. Child, do not be anxious. Although acquiring the items from the celestial script is challenging, it is not beyond your master. I still have connections out there, Dan Yangzi declared proudly. Indeed, master, you are destined to become an immortal. Surely, there is nothing that can thwart you. However, master, what was that just now? Child, you still have much to learn. That was what the celestial script refers to as Yuleoi. The previous crisis kept Li Huowang's nerves taut, leaving him no time to contemplate a pressing question. What kind of world was this? What were the Lao Lao and Yuleoi? None of it seemed ordinary. Were it not for the normal pork and lamb heads consumed during meals, he might have truly believed that no living beings in this world were sane. This item is indeed a treasure. I exerted considerable effort to obtain it, Dan Yangzi said as he returned the copper bell to his sleeve. Obtain it? Of course. One must seize it. Would anyone willingly give it to you? What shall we do if we lack what others possess? We seize it. I learned this when, at the age of 5, a beggar older than me snatched a moldy bun from my hands. In my youth, I seized wives, horses, and silver. Later, I seized techniques, magical artifacts, disciples, and even the entire Qing Feng temple. Did you hear what the clay statue of the ancestor had to say? At this, a hint of pride emerged on Dan Yangzi's face. Child, you must listen to adults. This is to teach you to be obedient, understand? I am sharing this with you because I consider you family. But master, what if I cannot seize it? Cannot seize it? If you cannot seize it, why not join forces? Why is your literate mind so rigid? If teaming up does not work, then resort to poison. If poison fails, go for the underhanded approach. Master, you have a clear understanding of life. What if I cannot read? What if I lack talent? They say I am unworthy of the path, lacking a heart for the way. Yet, when I become an immortal, I shall unveil their eyes to see who lacks talent now, who lacks a heart for the way. As Dan Yangzi spoke, his expression turned fierce, his ugly face marred by malice. Li Huowang was unaware of who these people were, but he could tell that the animosity between them ran deep. The items Li Huowang mentioned were soon delivered. He gazed at the massive, slippery, gray-white body covered in black soft fur, alongside a mass of amorphous, dimly glowing black blisters. Li Huowang, aside from being appalled by the grotesque nature of these substances, was astonished by Dan Yangzi's prowess, capable of acquiring such items. Master, shall we commence the alchemical process? Li Huowang inquired. There is no rush. The new year is still some time away. Come, let us first partake in the New Year's Eve feast. Dan Yangzi's words caught Li Huowang off guard. How could this be related to the matter at hand? Nevertheless, seeing Dan Yangzi rise and leave the alchemy chamber, Li Huowang hastily followed suit. Upon arriving at the dining cave, the other disciples were already present. To refer to them as other disciples was somewhat misleading, as it was merely Chang Run, Chang Ming, and Xian Yuan in attendance. Before long, all the deceased disciples were provided with bowls and chopsticks, causing the round table to brim with food. Dan Yangzi, displaying a contented smile, nodded appreciatively and resumed his seat at the head of the table, with Li Huowang situated to his right and an empty spot reserved for Zheng Kuan. Come, let us serve the dumplings. A steaming pot of dumplings was carefully brought forth by the attendants, their enticing aroma wafting through the air as they gingerly placed them in each bowl, including those of the departed. It's the new year. Let us relax and indulge. Despite the joviality of his words, Li Huowang and the others waited until Dan Yangzi began to eat before they dared to join in. Dan Yangzi picked up a pair of chopsticks, skillfully grasping a white dumpling and savoring it with half-closed eyes, filled with lard and chives. Delightful. What is this? A mere penny? A good omen. A good omen. Ha. Li Huowang stared at the dumplings in his bowl for a while, then, filled with determination, began to devour them voraciously. Dan Yangzi watched with a smile as Li Huowang indulged. You are fortunate to be in such a splendid time, feasting upon these delicious dumplings. When I was your age, I had no idea what dumplings even looked like, merely hearing tales of their delectable nature. Hee. There was one New Year when I caught a whiff of delicious food from another household, and upon entering, I discovered dumplings resembled this. I was so overwhelmed that I ended up devouring 2 pounds without even noticing, and they were filled with the same lard and chives. The other disciples chuckled awkwardly, while Li Huowang continued to feast. Noticing the glimmer of tears in Li Huowang's eyes, Dan Yangzi carefully lifted his bowl and poured his dumplings into Li Huowang's bowl. You poor child. Take your time and don't choke. Amid the sounds of swallowing and the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, the New Year's Eve feast for the 5 of them drew to a close. Just as Li Huowang expected the alchemical process to commence, he observed Dan Yangzi patting his bald head and retrieving a handful of red envelopes from his sleeve, distributing them near Changming, Changrun, and the bowls of the deceased. Come, it's the New Year. Remember, place them under your pillows. I never received lucky money from my elders at your age. After placing the last envelope beside Zheng Kuan's bowl, he turned to Li Huowang with a cheerful smile. You need not receive any lucky money. Let us ascend to immortality together, thus sharing the longevity of heaven and earth. Li Huowang chuckled, genuinely pleased. Master speaks truly. Very well, Master. Chapter 21. Achieving immortality. Before him lay 2 glimmering red pills the size of fists, 2 wriggling, meat-like pills, and 2 decayed black pills emanating an eye-watering stench. Li Huowang nodded in satisfaction. He had included everything he could think of. With so many ingredients, these pills could certainly bring about death, leaving no trace of vitality. A stick of incense was inserted nearby, representing the remaining time of the year. According to his fabricated method, the cultivation must occur precisely at the turn of the year to absorb the spiritual energy bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. Li Huowang sat cross-legged, prepared as he grasped the fist-sized red pill. As the moment of death approached, he found himself surprisingly calm. Indeed, he had not prepared any contingency plans. Li Huowang understood that he was destined to consume these pills. If he refrained, Dan Yangzi certainly would not partake. Despite having just shared a New Year's feast and feigning a kind demeanor, Dan Yangzi's notion of ascending to immortality was merely a pretext to test his own concoctions on Li Huowang. However, what Dan Yangzi failed to anticipate was that Li Huowang was utterly indifferent to his own life. Li Huowang had long since come to terms with life and death. He never truly belonged to this world. His only purpose for living was to witness Dan Yangzi, this repugnant being, led to his own grave through his own machinations. At that moment, Dan Yangzi, seated across from him, also lifted a red pill. As both of their gazes locked, the incense's flame gradually diminished. Just as the incense was about to extinguish, Li Huowang inhaled deeply and swallowed the pill whole. Dan Yangzi's actions of preparing to consume the pill halted abruptly, his full attention fixated on Li Huowang's every move. Despite the excitement radiating from Li Huowang, he appeared oblivious, proceeding to swallow the remaining 2 pills, closing his eyes, and placing his hands in a mudra on his knees. Sweat streamed down his face as Li Huowang's body began to tremble, while an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his features. I have an abundance of innate spiritual energy. So this is how it feels. I comprehend it. I am about to become an immortal. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anxiety flickered in Dan Yangzi's eyes, yet he did not immediately consume the pills. Only when he noticed wisps of white smoke rising from Li Huowang's head did he hastily swallow the 3 pills. As Dan Yangzi closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy, Li Huowang gradually opened his eyes, looking at his master with a smile that exceeded his previous joy. When he saw white smoke emerging from Dan Yangzi's head and noticed dark substances crawling through his veins, Li Huowang's legs uncrossed, and he clutched his painfully aching stomach. laughing maniacally. Ha, bald head, bald head. You shall not achieve immortality. You can only become a ghost. Let us meet at the Naya Bridge. Ha ha. Dan Yangzi seemed to have heard him, but did not react, his eyes tightly shut as he gritted his teeth, fervently practicing the internal and external circulation techniques. You're still practicing? That was all my fabrication. The snippets I borrowed from Xianxia novels, ha. Oh, my stomach hurts so much, ha. Li Huowang crawled on the ground, slowly approaching Dan Yangzi, laughing madly at his pale face. He trembled, raising his right hand to slap him across the face. Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. He swung back for another slap, but Dan Yangzi remained unresponsive. Li Huowang shakily retrieved a pill, stuffing it into his mouth, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. I told you to stop practicing. Did you not hear me? Li Huowang punched Dan Yangzi in the face, forcibly caving in his already prominent features. Blood pouring from his mouth, Dan Yangzi abruptly opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Li Huowang. With a flick of his robe, he sent Li Huowang flying. Get lost. You heart demons shall not hinder this Taoist from achieving immortality. I am about to become a divine being. My ancestral master shall soon come to claim me. After being thrown to the ground, Li Huowang did not rise. He merely lay there, murmuring to himself. He has gone mad. This fellow has been driven to madness by his obsession with becoming immortal. Oh, my stomach truly hurts. Thus, one sat cross-legged while the other lay flat. As time slowly passed, Li Huowang's abdominal pain intensified, instinctively causing his body to curl into a shrimp-like position. Hiss! Why does it hurt so much? How long must I endure this? I truly regret not bringing a knife to cut my throat earlier, Li Huowang lamented, rolling on the ground in agony. In the throes of excruciating pain, Li Huowang's consciousness gradually descended into a haze. Amidst the confusion, he once again beheld the visage of Yang Na. Yang Na, have you come to fetch me? The face of Yang Na swiftly melted away, only to reassemble into that of his attending physician. Bed 14, consciousness clouded, preliminary diagnosis, food poisoning. Quickly, bring the electric suction device for gastric lavage. Li Huowang slowly closed his eyes, a faint whisper escaping his lips. You can't wash my stomach. Don't forget, this is a mental hospital. Where would you find a gastric lavage machine? Can't you hallucinations be a bit more logically coherent? With that final utterance, Li Huowang's awareness faded from his surroundings. He now felt a profound sense of comfort, for the agony in his abdomen had finally ceased. Li Huowang sensed his body plummeting endlessly, yet the ground remained elusive. Huowang, hold on, you promised me. A vague, urgent female voice thundered in his ear. Time slipped away, and suddenly, Li Huowang jolted awake, propping himself up with his hands as he began to retch violently. A grotesque mass of black fluid, mixed with strands of hair, fragments of dumplings, and bits of internal organs, erupted from his mouth. The bloodied mass, floating in the black liquid, stirred only briefly before stilled. The suddenness of it all left Li Huowang in shock. Am I still alive? How could this be? If I am still alive, then what of Dan Yangzi? The thought sent a chill down Li Huowang's spine, and instinctively, he turned his head to look. His mouth involuntarily widened in disbelief. What in the world? Has he become some sort of deity? He beheld his dubious master, whose body had grotesquely deformed. His hideous head split open, 3 gaping mouths emerging from within, each mouth housing several smaller mouths, all filled with repulsive yellow teeth, entangled and gaping towards the ceiling. Beyond his head, his body had also undergone a drastic transformation. Feathers glued, with tar protruding like spikes from the flesh. What is this? 3 flowers uplifting, transcending to immortality? Just as this thought burst forth in Li Huowang's mind, the 3 mouths opened wide, simultaneously emitting the voices of Dan Yangzi at various ages. So that's it. I have attained enlightenment. Ha ha ha. With a resounding explosion, Dan Yangzi's entire grotesque form detonated, flesh and blood splattering across the alchemy chamber. Chapter 22. The exit in the alchemy room of Qing Fengguan. Li Huowang stood frozen, drenched in his master's blood, clearly taken aback. Were these 3 pills truly of such immense power? What exactly had he concocted with Dan Yangzi? Elixirs or explosives? After a moment, he rose, wiping his face with a hand, bending down to sift through the remnants scattered on the floor. After a long search yielded no intact morsels, not even a deflated copper bell of Dan Yangzi's, Li Huowang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed brought about Dan Yangzi's demise. Yet, with his death, what was he to do next? Li Huowang stood in place, momentarily at a loss for direction. He had assumed that avenging his grievances would bring him joy. But now that the moment had arrived, he found himself engulfed in confusion. All his plans had revolved around eliminating Dan Yangzi. He had never contemplated his own survival. Now that Dan Yangzi was dead, Bai Ling Miao was safe, and he had fulfilled his promises. What was to follow? As he pondered this question, the door to the alchemy room suddenly swung open, revealing Chang Run and Chang Ming, each brandishing a long sword, cautiously stepping inside. Upon glancing around and finding Dan Yangzi absent, their wary gazes fell upon the bloodied and mangled form of Li Huowang. Halt! Who dares to intrude? Where is our master? Master? You are treading upon him. Furthermore, I am Xianyang, esteemed brothers, Li Huowang replied. This revelation prompted Chang Run and Chang Ming to instinctively lower their heads, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the scattered innards before them. Li Huowang glanced around, picked up half of Dan Yangzi's face from the ground, and proclaimed, "Look, he has truly perished. It was I who brought about his end." Logically, given his history of violence, he should have met his demise long ago. However, his motive for killing Dan Yangzi was rooted in personal vendetta. Just as Li Huowang was about to explain his reasoning to the two, Chang Ming and Chang Ren exchanged a glance, wordlessly sheathing their swords and swiftly turning to flee. "Hey, wait until I've finished speaking," Li Huowang called out in exasperation. After shouting fruitlessly, he sighed, clutching his still painful abdomen, and made his way towards the door. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the piercing bell did not summon any specters but rather attracted the youthful acolytes and medicinal assistants. Upon seeing the half-face in Li Huowang's grasp, they erupted in joyous fervor, prostrating themselves in reverence. Li Huowang walked slowly through the tunnel of the cave, intent on sharing this news with every soul in Qingfengguan. At that moment, he felt someone reach out to support him. Turning, he found Bai Ling Miao, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. However, not everyone within Qingfengguan shared in this elation. As Li Huowang approached Dan Yangzi's quarters, he heard distant clashing sounds. He led the crowd towards the source of the noise, where he found Xian Yuan confronting Chang Ming and Chang Run, both parties brandishing weapons, the atmosphere charged with tension. "Xianyang, come quickly. Let us annihilate these two accomplices of Dan Yangzi together. We shall share the heavenly scripture," Xian Yuan urged, his demeanor no longer amiable. Meanwhile, Chang Ming stepped forward, aiming his sword at Li Huowang. "If you wish to live, get lost. Your master taught you the path of alchemy. Do you truly believe you can contend with us, masters of the sword?" Li Huowang sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness as he observed the unfolding scene. It was not a heavenly scripture at all, merely ancient texts inscribed upon it. What I previously claimed was mere fabrication to deceive the likes of you. Do not place your faith in the ramblings of a madman. He may have acquired it through nefarious means. Brothers, let us depart. With a swift motion, Chang Ming conjured two black talismans, causing a gust of chilling wind to swirl through the chamber. "Xianyang, since you wish to remain uninvolved, then cease your prattle and leave." "Xianyang, since you wish to remain uninvolved, then cease your prattle and leave." Chang Ming and Chang Ren echoed in unison. Feeling Bai Ling Miao timidly tugging at his robe, Li Huowang bowed to both parties before leading everyone towards the exit of Qingfengguan. "Brothers, continue as you will, until we meet again." As Li Huowang gently closed the door behind him, a cacophony erupted within. In the dark tunnel, a throng of returning souls walked with fervor and excitement, their hands trembling with lamps. The path was unfamiliar and treacherous, requiring ropes for climbing. Li Huowang had never traversed it before. Yet, he clearly understood this was the exit of Qingfengguan, for he observed the hands of those around him shaking increasingly violently. After traversing for what felt like 2 incense sticks worth of time, light began to emerge from the distance of the cave tunnel. Upon witnessing the light, all footsteps turned chaotic, transforming from a walk into a run. As they sprinted, the distant light grew ever larger, ultimately enveloping their vision entirely. The moment they emerged from the cave, nearly everyone squinted against the overwhelming brightness. Having spent such an extended period in the darkness, the outside world felt blindingly radiant. As their eyes gradually acclimated to the light, the scenery of Qingfengguan unfolded before them. In the distance, the The sky was just beginning to blush with dawn, and the mountains and forests appeared so pristine and refreshing. Resembling a delicate ink painting. Just then, the first rays of morning light on the first day of the new year pierced through the mist, illuminating the faces of all present. Li Huowang squinted up at the rising sun and murmured to himself, "Did I really spend the whole night in the alchemy room with the fool? The sun is already up. What splendid weather we have today." Suddenly, someone beside him stirred. It was a young boy, tears streaming down his face as he hurriedly dashed toward the narrow path that disappeared into the woods. His flight triggered a ripple effect, and more people began to run in that direction, yearning to distance themselves from this sorrowful place. Before long, only 7 or 8 individuals remained at the cave entrance, their gazes fixed on Li Huowang. "Brotherly, we should leave as well," said Bai Ling Miao, her tear-streaked face breaking into a joyful smile. "Wait a moment," Li Huowang replied, pulling out some slips of paper from his pocket and placing them into Bai Ling Miao's embrace. "These are the last words and addresses left behind by those who have passed. Once you get outside, please find a courier service to deliver them." Bai Ling Miao held the slips of paper in her hands, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Li Huowang smiled at the remaining individuals, lifted the oil lamp in his hand, and turned to enter the pitch-black depths of Qing Fengguan alone. Chapter 23. Home Brotherly. Bai Ling Miao's voice, tinged with tears, caused Li Huowang, who was holding the lantern in the darkness, to turn back and glance at the others standing in the sunlight outside. "Brotherly, why not come with us? It would be safer to walk together. Did you forget something?" Zhao Wu, perched on the back of the fool, asked, his expression tense, as if sensing something amiss. "Haha, were we all going together?" Li Huowang turned back, hiding his face once more in the shadows. He walked quietly in the dark, accompanied only by the sound of his footsteps. Today was the first day of the month. He hadn't consumed that disgusting black Tai Sui, so perhaps he would soon see Yang Na again. Thinking of this brought a slight smile to his lips, as the effects of a sleepless night began to fade. Just as Li Huowang was about to drift into a beautiful dream, the door suddenly swung open. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to find Dagua, Zhao Wu, and the others standing at the entrance. Bai Ling Miao stood there anxiously, her gaze darting about before finally settling with determination. Li Huowang looked at the kind-hearted girl before him and gently shook his head. "This place is quite fine. I've grown accustomed to it. A madman who talks to himself must remain in this dark place so as not to frighten others," Bai Ling Miao said, her lips quivering slightly, seemingly struggling to believe his words. After pondering for a moment, Dagua whispered to the others, "Since Brotherly insists on staying here, shall we leave?" "Be quiet." Bai Ling Miao's sharp retort startled Dagua, a far cry from the timid girl she once was. She stepped forward with fierce determination. "How can you face your family like this? If your past loved ones knew what you become, what would they think?" A bitter smile flickered across Li Huowang's face. "What they think, how would I know? I can't even be certain if they truly exist." His expression turned anguished. "Perhaps I am merely a madman with nothing. I possess nothing, and everything may merely be a figment of my imagination." Bai Ling Miao's pale, almost translucent hands reached out to grasp Li Huowang's. "Brotherly, you are not without anything. You still have us." Li Huowang stared blankly at the girl before him, taking in her stubborn yet exquisite features. In that instant, he realized how little he truly knew about her. Why was she so kind to him? Suddenly, the surroundings began to shift. The cavern and the pristine white walls of a hospital alternated before his eyes. Bai Ling Miao's features began to melt away, reforming into Yang Na's visage. Her face streaked with tears and filled with worry. "Nana," Li Huowang lunged forward, painfully embracing her. "Huowang, you must not give up on yourself. You must live. No matter what you encounter, you must persevere. Promise me." Yang Na's voice trembled. "You need to keep going. No matter what happens, never give in." Then her face morphed once more into that of his mother. "Son, you cannot die. If you do, how will your father and I survive?" Her face rapidly changed, revealing various familiar faces, all encouraging him. Suddenly, everything froze. The bright hospital dimmed rapidly. Li Huowang slowly released his embrace, realizing he was holding Bai Ling Miao. The girl, clearly shy, did not avert her gaze. "Brotherly, let us go. I feel uncomfortable here." She then retrieved the slips of paper from her pouch and placed them into his arms. "Brotherly, these are of no use to me. None of us can read." "Indeed, Brotherly, this task falls upon you. Others cannot manage it," the others chimed in at the door. I am a fool, he began. But Zhao Wu quickly covered his mouth, leaning in to whisper in his ear, even if you can read, pretend you cannot right now. Li Huowang silently regarded the last words written by those before him, pondering their meaning. Bai Ling Miao pushed the slips of paper forward once more. Brother Li, you promised them. A man must keep his word. Reality and illusion wove together in his mind, and ultimately, Li Huowang reached out to accept the papers. Let's go. He resolved to live as best as he could, not only for himself, but also for those family members who may or may not exist. Upon hearing this, everyone broke into relieved smiles. They were unaware of Li Huowang's thoughts, but as long as he chose to leave this accursed place, it was enough. A group of people surrounded Li Huowang as they stepped out from the dim room, making their way towards the cave entrance. However, after just a few steps, Li Huowang called out to them, "Wait, since we've decided to leave, we ought to thoroughly search this place first. Fool, you carry Zhao Wu and take the others to the kitchen to gather some provisions for the journey. We must not travel without food." However, he only took what he recognized. He dared not touch any unfamiliar elixirs crafted by Dan Yangzi. After gathering in the Jingyi Hall, Li Huowang continued, "Hold on a moment. I have something else to retrieve." He carefully grasped the oil lamp in his hand and cautiously made his way towards the cavern where the black tie sway was confined. Chapter 24. Scavenging now that they had resolved to leave, Li Huowang knew he must suppress the hallucinations. Otherwise, he would remain trapped between illusion and reality, unable to accomplish anything. To control the hallucinations, the black tie sway raised by Dan Yangzi was key. When the group reached the cave, they halted, astonished to see the black tie sway emerging from the black cauldron for the first time. It was a massive, slimy mass covered in viscous secretions. Upon closer examination, what appeared to be fur was revealed to be a dense growth of dark, elongated tendrils or immature filaments. The entire body writhed and expanded like a colossal maggot, grotesquely contracting and bulging. Its bloated form was marred by several orifices, from which a nauseating stench erupted with each convulsive movement. This terrifying sight left everyone petrified, their limbs turning to jelly as they nearly turned to flee. Yet, Li Huowang keenly sensed something amiss. The Hai Sui had shrunk considerably, and dark liquid continued to ooze from beneath it. He rushed to the side of the Hai Sui, kneeling on one knee, straining to cradle the writhing mass of decaying flesh in his arms, forcing remnants of its own body into the fissures of the Hai Sui. With each insertion, more black liquid seeped from its body, causing it to diminish even further. Li Huowang's face was etched with desperation, as if he cradled not a grotesque creature, but a sick child. In his anxiety, he grasped the sides of the Hai Sui, gently shaking it. Hey, don't scare me like this. Well, I do if you die." The Hai Sui remained unresponsive, its organs devoid of any further movement. As it continued to shrink, Li Huowang's resolve hardened, and he bit down forcefully into the Hai Sui. His actions left Bai Ling Miao and the others utterly bewildered, standing frozen as they witnessed their bloodied senior brother tearing into the writhing monstrosity. In their eyes, at that moment, Li Huowang resembled the true monster rather than a Hai Sui. Dogdan moved closer to Zhao Wu and whispered, "What if we split up? I truly fear he might eat me while I sleep." A flicker of trepidation crept into the gazes of those around Li Huowang. The condensed flesh of the Hai Sui had become noticeably denser, and Li Huowang felt as though he were gnawing on rubber. However, he paid little mind to this discomfort, gulping down mouthfuls. Even as he consumed more, he could not keep pace with the Hai Sui's self-dissolution. Before long, only a layer of black skin remained in his embrace. Senior brother, are you full now? Can we set off?" Dawa asked cautiously. Li Huowang regretfully discarded the foul, slimy skin onto the ground, uncertain how long this would suffice, hoping to find another Hai Sui or an alternative before his hallucinations returned. "I need to change my clothes. The remaining items hold little value. And as for any cultivation manuals, forget it, Dan Yangzi cannot even read." After shedding his sticky robe and donning a fresh azure garment, Li Huowang felt instantly rejuvenated. Clad in his new attire, he explained his actions to the others as they made their way toward the exit. Upon realizing that Li Huowang intended to suppress his hallucinations using the Hai Sui's flesh, their anxious hearts finally eased. As they walked, a new fork appeared in the tunnel, and Li Huowang inexplicably paused. At the end of this passage lay Dan Yangzi's residence. "Should we check on how the three senior brothers are faring?" Though reluctant to involve himself in their internecine struggles, he wished to avoid the emergence of yet another Danyangzi. Let's go take a look. Li Huowang led the frail and weary group toward that direction. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the door he had just closed remained unbreached, indicating that no one had emerged. Senior brothers, have you finished your duel? We're leaving. Li Huowang called out to the interior. After waiting a moment without any response, he pushed open the door, and a wave of metallic, sanguine scent assaulted his senses, revealing a bloodied hand before them. As their gazes shifted upward, a more gruesome scene unfolded. Xian Yuan lay dead, brutally cleaved in two by a sword. Chang Ren had also perished, stabbed from behind by a blade. Xian Yuan practiced talismans rather than swordplay. Thus, only his brother, Chang Ming, could have dealt the fatal blow. Chang Ming, the last survivor, was in dire straits himself, his body impaled by black threads adorned with copper coins, effectively stitching him to the wall, as if he had triggered Danyangzi's hidden trap. Though alive, the lustful glint in his eyes remained fixated on the so-called celestial scripture. As Li Huowang entered, Chang Ming appeared to struggle to speak, but the copper coin embedded in his neck had severed his trachea, rendering him mute. Li Huowang approached him, offering a faint smile as he bent down to retrieve his sword. This was a lengthy sword measuring approximately 1.2 meters. Under the light of the lantern oil, the blade gleamed with a chilling luster, appearing exceptionally sharp. After a few labored swings with one hand, Li Huowang remarked to Chang Ming, "A fine sword. It seems you won't be needing it for the time being, so I shall take it for now." While he may not be a swordsman, possessing a weapon was certainly preferable to being empty-handed. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Chang Ming endeavored to convey something with his eyes, but it was evident that Li Huowang could not comprehend. Li Huowang then took the scabbard from the deceased Chang Ren and sheathed the sword, slinging it over his back. The next crucial task was the celestial scripture. Li Huowang turned toward the now unguarded scripture. At that moment, Chang Ming began to thrash violently with each movement. The copper coins embedded in his body sank deeper, and after a few futile struggles, the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. "Senior brother Li, Chang Ming has died," Dogwa exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Li Huowang gazed at the so-called celestial scripture, letting out a soft sigh. This object, whose origins were a mystery, had claimed the lives of many. Li Huowang leaned closer, observing it with meticulous attention, far more earnest than under Danyangzi's coercion. However, after scrutinizing it several times, he still perceived it merely as a scripture, hazy and ambiguous, which seemed to advocate virtuous conduct. Stepping back, he extended one hand, slowly drawing the sword from its sheath. With a resounding clang, the blade struck hard against the stone slab inscribed with verses. Chapter 25. The path through the woods. The clash of the sword against the celestial scripture produced an excruciatingly shrill sound, causing the others in the room to instinctively cover their ears and step back. Not a dent had been made. This sword of Chang Ming's was ineffective, despite him being a swordsman. Li Huowang pondered for a moment, then gripped the hilt with both hands and swung it in a wide arc, bringing it down forcefully once more. Gritting his teeth, he struck several times, and finally a change occurred, not from the celestial scripture but from the sword in his hands. With a clang, the blade split at the point of impact, transforming from a fine sword into a broken one. Staring at the shattered weapon, Li Huowang felt momentarily dazed. His newly acquired armament had been so swiftly lost. Glancing around, he hastened to seize Chang Ren's sword from the lifeless body. Fortunately, a spare had been procured. With the sword sheathed, Li Huowang circled the celestial scripture, contemplating his next move. Initially, he had intended to destroy the scripture, but it now appeared to possess some value, making it unwise to discard it casually. Regardless, he resolved to retain it. Even if it could not grant him immortality, he could still pawn it for some currency. The unrealistic notion of achieving transcendence through this artifact was wholly dismissed. He had witnessed the fates of those who had attempted it before, and he had no desire to join their ranks. Struggling to lift the stone slab, he gauged its weight, realizing it was far heavier than he had anticipated, yet still manageable. After wrapping the stone slab with a cloth and hoisting it onto his back, he addressed the others waiting nearby. "Let us depart from this place." The kerosene was hurled into the foul-smelling cave of Danyangzi, where the flames leaped along the ground, igniting everything flammable within, including Chang Ming and Chang Ren, as well as the Xianyuan on the floor. The fire raged fiercely, and Li Huowang understood in that moment that human corpses served as natural fuel. Coughing from the thick smoke, the others quickened their pace. After 3 incense sticks burned, everyone stood in the sunlight, silently watching the billowing smoke escaping from the entrance of Qingfengguan. The smoke swirled upward, enveloping all the darkness and malevolence within Qingfengguan, vanishing into the bright sky. Looking upward, Li Huowang chuckled softly again, bearing both the long sword and stone slab as he turned to walk down a path through the forest. We shall proceed. The others, burdened with provisions, followed suit, and before long, Li Huowang had become their leader. As he gazed at the approaching forest path, his spirits lifted. This place appears quite peculiar. I wonder what kind of people and events await us in the future. I suddenly feel so eager. The sunlight warmed his face, and inhaling the fresh air transformed his mood for the better. Li Shixiao, please go slowly, my eyes hurt. Li Huowang turned to see Bai Ling Miao shielding her eyes from the sun. He approached her, cradling her face for a closer look, and was astonished to discover that he could see the blood vessels behind her pupils illuminated by the light, a pink hue revealing the dark red veins. This must be some sort of defect, he surmised. Although he was not a physician, he could guess some things, recalling that many elderly individuals with albinism who practiced fortune-telling and massage were mostly blind. It seemed that Bai Ling Miao's condition rendered her eyes significantly weaker than those of an ordinary person. This won't do, Li Huowang said, tearing a strip from the hem of his blue robe and gently covering her eyes. From now on, whenever the sun shines, you must cover them. But then I won't be able to see anything. It matters not. I will guide you. Li Huowang grasped Bai Ling Miao's delicate right hand and led the others swiftly into the woods. After stumbling a few times, Bai Ling Miao began to jog alongside him. The wrinkled-faced El Zhuangyin vigorously tapped his smoking pipe against the side of the cart to dislodge the stuck tobacco. Once the black strands were freed, he filled the pipe with fresh tobacco and lit it. After savoring a puff, he called toward the forest in the direction of his son. Zawazi, are you ready yet? A sluggish donkey is still slow even when relieving itself. One might think I am neglecting you and feeding you guanine soil. While smoking, Zhuangyuan grumbled about his youngest son. His gaze shifted to the rear of the cart, where his entire troop was assembled on the forest path. In addition to a cart carrying costumes and instruments, he had his eldest son and his family of 3, along with 2 distant nephews brought from the village. Despite the troop's small size, it represented a significant accumulation of wealth over the years. It was this little troop that allowed his family to eat well during these difficult times. Father, drink some water and eat this bun. El Jiren offered food and water to his father. What are you eating for? It's not mealtime. Do you think food is free for the taking? Do you know the current price of grain? Your daughter is already 2 years old. Stop treating her like a child. How can you be so irresponsible? Scolding him did not cost him anything, and since their mother's passing, El Zhuangyuan's temper had worsened. Oh, head of the family, did you tell father what I mentioned last night? Let us discuss it later. I haven't reached the venue recently, and I'm tight on funds. As soon as this topic arose, El Jiren's expression turned grim. Is it really so tight that you can't even afford cloth to make clothes for your granddaughter? She is wearing a costume now. Costumes can also. A ghost. A terrified scream abruptly interrupted the couple's conversation, instantly heightening the tension within the entire troop. Shortly after, others saw a naked young boy rushing out of the woods, crying for his parents and diving into El Zhuangyuan's embrace. What ghost? It's broad daylight. Where did ghosts come from? Quickly put on your pants. Though El Zhuangyuan chastised his son, he still positioned El Xiaocai behind him, gripping his smoking pipe tightly, his gaze alert toward the woods. Shadows flickered within, suggesting someone was approaching. Chapter 26. Frightening. I see it. I see it. There is feces. My eyes aren't blind. Don't come closer. Are you looking to eat? You may be foolish, but not that foolish. Dogwa, be quiet. There are people on the road. Hee, as you say, Li Shixiao. Before long, El Zhuangyuan saw figures emerging from woods. Upon seeing their appearances, he gasped in shock. No wonder his son had mentioned ghosts. These individuals looked terrifying. A gaunt man with a face modeled black and white, a woman with white hair, a peculiar figure with legs curled up on someone else's back, and even a person whose face was completely covered in hair. El Zhuangyin, having traveled far and wide, was still taken aback by this scene. Father, I'm scared, El Xiaocai said, shrinking back as if trying to hide behind his father. Am I not scared too? El Zhuangyuan mentally scolded his son. If it weren't for the presence of a handsome Taoist and several normal-looking Taoist boys among the group, he might have turned and fled. Trembling, Zhuang Yuan bowed to Li Huowang. May I inquire, esteemed Taoist, are these all spirits you have subdued? As soon as he spoke, he was met with a barrage of hostile glares. What nonsense is this old man spouting? Do you want to be hit? Who are you calling a spirit? Zhuang noticed the handsome Taoist raising a hand to silence the aggressive black and white figures, further solidifying his thoughts. Good sir, might I ask where this road leads? Woolly Gang. Up ahead is Woolly Gang, not far at all. Hey, hey, hey. As soon as this was said, Zhuang Yuan discreetly burned the horse's rear with his smoking pipe. The horse neighed and bolted down the forest path, pulling the cart behind it. Hey, my horse! My horse! Quickly follow. Zhuang Yuan pretended to be anxious as he chased after the horse. They ran swiftly, soon leaving their previous worries behind. They ran for an hour, and when Zhuang Yuan saw his son was about to vomit, he whistled for the horse to stop. Once halted, he checked on the horse, pulling the cart first. In this troop, the horse was far more precious than the people. By now, the sky was darkening, and evening was approaching. Oh, dear mother, what on earth were those things? They nearly scare me to death. Jiren panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Zhuang Yuan kicked him. Haven't you noticed it's getting dark? Quickly go gather some firewood from the woods. A warm fire soon blazed beside the forest path, and steamed cornmeal buns were shared among everyone. The sweetness of the grain soothing their frayed nerves. Look at you all, so frightened. Encountering a bit of the supernatural while traveling. What's there to be afraid of? In times like this, one must remain calm. Let me tell you, Zhuang Yuan spoke to the others. Father, those might not be spirits. They looked quite human to me. And that young Taoist even called you old sir. Hearing his daughter-in-law say this, Zhuang Yuan shook the water gourd in his hand. What does it matter what they are? Let's not get involved. Remember, while out in the world, if you wish to live longer, there are certain things you should avoid. This can be regarded as the life philosophy of Zhuang Yuan, regardless of the circumstances. It is upon this principle that he has lived to such an advanced age. Furthermore, he intends to impart this wisdom to his younger and elder sons. For when he grows old, this theatrical troupe will rely on them to carry on the legacy. Handing the water calabash to his nephew, Zhuang Yuan gazed at his granddaughter, who lay in the embrace of his daughter-in-law. Observing her gnawing at a small piece of steamed bun with her newly emerged milk teeth filled him with delight. He turned to retrieve a salted duck egg from a round container on the cart, carefully creating an opening before bringing the greasy yolk to his granddaughter's lips. Come, come. Little one, try this. It is truly delicious. Watching her eagerly suckle, Zhuang Yuan's eyes squinted into crescent shapes with joy. Although he lamented that she was not a grandson, he cherished this little granddaughter dearly, as the bond between generations is profound. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Juan who spoke up. Father, look, Chuyer has grown so much. Shouldn't she have some new clothes? It is not practical for her to wear theatrical costumes every day. The moment his daughter-in-law mentioned money, Zhuang Yuan's cheerful expression vanished, his features tightening in response. After a few puffs of his dry tobacco, he approached the cart, retrieving a long copper lock to open the chest. After rummaging for a while, he counted out 50 copper coins. Do not go to the town to buy cloth. It is too expensive. Wait until we reach Wuligang in a couple of days, and ask around which households weave fabric. Purchase a few feet from the cheapest. And remember, buy cotton cloth, not linen. Sheer has delicate skin, and linen will be uncomfortable for her. I understand, Luo Juan, who replied with a bright smile as she accepted the copper coins. She had thought that acquiring enough for linen would be a great achievement, but to her surprise, Zhuang Yuan had been generous this time. The child is small, and making clothes does not require much fabric. Perhaps she could even save a little this time. Once he saw his granddaughter finish the egg yolk, Zhuang Yuan shared the remaining egg white with the adults. Though the portions were small, the hint of saltiness brought joy, as such a treat was a rare delight. As night fell, and there was little to do after dinner, they settled down to listen to Zhuang Yuan recount some old tales he had heard. The person on watch for the first half of the night was LJRN. After a long day, he felt exhausted but forced himself to stay alert, gazing at the fire to ensure it did not extinguish. Son, you should go to sleep. I will keep watch. Zhuang Yuan sat beside his son, resuming his puffs of dry tobacco. Father, I am not tired. You should rest. LJRN replied with a yawn. No need for such chatter. Hurry and sleep. I am an old man and require less rest. Just as they bickered in front of the campfire, Eljun suddenly covered his son's mouth with his hand, pointing towards the dark woods in the distance. A high-pitched, teasing laughter suddenly echoed from their right. Instinctively, Eljun and his son looked over, but all they could see was darkness. Hee, do you think I look like a person or a spirit? The dark forest began to sway, as if something within were about to emerge. Eljun was instantly drenched in cold sweat, being well versed in the ways of the world. He understood that something was demanding a tribute from him. This matter could not be answered recklessly, for a wrong response could lead to dire consequences. Yet the question remained, what was it in the woods that sought a tribute? Chapter 27. The sinister tell me, do I look like a person or a spirit? The entity in the woods shook the branches, its voice becoming increasingly shrill. You look like a person. You look like a person. Oh, dear spirit, we are but a family of unfortunate souls, just trying to make a living. In a panic, Eljun disregarded everything else and hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, bowing repeatedly toward the woods. As he continued to bow, he suddenly halted, for at the forest's edge he spotted a pair of small, embroidered shoes standing upright like two needles. Feeling a chill creep up his spine, he cautiously raised his head and beheld a woman clad in a brand new floral cotton jacket standing alone. Her round face was pale, her mouth tiny, and her eyes seemed like black beads set into her face, unblinking. Her entire white visage was shrouded in darkness, resembling a small balloon floating in midair. Do you think I look like a person? The woman with small feet giggled softly, approaching the campfire with her delicate steps. As he observed her walk, her body twisting as if devoid of bones, Eljun's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. He realized he was truly encountering something sinister. Little one, wake up, quick, urinate. Eljun's terrified cries startled the others awake. A lit branch was picked up by the trembling LJRN, who hurled it at the approaching figure. However, the attack bore no effect, as the branch passed directly through the woman's body. Just as the woman drew near to the fire, her body suddenly froze, her head twisting abruptly toward the eastern woods. The branches rustled as Huowang and others emerged, holding glowing stones in their hands. At this moment, by Engmio, who had removed her cloth strip, noticed something amiss. Li Sh11ing, look, this woman is truly sinister. She has no back of her head. Both sides of her face are faces. With a clang, a long sword was unsheathed. And Li Huowang kept a vigilant eye on the extraordinarily eerie woman with small feet. What are you? I'm a person. Do I not look like one? A voice as thin as a whisper emerged as the woman with small feet twisted her slender body, inching closer to her target. Naturally, Li Huowang could not remain passive. He swiftly reached into his pocket, producing a deflated Taoist bell. The sharp, jarring sound of the bell rang out, causing everyone present, including Li Huowang himself, to clutch their heads in pain. Yet Li Huowang did not cease. He continued to shake it vigorously, for he observed the surroundings violently twisting and turning, including the small-footed woman. Amidst the chaos, her new floral cotton jacket began to tear, dark mist seeping out from within. The copper bell was effective against this woman. Suddenly, the woman let out a shriek, her disintegrating body thrashing wildly as she retreated into the woods, disappearing from Li Huowang's sight in no time. The ringing subsided, and Li Huowang looked down at the Taoist bell in his hand, surprised. Although he had not summoned Yul Oi, he had not anticipated this bell would prove useful. It was unclear whether it was due to being flattened or for another reason, but despite obtaining Dean New York Engzi's bell, whenever he shook it, the surrounding lines swirled chaotically, failing to coalesce into Yul Oi as before. The more he learned about this world, the more perplexed he became. What on earth was this chaotic mess? Exalted One, thank you for your assistance. I truly failed to recognize your grandeur. Come, warm yourself by the fire. Gratefully, Eljun clasped his hands in a welcoming gesture, warmly urging Li Huowang to approach the campfire. Compared to the earlier entity, this Taoist, accompanied by these peculiar beings, appeared far more approachable. After all, with the Taoist's presence, these creatures were merely frightening, while the previous one could truly take a life. That wretched beast! Had it not fled in a panic, how could I have neglected such an esteemed figure? El Junju-in pretended to tap on the saddle with his smoking pipe. After a few taps, he turned and called out, Luo Ju-in who, hurry. Fetch the bread and water. Bring the largest white bread. And 5 salted duck eggs. El Junju-in's sudden enthusiasm left Li Hu-ing feeling somewhat uneased. Elder, no need to trouble yourself. May I ask you a few questions? Ask away. Feel free. Xiao Dao Yi has just saved the lives of our entire family. Haha, feel free to ask anything. Oh, Huowang replied heartily, patting his chest. Yet sensing that his enthusiasm was still lacking, he forcefully shoved the tip of his smoking pipe into his mouth and took a few hearty draws before reigniting it, presenting it with a servile gesture to Li Huowang. Thank you, my elder, but I do not smoke. Do you know what that thing we encountered was? What's it called? Li Huowang asked, prying open the well-worn tobacco pipe. In this unfamiliar world, he was devoid of knowledge, and to survive safely, he needed to gather as much understanding as possible. El Zhuangyuan appeared momentarily baffled. What? How would I know, Dao Yi? Wasn't that thing you chased away? You don't know? Upon seeing the confusion in his eyes, Li Huowang realized he had asked the wrong person. This elder might not possess more insight than himself. I heard you mention using Tongzi urine. Can Tongzi urine harm that thing we just encountered? Yes, indeed. Those creatures fear filth. I've heard that even wiping snot on them can be effective, but the most potent remedy is Tongzi urine, as it is imbued with the most yang energy and is indeed filth. Really? Elder, have you used it before? The previously steadfast El Zhuangyuan chuckled awkwardly at Li Huowang's inquiry, his gaze evasive. Perhaps it has some efficacy. The village elders have passed down such wisdom. And since everyone says so, it must be true. Li Huowang sighed in exasperation. Why was it always ancestral knowledge? Are the locals' experiences so outdated? Well then, elder, let me ask you this. Have you encountered such beings often? These entities are known to the common folk, but they remain distant. Chapter 28. El Family Troop. Such matters should not be feared. When venturing far, as long as you gather in groups, it suffices. El Zhuangyuan advised Li Huowang based on his experiences. Oh, more people means greater yang energy, and those things one dare to attack? Not at all. El Zhuangyuan packed his pipe with fresh tobacco and resumed smoking. How many people can they consume? If we truly encounter them, just run faster than the rest. Worrying about them is less prudent than being wary of bandits who rob and kill or the massive creatures lurking in the woods. Li Huowang found himself at a loss for words. It seemed they could not find common ground in their conversation. Come, the steam buns are ready. Eat them while they're hot. A few skewered and golden brown buns were handed over by Luo Wanhua. The moment these individuals realized they could leave Qingfengguan, they disregarded everything and rushed out, without a thought for the subsequent journey. When Li Huowang encountered them on the road, they were nearly faint from hunger. Despite their camaraderie, Li Huowang could not simply stand by. He decided to take them along. Upon seeing the hot food, the others were unreserved, as it was indeed late and they felt quite hungry, devouring the food eagerly. Observing the large fellow gulping down the buns, El Zhuangyuan's eyes twitched. These were all made from fine flour, a treat he usually refrained from indulging in. Had he known, he would not have been so generous. Just then, a question from Li Huowang made him forget his remorse. Elder, do you have a map? To be honest, we are not locals and are somewhat lost in these woods. We do not know where we are. Indeed, Li Huowang had previously lost his way, surrounded by identical trees, unable to ascertain his position. And inquiries to others yielded no results. They hailed from various regions, confidently stating where their homes were, yet when asked about their current location, they were at a loss. To maintain discretion, it seemed that Dan Yangzi was not merely searching for medicinal ingredients nearby. What? A map? No, but I know these paths well. Just ask me where you wish to go. Well, many places, you just look for the nearest one. Li Huowang produced a plethora of slips of paper from his sleeve. What is this? What does it say? El Zhuangyuan stretched out the paper, his face wrinkled in concentration as he struggled to read. Although he was called Zhuangyuan, if he were truly a top scholar, he wouldn't be here performing. El Zhuangyuan could recognize some characters, but not many. With Li Huowang's translation, he finally grasped all the addresses listed. After all, being a seasoned troop leader, he had traveled extensively and was well-versed in geography. However, knowing the locations did not imply that Li Huowang could traverse them easily. How come even Liang was mentioned? Didn't they fight against our Qi in recent years? El Zhuangyuan squatted down, tracing the ground with the tip of his pipe, creating a rudimentary map before Li Huowang. If one were to describe the map he drew in a single phrase, it would resemble a large pancake that had been thrown to the ground, utterly shattered. Their current position was at the upper left corner of the pancake, with various nations interspersed as one moved from left to right. It appeared reminiscent of the fragmented 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Lacking any grand unification, Li Huowang mused as he gazed at the map. Although he held no hopes, upon seeing the map, he was certain that he had not traversed into an ancient dynasty, but rather found himself in a more peculiar realm. I only know the northern region well from running markets here, but beyond that, I truly cannot discern one place from another. I've only heard that their performances differ from ours. Bai Ling Miao, who listened nearby, felt a tightening in her chest. Her home was in Lianghua, near Niuxin Mountain, which sounded very far from here. Li Huowang keenly sensed her unease and followed her with a reassuring glance. Do not worry, Zhuangyuan, observing the eclectic group before him, felt his previously suppressed thoughts resurface. Dao Yi, it appears that your slip mentions Jianya Town, and our L family troop happens to be heading that way as well. How about we travel together? Jianya Town? Whose place is that? Li Huowang rummaged through the slips. Li Shixiao, my family is in Jianya Town, Zhao Wu suddenly interjected. Moreover, there's a security agency in the town. As long as you provide them with silver, the South Ping officers can send it on your behalf. Hearing this, Li Huowang did not hesitate to fold the paper and tuck it back into his clothing. Very well then, Elder, I will rely on you for directions along the way. We shall journey to Jianya together. Regardless of the map information or anything else, trusting solely in this old troop leader's word was somewhat hard to believe. Whether in search of something to quell his hallucinations or to deliver messages to others, he decided to head first to a place where information flowed, such as a town, especially since their supplies were dwindling. Moreover, if possible, Li Huowang also wished to seek out the so-called righteous sections. In such a perilous setting, lacking strength was truly untenable. Anyone could trample upon him, and he certainly did not wish to be captured at the whim of another Dan Yangzi. Smiling broadly, Zheng repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Oh, please, there is no need for such formality." Though he spoke thus, he was inwardly delighted. Having such an esteemed companion was akin to having a free escort. At the same time, the dullard beside them let out a loud yawn, feeling sleepy after a hearty meal. Noticing the dazed expressions of the others, Zhuangyuan wisely stood up. Without realizing, they had talked until the early hours. Dao Yi, you all should rest now. I shall take the watch. No need. I will keep watch tonight, Li Huowang replied, not merely out of courtesy, but from a sense of caution. After such a long ordeal, everyone was exhausted. The two disparate groups settled around the warm campfire, drifting into slumber, while Li Huowang and Zhuangyuan sat in silence, exchanging glances. The following morning, Li Huowang was awakened by the call of Gua, who had been on watch for the latter half of the night. Li Shixiao, the troop is packing up. Let us go. We must set off. Li Huowang, with his long sword and slate on his back, rose and followed the troop's footsteps. As they embarked on their journey, both parties exhibited a palpable sense of restraint, with silence enveloping them save for the occasional furtive glances exchanged and hushed murmurs among companions. However, this did not extend to the leading figures, Li Huowang and Zhuangyuan, who engaged in lively conversation throughout the trip. Li Huowang sought to glean more knowledge from Zhuangyuan about their surroundings, while the latter aimed to cultivate a rapport with a person of notable stature, believing that flattery costs nothing and that it could only serve him well. Oh dear, young Taoist, you possess such remarkable abilities at a tender age. Your future accomplishments are boundless, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 29. Setting the stage. Pray tell, esteemed elder, are there any renowned sects in our vicinity? Perhaps one akin to mine? Li Huowang inquired, voicing his utmost curiosity. Indeed, there exists a monastery in Shijing City where it is said that the Buddha grants blessings for offspring, replied Zhuangyuan. The mention of the monastery triggered Li Huowang's recollection of a past encounter with a monk who had once pursued him. He pondered whether it was this very temple. He mentally noted this detail, reasoning that those who opposed Dan Yangzi must be virtuous individuals. However, dear Taoist, as a practitioner of the Tao, would it not be inappropriate for you to visit a Buddhist monastery? Zhuangyuan remarked, prompting Li Huowang to glance down at his Taoist robe. The comment served as a reminder that perhaps it was time for a change of attire, as he was not a true Taoist. How fares business these days? he asked, attempting to shift the conversation. Not too well, I must say. The region has suffered from severe drought followed by flooding, leaving the common folk financially strained. The willingness to watch performances and provide tips has dwindled, and even the wealthy are reluctant to hire troops for funerals, opting instead for a simple meal, LV Zhuang Yuan lamented. But this too shall pass. Once these years have been endured, we shall see better days. Indeed, we shall persevere. Life must go on, Li Huowang agreed. I often think that once times improve, I shall make the rounds several hundred times more. When I have saved enough, I will purchase a theater in Xijing City for my family, and then I can rest easy in death. He envisioned a future where his children and grandchildren would be spared the hardships he endured, able to study diligently at home. Perhaps in the years to come, the ancestral grave of the LV family would smoke with the spirit of a successful scholar. LV Zhuang Yuan chuckled foolishly, lost in his dreams. Li Huowang, li stanat quietly, feeling a twinge of envy for the older man, who, despite his years, still harbored aspirations worth striving for. Under the guidance of Li Huowang and LV Zhuang Yuan, the atmosphere between the two groups lightened considerably. The LV family members no longer viewed Goa and his companions as mere oddities. They recognized them as fellow humans beset by illness. Illness, after all, is a universal plight. Who among them has not suffered? Upon reaching Huowang, the ripe Luo Wanhua had matured enough for Bai Ling Miao to cradle her daughter. Standing on the flat ground where rice was being dried, LV Zhuang Yuan addressed the gathering crowd. Enough of this. There are many people here at Huowang. Let us set up the stage. The LV troupe is ready to perform. Let us construct the platform. With the intention of singing opera, Li Huowang decided to linger, recognizing that after such a long journey, everyone was weary and could use a moment's respite. Though he held little interest in this ancient form of entertainment, it was evident that the others were intrigued. Rushing to lend a hand, tall bamboo poles were erected to support large swathes of crimson fabric, and the stage began to take shape. As Li Huowang lay atop a heap of golden rice stalks, he suddenly felt a gentle poke at his nose. Opening his eyes, he found Bai Ling Miao beaming down at him. With hands raised, she presented a gleaming object before him, exclaiming, Li Xixiang, look, what a bright copper mirror. It reflects everything so clearly. The performers use it for makeup. The sun has yet to set, and you have already removed your eye mask. Do you not fear? Li Huowang's words trailed off as he became entranced by his reflection. The visage staring back at him felt utterly foreign. Li Xixiang, what troubles you? Bai Ling Miao noticed the change in his demeanor. Did I look like this during my time at Qing Fengguan? Li Huowang hesitantly reached for his face. Yes, you have always looked this way. Is something amiss? Is there any difference in the mirror? Lowering his hand, he reached toward the copper mirror once more, recognizing that it was indeed his face staring back. If the hospital's records were accurate, he surmised he was no older than 17 at that time. How old was he now? He could only deduce from his appearance that he had not yet reached 30. Li Huowang grappled with his chaotic memories, but found himself at a standstill. Li Xixiang, what is wrong? Are you all right? Please do not frighten me, Bai Ling Miao said, her expression tinged with concern. Clutching the copper mirror, Bai Ling Miao dashed towards the stage that had already been erected. Watching LV Jiren in the distance, practicing his vocal exercises, Li Huowang chuckled wryly to himself, reclining once more among the rice stalks. Alas, my existence is truly a farce. He had anticipated a more intense emotional response, but was taken aback by his own tranquility, now fixated on a new goal, uncovering the truth of his age. As night descended, the sky was clear and adorned with a brilliant moon, illuminating the makeshift stage. Word had spread of the troops' arrival, drawing nearly all the inhabitants of Huowang. For those who toiled in the fields and rarely entertained themselves, a performance was a tantalizing prospect. The LV family's troupe was modest, comprising only 6 members, including a 2-year-old who had yet to speak. They were tasked with playing instruments, singing, and performing, making it impossible to manage all aspects of the show. Thus, they had to forego certain elements. Fortunately, the audience was not particular, sitting on their own stools and engrossed in the performance. Li Huowang reclined alongside the others on the pile of rice stalks, gazing from a distance as the troupe sang in their playful tones. He had never attended a performance and was unaware of the specifics of the play. He could only recognize LV Zhuang Yuan, adorned with black facial paint, wielding a guandao. At his age, he was still energetically singing and performing, putting forth a commendable effort. Bravo! The sudden burst of applause startled Li Huowang. One performance after another unfolded, and the entire area dedicated to drying rice became packed with spectators, while the LV family members on stage performed with great fervor. In contrast, Li Huowang felt like a mere observer. Unbeknownst to him, the moon had reached its zenith, and the LV family's performance was nearing its conclusion. At that moment, he beheld LV Zhuangyuan's daughter-in-law, clad in tattered garments and adorned with makeup, ascending the stage while cradling her daughter and clutching a wicker basket, her face a mask of sorrow. The heartless uncle has cast me aside, like a solitary wild goose drifting alone. Our mother-daughter duo suffers from hunger and cold, a hardship too great to bear. Forced to beg for food on the streets, she lamented. As she sang, Luo Wanhua gently pinched her daughter, causing the 2-year-old to burst into tears, perfectly timed with the performance. Chapter 30. The performance. While Li Huowang remained uncertain about the content of the play being performed before him, the farmers seated in the audience began to stir, producing a few copper coins to toss upon the stage. Most were laborers who had come to watch, and the number of coins thrown was minimal. Instead, many offered corn cobs or potatoes. Those with a little more abundance might contribute some salted fish or cured meat. Yet, Luo Wanhua accepted all offerings graciously, expressing her gratitude. Li Huowang realized that this was how performers earned their keep. Observing Luo Wanhua kneeling humbly on stage, cradling her daughter while singing through tears and collecting the scattered items from the ground, he couldn't help but marvel at the challenges faced in earning a living. As Luo Wanhua was joyfully scavenging for items, a small piece of silver was suddenly tossed her way. Her eyes brightened instantly. She reached out to pick up the silver, gently weighing it in her hand, and upon discovering it was at least 5 coins, she began to sing in a theatrical manner while bowing to the only rotund gentleman clad in silk among the crowd. Well done. Truly splendid. The old man, his face aglow, lifted his head, and another piece of silver flew towards Luo Wanhua, eliciting a flurry of thanks from her. Li Huowang, feeling somewhat weary of the spectacle before him, stifled a yawn and lay back atop a pile of rice straw, turning to the relatively composed Zhao Wu beside him. I'm going to take a nap. Keep an eye out. Understood, senior brother. When Li Huowang next opened his eyes, he found the sun had risen high in the sky, and the others were idly chatting around him, indicating they had spent the night huddled together in the rice straw pile. In the distance, the stage was being dismantled, with the L family busily stowing away their belongings into a cart. Zhao Wu, how much food do we have left? Li Huowang suddenly inquired. Not much. We can stretch it for a maximum of 3 days, Zhao Wu replied promptly. Li Huowang retrieved several copper coins and a small piece of black silver from his pocket, handing them to Zhao Wu. Go to the village and exchange this for some food. We may need it for the journey. With a group of over a dozen young men, their consumption of food was substantial. Despite having brought many bags from Qingfeng Temple, they had nearly depleted their supplies. Zhao Wu, perched on the back of the simpleton, was about to send him into the village when he reconsidered and summoned a more capable-looking young acolyte. He placed the coins in the boy's hands while softly advising him on something. Li Huowang pushed himself up with one hand against the straw pile and walked toward the distant stage. Old master, when shall we set off? He asked El Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It's gone? How could that be? As El Zhuangyuan followed Li Huowang's pointing finger towards the village entrance, he saw Luo Wanhua holding a few feet of fabric and smiling brightly as she approached with her daughter. Upon seeing his absurd daughter-in-law, El Zhuangyuan was instantly furious, charging over with his smoking pipe and unleashing a torrent of scolding. In the face of her father-in-law's wrath, Luo Wanhua appeared entirely innocent. Didn't you send me to the village to fetch fabric, father? You said the cloth in town was expensive. After venting his anger, El Zhuangyuan turned back to Li Huowang with a smile. Young Taoist, it's nothing. Shall we depart? Wait, father, don't leave just yet. I've struck a deal while buying the cloth. Upon hearing this, both Li Huowang and El Zhuangyuan turned their attention to Luo Wanhua. What deal? What business can we possibly engage in? Naturally, it is the business of performing opera. The employer was the gentleman who offered the most generous reward last night. You should go see him. He mentioned wanting to discuss some matters with you. Upon hearing this, El Zhuangyuan was left speechless, slowly turning around with an awkward smile directed at Li Huowang. Although the man did not explicitly state his thoughts, Li Huowang understood his implication. It's of no concern. Zhuang Yuan's profit is paramount. A day's weight is trivial. If I can indeed summon Lord Yu, it will undoubtedly enhance my capabilities significantly. Regrettably, I cannot yet summon him. I must find a way to repair it. After examining the situation thoroughly, he concluded that the only issue was the deflated bellows. Li Huowang pondered for a moment, placing a square stone beneath the copper bell, then picked up another stone and struck the bulging side forcefully. However, as soon as the stone struck, a jarring clang resounded, causing Li Huowang to clutch his head in pain, nearly dropping the stone. This approach is futile. I need to inquire if there are any blacksmiths in this village, Li Huowang muttered, shaking his groggy head. Just then, he spotted a few young acolytes dragging 2 bags toward him. He tucked the bell away and hurried towards them alongside Zhao Wu, who was still riding on the simpleton's back. Senior brother, we've only managed to exchange for these. The acolyte's youthful face was filled with anxiety. Although they were merely children, they were quite sensible and capable, having learned quickly from the unfortunate fate of their less discerning peers. Li Huowang opened the burlap sack and discovered it was filled with sweet potato chips. Senior brother, these worthless items won't last long. The simpleton can devour 1.5 pounds in a single meal, and too much of this will cause heartburn. Zhao Wu's words made the simple-minded, sturdy fellow hang his head in shame. Please don't abandon me. I'll eat less. With food supplies dwindling, Li Huowang contemplated strategies while gazing at the burlap sack. Zhuang Yuan had mentioned that there was still quite a distance to Jianya City. Should they run out of provisions midway, it would not do to resort to gnawing on tree bark. He reached into his pocket again and pulled out a gold ring tied with a red string. After some thought, he handed it to Zhao Wu. Take this to exchange. Li Huowang produced the jade pendant from Xianyang and presented it to Zhao Wu. Senior brother, how can we exchange this? There's no pawn shop in the village, and these farmers may not recognize its worth. The jade pendant could not be traded for food either. Just then, Li Huowang noticed Zhuang Yuan approaching with his daughter-in-law. Young Taoist, I've encountered some difficulties in my business. Could I trouble you for assistance? Zhuang Yuan's expression was quite apologetic. Not at all. It's just that you need my help, Zhuang Yuan added, glancing furtively around before leaning closer and lowering his voice. Lord Hu has asked me to perform a ghost play. Performing for ghosts? Li Huowang's heart sank. The very name was ominous. It's nothing serious. Just singing before the ancestral tablets at the ancestral hall. If it were so innocuous, why wouldn't Zhuang Yuan take on this task himself? Li Huowang kuntaret. Sensing it was not as simple as it appeared. Zhuang Yuan, I truly cannot assist you with this. I usually avoid such things. Why would I rush to invite trouble now? While there was a chance nothing untoward would happen, he had no desire to gamble. His association with Zhuang Yuan was merely that of traveling companions. Risking himself for him was unwarranted. If he were to refuse to continue guiding him over this matter, it would simply be a matter of parting ways, as there were plenty of villagers who wouldn't be lost. Please, young Taoist, don't be hasty. I haven't finished. Zhuang Yuan implored. How about we split the earnings for the drinks from his performance? Upon mentioning money, Zhuang Yuan animatedly gestured. I initially hesitated to take it on, but it's not a small sum. Lord Hu is quite generous. He offered a full 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver equates to 1,000 copper coins, meaning 10 taels equals 10,000 copper coins. My dear young Taoist, 10 taels of silver. Even if you aspire to transcend to immortality, you still need to eat before that. Li Huowang paused, eyeing the 2 bags of sweet potato chips. He truly needed the silver, not only for food, but also because reaching Jianya town would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. In a world comprised of people, one cannot progress without money. Consider it a plea from this old man, will you? If that is too much, how about 6 for you and 4 for me? Zhuang, wearing a woeful expression, continued to persuade him. If a skilled individual did not arrive, he would be too afraid to accept the task, as no amount of money could replace one's life. Li Huowang suddenly turned to Zhuang Yuan. Is there a blacksmith in this village? What? Under Zhuang Yuan's guidance, Li Huowang was led to the only blacksmith shop in Wuligang. What are you looking to forge? The burly man, bare-chested and sporting a bushy beard, scrutinized Li Huowang's Taoist robe and asked gruffly, I'm not looking to forge tools. I need a repair. It cannot be struck or melted. Can you restore this? Li Huowang extracted the copper bell and pondered aloud. If it could be repaired, he could summon Yu Leioi, and perhaps that money might truly be attainable. Otherwise, it would be a hot potato, unable to strike or meld it. What a troublesome predicament. The blacksmith took the copper bell, gave it a few shakes, and then retrieved 2 iron tongs. Come, lend me a hand. The long tongs easily reached into the sunken sides of the copper bell. Both men gritted their teeth and pulled with all their might, yet the bell remained stubbornly unmoved, an outcome that was not unexpected. Observing the tongs gripping the bell's rim, Li Huowang contemplated briefly before retrieving a small pill from a gourd at his waist and placing it into his mouth. This was the elixir bestowed upon him by Dan Yangzi. He had consumed one while rescuing Yang Na at the mental hospital, another while vanquishing Dan Yangzi, and now only 2 remained. A surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire being. Taking a deep breath, he grasped one of the tongs and pulled with vigor. The 2 of them struggled unsuccessfully, and just as the blacksmith was about to express his doubts, a creaking sound erupted, and the withered copper bell astonishingly sprang open. As the blacksmith's mouth gaped wide, the bell reverted to its original form. What is so remarkable? I tell you, the Taoist is quite accomplished, Lu Zhuang boasted to the blacksmith, as if in his mind, Li Huowang was capable of anything and nothing would surprise him. Li Huowang departed from the village, venturing alone back into the woods. He gazed at the copper bell in his hand, his heart tinged with anticipation as he began to shake it. The sound of the bell echoed, and that dizzying sensation of disorientation immediately washed over him. This time, Li Huowang did not cease. Instead, he gritted his teeth and shook it vigorously. He felt everything around him spinning, the outlines of the branches beginning to twist and detach from their original positions, gradually coalescing into form. This could work. Li Huowang's heart raced. Accompanied by the jarring sound of the bell, Yu Leoi, whom he had not seen in ages, reappeared before him, albeit this time only one. Yu Leoi appeared as a high-frequency, quivering entity composed of various twisted lines, his form entirely amorphous. Li Huowang could not focus on him for too long, fearing that he might disperse him with his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly had a thought and bent down to scoop a handful of damp earth to place in his mouth. The taste of the mud was unpleasant, but he endured it and spoke. Nangao Jirue Masia? He intended to inquire whether Yu Leoi could comprehend his words, but his voice transformed into an exceedingly bizarre melody due to the distorted environment. This ecstatic revelation filled Li Huowang with joy. With Yu Leoi's assistance, his strength would surely soar. Runeng Yiying Bichingi? Li Huowang leaned forward, posing the most critical question. His brow gradually furrowed. Sen, ni. Zhen shou he xia, zha. Upon witnessing Yu Leoi repeat his previous statement, Li Huowang sighed internally. Indeed, opportunities do not come without a price, and commanding Yu Leoi would cost him dearly. This price was none other than a portion of his lifespan, 3 months for each invocation. When Li Huowang inquired if Dan Yangzi had exchanged in a similar manner, Yu Leoi fell silent. Xiao Dao Yi, and I, Zheshur, Lu Zhuangyuan observed him, mouth full of mud, hesitating to speak. I have agreed to the transaction you mentioned, Li Huowang declared firmly, gripping the copper bell. Chapter 32. The Hu family ancestral hall. Those who can afford to hire performers to entertain the spirits are certainly not ordinary folk. The Hu family, a prominent clan in Huowang, comprises nearly 1/3 of the village's population. Li Huowang had learned from Lu Zhuangyuan that the one financing the performance was none other than Hu Qinghe, the wealthiest landlord in Huowang, who also held the highest standing in the community. At this moment, he accompanied Lu Zhuangyuan and others as they made their way to the Hu family ancestral hall. Hu Leoi had assured him that there was nothing of great concern. He had previously invited other troops to perform ghost plays without incident. Li Huowang cast a sidelong glance at him, uncertain who he was trying to comfort. Pressing the bell at his waist, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Even if trouble arose, he felt considerably more secure with this artifact. Of course, it would be best if nothing went awry, as summoning Yu Leoi required a sacrifice of 3 months from his lifespan. As they walked along the village path, they soon arrived at the Hu family ancestral hall, adorned with numerous red lanterns. The atmosphere was bustling. Li Huowang and his companions found it difficult to enter. Over the sea of heads, he observed many people bowing and offering incense before the black spirit tablet. That was Hu Leoi, who had mentioned that after the performance, he would invite them to dine. Lu Zhuangyan pointed at the elderly man in satin garments at the forefront of the worshippers. Just as he spoke, the worshippers stood up respectfully and carefully removed the ancestral black tablet, placing it on a prepared half-immortal table. There were numerous tablets and tables, filling the spacious ancestral hall to the brim. The tables before the tablets were not empty. They were adorned with a variety of delicious dishes. Red candles, incense, gold ingots, and yellow paper were neatly arranged among the plates for the ancestors to enjoy. To ensure no detail was overlooked, several paper figures were stationed by the walls, likely to serve tea and water shortly. Hey, Huowang is truly generous, personally spending money to hire a troupe to perform for the ancestors. Indeed, it is no wonder that the Hu family remains free from illness and misfortune. This is surely the ancestors' blessing. Alas, I wonder if I will have such fortune after my demise. Well, if your descendants can earn wealth like Huowang, that would be splendid. Hiring performers for the spirits requires a substantial sum. As Li Huowang listened to the Hu family's chatter and beheld the solemn scene before him, he felt a sense of reassurance. This hardly seemed like a situation that would lead to trouble. He leaned slightly toward Lu Zhuangyuan. Lu Zhuangyuan, after many years of traveling, have you encountered more ghosts or more entities seeking titles? They're not the same at all. One is what becomes of a person after death, Li Huowang replied, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. However, he was certain that neither the grandmother who had provided elixirs, nor Huowang, nor even the little-footed woman from that night, were truly ghosts, at least not in the conventional sense. At that moment, the Hu family had completed their preparations, and Hu Qinghe approached with a throng of family members. Lu Zhuangyuan, we greatly appreciate your efforts. Jiao Yang, take the others and assist Lu Zhuangyuan in setting the stage. Oh dear, this is too much trouble. Huowang is truly too kind. Lu Zhuangyuan, as you know, the rules of performance dictate that once the ancestors have come to watch the play, the descendants must refrain from leaving the house. Huowang advised with a kind smile. Of course. Rest assured, with me here, the ancestral hall will be safe. Lu Zhuangyuan assured confidently. Although no one was watching, he dared not make a mistake. Should anything occur in the ancestral hall, the Hu family could bury the entire Lu family troupe alive. Also, when the performance begins, the living must not speak to the performers, lest the ancestors feel discomfort. The play should be cheerful. The ancestors have expressed that the underworld is too desolate and wish to see something festive. It need not last all night. Once the 5th watch passes, my son will come to retrieve the ancestors' tablets home, and you may rest. Lu Zhuangyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Huowang, you can be assured. We will adhere to the rules. With the assistance of the Hu family, the stage was soon erected in the ancestral hall. That evening, only 5 performers would take the stage. Luo Wanhua did not attend, as women were not permitted in the ancestral hall. Chong. When the L family began their performance, Li Huowang remained backstage, waiting. Time passed slowly, and the entire Huowang fell into silence, enveloped in darkness, with only the ancestral hall illuminated. It was Li Huowang's first experience singing for the deceased, and he pulled back the backstage curtain to gaze outside. It must be said, the atmosphere was quite eerie. The stage was lively while the audience remained in utter silence. There were no applause, only rows of black tablets inscribed with names and the yellow paper offerings placed between them. Having wandered through Qing Fengguan, such scenes could not frighten him. Yet the L troupe faltered as L Jiren forgot his lines several times, causing L Zhuangyuan, the gong player, to grow anxious. However, as time progressed, they gradually found their rhythm and began to perform smoothly. In the stillness of the night, the sound of their singing carried far, and Li Huowang, sword at his back, sat backstage, closing his eyes to recuperate. As he listened, he found himself surprisingly captivated, swaying his head to the melodious tunes. Unbeknownst to him, the 2nd watch slipped away, ushering in the 3rd watch. By this time, Li Huowang had grasped the concept of the watches. The 3rd watch spanned from 11 to 1, the 4th from 1 to 3, and the 5th from 3 to 5, with the village roosters typically crowing after 5. He stifled a yawn, wondering why he felt more fatigued here than elsewhere. Unable to afford to doze off while on duty, he took out the Tian Shu to ponder over it and stave off sleep. As he studied, the 2nd watch faded into the 3rd. Everything in the ancestral hall remained normal, and nothing unusual occurred. Li Huowang glanced up at L Zhuangyuan, who was changing makeup in front of the bronze mirror, and thought to himself, El Banju must be feeling a sharp pang of loss, having inexplicably lost 6 taels of silver. It made sense. Ordinarily, nothing untoward should happen here. For this was the Hu family's ancestral hall, where juniors invited their elders to watch a performance, and the elders would not disrupt the show. Just as Li Huowang believed the night would proceed uneventfully, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The performance abruptly ceased, leaving only the eerie silence behind. Chapter 33. Continue singing. Sensing something amiss, Li Huowang's expression shifted, and he quickly stowed the Tian Shu, pulling back the backstage curtain to peer outside. To his astonishment, both the performers on stage and those accompanying them stood frozen in fear, trembling. His gaze shifted to the front, and his pupils constricted in shock. There beneath the stage sat the two-faced, small-footed woman he had encountered in the woods, casually lounging on a stool, watching the performance alongside the black tablets. This entity had followed them, could have latched onto them. Do not stop, continue singing. Li Huowang pulled a wooden stool beneath the stage and sat down boldly, fixating on the small-footed woman. His presence instilled courage in the L family performers, who exchanged glances and swallowed hard as the sound of the suona and the singing resumed. The small-footed woman's gaze remained fixed on the stage, seemingly unconcerned by Li Huowang's hostility, as if her sole purpose was to enjoy the performance. If the enemy does not move, neither shall I, Li Huowang thought, resolute in his decision to avoid any unnecessary outcomes during his 3-month lifespan. A faint mist began to rise from the floor of the ancestral hall, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, the small-footed woman stirred, slowly extending her chubby right hand to grab 2 red candles from a nearby plate, chewing on them with a loud crunch. She devoured them quickly, and in no time, the offerings on the table beside her were entirely consumed. The performance abruptly halted, and El Xiaozai, the young performer, was so frightened that he began to weep. Without warning, the paper figures placed between the tables by the Hu family began to move, their heads adorned with black watermelon hats and cheeks painted bright red, reaching for plates of red candles from other tables and floating them towards the small-footed woman. He. The small-footed woman emitted a chillingly high-pitched laugh, causing the L family performers to tremble violently. Do not stop. Continue singing. Li Huowang's furious shout resonated within the silent ancestral hall, dispelling the fear that gripped everyone. Sing, commanded El Zhuangyuan in his old man guise, and the music surged forth once more, now louder than before. Each performer poured their heart and soul into the song, as if to expel the fear that had taken root within them, their veins bulging and sweat pouring down their brows. Yet now, the small-footed woman ceased her laughter, her expression darkening as she fixated on Li Huowang, a sentiment echoed by all the paper figures. The third watch passed amidst this peculiar atmosphere, giving way to the fourth. The L troop, exerting every ounce of energy, sang until their voices nearly gave out, yet they dared not cease. How long would this entity persist? Li Huowang pundarat. Just as he was contemplating whether to expend his 3-month lifespan to summon Yu Leioi and eliminate the woman once and for all, a new development unfolded. All the tablets beneath the stage began to tremble inexplicably. The sound of the tablets striking the 8 immortals' table echoed like raindrops on the ground, relentless and unyielding. At that moment, the L family could no longer maintain their composure. One performer broke down entirely, realizing they were all in this together. Witnessing this scene, the small-footed woman erupted into laughter, her glee eerie and unsettling, her shrill giggles piercing Li Huowang's ears. If you did not possess such a macabre sense of humor, I could only surmise that your sustenance was not the candles, but rather the fear that blossomed within their hearts. When Li Huowang saw the small-footed woman suddenly rise, glaring at him with a malicious intent, he knew his suspicions were correct. El Banju, do not stop. Continue singing. Did not Hu Leioi say that his ancestors wished to hear joyous tunes? If you fear the wind might disturb your eyes, simply close them and keep singing. He. Tell me, do I resemble a human or a spirit? As her plans unraveled before her, the small-footed woman stood up with a sinister grin, swaying her body as she approached Li Huowang. I see you resemble a fool. With a clang, Li Huowang drew his sword from behind and charged at her. Upon realizing her intentions, Li Huowang cast aside his reservations. This supernatural entity was far less formidable than he had imagined. Previously, he had been overly cautious. In just a few steps, they were upon each other. Li Huowang swung his sword, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, cleaving the woman in two, with red candles spilling forth from her severed torso. The upper half of her body swiftly moved behind Li Huowang, attempting to reach for his back. Oh! As Li Huowang keenly sensed this, a wave of relief washed over him. This entity feared the Tianshu. Tossing his sword aside, he immediately drew the Tianshu, swinging it round to strike the small-footed woman directly in the face. Upon seeing the approaching Tianshu, the small-footed woman displayed a look of terror and turned to flee. At that moment, the dynamics of the situation flipped. Now, it was Li Huowang wielding the Tianshu that instilled fear in her. Within the Hu family's ancestral hall, Li Huowang chased the small-footed woman in circles for quite some time. However, despite her small stature, she was remarkably swift, and despite his efforts, he was unable to catch her. Panting heavily, Li Huowang gazed across the table at the small-footed woman. This could not continue. He needed to find a way to drive her away. Get lost. Do you hear me? Do not let me see you again. The woman with bound feet glared at him with a venomous gaze before swaying her body and retreating into the darkness of the corner. As Li Huowang approached the corner with a lantern, he discovered that nothing remained there. Zhuangyuan picked up the sword that Li Huowang had thrown down and jogged over, presenting it to him with both hands. Li Huowang grasped the hilt and tucked it behind his back, only to see Zhuangyuan wearing a smile, ingratiatingly asking, "Hee, do I resemble a human or a deity?" A jolt of realization struck Li Huowang. Something was amiss. The sound of opera had not ceased. This Zhuangyuan was an impostor. In that instant of clarity, the figure before him lunged forward, its pale hands piercing through Li Huowang's body. In that moment, an unbearable chill engulfed him, his emotions plummeting as everything around him sank into darkness. Chapter 34. The God of Joy. Just as Li Huowang felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, he reached into his waist and pulled out a copper bell. The piercing sound of the bell rang out, and the discomfort rapidly dissipated. With a loud thud, Li Huowang's head struck the ground, leaving him dazed. Ignoring the pain in his skull, he gritted his teeth and vigorously shook the bell, narrowly avoiding the threat. The edges of the 8 Immortals table, the bamboo poles of the stage, and the edges of the ancestral tablets of the Hu family began to twist and contort, swiftly coalescing into grotesque forms. Amidst his throbbing headache, Li Huowang pointed, and Yu Laoi lunged towards the retreating, false Zhuangyuan. Sensing the presence of assistance, the entity attempted to escape. But it was too late. Yu Laoi had already reached its side. However, instead of approaching the body of Zhuangyuan, it dove directly into the black shadow cast upon the ground by the lantern. As Yu Laoi's lines sliced through the shadow of the bound-footed woman, the entity howled like a wild beast, collapsing and thrashing on the ground. So, the essence of this creature was merely the shadow on the ground. No wonder cutting its body in half bore no fruit. This thought flashed through Li Huowang's mind. Under Yu Laoi's assault, the false Zhuangyuan deflated like a punctured balloon, and the shadow on the ground rapidly spread, ultimately transforming into a foul, viscous black liquid. Just when Li Huowang believed everything had come to an end, the bound-footed woman emerged from a writhing line in the distance, glaring ominously. The earlier Zhuangyuan was not the only one. There were 2. As this realization dawned on Li Huowang, another bound-footed woman split off from her, and the division continued, multiplying and shrinking. Not just one, but several bound-footed women leaped forth from the contorted lines around, also beginning to divide further. With a pointed gesture, Li Huowang commanded Yu Laoi to charge forward, attacking the palm-sized, bound-footed women surrounding him. Yet, no matter how swiftly he struck, they multiplied faster, encircling him while opening their blood-red cherry-like mouths to begin a haunting song. Joyful God, joyful smile, dressed in finery, graciously welcoming with a bow. Joyful God, joyful revelry, adhering to red paper, ink fresh anew. Joyful God, joyful fury, fragrant lamps illuminating like the sea. Joyful God, joyful hunger, left hand heart, right hand intestines, come forth to welcome the joyful God. The moment they finished singing, their bodies erupted, a dark substance splattering forth, staining the surrounding distorted space entirely black. Although uncertain of what was transpiring, Li Huowang sensed something was amiss and ceased shaking the bell, preparing to retreat. Yet, in the next instant, his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. A vague, faint, unknown guidance compelling him to lift his gaze towards the darkened sky above. There, an abyss of darkness loomed, devoid of any light. Yet Li Huowang sensed the presence of something immense stirring within the shadows. The joyful God? As his thought crossed his mind, he noticed outlines of various sizes beginning to materialize in the darkness. No, That entity sensed my thoughts. I must leave this place immediately. Li Huowang thought this, yet his body reacted differently. It began to pulse with excitement, his breath quickening, veins bulging on his forehead as he tore open his robe and raised his arms to welcome the entity within the darkness. The black outlines grew clearer and more distorted, and Li Huowang could see it. The blood vessels in his eyes threatened to burst from excitement, two streams of blood tears trickling down his cheeks. I cannot look any longer. I must close my eyes immediately. Li Huowang struggled with all his might, but to no avail. He was now able to discern the head of the joyful god, if that chaotic, viscous mass could be referred to as a head. Just as the entity was about to fully emerge from the shadows, a peculiar sound of clattering suddenly resonated. Instantly, the being in the darkness halted, retracting sharply towards the pitch-black sky, as if something within the shadows was pulling it. Suddenly, a resounding crow of a rooster echoed, shattering the darkness above like glass. Accompanied by the cracking of bones, Li Huowang regained his senses, abruptly lowering his head and bracing himself against the ground, gasping for breath. What had these bound-footed women summoned? What had just transpired? A multitude of unanswered questions flooded his mind. Leaning against the nearby 8 Immortals table, Li Huowang struggled to sit up, looking up to find nothing in the sky, as if everything that had just occurred was a mere illusion. The dawn had broken, the 5th watch had passed, and it would not be long before the Hu family came to receive their ancestors. In the distance, the opera stage continued to resonate. Zhuang and the others had indeed performed all night long, even though they appeared unsteady from the bell's influence and were hoarse from singing. They dared not cease for a moment. Glancing at the various black tablets beside him, Li Huowang suddenly recalled that the clattering sound had seemed to coincide with the tablets simultaneously striking the table. Astonished, he gazed at the ancestral tablets of the Hu family, wondering if they had intervened to assist him. The more he pondered, the more plausible it became, prompting him to stand firmly and bow respectfully to the half-immortal table housing the tablets, thanking them for their help. Just as he completed his bow, the tablets began to tremble slightly, the sounds growing louder, tap, 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 tap. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, Li Huowang gripped the bell warily and took a step back. Yet, at that moment, with a sudden sound, all the tablets on the 8 Immortals table toppled backward in unison, followed by a familiar yet ethereal voice whispering in Li Huowang's ear, causing him to feel as though he were plunging into a frigid abyss. Child. Chapter 35, Confusion Dad. Dad, look, braised pork. Braised pork. El Xiaotsai exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with meatballs, fixating on the dish being served. Look at your ravenous eating. Slow down. Do you not realize how it makes the elf family appear uncultured? Dad, stop at the lectures. We've never had such a feast during the new year. Look at that fatty meat on your chopsticks. You're eating no less than we are. The playful jibe from the younger son earned him a smack on the head. Seeing his brother being reprimanded, El Jiren swallowed his food and interjected, Father, just let everyone eat. We endured quite a bit to get this meal last night. As these words were spoken, a sense of relief washed over all those who had been ravenously consuming their meal, having narrowly escaped the clutches of fear from the previous night. The spectacle of a master dueling with a mystical entity had been truly terrifying, nearly causing those performing on stage to soil themselves in fright. Almost instinctively, their gazes turned towards the front of the room, where Li Huowang was lost in contemplation. A flicker of reverence emerged in their eyes. Had it not been for this master, they might have been deprived of this meal today. Despite his youth and lack of facial hair, this small Taoist priest was truly extraordinary. However, when another servant appeared to serve the dishes, their attention swiftly shifted. Chicken. Look, there's roasted chicken. Their chopsticks danced over the round table like eager serpents. Just as they were about to tear apart the chicken, an aged smoking pipe intervened, blocking the chicken's head. Stop. Do not touch that chicken. I will fetch the small Taoist priest to join us. Father, stop calling him. The priest does not eat meat. You're tempting him to break his vows. After casting a fierce glare at his most restless son, Zhuang wiped his greasy mouth with his hand, smudging the table beneath him before turning to approach Li Huowang. Little Taoist, he little Taoist? Zhuang face, lined with wrinkles, radiated warmth. Little Taoist, you've worked hard all night. Let us share a meal together. Look at the sumptuous dishes from the Hu family. Li Huowang, deep in thought, turned to face him and hesitantly asked, El Bandmaster, you witnessed those tablets falling down together, did you not? That scene cannot have been merely a figment of my imagination, can it? Oh dear, little Taoist, how would I know? I lack your abilities and dare not look around. I was singing on stage with my eyes shut. Logically, upon hearing his master's voice again, he should have felt a wave of nervousness. Yet Li Huowang found himself engulfed in confusion, doubting his own sanity. I am indeed insane, and severely so. If my condition has relapsed due to neglecting to consume the Heitai Sui, causing minor auditory hallucinations, that is quite normal. Yet, the sudden collapse of the tablets and the appearance and disappearance of the joyous spirit defy explanation. Could it be Li Huowang recalled the bizarre transformation of Dan Yangzi before his death, his expression turning grim? Could he have truly ascended to immortality? No, Dan Yangzi could not have become an immortal. The so-called method of ascension he spoke of and the internal elixir he consumed were merely fabrications of my own invention. How could they possibly grant immortality? Perhaps he has not ascended at all, but if he has not become an immortal, then what has he truly become? Why is he entangled with me? A hint of ferocity and agitation crossed Li Huowang's face. Little Taoist, what are you pondering? We are all comrades now. Do not hesitate to voice your concerns. El Bandmaster, it is nothing significant, merely some trivial thoughts. Let us join the others for a meal. Hearing this, El Zhuangyin nodded enthusiastically, and the two turned to head towards the dining table. Upon reaching the table, El Zhuangyin's expression suddenly froze. He saw that aside from the roasted chicken, the other dishes had been licked clean, so spotless that there was no need to wash the plates. Ah, how satisfying it is to eat. I imagine even the emperor enjoys such indulgence. With grease smeared across his mouth, El Xiaocai leaned back lazily against his chair. Loosening his belt, El Zhuangyin awkwardly smiled at Li Huowang, unable to express his frustration in front of others, and gently presented the roasted chicken to Li Huowang. Little Taoist, this chicken is quite plump. I sincerely apologize for this unseemly display. Li Huowang chuckled, picked up his chopsticks, and tore off a piece of chicken to savor. No worries. The chicken is quite delicious. Just as he had taken a few bites, a group of individuals entered the room through the long corridor, led by El Zhuangyin's employer. Hu Jianghe. Excellent, excellent. The ancestors are surely pleased. The incense on the table has been consumed completely. This is a good omen. Hearing the praise, El Zhuangyin beamed and humbly replied, "It is merely my duty." El Bandmaster, the next time you pass through, do be sure to stop by our Hu family for a cup of tea, Hu Jianghe cordially suggested. As he spoke, a burly man beside Hu Jianghe presented a tray covered with red cloth. Lifting the cloth revealed 10 shimmering silver ingots neatly arranged. As promised, 10 taels of silver. Please accept. Oh, thank you, Lord Hu. El Zhuangyin exclaimed gratefully. Rest assured, as long as there is work, my El family troop will arrive promptly wherever needed, provided we receive word. After Lord Hu departed, the El family members gathered around the tray, their eyes glistening with desire as they gazed at the ingots. Just as El Xiaocai was about to reach out to touch the largest sum of money he had ever seen, an old smoking pipe knocked his hand away. El Zhuangyuan swiftly pocketed 4 ingots from the tray, casting a reluctant glance at the remaining 6. Ultimately, he donned a smile once more and approached Li Huowang, presenting the silver. Here, little Taoist, as per our agreement, you take 6 and I take 4. This is your share. Chapter 36, The Donkey Cart. Gazing at the 6 taels of silver, Li Huowang had no inclination to refuse. He tucked them into his robes, for he truly needed the money. Little Taoist, take your time eating. We shall prepare to continue our journey tomorrow. After the El family departed, only Li Huowang remained in the room. He looked at the oversized roasted chicken before him and inquired of an attendant, "Is there anything to store this?" Before long, Li Huowang emerged from Wuligang, leading a donkey with a cart behind it, piled high with bags of grain. Although 6 taels of silver was not a large sum, it was sufficient to purchase an old donkey, which would alleviate the burden of carrying supplies on the road. Upon his arrival, Li Huowang found the others still nestled among the stacks of rice straw in the fields. They had refrained from entering the village, evidently fearing that their unusual appearances might frighten the villagers. Approaching them, Li Huowang discovered they were roasting sweet potatoes over a fire. He reached into the cart and pulled out a fragrant roasted chicken. "Let's eat this." After days of consuming nothing but dry provisions, the group could hardly resist the temptation of the chicken and quickly rushed over. Sharing a single chicken among a dozen individuals meant each person received only a small portion, but they devoured it with great enthusiasm, chewing even the bones into tiny fragments to swallow. Li Shixiao, where did this chicken come from? And this donkey cart? Where did you go last night? Bai Ling Miao asked, cradling the chicken's neck in her hands. Li Huowang, sitting atop the pile of straw, closed his eyes and briefly recounted the events leading to his acquisition of the food. Upon realizing the lengths to which he had gone to procure it, Bai Ling Miao set down the chicken neck and, climbing beside him, looked at him with a pained expression. Li Shixiao, I am sorry. We have burdened you. Had it not been for us, you would not have needed to go to such lengths. Li Huowang opened his eyes and gazed at the girl, whose eyes were covered with a blue cloth. It has nothing to do with you. Whatever that thing was that came to the Hu family ancestral hall, it had already set its sights on us. Even without last night's events, we would have eventually crossed paths. Recalling the moment he had been completely ensnared in illusions within Qing Feng Temple. Moreover, in the future, who knows who the burden will truly be? After a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang looked back at the girl and took her hand. Bai Ling Miao shyly recoiled slightly, but quickly steadied herself. However, after a brief pause, Li Huowang reconsidered, laying back among the straw and closing his eyes, averting his gaze as he gradually released her hand. However, at the very moment of release, those tender hands swiftly reached out and clasped tightly. After a night of proper rest, two groups of individuals, each with their distinct purposes, set out once more. Their next destination was Jianyezhan, which would serve as a significant gathering place for Li Huowang's entrance into this world. Shaodoye. Woolly Gang is not far from Jianyezhan. According to our itinerary, we should arrive in about 4 to 5 days, reported Elzhuang Yuan to Li Huowang. Previously, Zhao Wu had mentioned that he lived in Jianya, and through their interactions over the past few days, Li Huowang had developed a preliminary understanding of Zhao Wu. He sensed that Zhao Wu possessed a sharp intellect, but due to his physical limitations and illiteracy, he had not been able to realize his potential. Zhao Wu, it appears we are almost at your home. How about you treat us brothers to a visit to the tavern? Go teased from his side. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent. His words struck a chord with all the medicinal apprentices present. Zhao Wu paused momentarily. Then his expression became animated, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Li Shixiao, I do not wish to learn alchemy. Could you teach me to read instead? It was not that reading was without merit. Indeed, it was invaluable. But teaching a complete illiterate, who could not even write his own name, would be a colossal undertaking that could not be accomplished in mere years. No deities. It matters not how much you can learn, just learn as much as you can. Although Li Huowang did not fully comprehend Zhao Wu's thirst for knowledge, he was more than willing to teach since Zhao Wu expressed the desire to learn. Fool, put Zhao Wu on the donkey cart. I will teach him to read. With Zhao Wu knowing nothing, Li Huowang could only commence with the rudimentary characters. As he taught, Li Huowang realized that the surroundings had grown remarkably quiet. He lifted his gaze to find that even the L family members were intently listening, their faces adorned with a sense of reverence, as if Li Huowang were engaged in some solemn and sacred task. Ha ha ha, xiao daye, el zhuangu van chakot. One hand holding 2 strips of cured meat, while the other tugged his little son closer. Just as Li Huowang awaited a response, a cloud of dust arose from the path behind them. Before long, a horse came to a halt before them, and a chubby young lad leapt down. Elzhuang Yuan clearly recognized this individual from Woolly Gang and hastily bowed in greeting. Yo, young master Hu, where are you off to? I'm going nowhere. I am joining you to watch the opera. That way, I can hear performances every day. The exuberant young master whose voice was still youthful and unbroken, despite his robust appearance. Fear not, I shall pay for the performances. He forcefully pressed a gold longevity lock into Elzhuang Yuan's hands. Elzhuang Yuan's expression became conflicted as he held the gold, caught in a dilemma. However, soon, someone on horseback pursued from behind, alleviating his predicament. A resounding slap landed on young Master Hu's face, startling everyone around. The youth's face quickly swelled. How dare you become an actor? How dare you? You are so disgraceful. That is the lowest of the low. If you bring shame to the Hu family by becoming an actor, I will beat you to death. Snatching the longevity lock from Elzhuang Yuan's grasp, the assailant mounted his horse, carrying his son, and galloped away. As he departed, Li Huowang resumed his gaze towards Elzhuang Yuan, awaiting the words he had left unspoken. Elzhuang Yuan stood there, awkwardly clutching the cured meat, attempting several times to articulate something, yet no sound escaped his lips. The usually astute elder appeared, for the first time, as helpless as a child. Ultimately, he uttered nothing, forcing a smile towards Li Huowang and nodding before leading his son towards the nearby cart, his already stooped posture becoming even more pronounced. Chapter 37. The lowest rung having left Wuligang for a while, the narrow path through the woods gradually widened. And now there were more than 2 groups of travelers. Carts, ox-drawn vehicles, and farmers carrying burdens all pressed forward. The increasingly dense footprints on the ground, coupled with the droppings of livestock, indicated that Jianye Zhen was drawing near. Zhao Wu, do individuals like El Banju and those who perform in plays hold low status? Li Huowang inquired of Zhao Wu, who was earnestly practicing his writing. Zhao Wu, holding a twig to mimic the characters, looked up in surprise at Li Huowang before glancing at the Zhao family troop ahead. Is that so? Which lowest rung do they belong to? Li Huowang asked, perplexed. Had it not been for the earlier incident, he would not have perceived it. First rung, emperors. Second rung, officials and generals. Third rung, gentry and merchants. Fourth rung, sect teachers and cults. Fifth rung, craftsmen and artisans. Sixth rung, doctors and farmers. Seventh rung, sorcerers, beggars and slaves. Eighth rung, thieves and conmen. Ninth rung, actors and courtesans. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of status. There were differences in treatment as well. For instance, those of the lowest 3 rungs could not intermarry with respectable families. And there were restrictions on clothing and travel. No riding horses or using sedan chairs, nor could they wear silk, satin, or brocade. Even when seeking justice, they had to lower their stance. Upon hearing Zhao Wu recite this, as if it were a tongue twister, Li Huowang was astonished. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. Li Shixiang, you are too kind. My family resides in the town, so I am aware of these matters. And most people should know them as well. Where do you hail from, Li Shixiang? How is it that you are unaware of this? Zhao Wu had long sensed the uniqueness of Li Shixiang, but had only found the opportunity to inquire today. He, from a very faraway place. Li Huowang was disinclined to elaborate on his origins, as it would be a laborious endeavor, and these individuals might not comprehend. Noticing Li Huowang's silence, Zhao Wu refrained from pressing further and continued. We are somewhat fortunate here. Regardless of status, the emperor still allows for the imperial examination. Although it may not guarantee success, at least it offers a glimmer of hope. I have heard that in other places, those of the lowest 3 rungs are prohibited from taking the examination, and their families remain trapped in their station for generations. Actors are destined to remain actors for life. And what about me as a Taoist? What's my status here? Li Huowang inquired once more. Taoists belong to one of the 3 teachings and are not classified among the 9 rungs. Most people still regard Taoists with a degree of respect. Even if they do not revere them, they tend to keep their distance. For who can fully comprehend matters of the divine? Zhao Wu's words dissuaded Li Huowang from the thought of shedding his Taoist robe. Since they would be traversing south and north, wearing this robe would undoubtedly be more convenient than donning commoner's garb. By the way, Zhao Wu, what about individuals like Dan Yangzi? Their status must be quite elevated, correct? Li Huowang promptly posed the crucial question. Li Shixiang, to be honest, I do not know. Before I was taken by him, I had no idea that such powerful figures truly existed. I thought they were merely fabrications of storytellers. However, I speculate that someone like Dan Yangzi must have constraints. Otherwise, he would not need to retreat to the deep mountains to secretly cultivate his immortality. Xiao Dao Yi, Xiao Dong Yi, look at that city gate. We have arrived. Hearing El Zhuangyuan shout, Li Huowang lifted his gaze and looked ahead. At the end of the path they had traveled for so many days stood a low city wall, covered in moss, and beyond it lay their destination, Jianye. The El family troop entered smoothly, yet Li Huowang and the others were not as fortunate, for their appearances were distinctly peculiar. And it was not long before the town's constable arrived to cause trouble. Upon seeing Zhao Wu's face, the constable's hostility diminished significantly, and he sheathed his blade. Thank you, Constable Yan. How has my family been lately? To avoid further complications, Li Huowang, under Zhao Wu's guidance, approached a straw hat stall and purchased several black cloth hats. Though they remained conspicuous, at least they would not frighten anyone. After finalizing the departure time with El Zhuangyuan, Li Huowang addressed Zhao Wu, saying, "Where is your home? Let's go there first." As Zhao Wu surveyed the familiar surroundings, A surge of emotion coursed through him. He had chosen not to wear a hat, for the townsfolk recognized him well. With weakened limbs, Zhao Wu struggled to support himself with his hands as he leaped down from the donkey cart. Just as Goa reached out to assist him, he was halted by Li Huowang, who unsheathed his sword and handed it to Zhao Wu. Subsequently, he retrieved a stack of farewell notes from his pocket and began to organize them. Thus, with both hands resting on the long sword, Zhao Wu staggered towards his home. Jianyi town appeared bustling, with a throng of people milling about, though it was not particularly large, and Zhao Wu quickly located his residence. He called out tremulously, urging everyone in the rice shop to look up. Fifth brother, a robust young man, bare-chested and carrying rice, joyfully threw down his sack and rushed out to embrace him tightly. Soon after, a little girl with her hair styled in cowhorn braids dashed out, excitedly circling around Zhao Wu. While Zhao Wu was lost in his elation, Li Huowang, observing with a discerning eye, sensed something amiss. Apart from the two who had rushed out, the expressions of the others inside were remarkably subdued, which did not resemble that of a typical family reunion. Li Shixiong, what is wrong? Bai Ling Miao, attuned to the unusual atmosphere, gently tugged at Li Huowang's sleeve. He merely patted her hand without uttering a word. Fifth brother, come quickly. Where have you been these days? Sixth sister and I have been worried sick, fearing something unfortunate might have happened to you. As the bare-chested youth assisted Zhao Wu inside, Li Huowang followed, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. At the entrance, Zhao Wu's father impatiently waved his hands at the several black hats blocking the doorway, exclaiming, "Clear out! How can we conduct business with you all crowding the entrance?" The dismissive attitude of the elder irked Li Huowang. Your familial discord is of no concern to us outsiders. Snatching the long sword from Zhao Wu's grasp, he raised it high, the cold gleam of the blade slicing down onto a wooden table, nearly cleaving it in two. What do you intend to do? Zhao Wu's father retreated in fear. Li Huowang produced a small amount of silver from his pocket and, before the elder's eyes, slowly sliced a piece off the cold blade, then pushed the fragmented silver towards him. Buy rice. In the small courtyard of the rice shop, Zhao Wu poured tea for Li Huowang. Li Shixiang, please calm down. My father may appear harsh, but he truly means well. Li Huowang drank the tea in one gulp, indifferent to the domestic affairs of others, for he had not come solely to escort Zhao Wu. These farewell notes are from the homeland. Since you are familiar with Jianyi City, find a trustworthy escort service to deliver them. He pushed 7 or 8 notes toward Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu accepted them with both hands and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Li Shixiang, I will ensure this task is accomplished. Very well, take care at home. We shall take our leave. After Li Huowang finished speaking, he stood up. Zhao Wu, clearly reluctant, felt that this parting might be their last. Forget it, there's no need to fuss over it. Li Huowang patted Zhao Wu's shoulder, having noted his father's demeanor. It seemed this meal would be anything but tranquil. Remember the characters I've taught you these past few days, especially your name. Being able to write your own name means you're not entirely illiterate. His words rendered everyone speechless. When Zhao Wu's elder brother came in carrying rice, Li Huowang waved for the simpleton to take the rice and for the others to leave. As they stepped onto the bustling street, Li Huowang and the others searched for an inn to rest. The woman afflicted with hypertrichosis was unusually silent throughout their journey. Today, however, she unexpectedly spoke, catching Li Huowang off guard. Even the fiercest tiger does not consume its young. He may not be so wicked. Upon hearing this, the woman trembled inexplicably, her voice tinged with sorrow as she replied, though a tiger may not eat its offspring, humans can be far more cruel, for I was sold by my own parents. Her words caused everyone to halt, their gazes filled with astonishment. Sensing her deep anguish, Bai Ling Miao approached and gently embraced her, offering comfort with a reassuring pat on her back. Dong Lian, let's stay there tonight. Li Huowang pointed toward a sign on the left side of the street and entered first. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here for a meal or to stay? To stay. How much for a room? We have 3 categories. Category A rooms are 91 and include meals. Category B rooms are 61 without meals. And Category C rooms are 21 but require sharing with others. Esteemed guest, you have a total of 7 adults and 5 children, making 12 in all. You may choose 4 Category B rooms. Our inn is spacious, and 3 persons can comfortably share 1 room. It is safer for 2 adults to sleep with 1 child. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Excellent. Please be cautious on the stairs as you proceed to the 4 Category B rooms upstairs. That night, Li Huowang leaned against the window, observing the ancient townsfolk strolling along the street. After a long journey, he finally had the opportunity to sit and thoroughly observe this world, which was so starkly different from his own past. The sight of a burly man leading a horse, a scholar wielding a fan, children carrying lanterns, and hunchback vendors bearing food was so vivid and yet felt entirely out of place to him. A myriad of diverse faces flashed before him, and suddenly, Li Huowang found himself momentarily entranced. In the next instant, his muscles tensed. He had spotted Yang Na on the street. Her delicate visage was now streaked with tears, her expression filled with sorrow, struggling to catch her breath through sobs. Huowang, please wake up. However, he soon realized that this was not his childhood companion, Yang Na, but merely a young woman who bore a slight resemblance to her. Indeed, I have grown so much. If Yang Na truly existed, how could she still be a maiden? Li Huowang slowly slid down the wall, his gaze vacant as he stared at the wooden beams above. Was the onset of hallucinations imminent once more? Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door. Come in. The door is open. Li Huowang had expected it to be Go while returning to share the room with him, but instead, it was by Ling Miao. With a cheerful smile, she approached, cradling a leaf-wrapped bundle and presenting it to Li Huowang. When she opened the leaf, several steaming buns were revealed. Li Xixiao, you must be hungry. Have some buns. Li Huowang seized one and bit into it, chewing heartily. Bai Ling Miao, squatting beside him, quietly observed as he finished, promptly offering him another bun. This place is rather unique. They sell buns late at night. Li Huowang remarca. Is it not common to sell buns at night? If it were truly special, then we would have to mention the simpleton. He even dips his buns in vinegar. Haha, I wonder where he is from. To have such a peculiar way of eating. While Li Huowang engaged in casual conversation with Bai Ling Miao, a thought struck him. I haven't given you any money. How did you afford these buns? Bai Ling Miao averted her gaze, but first placed the remaining buns on her lap, then retrieved several silver ingots from her waist, presenting them to Li Huowang with both hands. Li Xixiao, I pawned the gold ring. It's too hard for you to manage alone. This is the only way I can help you. Upon glancing at the silver in Bai Ling Miao's hands, Li Huowang reached into his pocket and placed a silver coin atop her pile. Observing him momentarily speechless, Bai Ling Miao beamed with pride, feeling victorious as she pressed her silver into his embrace. Do not worry. That bracelet was meant for me by my mother. It is not a family heirloom of any significance. As Bai Ling Miao articulated her thoughts so candidly, Li Huowang ceased to persist. He meticulously counted the silver coins before setting them aside. Once everything was settled, I will procure a larger one for you. Indeed, I shall await that. Bai Ling Miao smiled and nodded. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and Goa entered. Upon seeing the two individuals crouching in the corner, he paused momentarily and then made to exit. I must have mistaken the guest room. I sincerely apologize. I shall leave at once. Bai Ling Miao's face flushed as she hurried to the door, pushing it open and darting away. Goa entered cheerfully, addressing Li Xixiao by shimmy may be entirely fair. Yet in the pursuit of a wife, looks are inconsequential. It is one's character that truly matters. Please do not be dismissive. Li Huowang was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Enough with the nonsense. Wash up and get some rest. It is a rare opportunity to sleep in a bed. In a hazy stupor, Li Huowang found himself amidst an ancient forest. A faint light beckoned in the distance. Curiously, he brandished his sword, slicing through the branches as he ventured towards the flickering flames. Upon nearing, he discovered Bai Ling Miao and the others gathered around a campfire with his mother and Yang Na, roasting sweet potatoes. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, he exhaled a sigh of relief and intended to approach them. However, in an instant, the world transformed dramatically. Li Huowang beheld a towering Dan Yangzi, a creature with 3 heads and a body cloaked in feathers, standing like a mountain before him. Ha, lad, well done. You've even brought the medicinal herbs. The fearsome Dan Yangzi bellowed, raising a stone pillar longer than his own height, and brought it crashing down upon the campfire. Wait. Sweating profusely, Li Huowang jolted upright, taking several deep breaths before realizing that it had all been a mere dream. What time is it now? He pressed his somewhat aching head as he sat at the table, noticing that the dumplings in front of him resembled wontons. It was just past the hour of the dragon, and sleeping in a bit was permissible, especially since there was no need for travel today. He picked up a ceramic spoon and devoured the wontons eagerly, finishing them in no time. Who said there was nothing to do today? Let's go buy the essentials for our journey. The recent dream flickered in his mind, prompting Li Huowang to continue. I'll take others to purchase those items. You should inquire with LV Zhuang Yuan about when we can depart. The sooner, the better. If he cannot leave, we shall proceed without him. With the remaining silver from purchasing the donkey cart, along with the additional coins given by Bai Lingyao, he could acquire more necessities. At the very least, blankets and mats were essential to avoid spending the night by the campfire, feeling hot on the back and cold on the chest. Furthermore, a pot could be procured to ensure they could enjoy warm meals on the road instead of subsisting on dry rations. With an increasing number of items, one donkey cart would not suffice. When he convened with LV Zhuang Yuan at the city gate, they had already acquired an additional donkey cart. Hey, young master, you're quite resourceful. As we journeyed, our possessions have only multiplied. I reckon that after another 6 months to a year, you'll be quite wealthy. LV Zhuang Yuan continued to flatter him. LV Banju, is the distance from Jianye to Shijing City far? Li Huowang inquired, observing the broad dirt road before him. The road widened, and more people gathered. It was not just him and LV Zhuang Yuan, but many others with burdens, all seemingly heading to Shijing City. Not far, just another 10 days or so of travel, LV Zhuang Yuan replied, a joyful expression illuminating his face as if he had recalled something delightful. Li Huowang nodded and pressed on, asking, concerning the temple of monks you mentioned, apart from their prowess in granting progeny, what else do you know? Ah, a monk's temple is just that. What is the difference? Isn't it merely a congregation of old monks with young novices, partaking in vegetarian meals and reciting scriptures? Li Huowang sighed softly. It seemed such matters would require his personal inquiry. A commoner like LV Zhuang Yuan lived obliviously, lacking any understanding of these affairs. Little master, look ahead. There's a monk there, the one urinating under that tree. You would do better to ask him. He might be from that monk temple. Oh. Li Huowang glanced upward to see indeed a bald monk standing by the roadside. As he approached, he observed the figure in tattered monk robes shake and turn around. Yet, upon seeing the man's face, Li Huowang furrowed his brow. Though he was called a monk, he resembled more a bald beggar. His appearance was disheveled, with his robe riddled with patches. Amitabha, do you seek my assistance? The disheveled elder grinned, revealing his toothless yellow smile. You're a monk? Yes, I am a monk. The old monk raised the string of prayer beads around his neck, made from fruit pits, with a hint of pride. Pray tell, master, from which temple do you hail? Li Huowang's voice bore a note of skepticism. I have no temple. I'm heading north in search of one. I've heard that there are many temples in that direction, and they even provide meals. I intend to become a monk there. As Li Huowang resolved to disregard this pretender, the old beggar, like an unyielding adhesive, clung to him. Are you also seeking the monk temple? Let us go together then. But aren't you a Taoist? Shouldn't Taoists not believe in Buddha? Is this fellow attempting to play the fool? Li Huowang's vigilance heightened, and he tapped the donkey's rear, urging the others to move swiftly, treating the beggar as if he were invisible. Yet, while he ignored the old man, the simpleton among the group remained oblivious to the oddity. If you don't have any food, you'll starve. How could I starve? Look around. There is plenty in the forest, wild fruits, mushrooms, and vegetables. I too have eaten wild fruits before, he stuttered. Fool, don't engage with him. With no one paying heed, the old beggar, feeling dismissed, wandered off. Li Huowang, gripping his bell tightly, breathed a sigh of relief, regardless of whether the man was genuinely simple or feigning ignorance. One must remain cautious in such an eerie place. After walking along the dirt road for an hour, the sun hung high in the sky, and seeing that many had begun to squat and nibble on their rations, Li Huowang instructed the others to do the same, though he felt a tinge of anxiety. Being in a crowd did provide some safety. Freshly bought white steam buns were distributed among everyone, who paired them with a few jars of pickled vegetables for lunch. As Goa shouted towards the forest, the simpleton's chunky head popped out, his cheeks bulging as if he were chewing on something. What are you eating? Li Huowang asked, perplexed. Chapter 40. The late item? What nonsense is this? Li Huowang frowned as he ventured into the forest where the simpleton lingered. Upon entering, his pupils constricted. He saw the simpleton crouched before a small mound, munching away alongside the earlier beggar. Atop the mound lay several yellow papers, weighed down by a stone. Suppressing his fury, Li Huowang rushed over and kicked the simpleton down. Get up. Do you dare eat offerings meant for the dead? Are you seeking death? Did I not instruct you to refrain from conversing with this beggar? The simpleton, feeling wronged, clambered back to his feet. I didn't speak with him. Kneel. Quickly bow and apologize. Li Huowang kumanda starli. Watching the simpleton bow several times towards the mound, Li Huowang forcibly pulled him back up. This cursed place held too many uncertainties. He could not afford to gamble. With a sharp clang, Li Huowang drew his long sword, pointing it at the beggaress' nose. I care not for your intentions. Keep your distance from my companions. Otherwise, do not blame me for my unyielding demeanor. I am not a beggar. I am a monk. The man muttered, continuing to consume the offerings meant for the deceased. Even though the simpleton had already apologized, who knew the temperament of the entities within that grave, he dared not take the risk. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, the others immediately grasped the situation and nodded gently. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night descended, and the passers-by began to venture into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Li Huowang kindled a robust bonfire around 2 donkey carts, instructing others to collect ample firewood from the forest. With no moon illuminating the dark surroundings, the trees swayed gently in the breeze, as though concealing countless entities lurking within. Observing the people gathered around the flames. As time passed, the area gradually fell silent, and the others succumbed to slumber. Yet, Li Huowang remained awake, seemingly waiting for something. Apart from the woods surrounding him, his thoughts were largely occupied by that old beggar. If anything were to come, it would surely target him first. As the long wait continued, the first half of the night slipped away into the latter half, the time most conducive to drowsiness. Li Shixiao, didn't that place just now have a face? Dog Hua, who was keeping watch with him, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Li Huowang swiftly turned to look, but saw nothing amidst the darkness. Are you certain? He inquired in a barely audible whisper. Dog Hua struggled to swallow, not sure. Perhaps I was mistaken. Silence, be quiet. Li Huowang feigned focus on the bonfire while casting a sidelong glance in that direction. After a moment of tense stillness, illuminated by the faint glow of the fire, he witnessed an ugly face gradually emerging from the darkness, displaying a cruel smile. To Li Huowang's horror, more heads began to surface behind that first one, with glimmers of white light flickering beneath them. Wait, white light! Li Huowang suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing a burning branch from the bonfire and hurling it toward the figures. Stop! Who are you? His loud shout reverberated through the tranquil night, rousing the slumbering individuals. As the rolling firewood landed among the heads, revealing their legs and shadows, Li Huowang realized these were indeed living people. Not only did Li Huowang see them, but the others did too, and they recognized the large blades in their hands. The robbers have come. Run! This terrified cry ignited chaos among the crowd, as everyone scrambled to escape. Damn it! We've been discovered. Quickly, bring the horses. Soon, the thundering of hooves echoed as the bandits pursued the fleeing pedestrians. Run into the woods. Their horses can't navigate there. Hearing the old beggar shout this, the others veered away from the main road and dashed into the surrounding forest. They fled, but those like Li Huowang, who had donkey carts, could not escape, for no donkey could outrun a horse. There is no way to avoid it. Li Huowang swiftly pulled out a pill and swallowed it, a surge of warmth coursing through his body, just as he was about to charge at the bandits. The old beggar suddenly dashed out from the side and shoved aside an elderly woman who had fallen. The bandit Gao Chiu, witnessing the old beggar, displayed a look of disdain, not even raising his knife, merely pulling the reins of his horse, which reared up, charging directly toward the old man with a cruel smile, anticipating the ensuing bloodshed. However, in the next instant, he saw a figure dash forward, delivering a heavy punch to the horse's head. With a loud thud, the galloping horse was abruptly redirected, toppling to the right. As Gao Chiu fell, he could do nothing but watch in horror as his horse's eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, accompanied by a dull thud, his head met the same fate as that of his horse. Witnessing their comrade face an adversary, the other bandits hastily whistled for help. Yet Li Huowang, empowered by the medicinal pill, made them realize they had provoked someone they should not have trifled with. The dimly lit dirt road echoed with the sounds of struggle, and after taking down several of their members, the bandits fled in panic. Retreat. This is serious. It might be the people from the monitoring Heaven Division. Li Huowang, his fist stained with blood, stood there, panting heavily. He turned to look at the old beggar, and after the recent altercation, He could ascertain that this man was no tiger. He was merely a pig. Under Li Huowang's gaze, the old beggar rose, kneeling before a slain bandit, clasping his hands in prayer and murmuring softly. As Li Huowang approached, he discerned the old man's whispers. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. The pronunciation of the prayer was somewhat unrefined, repeated over and over. After chanting several times, the old beggar moved to the side of the woods, beginning to dig into the earth with his hands. In the dimly lit forest path, Li Huowang held a torch, guiding the others forward. The night remained dark, yet the recent terror kept them from feeling any drowsiness. After all, given the events they had just endured, sleep was the last thing on their minds. The donkey cart bore some pieces of horse meat, and aside from a few shards of silver from the bandits' bodies, this was all the spoils Li Huowang had. That should suffice. Let us rest nearby until dawn. Traveling at night is unsafe, Li Huowang commanded, and soon the torches were piled together, reigniting a new bonfire. Even if we can't sleep, we can at least rest our eyes. We must preserve our strength for tomorrow's journey. I will keep watch. As the sounds of hooves and footsteps faded away, the dirt path returned to silence. Sitting by the fire, Li Huowang turned to gaze back at the road they had traversed, which lay shrouded in darkness. It seemed the old beggar would not follow until he had buried the dead. Reflecting on the chaos that had just unfolded, Li Huowang felt a mix of emotions. This place was indeed tumultuous. The various dangers were already considerable, and instead of uniting for warmth, they turned on one another. He prodded the nearly extinguished bonfire with his sword and tossed in some nearby firewood. As time progressed, the scattered individuals began to converge around Li Huowang's bonfire, and soon several smaller fires sprang up around it. Among the returning figures, there were no members of the L family, but Li Huowang was not concerned. They had fled the fastest when the robbers appeared. L Yuan was indeed a seasoned veteran. No wonder he was so frugal, opting for horses to pull the cart. He had likely anticipated such a scenario. As time slipped by, dawn gradually approached, and the others began to awaken, roasting horse meat for breakfast, preparing to embark on their new journey. Regardless of the taste of the horse meat, it was still meat, providing them with much-needed sustenance. Just as they were feasting, a trembling figure approached from behind. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Huowang's guard eased. It was the old beggar, who appeared to have spent the night burying the dead. The morning dew soaked his tattered monk's robe, causing him to shiver. He moved closer to the bonfire, crouching down and curling into a ball. Noticing Li Huowang watching him, the beggar offered a goofy smile, recalling his selfless act from the previous night. Li Huowang's animosity significantly diminished. Although he believed such a soft-hearted person would struggle to survive in this perilous world, no one would reject the company of a good person. When the beggar reached for a steamed bun offered by Li Huowang, he eagerly accepted it, chewing while mumbling, "May the Buddha bless you." Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's interest peaked. "Which Buddha are you referring to?" "Huh, isn't the Buddha just called the Buddha? What difference does it make?" The old beggar's eyes displayed a hint of confusion. "Ah, hurry up and eat. In this world, individuals like you are indeed rare. I hope you're not deceiving me. How could I possibly deceive you? I am a monk, and monks do not lie," the old beggar declared emphatically. "You can merely chant Amitabha, yet you do not even know which Buddha you truly believe in. How can you claim to be a monk?" Sun Xiaozai remarked. "Monks are shaven-headed, so I shave my head." Wang Kaifeng said monks shouldn't court women, so I do not court women. Lu Pu said monks cannot consume meat, so I do not eat meat. Moreover, I observed other monks chanting Amitabha, so I followed suit and chanted Amitabha as well. I have done all this. How can I not be a monk? The old beggar seemed to care deeply about this matter, stubbornly defending his position. Hearing such declarations, Li Huowang could not help but chuckle. The old beggar's claim to monkhood seemed even more farcical than his own identity as a Taoist. However, this does not inherently qualify you as a monk. The old beggar paused, holding half a steamed bun, and regarded Li Huowang with seriousness. "Then tell me, what should a monk be like?" For some reason, Li Huowang saw a reflection of Dan Yangzi in him, a foolish yet steadfast adherence to his beliefs. "I guess you cannot read, can you? How do you know? Are you Taoists truly so adept at divination?" He chuckled. "Why are you so insistent on being a monk? If it were not for a monk who saved me, I would have perished long ago. From that day forward, I vowed to become a monk. I must become a good monk." As they traversed the road, no accidents occurred. The old monk followed closely, sometimes seen gnawing on raw wild vegetables, and Li Huowang occasionally offered him a steamed bun. After more than 10 days of travel, a city even grander and more magnificent than Jianya appeared before Li Huowang. They had arrived at Shijing. The towering green brick city walls loomed high, and standing at the city gate and looking up, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over him. Had they finally arrived? As he beheld the city gate, Li Huowang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had navigated through a treacherous journey, and thankfully the nightmarish scenarios had not materialized. Zayade, one must be cautious with inns in Shijing. They could be perilous. Allow me to guide you to a reputable inn. It will be quite affordable, Lu Zhuangyuan said, starting toward the towering city gate, only to be halted by Li Huowang. Wait, where is that monk temple you mentioned earlier? Li Huowang inquired eagerly, for this was the most significant purpose of his visit. Under Lu Zhuangyuan's guidance, Li Huowang proceeded toward the bustling Zhengde Temple in Shijing. Even before seeing the temple, Li Huowang caught the distinct scent of sandalwood unique to places of worship, and the wide street began to grow crowded. Old men, women, adults, and children of all kinds filled the space, observing the stacks of incense in their hands. Li Huowang immediately understood that these individuals were there to pay their respects to the Buddha. Has this temple always enjoyed such prosperity? He asked Lu Zhuangyuan, and a nearby worshipper chimed in, indeed, the Bodhisattva of Zhengde Temple is remarkably effective. My daughter-in-law conceived after praying here. Moreover, the masters of Zhengde Temple are very kind. They frequently distribute porridge to the poor, another added. Yes, indeed. To have such a fine temple in Shijing is truly a blessing accrued over generations. In Li Huowang's memory, most temples were built on mountains, and those situated in cities were rare. Yet, this was not his primary concern. What truly captivated him was the temple's name mentioned by the worshipper, Zhengde Temple. His heart began to race. He had indeed arrived at the right place after enduring so much. Just then, as they turned a corner, the view opened up before them. Clean and orderly stone slabs led to wide steps, and at the end of the several hundred steps, a solemn temple with walls of deep red and swirling incense came into view. Above the grand temple doors hung a black plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters, Zhengde Temple. The couplet read, "Cultivate virtue to sow causes, achieving the essence of the Dharma. The water is clear, the moon reflects, the jade canopy exudes dignity." Beneath the bustling smoke of incense, the entire temple was enveloped in a celestial aura. Li Huowang took a deep breath and made his way up the steps, joining the throng of worshippers entering the temple. Several large halls came into view, and, at that moment, Li Huowang felt like a solitary rock amidst the tidal wave of humanity, observing everything around him. The temple had been found, yet the next dilemma arose. How should he approach the monks there? Should he simply declare himself as a disciple of Dan Yangzi? Surely, that would invite peril. Before Li Huowang could devise a strategy, a monk from Zhengde Temple approached him. Even amidst the throng, his Taoist robe was too conspicuous. The moment he spoke, the authentic aura of Buddhism far surpassed that of the old monk. Amitabha, this humble monk is Jian Dun at your service. As a disciple of the Su Nim Inn, you must not have come here merely to light incense and pray. Please come this way. Glancing around at the bustling crowd, Li Huowang nodded and followed him through a side door. As he observed the monk's tonsure, he began to contemplate how to proceed. They navigated through the majestic temple, gradually distancing themselves from the clamor of the entrance. Ultimately, they halted beneath a golden ginkgo tree before a set of stone tables and benches. Please have a seat, Jian Dun invited, leisurely turning a string of prayer beads. He did not inquire about Li Huowang's sect, nor did he question him further, embodying the essence of a Buddhist disciple's serene and unencumbered desires. After pondering for a moment, Li Huowang looked at the monk before him. Dan Yangzi has passed away. With a soft thud, the brown prayer beads scattered in all directions. Observing the rotund monk rise, Li Huowang silently nodded. Indeed, the monks here had undoubtedly interacted with Dan Yangzi. Did that old Taoist truly perish? This matter bears great significance. I implore you to elaborate. Since he wished to uncover the truth, he must provide sufficient information. Aside from concealing the fact that he had taken the so-called Heavenly Book, Li Huowang recounted everything that had transpired at Qingfengwan. Master, in such circumstances, could Dan Yangzi truly attain immortality? Li Huowang leaned forward slightly, his expression grave as he continued. Or perhaps he became something else? A gentle breeze rustled the golden leaves of the ginkgo tree, Did you genuinely hear Dan Yangzi speaking to you? Jian Dun's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment as he sought confirmation. Indeed, it is absolutely true, and it was not merely an illusion. There was also the abnormality of the joy god. Recalling the scene, a flicker of agitation crossed Li Huowang's eyes. That joy god, who could not be gazed upon, was about to emerge from the darkness to consume me. Yet it seemed that something had pulled him back into the shadows. Though I have no evidence, I sensed that the one who intervened was Dan Yangzi after attaining immortality. Jian Dun, his expression pensive, stood up. Please wait a moment. This matter is of great importance. With that, he clasped his hands together in prayer toward Li Huowang and hurriedly departed. Although he said nothing, his demeanor conveyed a wealth of information. Li Huowang lifted his gaze to the clouds above. Indeed, the matter concerning Dan Yangzi would not resolve so easily. Xianyang, this way please. The abbot wishes to meet with you personally. Zhongde Temple was vast, and after wandering through the halls for quite some time, Li Huowang finally arrived before a magnificent grand hall. Through the open eightfold doors, he beheld 5 towering golden Buddhas, each sitting in varying postures, emanating an impressive aura. Before the 5 golden Buddhas sat a figure clad in robes, whose back bore a hat reminiscent of the Tang monk's 5 Buddha crown. Under the watchful gaze of the 5 colossal golden Buddhas, Li Huowang instinctively began to slow his pace. The chanting ceased as the monk seated on the mat slowly turned to face him. Upon seeing the monk's visage, Li Huowang was taken aback. The elder abbot, with white eyebrows and beard, was unexpectedly gentle in appearance. Yet it was his eyes that truly astonished him. Those were a pair of pink eyes. After spending so much time in close proximity, Li Huowang could instantly recognize that he, like Bai Ling Miao, suffered from albinism. Amit Ba, the abbot spoke with a calm demeanor. I am Xin Hui. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xianyang, Li Huowang replied, performing a respectful bow before seating himself across from the abbot. Abbot, regarding Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang began, but was interrupted by a raised hand from the abbot. Xianyang, do you recognize the 5 Buddhas in this hall? Seeing Li Huowang shake his head, Xin Hui gently stroked his long white beard and began to explain. In the center is the Buddha Vairocana of the Vajra world. To the east is the Buddha Akshobhya of the fragrant accumulation world. To the south is the Buddha Ratnasambhava of the joyful world. To the west is Amitba of the pure land. And to the north is the Buddha Amagasiddhi of the lotus world. Together, they're known as the 5 wisdom Tathagatas. Li Huowang felt a twinge of impatience. The monk's seemingly irrelevant words left him perplexed. Abbot, can we discuss this later? May I ask what has become of Dan Yangzi? Xin Hui clasped his hands together and regarded Li Huowang with tranquility. He has attained Buddhahood. Chapter 43. The Buddha. He has attained Buddhahood. The abbot's calm declaration sent a chill down Li Huowang's spine. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the 5 majestic golden Buddhas, which had just moments ago appeared solemn, but now seemed to wear a different expression. As Li Huowang prepared to rise, he glanced at the bright sun outside the temple before returning his gaze to the abbot. The old monk remained as composed as before, showing neither joy nor sorrow, as if his previous statement had not originated from his lips. Wait, do not frighten yourself. It may not be as I fear. Indeed, Dan Yangzi had previously wreaked havoc, abducting and killing indiscriminately, causing chaos. I had dispatched the martial monks from our temple to apprehend him, but he repeatedly evaded capture. If you can find a way to eliminate him, it would be a great merit. But master, how could such a heinous villain attain Buddhahood? How is it even possible? Amitba, what he is now is of no importance. What matters is that I hold the Buddha in my heart. In my perception, he is Buddha. Hearing this, Li Huowang felt a surge of frustration. The old monk was speaking in riddles. At this moment, Dan Yangzi transcends the mundane. What I believe him to be is inconsequential. What you perceive him to be defines his essence, for his karma now resides with you, not with me. Xin Hui's voice remained steady. Yet Li Huowang grasped the meaning behind his words. Are you suggesting that Dan Yangzi has transformed into an amorphous entity, capable of changing with the thoughts of others? Much like you, Laoi? Indeed. But why? How did he become such a ghostly figure? The methods for attaining immortality that I devised were mere fabrications. Consuming all those toxic substances should have resulted in his immediate demise. Li Huowang racked his brain, unable to fathom this dilemma. I do not know. The monk's candid admission caught Li Huowang off guard. You do not know? I am not the future Buddha. I am not omniscient. A monk does not speak falsely. Not knowing is simply not knowing. After contemplating for a moment, Li Huowang posed a crucial question. Abbot, is there a way to completely eliminate Dan Yangzi? Since he is our adversary, it is not prudent to leave him in such limbo. He has gone to great lengths to come here for this very purpose. Casting a glance at the abbot's wrinkled white hand, Li Huowang hesitated. Xianyang, if you still doubt my intentions to harm you, you should not have crossed the temple threshold. After a moment of reflection, Li Huowang pressed his forehead against the monk's palm. As a hum resonated within him, Li Huowang felt the colors around him intensify, his body becoming light and buoyant. He understood that this old abbot possessed certain esoteric abilities of the Buddhist path. This matter is of great significance. I must confer with the other elders to devise a strategy. For now, please stay at the temple. I shall provide you with an answer by tomorrow. Seeing Li Huowang refuse, the abbot's tone remained unhurried. Your choice is yours. Jingde Temple will open its doors at dawn tomorrow. Xianyang, I implore you to keep your word. You know that this unresolved trouble poses a significant threat to both you and all living beings. As Li Huowang stepped outside into the sunlight and glanced back inside, he noticed that the abbot had turned away once more, resuming his chanting before the enormous golden Buddha. Li Huowang looked up at the midday sun and surveyed the tranquil temple surroundings. Everything appeared to be in perfect serenity, devoid of any trouble. Just as he turned to leave, he observed the abbot's bald head begin to twitch. Moments later, the smooth skin beneath the 5 Buddha hats split open, revealing a large vertical eye the size of a fist, fixating intently on Li Huowang. At that moment, the monk's chanting escalated in volume. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. As Li Huowang navigated the winding paths of the temple grounds and emerged into the bustling throng of visitors at the front entrance, he felt as though he had returned to the realm of humanity. Standing amidst the crowd, he cast a glance back at the narrow alley he had just exited, questioning whether he should trust what he had heard. Hey, Taoist, here I am. At the sound of his name, Li Huowang turned to see the old beggar from the road, waving excitedly at him from a distance. You made it to Jingde Temple? Did anyone accept you? The old beggar nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the monk just said he felt sorry for me and allowed me to stay here and work. That's good. You can work here diligently. It's certainly better than foraging for wild vegetables and eating offerings from the dead. I have matters to attend to, but wait, I haven't asked your name yet. Just call me Monk. I enjoy being called Monk. Do visit the temple when you have the chance. According to your Buddhist philosophy, let be as fate wills. After bidding farewell to the old monk, Li Huowang departed from Jingde Temple. Upon arriving at the prearranged inn, he was immediately swarmed by the others. Li Huowang raised a hand to silence their inquiries, speaking up, I have a task for everyone. Please disperse and inquire with the locals about Jingde Temple. Although his interactions with the monks had been quite ordinary, he still wished to gauge the local sentiment before making any further decisions. As they began to ask questions, the group nodded and promptly exited the inn. I heard that Jingde Temple is the largest temple in the entire Shijing city, bustling with visitors. Those monks are said to be very devout, strictly adhering to their precepts. I heard that a monk was expelled from the temple for eating meat. I also heard that the emperor from the palace visits that temple to pray, if one is fortunate enough to secure a good spot. They might even catch a glimpse of the emperor. What I have gathered aligns closely with what you've learned. Brother, what is your purpose in having us inquire about Jingde Temple? After reflecting on their insights, Li Huowang found himself unable to dismiss their accounts. If he were to distrust these monks, he would have no choice but to confront the now Buddha Dan Yangzi head-on, a decision that would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Chapter 44, Jingde Temple. Inside the Hall of the 5 Buddhas, Li Huowang once again found himself in the presence of Abbot Xinhui, this time not alone, but accompanied by 4 elderly monks seated behind him. Since you have arrived, Xianyang Shizhu, let us be succinct. We need to conduct a grand ritual to liberate him. Very well, let us commence, the abbot Li Huowang promptly spoke. Patience, Xianyang Shizhu, the karmic ties of Dan Yangzi reside within you. Before we initiate this ceremony, it is imperative for you to calm your mind. Calm my mind? Li Huowang queried with confusion. Amitabha, Shizhu, your heart is far from tranquil. It is afflicted. Before the abbot could finish, Li Huowang retorted sharply, I am not ill. The moment those words escaped his lips, he was startled by his own volume. Observing the profound gazes of the 5 venerable monks before him, Li Huowang took a deep breath, clenching his trembling fists. May I inquire, Abbot, how can I attain tranquility? Li Huowang took the scripture, opening it to reveal dense and obscure Buddhist texts, utterly perplexed by their meaning. Is mere recitation sufficient? Are there no specific practices? No special offerings required? Such simplicity was far beneath Li Huowang's expectations. Noticing the abbot shake his head, Li Huowang was about to exit with the scripture when he turned back to the seated monks. Abbot Xian Hui, does Zheng de Si possess any cultivation practices? Indeed, we have them. Should you wish to take vows and join our monastery, the sutra repository is yours to explore freely. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang turned to leave. He could never become a monk. This time, he refrained from refusal, realizing that continuing to be wary would only appear petty. A separate chamber within Zheng de Si was prepared for him, where he quietly remained, perusing the scriptures that had been provided. In the first few days, he felt somewhat anxious, but as he noted that no one in the temple seemed to care about his presence, even when he ventured into the lively main hall to observe monks interpreting omens, he gradually relaxed. In the dead of night, accompanied by a solitary oil lamp, Li Huowang held the scripture in both hands, reciting, "I have reached the end of life. The path of Brahman has been established. What I have done is done, unperturbed by the future." While reciting the so-called Sutra of the Five Aggregates being empty, Li Huowang initially felt nothing. However, as days passed, he noticed his sleep quality improving, realizing the scripture indeed held value. After completing the recitation, he gently closed the book, extinguished the oil lamp, and contemplated his forthcoming actions. Once he dealt with Danyang Zi, he would seek Heitai Sui. If he could stabilize his condition, he could continue to live steadily in this world. Yet, that Heitai Sui appeared rather fierce. If captured, how would he bind it to consume its flesh monthly? Moreover, he needed sufficient strength for self-defense, which presented its own challenges. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, he suddenly glimpsed a shadow outside the door, causing his body to tense up. Is someone in the temple watching me? Li Huowang slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the door, and unlatched it. He pulled it open just a crack, revealing the moonlit courtyard devoid of anyone. Tentatively, he peeked out, noticing a corner of a yellow monk's robe swiftly disappearing into the dark corridor. What is happening in this temple? After a brief moment of contemplation, he followed suit. Hastening a few steps, Li Huowang caught sight of the bald monk ahead. Unable to see his face from behind, he noted the absence of scars, indicating the monk likely held a low status within Zheng de Si. Thus, in the silent temple, one walked ahead while the other trailed at a distance. As they walked, the monk suddenly darted into a slightly ajar door. Li Huowang was about to follow when he reconsidered, turning to the opposite side of the temple, moistening his hand to breach the paper window. Compared to the five Buddha hall where the abbot stayed, this hall was small, even cramped. The bodhisattva, depicted in a madra, holding a vase, was significantly smaller than a person, and only 2 candles flickered on the offering platform, casting a dim light throughout the hall. At that moment, someone was kneeling before the Buddha, but it was not the monk who had just entered. It was a woman. A woman? Here, in the temple, at such a late hour? Before Li Huowang could ponder this, the woman began to murmur softly. "Compassionate Bodhisattva, I beseech you, grant me a son. If I cannot bear a son, my husband will sell me." As she uttered these words, a bare-chested monk stealthily approached her from behind the Bodhisattva's figure. A red cloth was drawn, gently binding the woman's eyes. She shuddered, but offered no resistance. Her breath became increasingly labored. As she inhaled and exhaled, 7 or 8 bald monks emerged from the surrounding darkness, palms pressed together, slowly encircling her. This is the truth behind the efficacy of seeking offspring. Li Huowang was rendered speechless, his previous perceptions of Zheng de Si shattered. Suddenly, he sensed something, turning abruptly to see Jiandun standing like a statue in the bright moonlight. Discovered, Jiandun said nothing, merely waved his hand lightly and turned to leave. Taking one last glance at the chaos within the hall, Li Huowang quietly followed. "I understand what you are thinking, Shizhu. Perhaps you believe the monks of Zheng de Si to be impure, but do you truly think those devotees are fools? Why do they come to worship at such late hours?" Li Huowang remained silent at the door, awaiting further words. "Those who desire sons, we provide them. As monks, we embody compassion, and this is a good deed." Hearing this, Li Huowang furrowed his brow. "It seems you perform quite a number of significant good deeds. Zhang Deci has never had a disciple claim that our bodhisattva is effective in granting offspring. This is solely the devotee self-promotion. We neither affirm nor deny their claims. Chapter 45, Buddha Master. You need not explain so much to me, a mere guest. I cannot interfere with your affairs. Please leave, I wish to retire. Jian Dun, hands together in reverence, bowed to Li Huowang as he made his way to the door. Just as he brushed past Li Huowang, he said lightly, "Do not underestimate the Buddhist path. I was a Taoist before I took vows. The Xianmin is much the same. You simply do not know." With Jian Dun's departure, the room was left with only Li Huowang. Turning to gaze at the temple shrouded in darkness, he felt no sense of reverence or solemnity. Li Huowang exhaled slowly towards the shadows. This wretched place is truly filthy. Is there not a single clean spot? Since that fateful night, Li Huowang endeavored to refrain from venturing out at night, lest he disrupt the monks' good deeds and incur their ire. Days passed, and his mental state improved significantly, as he no longer experienced nightmares. Just as he intended to inquire about when the abbot would commence the ritual, he received an early visit from a messenger. Xianyang Shizhu, preparations for the grand ritual are about to begin. This ceremony requires immense resources, so please refrain from any movements in the coming days. No sooner had the young monk departed than a familiar figure appeared, wearing an expression of delight. "Little Taoist, so you reside here? Why did you not inform me?" It was the former beggar, now transformed, wearing a pristine yellow monk's robe, his face and body free from any grime, appearing quite revitalized. Though he and the monk were mere acquaintances, encountering such a familiar face in this unfamiliar place brought Li Huowang a sense of closeness. "Monk, how have you been living here?" "Life is satisfactory. I am well fed and warmly clothed each day, yet I find myself at unease, as I can no longer perform acts of kindness within the temple. The mere mention of benevolence stirs memories of that fateful night," prompting Li Huowang to sigh softly as he gazes at the elderly monk before him. "Do not dwell on such matters. Simply enjoy your time here. Though this temple may be somewhat unkempt, it ensures we shall never go hungry." With a spirited enthusiasm, the old monk beckons, "Come, little novice. Let me show you where I work. It is quite expansive." Li Huowang, feeling somewhat disinterested, responds, "With the sun blazing so fiercely, perhaps another time would be better." Nevertheless, he is coaxed out of his room by the old monk's insistence. After navigating several winding paths, they arrive at a spacious courtyard within Jingde Temple. Here, Li Huowang realizes the true vastness of the temple. Dust swirls in the air as monks, their hands wrapped in cloth, wield chisels and hammers. Meticulously sculpting the images of Buddha, the statues line up in 2 rows, extending away from the courtyard. Beneath the radiant sun, the monks' bald heads glisten, as they labor diligently, pouring their sweat into their art. "Is this where you toil?" Li Huowang queries, wrinkling his nose at the dusty surroundings. "Indeed, I am tasked with moving the useless rubble. My contribution is part of these statues," the old monk responds, pride evident in his voice. The two traverse the path between the incomplete statues, observing the diverse forms of the works. Monks pass by without acknowledging their presence, treating them as if they were mere phantoms. It is clear that these sculptures are not meant for personal use. They are intended for sale to the devotees. A wry smile crosses Li Huowang's face as he reflects on the monk's evident entrepreneurial skills. However, after the events of the previous night, he finds himself unfazed by the scene. "But wait, there is more. Ahead lies even more," the old monk exclaims, eager to guide him further. As the old monk strides forward, Li Huowang follows. Yet he suddenly feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. "All right, if I have indeed caught a chill, I might as well soak up some sun. Let us proceed," he replies, lifting his gaze to the relentless sun overhead. "Could it be heat stroke so soon after the new year? I do not feel overheated," he muses. As he prepares to follow the old monk, he notices a change in the surrounding sounds. The rhythmic chipping of chisels has transformed into the unsettling sound of flesh colliding. Startled, he turns to the right, only to find the stone carvings have vanished, replaced by a grotesque mass of flesh. Those are the monks, the once pious artisans, now entangled in a writhing heap, engage in acts of an unspeakable nature. "What is this?" Li Huowang stumbles backward, eyes wide in shock. He raises his gaze to the glaring sun, realizing he is not hallucinating. Turning to look back at the previous statues, he finds them transformed in the bright winter sunlight. Dozens of flesh mounds now populate the space. Taoist, come quickly. The old monk calls excitedly from ahead, resembling a child eager to show off a prized possession. Trembling, Li Huowang inhales deeply and continues forward, passing through the grand archway to discover yet another expansive courtyard. Here, the flesh mounds are not solely human. Pigs are also ensnared in the mire of devotion. They cry out in agony, yet the mass of pious monks ensnares them like quicksand. Look, the Qilin and stone lions are so lifelike. How marvelous it would be to possess such skill. The old monk remarks as they continue to observe the grotesque creations of Zhengde Temple's monks. Li Huowang sees dogs, horses, cows, and donkeys, and upon closer inspection, he discerns an even more disturbing truth. The monks are androgynous beings, embodying both male and female traits. His mind races in confusion. Just then, the old monk grasps his arm, urging him into a vast hall. Li Huowang's neck stiffens as he gazes upwards, his pupils constricting with fear. Behold, the old monk gestures upward, his face glowing with childlike wonder. What an enormous Buddha! Buddha? Li Huowang stares in disbelief at the grotesque mass towering above him. At least 20 meters high. To him, this so-called Buddha is merely a monstrous, contorted mound of flesh, its skin reminiscent of a toad's back, glistening with viscous fluids. Various grotesque and deformed appendages, dripping with ichor, writhe in unison with the undulating mass of flesh, all covered in monks who move in a similarly unsettling manner. Women, kin, beasts, this abomination before him reveals that the monks of Zhengde Temple seem to be pushing the boundaries of corporeal existence. Isn't it grand? This stone Buddha is the largest I have ever seen. The oblivious old monk praises from beside him. Li Huowang's body has frozen in horror. He once believed that the likes of Dan Yangzi represented the epitome of malevolence, shunned by the mainstream. If the monks of Zhengde Temple are adversaries of Dan Yangzi, they must surely adhere to some code of righteousness. Yet this assumption is fundamentally flawed. There is no clear delineation between good and evil. Perhaps all forms of cultivation in this world are similarly bizarre. The discord between Dan Yangzi and these monks may not be a matter of righteousness at all, but merely a struggle for territory between two factions. Regardless of their motives, one truth is irrefutable. The old abbot's words had been lies. He had been deceived. The idea of universal salvation was merely a fabrication. I must escape this wretched place. Li Huowang glances back at the oblivious old monk, uncertain as to why the monk's illusions fail to work on him. It is evident that he has not yet been detected. He must exploit this to his advantage. With resolve, he strides out of the hall and into the nauseating sculpture yard. The surrounding flesh mounds continue to writhe, yet he chooses to ignore them and presses onward. Hey, Taoist, don't leave. It's such a rare opportunity. Why the hurry? The old monk calls, rushing out to follow him. The food here is quite decent. Why not join me for a meal? The fried tofu is better than the meat. Li Huowang feigns impatience, quickening his pace as the old monk rambles on beside him. As he nears the exit of the flesh mounds, a towering figure blocks his path. An imposing monk, stern-faced and significantly taller than Li Huowang, watches him silently. Master, do you require something? Li Huowang inquires coldly, his heart racing with trepidation. The tall monk leans forward, scrutinizing him closely. Immediately following, an unsettling scene unfolded before Li Huowang. As a distinctly supple and flexible black tentacle adorned with suction cups emerged from the scar atop his head, stretching longer and longer. This bizarre appendage undulated in the air like a serpent of the sea, slowly coiling around Li Huowang's head as if it were sensing something. "Amaba, good man, your heart is impure." Upon uttering these words, the writhing mass of flesh surrounding him abruptly halted, and the monks engaged in their dubious activities turned their gazes in unison towards Li Huowang. He realized that they knew he had seen through their illusions. With no time to spare, he resolved to act. As the situation spiraled beyond redemption, Li Huowang drew his sword with a swift motion, fiercely slashing at the towering monk before him. With a sharp sound, the monk's tentacle, along with his garments, was severed, spraying forth a mixture of yellow and green pus. A pill flew into Li Huowang's mouth, and he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, soaring 3 meters high towards the nearest earthen wall. As Li Huowang made his move, the atmosphere around him erupted into chaos. All the monks descended from their fleshy mountains, roaring in pursuit. Yet this was not the end of his troubles. The ground trembled violently, nearly unbalancing everyone present. Li Huowang, now perched on the wall, instinctively turned to look back, only to witness the colossal figure of the Buddha crashing through the temple doors, rolling towards him. Flee! Escape this temple. They cannot allow the citizens of Shijing to behold the true visage of the Buddha. With this conviction, Li Huowang dashed towards the main hall, the din of voices behind him growing ever louder, but he could no longer afford to be concerned. One man fled while a throng pursued, and the stamina granted by the pill was extraordinary. Though he narrowly escaped several perilous encounters, he remained uncaptured. Just as he rounded a corner, nearing the entrance of Zhengde Temple, a familiar face obstructed his path. It was the abbot, Hui. Without hesitation, Li Huowang reached into his robe, grasping for the bell. But in the next moment his hand froze. The bell that summoned Yu Laoi was gone. Ba, Xianyang, are you searching for this? Hui inquired, cradling the bell in his hands, his expression calm and unhurried. Instead of questioning Li Huowang, he turned to reprimand the gathered monks who had caught up. Hush! You are monks. What disorderly conduct is this? Abbot, it is not that we are disordered, but this disciple of the Xianmin suddenly attacked Brother Jianwei. Upon hearing this, the abbot turned back, perplexed, and asked Li Huowang, Xianyang, is this true? Why did you suddenly strike at my disciple? Was he negligent in his duties? Gazing at the assembly of bald heads, and then at the bell he had just lost and regained, Li Huowang found himself at a loss. What game were they playing? They all understood that he had witnessed everything, yet they continued this charade. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang decided to lay his cards on the table. Abbot Hui, you harbor animosity towards Dan Yangzi, and I have eliminated him. There is no need for bloodshed, is there? Rest assured, I shall remain silent about all I have seen within this temple. One voice cannot tarnish the reputation of Zhengde Temple. However, upon hearing Li Huowang's words, Hui's expression grew more perplexed. What have you seen, my friend? I did not comprehend. At that moment, both parties stood in a standstill, and the atmosphere fell silent. Absurd. Nonsense. This was the first time Li Huowang witnessed Hui's fury. The two white whiskers beneath his nose quivered like dragon tendrils, and an overwhelming aura compelled the monks behind to bow their heads. Chapter 47. Incense offering. As soon as Hui uttered these words, he seemed to realize his faux pas, quickly joining his palms together and closing his eyes in reverence to the west. Ba, my apologies, I have transgressed. I shall transcribe scriptures 100 times as penance. After speaking, Hui raised his head once more, calmly regarding Li Huowang. After a careful examination, he subtly nodded. I understand why. Xianyang, please follow me. Faced with the hawkish stares of the monks, Li Huowang felt he had no choice but to comply. He sheathed his long sword behind him and turned to follow. Hui led him not elsewhere, but back to the site of the sculpted Buddha statues. Shuanyang, was it the filth you observed here? Surrounded by the monks, Li Huowang found himself momentarily stunned, as the unfinished stone figures that had transformed into mountains of flesh reappeared before him, mocking him. How could this be? Please continue to follow me. Accompanied by Hui, Li Huowang slowly advanced, passing the sculpted Buddha statues and arriving at the location where he had previously seen livestock. Here, there were no animals, only rows of unfinished stone cheilants and stone lions. All sizes of these stony auspicious beasts lined up neatly, silently gazing ahead. Suddenly, Hui drew Li Huowang's sword from behind and forcefully cleaved off the head of a palm-sized lion. Grasping the stone lion's head, he placed it in Li Huowang's hands. Li Huowang gently stroked the stone lion's head with his fingers. Its texture and substantial weight confirmed its authenticity. How could this be? Confused, Li Huowang remained unconvinced, approaching and examining the sculptures one by one, discovering they were indeed real. Ultimately, he stood at the entrance of the Grand Hall, peering inside to find a colossal Buddha seated in lotus position, left hand cradling a bowl, and right hand pointing straight down, glaring majestically before him. This cannot be. I clearly saw it. How can it be fake? Hearing Li Huowang's words, Abbot Hui sighed deeply. Ba, my friend, you suffer from a grave affliction. Bewildered, Li Huowang turned to Hui, exclaiming in shock, could it be that I am unwell? Were those visions mere illusions? Hui gently nodded. You must be more aware of your condition than we outsiders. Could it be that consuming so much hate Tai Sui can only sustain me for this long? Am I beginning to hallucinate again? Li Huowang clutched his head in anguish, muttering to himself. Upon hearing this, the nearby monks exchanged glances filled with disdain, whispering amongst themselves. So it turns out he is mad. If there is nothing amiss, let us hastily send him away. Should he go mad one day and harm someone, it will be troublesome. Hush! A single word from Xin Hui silenced all. He stepped into the hall, lighting 4 incense sticks, then turned to present them to Li Huowang. It is no trouble for us disciples of the Buddha, but disturbing the Buddha is not acceptable. Please offer incense properly. Incense offering? Li Huowang's muscles tensed as his gaze flitted between the great Buddha, Xin Hui, and the 4 incense sticks. What are you waiting for? This is your fault to begin with, Xin Hui urged, extending the incense toward him. If that thing were real, would approaching it to offer incense not be akin to delivering it to its very mouth? What are you hesitating for? Li Huowang looked at Xin Hui, who now displayed a hint of displeasure. He touched the genuine stone lion in his hands and raised his gaze to the blazing sun above. With a sudden motion, Li Huowang tossed the lion's head aside, grasped the incense, and stepped over the threshold, slowly advancing towards the stone figure. He walked slowly, both his body and mind taut, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Despite the slow pace, Li Huowang ultimately arrived beneath the great Buddha. The Buddha remained unchanged, not transformed into the grotesque creature that repulsed many. With incense clasped firmly in both hands, Li Huowang stood before the censer, gazing upward once more. From this angle, he could see the colossal figure of the Buddha, its indifferent gaze upon him evoking a profound sense of reverence within his heart. As he raised the incense high above his head, the 4 sticks quivered gently, releasing a swirl of white smoke that ascended gracefully towards the temple ceiling. With the resolution of the earlier conflict, the monks gradually dispersed, returning to their respective positions to resume their meticulous carving, the rhythmic clanging filling the air. Xin Hui accompanied Li Huowang along the stone-paved path that bisected the statues, slowly making their way outward. Xian Yang, given the severity of your ailment, it will be prudent to refrain from wandering about and instead await the Pu-Duda Zhai meeting in peace. Though your condition is troublesome, it pales in comparison to the peril posed by Dan Yangzi. One must eat and attend to matters one step at a time, Xin Hui remarked, twirling the prayer beads in her hand while addressing Li Huowang. Li Huowang tilted his head back to observe the sun shining brightly above, stretching his arms high in a languid yawn. Abbot, do you possess a remedy for my hysteria within Zhang to see? Well, the old monk might allow a disciple to attempt a remedy. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain, for this monastery lacks the teachings of Huang Qi, the abbot replied. No deities. I merely asked casually. After all, I've been mad for so long that I've grown accustomed to it. Li Huowang responded with a nonchalant expression. By the way, abbot, how did you manage that earlier? How did what I held suddenly end up in your hands? Ah, merely a trivial trick, nothing of consequence, the abbot chuckled lightly. At this moment, do not be so modest, abbot. If that is trivial, then what am I but a mere insect in comparison? Xuanyang, such matters cannot be assessed in that manner. Although Dan Yangzi may not rival my strength, he is still of considerable skill, yet you managed to eliminate him. Did you not? Is Dan Yangzi truly of such caliber? What then of those in the upper echelons? Li Huowang inquired. Indeed, there exists a hierarchy among the adept. Concepts such as heaven and earth are merely the fabrications of the idle-minded. Monks seek not for hollow fame and are indifferent to such trivialities. This brief journey saw the two engage in extensive conversation, with Li Huowang gleaning much useful knowledge of this world from Xin Hui. Upon leaving the sculpting area, Li Huowang paused to bow respectfully to Xin Hui, expressing his gratitude to the abbot for his insights. After exchanging pleasantries, he glanced around, noting the absence of the old monk before turning to head towards his quarters. He walked slowly, appearing deep in thought, as if preoccupied with some matter. After a little less than half an hour, Li Huowang finally reached his abode, and the moment he closed the door, his expression twisted into one of rage. Clenching his fists, he struck the wall with force. Though unaware of the methods the monks employed to ensnare his senses, Li Huowang, as a long-time sufferer alternating between illusion and reality, was acutely sensitive to such deceptions. The earlier encounter with the great Buddha had felt distinctly amiss, reminiscent of the unsettling atmosphere of a hospital within a hallucination. Those stone carvings were false. The great Buddha was an illusion, all mere sleight of hand. What I witnessed before was not a hallucination at all. Chapter 48. Escape with a creaking sound. The wooden door opened a crack, and Li Huowang peered through the opening, cautiously surveying the surroundings. The gentle afternoon sun filtered through the swaying leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Outside, all was serene, save for a distant monk sweeping the ground. However, to Li Huowang, who had comprehended the deeper truths, this tranquil scene appeared entirely different. All a facade. They cannot deceive me. Their intent is to placate me, to coerce my voluntary participation in their so-called pu du de jai. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another struck him. Wait, why are they doing this? I am but an ordinary person. With their strength, why not confront me directly? This question would remain unanswered for now. But Li Huowang had no need for answers. He merely wished to escape this cursed place. While still contemplating whether the distant monk was monitoring him, he observed the monk pick up his broom and turn away, having noted the lack of fallen leaves. The monks of Zheng, the sea, remain oblivious to my anomaly. This is the only advantage I possess. Li Huowang calculated quietly within himself. With no one else around, Li Huowang refrained from moving, choosing instead to wait patiently. As time passed, the palms of his hands began to sweat. Suddenly, the deep, resonant toll of the temple bell echoed throughout Zheng de Sea, causing Li Huowang to flinch. Having lingered so long, he recognized this chime signified the arrival of the evening meal, a signal for the monks to gather. With a quiet demeanor, Li Huowang exited his quarters, joining the monks en route to the dining hall. His presence was entirely unremarkable, as he had dined in the same manner on numerous past occasions. Compared to his own quarters, the dining hall was evidently closer to the main hall, teeming with visitors. Since they employed illusions, it was clear they wished to conceal their darker, more sinister aspects from ordinary folk. As he walked, Li Huowang noticed several monks casting furtive glances his way, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly discussing the events of the afternoon. Their eyes glinted with mockery, hostility, and curiosity. Yet Li Huowang understood that all of this was a ruse. These monks were merely playing a part, allied with Exine Hui. Not a single good soul resided within Zheng de Sea. They all conspired to harm me. Li Huowang resolutely affirmat. After a leisurely half a stick of incense's worth of time, Li Huowang arrived at the bustling dining hall, filled with shaven heads. He did not flee immediately, but instead joined the throng, entering alongside the others. He filled his wooden bowl with food and calmly took a seat, beginning to eat the offerings before him. The day's fare included taro soup, stir-fried konjac with fried tofu, sauteed egg greens, and stewed potatoes with squash. Although devoid of meat, the flavors were quite palatable. However, after the earlier incident, Li Huowang found himself lacking any appetite. To avoid arousing suspicion, he dared not exhibit any unusual behavior, continuing to eat voraciously. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder, causing him to jump. "Little Taoist, you're here too? Why were you in such a hurry earlier?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Huowang turned to find the toothless grin of the old monk he had encountered on the road. Had he not dragged Li Huowang to see the stone statue, he might not have found himself in this predicament. The old monk squeezed onto the bench beside Li Huowang, his own bowl in hand. "Let us eat together." Li Huowang glanced around, observing the lack of unusual behavior among the other monks, chewed his food thoughtfully, and continued to eat. "Suit yourself. Taoist, what are your other companions? Tell them to leave the inn and join us here. I'll let you know, meals here are free." The oblivious old monk remained as boisterous as ever. However, this time, Li Huowang, eager to extricate himself, chose to ignore him. Having finished his meal at a pace consistent with his usual routine, he belched contentedly and made his way towards the dining hall's exit. Back on the stone-paved path outside, the old monk trailed behind him once more. "Don't leave yet. Let us chat for a while. The monks here are terribly dull. What are you doing sleeping at this hour? Allow me to share something with you." Just as the old monk began to speak, he noticed the previously composed young Taoist's face turn extremely pale. Immediately, Li Huowang spoke in a hushed tone to the old monk, urging him to flee swiftly, for this temple is perilous. In the next moment, Li Huowang propelled himself forcefully off the ground, channeling all his strength towards the main hall. His sudden dash drew the attention of the other monks, who turned to observe, but he paid them no heed as he continued to sprint. His heart raced, and his mind was taut with tension, ever vigilant of the potential emergence of that old wretch, Xin Hui. 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 1 zhang. As Li Huowang burst through the side door, the surroundings erupted in a cacophony of noise. Footfalls, voices, and the rhythmic beating of wooden fish flooded his ears. At the center of this tumult, he found himself momentarily frozen, as the familiar faces around him silently conveyed an unspoken message. Gasping for breath, an epiphany struck Li Huowang, and he turned to glance back at the side door. It was utterly empty. There were no pursuers in sight. In the distance, neither the welcoming monks nor the divination monks cast a glance in his direction. To Li Huowang, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, so ordinary that it felt amiss. Could it be? Were those truly mere figments of my imagination? Had those repulsive entities been conjured by my own mind? However, he quickly dismissed this absurd notion, shaking his head vigorously before striding purposefully towards the temple's exit. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Even the slightest possibility warranted caution. The journey out of the temple was as effortless as his entrance had been. Li Huowang hurriedly arrived at the inn, where the familiar faces of his companions greeted him with warmth after their separation. There was no time for pleasantries. They needed to pack their belongings and depart promptly. "I will notify Master L," someone offered. "No time to waste. We leave at once." "Quickly." "Brother, where are we headed?" Bai Ling Miao inquired, her face etched with confusion. "Out of the pass." Chapter 49. X and Su. The sound of the black donkey's hooves echoed crisply against the hard road as the others, visibly distressed, kept pace with the donkey cart. They walked briskly, occasionally glancing back, seemingly fearful of something pursuing them. Li Shixiang, why the rush to leave the pass? Gua asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Since Zhengde Temple has thrived amid the bustling city for so long, why must we depart? Li Huowang's expression darkened ominously. In response to Li Huowang's retort, the shaggy-haired Xiaoman spoke. The mere fact that Zhengde Temple has coexisted peacefully with the imperial palace for so long speaks volumes. Whether the rulers of Xijing City are complicit or infiltrated, the local authorities cannot be trusted. Li Huowang nodded in agreement. It was one thing for ordinary people like them to be deceived, but the notion that the entire ruling class of such a vast nation could be misled was absurd. There had to be some nefarious dealings at play. They had already overstayed their welcome here, and all farewell messages had been conveyed to Zhao Wu. Their next step was indeed to leave. Spreading a map across the donkey cart, Li Huowang revealed a map that had been unattainable elsewhere, but found here in Xijing City, albeit still quite rudimentary. His fingers glided slowly over the map, tracing the route they would take next, crossing through the realms of Siki, Hoshu, and Xia, all culminating in Bai Ling Miao's homeland, the Liang Kingdom. "Yes, let us go to our place. There are no terrifying monks there. Our monks are quite amicable," Bai Ling Miao remarked. Hearing her words, Li Huowang glanced at her briefly before returning his gaze to the map. To be frank, he trusted no one at this moment. He could not discern whether the monks she spoke of were genuinely kind or merely employing a ruse. As ordinary mortals, they were at a distinct disadvantage in the face of such unfathomable beings. They continued walking until darkness fell, pausing only when they could no longer move. Li Huowang stared at the flickering campfire, feeling a sense of urgency. Their pace was far too slow. Truth be told, he was not short on silver, if necessary. He could part with the jade pendant, which should be sufficient to procure a horse for each person. The issue, however, was that none of them knew how to ride. "This won't do. We can't take the main road. It's too easy to be pursued. After dinner, we'll venture into the woods. Li Shixiang, your noodles are ready." I added plenty of lard to stave off hunger. A steaming bowl of noodles was placed before Li Huowang, with bits of meat floating within. Watching quietly as Li Huowang devoured the noodles, Bai Ling Miao rested her head on her knees and asked if the monks at Zhengde Temple are not good people. "What will you do, Li Shixiang? Must you seek out monks? What about nuns?" After swallowing a mouthful of noodles, Li Huowang gently blew on his bowl before savoring a hearty sip of broth. "It's nothing, a minor inconvenience. Compared to those pursuing us, these matters are hardly troublesome." Since the monks had deceived him, all their previous words were now called into question. Perhaps they were incapable of dealing with Dan Yangzi, or perhaps Dan Yangzi was not as they had claimed. The existence of Dan Yangzi, whether possible or not, could be addressed at a later time. "Are the noodles insufficient? Should I serve you more? There is still some left in the pot." Li Huowang shook his head, passing the bowl to Bai Ling Yao, rising to approach the simpleton beside him, and playfully patted his bald head. "Come, let us stop eating and head to the woods for a moment." In the small woods, Li Huowang stood side by side with the simpleton, tending to a small tree before them. Casting a glance back at the campfire, he quietly instructed the simpleton. As night fell, Jingde Temple began to close for the evening. The monks gradually commenced their evening prayers, filling the temple with the rhythmic chanting of scriptures. Jian Dun walked leisurely through the temple, his right hand turning the Buddhist beads while his left hand remained clenched. Soon, he arrived at the Huofeng's hall, where he spotted the abbot engrossed in stringing Buddhist beads. "Abbot, I just checked. It appears that the Xianyang benefactor has departed." Seated cross-legged on a mat, Abbot Xinhui lifted the beads from the water to scrutinize them. After a moment, he placed the beads on the ground and picked up a baby from a nearby cradle. "Alas, poor thing, had we not discovered you in time, you would have drowned at your father's hands." He gently cooed to the infant girl. "Abbot, the Xianyang benefactor has left. I am not deaf yet. No need to raise your voice. Be mindful not to disturb the child." With a series of rhythmic knocks from the wooden fish, the entire Huofeng's hall took on a solemn atmosphere. Xinhui carefully placed the child on the ground, delicately wrapping the freshly made beads around her. Accompanied by the sound of the wooden fish, Xinhui began to chant softly, not reciting scriptures, but rather something else entirely. The moon conceals the jade rabbit. The sun hides the crow. There exists a tortoise and serpent entwined as the incantation resonated. The beads around the infant's body began to tighten, as if animated. Feeling the pain, the infant instinctively struggled and cried. But her voice was drowned out by the rhythmic thumping of the wooden fish. Entwined, life is firm. Yet one can sow golden lotuses in the fire. The beads gradually sank into the flesh. And had she been an ordinary child, she would have perished on the spot. Yet, she continued to wail robustly. Xinhui formed a lotus seal with his hands and pointed forcefully at the bloodied child. The cries gradually transformed into laughter, the sound growing louder, so much so that even the 5 colossal Buddhas within the hall appeared to lift the corners of their mouths. The harmonious chime of the wooden fish began to diminish, as the abbot, with a heart full of compassion, gently cradled the child's head and pulled away. The keen-eyed Jian Dun quickly took a few steps forward, presenting a prepared vase to Xian Hui. Like a gardener, Xian Hui planted the giggling infant into the vase filled with red liquid, creating a new floral maiden. After completing this, the meditative Xian Hui resumed threading Buddhist beads with a string. "Yes, disciple, as commanded. Be cautious. Although that young lad knows nothing, his potential should not be underestimated." The cunning Dan Yangzi, for all his faults, was indeed fortunate, having discovered such a rare heart essence. In Chapter 50, under the cover of night in a dense thicket, Li Huowang lay wrapped in a quilt, silently keeping watch. The night without a bonfire was cold, especially in March. Yet, he dared not ignite a flame, lest the light attract the monk's pursuit. Utilizing the faint moonlight, Li Huowang retrieved the Dao bell from his bosom. The potent elixir bestowed by Dan Yangzi had nearly been consumed. This was all he had left to offer. Reflecting on the ease with which the abbot wielded power, Li Huowang felt a deep sense of resentment. The thought that his adversaries sought to harm him while he could only flee was unbearable. In this chaotic and bizarre world, power reigned supreme. To stand firm, he must grow immeasurably strong. If someone like Dan Yangzi could become so formidable, why could he not? Regardless of the eccentricities of this world's cultivation methods, he must obtain them. He yearned for self-preservation and to protect those he cherished. If he could not plead for it, he would steal. If he could not steal, he would seize. If he could not seize, he would resort to cunning. The expression on Li Huowang's face gradually twisted into a grimace. Suddenly, he paused, his hand reaching to touch the back of his neck in contemplation. The serene stillness of the woods was pierced by an ethereal chant. Almost instinctively, Li Huowang sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings. Yet, all was shrouded in darkness. He discerned nothing, and the simple traps he had set earlier remained unresponsive. The haunting recitation echoed once more from the shadows, now closer. "Quick, everyone up, scatter and run. Do not concern yourselves with the donkey cart. Fool, do as I instructed." At Li Huowang's urging, Bai Ling Miao instinctively prepared to follow him, only to be hoisted over the shoulder by the fool, who charged eastward. In the darkness, Li Huowang continued to run, yet the chanting that seemed to emanate from nowhere relentlessly pursued him, and he began to detect the scent of incense from the temple. Suddenly, he halted, his pupils constricting as he gazed at the pitch-black path ahead, where numerous tiny red dots, akin to flies, quivered slightly. Putuoye mi di liena luo vincit, chanting gide inge singli prononjit. Gradually, the forms in the darkness emerged, Buddhas immense in stature, with slender legs and rotund bodies. The red dots Li Huowang had previously seen were indeed bundles of incense embedded in their flesh, swaying with the movement of their colossal bodies. There are not just one but 7 Buddhas, standing side by side, swaying as they approached Li Huowang. Their movements were simple and repetitive, alternating left and right, resembling humans yet not, their expressions a blend of mirth and rage. When fully illuminated by the moonlight, Li Huowang recognized the foremost Buddha. It bore the visage of Jiandan. Amitabha, benefactor, your heart is unsettled. Li Huowang looked up at the massive Buddha, at least 4 meters tall. So you finally cease your charade, you wretched worshippers of monsters. Upon Jiandan's utterance, he clasped his hands together forcefully, and the sound of tearing flesh echoed as countless skinless hands sprouted from behind him. In an instant, the 7 Buddhas transformed into 7 terrifying, flesh-covered, 1,000-handed horrors. The ringing of the Dao bell intensified as Li Huowang vigorously shook it, causing the surrounding environment to warp, the lines of branches twisting grotesquely into a figure of Yu Lao Yi. However, amidst the chaotic ringing, the Buddhas remained steadfast, like immovable rocks. As Li Huowang stuffed soil in his mouth, Zhuan Ganken, Yu Lao Yi, accompanied by fading traces, soared towards the Buddhas. Hey! A giant Buddha's hand came crashing down, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, the intangible Yu Lao Yi disregarded the attack, slipping through the palm and lunging at the Buddha's face. Upon entering one Buddha's head, the colossal figure began to sway, its vast hands flailing as if swatting flies. However, this was futile. Moments later, the immense Buddha collapsed, its features beginning to dissolve, and its body, once impervious, began to warp alongside the surrounding illusions. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 6 Buddhas swiftly formed a circle back to back, then, like stone pillars, slammed down into the earth, hands clasped together, reciting incomprehensible sutras. Rulai e duo luo san mo san puti. As the chanting commenced, Li Huowang noticed Yu Lao Ye's form behaving erratically, the lines that constituted its body twisting uncontrollably. Realizing the situation, he shook the Dao bell with increased fervor. Jiejian. Upon hearing Li Huowang express his willingness to sacrifice more of his lifespan, Yu Lao Yi struggled to maintain its form, charging towards one of the Buddhas. With a resonating tremor, another Buddha fell, yet this was the utmost limit of Yu Lao Ye's capabilities. Amidst the resonant sutras, Yu Lao Yi plummeted from the air to the ground. Seeing that Yu Lao Yi had become ineffective, Li Huowang ceased ringing the bell. But as the surroundings returned to normal, Yu Lao Yi did not dissipate. The lines on its form began to lose their original colors, morphing into a pink, fleshy hue. The once intangible being, now endowed with corporeal existence by the Buddha's chanting. The now embodied Yu Lao Yi resembled a mass of entangled worms, slowly writhing on the ground. A colossal hand, marked with the swastika, descended heavily. Slap! In an instant, Yu Lao Ye's flesh was reduced to a mushy puddle. In Chapter 51, Li Huowang gazed up at the Buddhas, unable to see their faces due to the moonlight behind them. He could only perceive the writhing, tentacle-like hands behind them and the enormous shadowy heads, as well as the strange amalgamation of blood and incense wafting through the air. Stepping back a few paces, he glanced around and, finding himself utterly alone, shook his head defiantly at the Buddhas before him. I will not. Resolutely, Li Huowang's hand reached behind him to grasp the sword hilt. With a creak, the massive Buddha bent down, blocking the moonlight overhead, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Li Huowang could sense the lantern-sized eyes of the Buddha in the darkness fixated upon him. Amitabha, benefactor, it will be best for you to depart. We mean you no harm. Unexpectedly, Jiandan refrained from immediate violence, persisting in his calm persuasion. If you truly wish me well, then allow me to leave, would you? Is not the essence of a monk rooted in compassion? What harm would it cause to let me go? It is precisely because we harbor compassion that we cannot allow the benefactor to depart. As he spoke, a stone hurtled through the air, striking the Buddha's head with a crisp clang. Li Huowang and Jiandan simultaneously turned their gazes toward the source, whereby Ling Miao and her companions stood in the distance, brandishing luminous stones. Senior brother Li, run. More stones were hurled in their direction, crashing against the Buddha's form before falling feebly to the ground. With a resounding crash, Jian Dun's towering figure soared into the air, only to come crashing down like a colossal boulder, snapping several trees in his wake, landing heavily behind by Ling Miao and the others. Seeing the frail by Ling Miao standing beside the Buddha, her belly barely showing, Li Huowang's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl as he shouted, "Stop this at once." In an instant, both the Buddha beside Li Huowang and the one in the distance retreated a step simultaneously. "Xianyang, we mean you no harm. Please remain calm." Jian Dun's voice betrayed a hint of tension, as if he sought to avoid provoking Li Huowang further. What? This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. Li Huowang's mere utterance prompted compliance from the other party. "They are anxious? What reason do I, an ordinary person, have to be anxious? Monastics do not take life. This monk merely wishes for them to quiet down," Jian Dun proclaimed, effortlessly snapping surrounding tree trunks and interweaving them into a rudimentary wooden prison to ensnare all within. "However, Xianyang is a reasonable man. I trust one can persuade him." Li Huowang, recalling the prior encounter at Zhengde Temple, discerned a glaring inconsistency. Regardless of the abbot or the imposing Jian Dun before him, despite their formidable strength, they were intent on avoiding violence, opting instead for a deceptive emotional strategy to ensnare him. Why complicate matters when force could resolve them easily? Is there something about me that warrants their concern? Pondering this perplexity, Li Huowang spread his arms, scrutinizing his unremarkable palms. Aside from being a lunatic, what properties could possibly attract their interest? He mused, entirely dismissing Jian Dun's words. He needed to uncover what worried them. Perhaps this insight would provide his only chance of escape. Reflecting on the potential consequences if they threatened his life with force, a cascade of thoughts flashed through him. Ultimately, his mind settled on the moment when the god of joy was dragged into darkness. That was the sole instance where life and death truly hung in the balance. Yet, that encounter had concluded in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Li Huowang's pupils constricted to pinpricks. "Dan Yangzi, they fear using force against me because, should I face a mortal threat, Dan Yangzi, whatever he has become, will undoubtedly manifest. Dan Yangzi is, in fact, protecting me, although he was the one who had killed him from his perspective. This disciple had done nothing wrong. He had even assisted him in attaining enlightenment." The monks of Zhengde Temple had evidently recognized this fact long ago, yet they had chosen not to disclose it to him, instead devising elaborate schemes to deceive him, intending to eliminate Dan Yangzi during the grand feast for the sake of universal salvation. If they succeeded in disposing of Dan Yangzi, then he and his companions would truly become mere prey. The mere thought of what the monks at Zhengde Temple might do sent a chill down Li Huowang's spine. Regaining his composure, he directed his gaze once more at Jian Dun, this time with a slight upturn of his lips. "Are you afraid of Dan Yangzi? Since he has attained Buddhahood, why do you monks still fear him?" Jian Dun's expression stiffened. "Xianyang, I do not comprehend your words. Monastics do not indulge in falsehoods. I can swear before the Buddha that the grand feast will pose no harm to you, aside from the resolution of Dan Yangzi." This statement further solidified Li Huowang's suspicions. In this world, there are no kind-hearted souls willing to lay everything bare to uncover more valuable truths. One must gather information and judge for oneself. I have come to realize that having Dan Yangzi with me is rather advantageous, for he is my master. It feels remiss to simply dispose of him. With this realization, Li Huowang felt a surge of calm. "Amitabha, this cannot be allowed. Dan Yangzi's fate is not solely of concern to you, but to all sentient beings." Li Huowang regarded Jian Dun with a slight smile. "Why not speak to my master directly?" "What?" With a swift motion, Li Huowang gripped the hilt of a sword, its edge capable of slicing through iron. Jian Dun, witnessing this, wore a gentle smile. "You believe you can breach my Buddhist form with that? Xianyang, you are truly misguided. Did you not hear what I just said? I meant for you to converse with Dan Yangzi face to face." As the words left his lips, Li Huowang pressed the blade against his throat, drawing it sharply. The skin parted effortlessly, and hot blood gushed forth, instantly staining his robes of vivid crimson. Chuckling softly, his consciousness began to fade as he clutched his neck and murmured, "Did you hear that? It sounds like thunder." "Thunder?" Li Huowang and the other towering Buddhas, including Jian Dun, looked up simultaneously, only to find the crescent moon that had just been visible had vanished. The entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds, roiling ominously, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of thunder, yet undeniably not thunder. Coughing violently, Li Huowang stumbled to the ground. As he lay there gazing skyward, he finally glimpsed his master amidst the dark clouds, who appeared as ghastly as ever. Black feathers, dripping with blood, covered his skin, where a head should have been. Cracks had formed, revealing 3 faces of varying ages. Aside from the organs he naturally possessed, his inflated body had sprouted other grotesque appendages, entirely alien to humanity. A nightmarish figure, with slimy eyes and grotesque, exposed entrails entwined with writhing, sinister tendrils, was ensconced within a floating, ethereal white shroud. Moreover, these abhorrent features were not static. They morphed incessantly into even more horrifying forms. After a brief observation, Li Huowang's eyes began to bleed, veins bulging on his forehead, his head swelling to an alarming size. No, I cannot look any longer. Weak to the core, he hastily averted his gaze, feeling slightly better. Yet, it was of little respite. The relentless bleeding threatened to consume him. With trembling hands, he retrieved a few blood-staunching pills from his waist and swallowed them. The flow of blood within him began to slow, visibly diminishing. However, it was insufficient. Li Huowang produced additional foundational elixirs he had concocted within Qing Feng and consumed them. A sudden, jarring sound of tearing flesh drew Li Huowang's attention upward. He beheld his master in motion. The grotesque Dan Yangzi now resembled a lizard, perched atop the enormous Buddha's head, effortlessly tearing off a plump ear with his 3 mouths. Following a furious roar, the Buddha's skin-like hands swiftly contorted into claws, reaching for Dan Yangzi. Yet, Dan Yangzi's abnormal organs expanded violently, tearing apart the bloodied hands. Subsequently, he yanked at the edges of the gaping wound, creating a massive, blood-spewing orifice into which the 3 heads plunged. The Buddha cried out in despair, his enormous palm frantically tearing at his own flesh, as if trying to extract something from within. Yet, this was destined to be in vain. His corpulent body began to cave in and wither away. Before long, he collapsed heavily, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, and his once ample belly bloomed like a flower. When the blood-soaked Dan Yangzi appeared before the other Buddhas, the expression on Jian Dun's face was grave, and he dared not underestimate the situation. He immediately produced a sutra crafted from human skin. As he sat cross-legged, chanting the 6-character mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the blood-red scriptures inscribed on the sutra swiftly vanished, only to reappear upon Dan Yangzi. The organs covered by the scriptures on Dan Yangzi began to tremble involuntarily and started to proliferate. However, this growth was short-lived, as they rapidly began to shrink, accelerating in pace until Dan Yangzi completely vanished from sight. Jian Dun, drenched in cold sweat, felt a momentary relief, thankful for his preparations, for he would have truly been in dire trouble otherwise. Then, as he began to recite the 6-character mantra in reverse, the human skin sutra once again manifested its scriptures. Just as he was about to close the book, it suddenly exploded, the scriptures scattering in all directions, and the terrifying Dan Yangzi emerged from within. This unforeseen scene caught everyone off guard. Taking advantage of Jian Dun's instinctive gaping mouth, Dan Yangzi's 3 heads plunged into his throat like drill bits. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Jian Dun's neck swelled to the thickness of his head. This was merely the beginning. Amidst excruciating pain, the desperate Jian Dun heard a crunching sound emanating from within him, as if something was consuming him from the inside. No! With a cry of despair, Dan Yangzi erupted from his chest, the 3 gaping mouths pulling together to swiftly devour his pulsating heart. The remaining 3 Buddhas attempted to resist, but this struggle was futile. Soon, the sounds of bones snapping and flesh being torn replaced their feeble efforts. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, the 7 Buddhas were still absent, leaving behind a heap of steaming blood-soaked remains. Just as Li Huowang turned to gaze at the bloody Dan Yangzi, the latter turned around, revealing 3 faces from different eras, each displaying a chillingly significant smile. With a soft puff, Dan Yangzi's form dissipated like smoke. As time passed slowly, the moonlight reemerged, casting a silvery veil over everything along the forest path, settling the dust. Li Huowang clutched his neck, laboriously sitting up. his gaze falling upon the others still encircled by tree trunks, who were nearly paralyzed with fear, huddled together like frightened animals. Li Huowang seemed to understand their thoughts, and he weakly reassured them. Do not be afraid, everyone. Dan Yangzi is truly dead. He will no longer use you as bait. However, his words did little to alleviate their terror, as the young disciples had begun to weep in fright. Ultimately, it was the closest to him, Bai Lingmiao, who spoke up, her face now even paler. Li Shixiang, what is this Dan Yangzi? We cannot see him. Li Huowang struggled to swallow. You cannot see the Dan Yangzi who just killed those Buddhas? Is he transparent in your eyes? For a moment, new suspicions surfaced in Li Huowang's mind. At that instant, the dog boy, trembling violently behind the big fellow, dared not look at Li Huowang. He could only shut his eyes and cry out, Li Shixiang. There is no Dan Yangzi. It was clearly you. What? Li Huowang, enduring the pain, touched his face and discovered that his once clean visage was now entirely covered in blood. Continuing to explore, he felt a long gash on either side of his mouth, as if he had just opened his mouth wide. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What was most concerning was the overwhelming sensation of fullness he felt. Chapter 53. Contemplation. The donkey cart creaked as its wheels turned, the bearings emitting a piercingly unpleasant sound. Dog boy, pour a bit of oil on the wheels. Li Huowang, lying on the cart, spoke with great effort, his neck freshly stitched up by Lingmiao and covered with medicinal ointment, rendering him unable to sit up. Before long, the creaking diminished significantly, and Li Huowang stared vacantly at the sky, reflecting on the events of the previous nights. The troubles at Zhengde Temple had been resolved, yet his own troubles were only beginning. To him, it seemed that the immortal Dan Yangzi had slain the Buddhas. However, to others, it appeared that he, with his terrifying countenance, had lunged forward and devoured the Buddhas from within. A world cannot possess two perspectives. Thus, one of their viewpoints must be false. Li Huowang turned to the side, whereby Lingmiao, her eyes bound with cloth, clutched his hand tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. In truth, due to his condition, even Li Huowang was struggling to believe in himself. Coupled with his protruding belly and blood-soaked face, all signs pointed to him as the perpetrator, rather than Dan Yangzi. Could it be that Dan Yangzi was truly dead? Was everything merely a figment of my imagination? This thought quickly dissolved in Li Huowang's mind. It was inconceivable that his affliction alone could have vanquished the enormous Buddhas. Ultimately, it was still Dan Yangzi. Regardless of what he had become, the essential truth remained. He was still present, still watching me. Li Huowang was utterly convinced of this. Previously, he had assumed that it was the immortal Dan Yangzi who had descended to assist him, but now it seemed clear that he had merely taken control of Li Huowang's body. His earlier hypothesis that Dan Yangzi was protecting him had been validated. However, based on his understanding of Dan Yangzi, such a being would not assist him out of goodwill. His aid must have been for another purpose entirely. Recalling the strange sensations he had felt that night, a vague suspicion began to take root in Li Huowang's heart as he absent-mindedly scratched his soft palm with his finger. Tell me, has my temper worsened since leaving Qing Fengwan? No, Li Shixiang, why do you ask such a thing? Bai Lingmiao replied. Li Huowang gently caressed her hand, offering no explanation, silently pondering. Why do I ask? Because I fear that Dan Yangzi has ulterior motives. Though others remained silent, Li Huowang sensed a change in his own demeanor. Did Dan Yangzi, that old wretch, intend to resurrect through my body? Thus, his protection of me was merely a means of safeguarding his own existence? This terrifying conjecture caused cold sweat to break out upon Li Huowang's brow. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was merely a hypothesis. Dan Yangzi must be dealt with, but identifying the target and determining the method was crucial. Li Huowang felt utterly at a loss, as nothing in this world was as clear-cut as a game. Everything was foreign and required personal exploration. After the tumult at Zhengde Temple, Li Huowang no longer dared to engage with any other sects in this place, for even the most benevolent of monasteries had turned terrifying. Who could tell what other locales had become? Yet, after much contemplation, Li Huowang realized that if he wished to survive in this cursed place, he could not evade them. As Li Huowang pondered these matters, the donkey cart gradually came to a halt, and the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Li Shixiong, I will go wash your clothes. Bai Lingmiao said, gently withdrawing her hand to pick up the blood-stained garments from the cart and walking toward the nearby stream. The others were not idle either. In unison, they ventured into the woods to gather firewood, preparing to cook. Now, Li Huowang, is unable to sit up. He can only rely on his hearing to discern the happenings around him. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of cooked food wafted over, and his stomach grumbled, yearning for sustenance to heal his injured body. Shi Xiao, I shall feed you. Li Huowang felt himself being propped up, resting against a warm, furry embrace. He had come to know the name of the woman who resembled a gorilla, covered in dark fur. Her name was Chun Xiaoman. This name was quite fitting, as she was born on the day of Xiaoman, a name that rural families often chose with little care for their daughters. Chun Xiaoman scooped up horse meat soup with a wooden ladle and brought it to Li Huowang's lips. One person silently fed while the other quietly ate. Since the incident, Li Huowang had noticed that others seemed increasingly fearful of him. He understood their trepidation. After all, who wouldn't he feel apprehensive around a man-eating monster? All right. Xiaoman gently laid Li Huowang back down, placing a celestial tome as a pillow beneath his head. Get some sun on your back. Hurry and eat. The food will get cold. MHM, Bai Ling Miao softly replied, crawling down to observe Li Huowang's wounds before making her way to the campfire. The familiar sound of hoofbeats resonated from afar. Before the people arrived, the sound heralded their presence. Oh dear. Xiao Dao, so you are here. I thought I might not see you again. When Zhuang Yuan's wrinkled face appeared before him, Li Huowang realized that the elf family troop had come. Oh dear. What has happened to you? He noticed Li Huowang's tragic state. It's nothing. Just encountered some minor troubles on the road. Do you need anything? Xiao Dao, why did you leave without a word? Weren't we supposed to travel together? Fortunately, you mentioned you would leave the pass. Otherwise, I would truly have a hard time finding you, Zhuang Yuan said, his face adorned with a smile. It was not every day that one found a free bodyguard, and he was not about to let him slip away easily. Apologies, El Banju, I am injured and cannot linger. Please, carry on. Oh, take care of yourself. Zhuang Yuan did not press further. After years of wandering, he understood that knowing too much could be perilous. As the sun began to set, neither group seemed inclined to depart, for a small river nearby made washing and fetching water quite convenient. Unable to sleep, Li Huowang gazed silently at the stars, reflecting on the day's events. Suddenly, he felt some movement on his right side. Before he could react, a small, soft body nestled in his arms, trembling with fear. Recognizing that familiar fragrance, Li Huowang reached out his right hand to gently pat her back. It's all right. Leave everything to me. A heavy wooden club crashed down onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Immediately, the hefty stick was raised high again and then brought down with force. Supported by Bai Ling Miao, Li Huowang watched the fool swinging the wooden stick. Swing harder. Hit it again. Li Huowang urged from the sidelines. By the campfire, Zhuang Yuan approached with 2 coarse grain buns, grinning. Xiao Dao, what are you doing? That noise is quite substantial. With each swing, the surrounding trees and bushes were being smashed into disarray. Oh, it's nothing. Such a large fellow shouldn't just be used for carrying luggage. It's a bit wasted. Let us give him some practice. Li Huowang's gaze shifted back to the fool, bare-chested and glistening with sweat. Despite his lack of intelligence, the brute possessed a commendable physique. Li Huowang mused inwardly that such a large frame might not suffice for everything, but it should be sufficient to handle ordinary bandits. This was Li Huowang's plan, to enhance the strength of these individuals. Relying solely on the detrimental methods of Yu Leioi and Dan Yangzi was inadequate. Even if he did not comprehend the mystical ways of this world, he still understood the most primal methods. Regardless of their barbarity, having something was better than having nothing. Not to mention, when facing enemies in the future, they could assist him, and when he fell ill, they could stand guard. All right, that's 100 swings. You can rest now. Upon hearing this, the bald fool tossed aside the stick, panting heavily as he strode toward the campfire. Without pausing for a break, the fool grabbed his oversized bowl and began slurping up noodles. In no time, he consumed a pound of noodles, yet the large man, still famished from his exertion, returned to the pot for more. Watching him devour another pound, Li Huowang felt a twinge of regret, realizing the truth of the adage, the scholar is poor, but the warrior is rich. Thankfully, he still had some silver. Otherwise, he would truly be impoverished by this glutton. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Huowang, and he raised the bell he had brought with him. Can this still be used? A question formed in his mind. In this bizarre world, possessing this item could be significant. Come, help me to the nearby woods, Li Huowang instructed by Ling Yao. After distancing themselves from the sounds of the campfire, Li Huowang finally halted. You can relieve yourself. I want to look. Once alone in the woods, leaning against a white birch tree, Li Huowang pressed his forehead and began to shake the bell. As expected, the surroundings began to twist, but the lines scattered chaotically without forming Yuleoi. Feeling a surge of frustration, he shook harder. Could it be that this item was truly useless? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the swirling lines began to coalesce, forming a new Yuleoi. However, in response to Li Huowang's inquiry, the strange language of Yuleoi exhibited no emotional fluctuation, as if the being that had been struck down by the Buddha had never existed. Battling through dizziness, Li Huowang swiftly conversed with Yuleoi, discovering some unexpected information. Firstly, Yuleoi had a name, though it could not be pronounced by human mouths. He wondered what the first person to encounter had experienced to name it Yuleoi. Secondly, Yuleoi did not possess the concept of death. In fact, it was not a living entity at all. Beyond the absence of death, it also lacked the concept of quantity. No concept of quantity? Suddenly realizing something, Li Huowang shook his head vigorously, causing his already spinning mind to spin further. Now, everything he looked at appeared double, including Yuleoi. Watching the two faint images of Yuleoi before him, Li Huowang seemed to grasp something and intensified his shaking. As he shook his head more vigorously, more Yuleoi began to appear until he was overwhelmed by nearly 20 to 30 of them. Unable to withstand the dizziness any longer, Li Huowang doubled over and began to vomit. The ringing of the bell ceased, and the surroundings returned to normal as the apparitions of Yuleoi swiftly vanished. After expelling his recently consumed lunch, he began to retch clear water. He continued until nothing remained, almost bringing up bile before he finally stopped. Propping himself up, Li Huowang wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, gasping for air as he held the bell before his eyes. If only I had known this earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have needed to inflict harm upon myself to summon Dan Yangzi. After a moment's contemplation, Li Huowang put the bell away. No, summoning Yuleoi requires sacrificing lifespan. Summoning once takes 3 months, and with so many Yuleoi, it might cost me 10 years of life in one go. As he reached the roadside, he saw his companions gathered with El Zhuangyun's group, encircled around something. Look, everyone, these are all top-quality items. If anything inside is bad or inferior, may I, Zhu Deshi, meet a terrible fate. My ancestors for 18 generations will be beasts. Li Huowang approached, only to discover a merchant with a mule-drawn cart fervently peddling his wares to the others. Bai Ling Miao stood beside the long-haired woman, hesitating while holding some threads and needles. In such tumultuous times, do you dare to sell things? Are you not afraid of being robbed by bandits? In response to Li Huowang's inquiry, the young man, with a prominent hairy mole at the corner of his mouth, chuckled lightly, offering no explanation. Dao Yi, do you want some vermilion? I have plenty. Oh, Zhuangyun, watching the scene, leaned in to whisper derisively in Li Huowang's ear. How could bandits rob him? This peddler is of the same ilk as those murderous bandits. The bandits are responsible for robbing, while he merely collects and sells. Dao Yi, if you don't want vermilion, perhaps you'd like to see other items? I have a full range. Zhu Deshi, unconcerned about others' gazes, continued to enthusiastically conduct his business. Li Huowang pondered for a moment before asking, You have a full range? Do you have anything useful for killing? At this, everyone around turned to look. Zhu Deshi clapped his hands excitedly and began rummaging through his mule cart. Yes, yes, yes. Come, take a look. Are these items satisfactory to you, Dao Yi? Zhu Deshi gestured towards the clutter spread before Li Huowang. A disarray of rusty swords and knives lay before him, accompanied by various bottles and jars. What is all this? It's all rusted, mere scrap metal. Go was squatted down to start haggling. Don't be fooled by the rust. They can still be useful. If there were any divine weapons, they wouldn't end up in my hands, would they? Li Huowang did not pay attention to the swords, but focused on the bottles and jars. He crouched down and examined each one, discovering that they bore no inscriptions. This Dao Yi truly knows his goods. He can spot treasures at a glance. Zhu Deshi, squatting beside him, recoiled slightly from the scent of blood on Li Huowang's clothes. Yet he was undeterred and even more eager. Dongye, the item in your hand is indeed valuable. This medicine is called bamboo Dao. Just a tiny bit in water will surely make someone stumble. Not expensive. Only 3 taels of silver per bottle. Ah, what discernment. This bottle is also a treasure. It's He Ding Hong. Just a pinch the size of a fingernail can send someone straight to the underworld. 5 taels for a bottle. Yes, this one is even more precious. A single gold spear pill ensures 2 women can endure all night. This is a special from Lu Er Yi of Wolfhead Mountain. If you want it, you must pay extra. Li Huowang, feeling a bit impatient, stood up. Why does everything in your mouth sound like a treasure? Enough. I'll take the first 2 items. Go, get the money from the cart. Dao Yi is generous. Zhu Deshi's eyes crinkled with delight. You truly don't want a gold spear pill? I can give you a discount. While it may not be useful now, you never know when it might come in handy for future generations. Li Huowang ignored him and turned to the others. You all should choose a suitable weapon. Having something is better than having nothing. Upon hearing this, except for Bai Ling Miao and Xiao Man, the eager men stepped forward. Li Huowang tucked the 2 bottles of medicine into his robe and addressed El Zhuangyin, who was merely spectating. El Banju, aren't you going to buy something for self-defense? El Zhuangyuan quickly shook his head. No, I won't carry anything. If I'm pursued by bandits, losing money is the worst that can happen. But if I have a weapon and can't win, then my life is forfeit. As the crowd dispersed, Goa and the others each wielded a weapon. Regardless of their skill, they at least appeared far more intimidating than before. Just as they gleefully brandished their weapons, Bai Ling Miao, holding a thimble and thread, approached with a worried expression. She picked up a red thread and began to sew up the tears in Li Huowang's robe. Li Shixiang, all these haphazard items have consumed most of our silver. We only have 5 taels left. For those who travel often, these self-defense items are still necessary. It seems Li Huowang has both a Dao Ling and can blood sacrifice to summon Danyangzi, rendering these mundane items unnecessary. However, to be frank, Li Huowang did not trust himself. He truly feared that one day, the stability maintained by the Heitai would vanish, plunging him back into a debilitating illusion. If that were to occur, without anyone to protect him, he would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Li Shixiang, these swords and knives are only useful against bandits. If we could master the abilities of Danyangzi, we would truly have nothing to fear, Guo lamented while shouldering his knife. You wish to learn? Would anyone be willing to teach? Li Huowang had a premonition that the other forces in this world might not be much better than Danyangzi. Guo chuckled, nudging a nearby one-armed man with his elbow, leading him towards a nearby stream. Let us go find a rough stone to sharpen our knives. At that moment, a tall fool stepped forward, blocking Li Huowang's shadow like a wall. I don't bother with swords. Practice your club instead. That will maximize your strength advantage. With that, Li Huowang lay back down. This brief interlude with the peddler came to an end, and the 2 groups continued on their journey. Days passed, and apart from occasionally passing through small villages where El Jiaban would perform, they spent most of their time traveling. Li Huowang's neck gradually healed over time. Standing beside a water vat, he tilted his chin, gazing at the scar on his neck in the water as reflection. Not bad if I lower my head. It's not so noticeable. As he spoke, he turned to Bai Ling Miao beside him, ruffling her pristine hair. Why the long face? Has anything unpleasant happened recently? Li Shixiang, we just replenished some food and donkey fodder. We only have 1 tael and 345 copper coins left, Bai Ling Miao counted on her fingers. That was fast. It shouldn't be like this. Li Huowang exited the temporary farmhouse and headed towards El Jiaban's stage. It could have lasted longer. But with everyone practicing their knives and guns, they were all exhausted, and the food consumption increased. Since the fool took up that wooden club, he now consumes 2 pounds of flour in 1 meal. 2 meals a day require 4 pounds of flour. But it's not just a firewood stick, if bought. It must be practiced. Not to mention, chopping and thrusting must be learned. Even simple chopping, with daily practice as opposed to merely carrying it, makes a significant difference. When encountering enemies, applying poison to their blades is also a threat not to be underestimated. At that moment, Li Huowang observed the others assisting El Jiaban in dismantling the stage in the distance. However, this could only last another month at most. Everyone would soon be starving. The lack of funds is indeed a problem. Li Huowang stroked his chin, contemplating El Jiaban. They must have earned quite a bit along the way, right? If they were to seize it all, wouldn't that solve the problem? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Li Huowang paused, bewildered by his own thinking. Why would he consider robbing El Zhuangyuan? Despite being shrewd, he is fundamentally upright. How could he think of stealing from him? Li Huowang's previously good mood was suddenly overshadowed by a cloud of doubt. Li Shixiang, what is wrong? Noticing Li Huowang's unusual expression, Ling Miao instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Li Huowang smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I was just thinking about how we are soon to exit the pass, feeling a bit concerned about the outside world. Kulme, let us help the elf family dismantle the stage and leave quickly. Though he spoke those words, his gaze was cold. His temperament was increasingly resembling that of Dan Yangzi. This transformation sent a chill down Li Huowang's spine. Reflecting on the moment others recognized him as Dan Yangzi, that initial conjecture evolved from mere speculation into a burgeoning reality. If it were merely a matter of character, it would be acceptable, but Li Huowang harbored a deeper concern, the possibility of gradually becoming Dan Yangzi himself over time. If that were to happen, everything would suddenly make sense. Dan Yangzi was not safeguarding him, but rather protecting himself. The mere thought of such a possibility stirred a sense of agitation within Li Huowang. If there was anyone he despised in this world, it would undoubtedly be that madman. Dan Yangzi. He refused to become Dan Yangzi. If it came to that, he would prefer death. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. As long as he had not severed ties completely, there remained a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. However, after having slain those 7 Buddhas, he feared that upon their first sight of him, the monks would seek immediate retribution. Those monks were not mere practitioners of piety. They were capable of anything. Fortunately, from the previous abbot's description, apart from Zhengde Temple, there were other sections. He could only devise a strategy leveraging their resources as what Zhengde Temple accomplished. Other sects could surely achieve as well. Li Huowang approached the donkey cart and meticulously examined the map. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with those individuals due to the negative precedent set by Zhengde Temple. However, it was now imperative to interact with them. Since Zhengde Temple found a way to deal with Dan Yangzi, other sects likely possessed similar capabilities. Although he was unsure of their desires, their actions indicated they coveted something from him. Was it the celestial tome left by Dan Yangzi? Li Huowang pondered. If he wished to avoid becoming Dan Yangzi, he must devise a plan involving them. If all else failed, he could present the celestial tome as a means of exchange. Li Huowang resolutely made this decision, recognizing it as his only bargaining chip. With a heart tinged with unease, they eventually arrived at the small town of Guangkou. This modest town bustled with merchants, and a variety of individuals with differing styles traversed its streets, all drawn to conduct trade. Gazing at the distant gate, Li Huowang turned to the side and addressed LV Zhuangyuan. It appears we must part ways. LV Zhuangyuan, equally reflective, clasped his hands in salute towards Li Huowang. Xiao Dao Yi, your presence has been invaluable. Without you, our journey would have been far more arduous. After resting at home, the cycle will continue. Such is the fate of our small troop. To escape this life of hardship, we must acquire a theater and settle down. Safe travels. I do not know what your plans entail, but may you achieve great success. Here, take these homemade salted duck eggs for the journey. LV Xiaocai reluctantly placed a jar of salted duck eggs onto the donkey cart. I appreciate your kind words. Should the opportunity arise, we shall witness the performances of the LV family troupe again. I must admit, after this journey, I have grown quite fond of your shows. After exchanging farewells, the donkey cart, laden with freshly acquired supplies, gradually approached the gate. Watching their retreating figures, LV Zhuangyuan took a puff from his pipe and playfully tapped his young son's head, who protested, "Father, what nonsense are you speaking?" I did not. As the horse turned towards the bustling street, LV Jiren, cradling his daughter, inquired curiously, "How could someone as frugal as you afford to give away a jar of salted duck eggs? What foolish talk is this? Do not assume your father is stingy. Remember, there are times to be frugal and times to be generous. This Xiao Dao Yi is no ordinary person. Forming a good relationship with him could benefit our family." After navigating the checkpoint, although the dirt roads remained surrounded by forests, Li Huowang sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere. They were not the only group on the road. Numerous other carts and individuals bearing burdens were present. Distinguishing their identities was straightforward. Those within the border wore left-collar garments, while those outside donned right-collared attire. Li Huowang contemplated this as he opened LV Zhuangyuan's jar, revealing it to be filled with salted duck eggs. Nearby, Gowa leaned closer, astonished in this day and age. Duck eggs are valuable, and salt is precious. LV Zhuangyuan is surprisingly generous. Li Huowang sealed the jar, his impression of the old man shifting considerably. Everyone exchanged glances, and the small, dark-furred Xiaoman raised her right hand, her voice trembling slightly. "My family is from Siki." "Xiaoman, perhaps you can enlighten us about Siki." Bai Ling Miao began to suggest hesitantly before Li Huowang interrupted. "Yes, you should be familiar with it. What is Siki like? Are there any major sects like Zhengde Temple?" Shrouded beneath a black hat, Xiaoman took a deep breath. "I do not know. Although I have lived here for over a decade, I have never left the village. When I was 9, I once witnessed a shamanic ritual at the village entrance. A shamanic ritual? At the mention of deities, Li Huowang felt an inexplicable unease. The god of fortune had cast a long shadow over him. Is there a communal living space for shamans? No, I have heard that shamans live in their homes, worshipping the celestial beings. Celestial beings? Do they have names? Images of the peculiarities of this world flashed in Li Huowang's mind. I have heard of 5 different celestial beings associated with red, yellow, white, willow, and sorrow, but I do not know their individual identities. Chapter 57. Shamanic Rituals. I do not know what the red, yellow, white, willow, and sorrow celestial beings represent. An elder in the village casually mentioned it, and I took note. The one time I encountered them was when someone in the village was possessed, barking like a dog on the ground. The shaman happened to pass by and came to check. What happened next? I do not know. I just remember that the possessed person was better the next day and returned to work in the fields. As Li Huowang listened to Xiaoman's fragmented recounting of the shamanic rituals, he silently pondered. So, shamans and Siki perform tasks similar to those of Taoist priests, exorcising evil and warding off disasters. Does their power stem from these celestial beings? Since shamans frequently interact with others, they might be more approachable than the monks of Jingde Temple. He was not fearful of the so-called shamans being too powerful. Rather, he feared they might be too weak to handle Dan Yangzi. After all, facing a group alone was an impossible endeavor. Looking up at the sky, Li Huowang noticed that the sun had unknowingly shifted westward. It was time to rest. He did not merely sit idly, but instead drew his sword from behind and began to dig a hole in the ground. The blade was exceptionally sharp, and in no time, he had created a small pit the size of a head. Nearby, the fool had already prepared, placing the black pot from the donkey cart atop the pit. Once he opened 2 openings on either side for firewood and smoke, a small earthen stove would be complete. Compared to rice, noodles were more practical, easier to store, and convenient to cook. As the water in the pot came to a boil, he placed several bundles of longevity noodles purchased at Guangzhou town into the steaming water. Some dandelions he had gathered by the roadside served as vegetables, and each person received a salted duck egg as their meat dish. With everyone having a large bowl of noodles, dinner was ready. Li Huowang broke open the salted duck egg floating in the broth with his chopsticks. The sizzling yolk instantly adorned the noodle soup with a golden sheen, making it quite appetizing. He scooped up a softened dandelion stem, savoring its slightly bitter taste, reminiscent of spinach. He had not realized dandelions were edible until he saw the old monk enjoying them so heartily. Blowing away the steam, Li Huowang took a generous sip of the broth, feeling warmth spread through his stomach, a sensation of utter comfort. Upon seeing the wild vegetables, Li Huowang couldn't help but reminisce about the old monk from Jingde Temple. He wondered how the old man was faring. Such a simpleton, oblivious to the world around him, would likely thrive in such an environment. A pair of chopsticks placed a greasy salted duck egg yolk into Li Huowang's bowl. I don't eat egg yolk, whispered by Ling Yao, seated beside him. Li Huowang, nudda silanli. Lifting the noodles with his chopsticks and slurping a generous mouthful. I have a Taoist bell in my arms. Do you remember? The one I brought from Qingfengwan. Yes. I will now explain its usage. In case anything happens to me, remember to use it for your life. Understood. First, you need to shake it at that moment. You will feel extremely dizzy, but hold on. Next, grab a handful of mud from the ground and put it in your mouth. The sky gradually darkened, and Li Huowang's bowl was empty. His words concluded. Bai Ling Miao took the bowl and chopsticks from Li Huowang's hands and walked towards the small river in the woods. As Li Huowang gazed at her slender silhouette, it unconsciously transformed into that of a high school girl in a red uniform, the figure of Yang Na. The night deepened, and Li Huowang continued to keep watch through the first half of the night. His sleep had not been good lately, or perhaps it had never been good. Li Huowang poked at the fire before him with his sword, adding a piece of firewood. Shaking it off, he looked at his weapon by the firelight. This sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud, was indeed underutilized in his hands. It was either used to dig pits or as a poking stick, leaving the blade dark and unsightly. The only time it had drawn blood was when he used it to draw across his own throat. A soft sound came from behind the sand, causing Li Huowang to spring up, grabbing a lit piece of firewood from the campfire and throwing it forward. The bright flames illuminated a shadow that swiftly passed by, ultimately landing before a pair of embroidered shoes. The shoes were a vivid red, almost unnaturally so. Who goes there? Come out. Li Huowang's shout jolted the others awake from their dreams, causing them to sit up groggily. When they saw the pair of embroidered shoes in the distance, they were immediately startled into full alertness, drawing swords and knives. No need for hostility. It's merely a misunderstanding, as a genial voice echoed. A man in his 50s with graying hair stepped out from the pitch-black forest. His simple attire, adorned with patches, indicated he was not affluent. Apart from a small bundle on his back, he carried a filthy old drum, tied with colorful ribbons, at his waist. Facing Li Huowang and the others, he explained, "I was just passing by at night. Seeing a light ahead, I came to take a look and unexpectedly encountered you all." Noticing Li Huowang's intense gaze fixed on a red embroidered shoes, he continued, "It's all right. That's just my wife, shy as a goose. Come here." No sooner had he spoken than the pair of embroidered shoes slowly approached from the darkness, revealing a woman whose face was concealed by a red veil. Her vibrant purple attire adorned with colorful strips of cloth similar to those on the drum. She stood there motionless, and her presence in the dead of night sent a chill down the spine. "Is this your wife?" Li Huowang reiterated, raising his sword in suspicion. In such late hours, having such a figure nearby could easily lead one to suspect she was a zombie. At that moment, Xiaoman leaned over and whispered Li Shixiang, "He is a shaman." The statement instantly heightened Li Huowang's wariness. "Indeed, we are shamans. I am the great shaman, and my wife is the second shaman." Before Li Huowang could intervene, the man shouted, "Invite the gods." His boisterous call echoed far into the dark forest. Chapter 58. Li Ji, the jarring sound of bells abruptly interrupted the call, causing all present to grimace in pain and cover their ears. As the ringing gradually subsided, Li Huowang found his sword resting against the man's neck. "Good sir, what are you doing?" Despite the sharp blade pressed to his throat, the man remained unfazed. "You asked me what I'm doing? I could very well ask you the same. Who are you inviting?" The sooty blade pressed slightly, leaving a thin line of blood. Regardless of what the man was invoking, it was certainly not something benevolent. Having been in this desolate place for so long, he had encountered nothing good. Sensing the misunderstanding, the man chuckled, "Sir, you're not from around here, are you?" "I'm not inviting any gods. I haven't even struck the drum. There's no way to invite gods. I merely wanted to prove that I am indeed a shaman." At that moment, Xiaoman stepped forward and whispered, "Yes, indeed, shamans do need to strike drums. My friend, it's ill-advised to joke about such things in the dead of night. Misunderstandings can easily arise. You may leave now." The man, after surveying the vigilant Taoist before him, nodded awkwardly and turned to depart. "Very well, I am Li Ji. Until we meet again." With that, he said nothing more and, with the woman veiled in red, made his way into the dark woods. One must always remain cautious. Who knows the intentions of such a character appearing unexpectedly at night? In murmurs of agreement, the medicine gatherers clutched their weapons and huddled close by the campfire. Li Huowang seized a piece of dry wood and tossed it into the flames, the scorching light illuminating the anxious expressions on everyone's faces. The lengthy night dragged on in this torturous waiting, and aside from the visible weariness on everyone's faces, nothing transpired. "We will rest this morning and continue our journey afterward. Dogwa will keep watch," Li Huowang said before slowly closing his eyes. "Huh? What?" This news instantly roused Li Huowang. When he turned to look, he found Li Ji from last night, grinning widely alongside his veiled wife, standing not far away. "Last night, I pondered for half the night and realized that I startled the good sir, didn't I? My apologies, I came to atone." The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting light upon Li Ji's somewhat darkened face, making the mole on his face exceedingly prominent. If one were to remove the drum from his waist, he would resemble any ordinary farmer toiling in the fields year-round. Beneath the bright sun, he appeared far safer than he did the previous night. Regardless of this man's intentions, it would be remiss not to extract some information from him while he was so readily available. "I just heard this young lady say that you share the surname Li. How coincidental. I too am surnamed Li. Perhaps we were distant relatives from 500 years ago." With a friendly demeanor, Li Ji stepped forward a couple of paces to stand before Li Huowang. "Li Ji, where are you headed?" "Ah, my family Santai Nai is celebrating a grand birthday in a few days, so I'm heading there early to offer my congratulations." "And where might you, good sir, be traveling with such a large entourage?" Li Ji's gaze flickered over Li Huowang's blood-stained Taoist robe. "You're going that far? It must be quite arduous for you." After a brief exchange, The tension between them eased considerably, at least no longer as prickly. The cart wheels began to turn, moving forward alongside the red embroidered shoes. Not far ahead lay Huowang, where a village awaited. The good sir could rest there for a few days. It would take at least 15 days to find a place to stay further down the line. As you know, the border region is always sparsely populated and desolate, Li Ji said, as if he were an old friend, earnestly guiding Li Huowang. Thank you. May I ask, since you are a shaman, which deity do you worship at home? Upon hearing Li Huowang's direct inquiry, even the woman shrouded in a red veil slightly raised her head. I am a disciple of the Bei family. Since you have asked, I shall not be coy. May I inquire which mountain and which door you belong to, esteemed one? Shishan Donghua sect, Qingfeng Guan, Xianyang. Li Huowang promptly recited the words of Dan Yangzi from back then. He was unaware of the Donghua sect's affiliation, but claiming such would lead others to believe he possessed a legitimate lineage, rather than being a charlatan. Li Ji shook his head with a chuckle, having not heard of it. However, given the vastness of the world, it is understandable that one cannot know everything. Li Ji was quite talkative, his face perpetually adorned with a smile, uplifting the spirits of those around him. As they walked, the time for lunch approached. Once again, they prepared to boil noodles, conveniently aided by the widening river beside the road. Li Ji did not take any food from his small bundle. Instead, he squatted by the roadside, grinning, which made Li Huowang and his companions feel quite uneasy. Brother Li, would you like some? Oh, splendid. I happened to skip a meal yesterday. Li Ji eagerly rushed over, ready to serve himself noodles. Clattering bowls piled one after another. Bai Ling Miao furrowed her brow. Brother Li, how can he eat so much? Has he been befriending us all this time, just for this meal? Everyone watched in disbelief as Li Ji scooped up the last noodle from the pot, showing no sign of embarrassment as he continued to slurp beneath the tree. Li Huowang approached him, mimicking his posture. Is that enough? Do you need more? Oh, how awkward. But I truly am still hungry. Li Ji replied, taking a large gulp of broth. Add 2 more pounds of noodles. Li Huowang shouted towards the iron pot. Why are you the only one eating? What about your wife? Isn't she hungry? Li Huowang's gaze shifted to the woman beneath the red veil, noticing her long, darkened nails. I am the great deity, and she is the second deity. My consumption suffices. Li Ji stated matter-of-factly. Oh, and why is that? The sound of slurping ceased as Li Ji raised his right hand holding chopsticks, wiping his mouth with his elbow, and turned to smile. Esteemed one, are you curious because you wish to summon? Chapter 59, The Summoning Disciple. Even if one wishes to summon, it is not so simple. Summoning disciples are chosen by the immortals themselves. One must have the right opportunity to enter this realm, Li Ji began to explain. Oh, if it is convenient, please elaborate. Having conversed with this character for so long, it was only natural to seek deeper understanding. The more one comprehends this unfamiliar world, the safer one becomes. Li Ji waved his chopsticks in the air. To summon, one must be gravely ill, preferably on the brink of death. If fortune smiles upon you, the immortals may send you a dream, healing you, and in return, you become their summoning disciple. What do these immortals look like? Just as he attempted to scoop more noodles, he realized the bowl was empty. Enthusiastically, Li Ji approached the pot once more. Are they not human? Li Huowang pondered, realizing that these immortals could communicate and engage in transactions akin to Yuleoi. It seemed the people here actively or passively engaged with such entities, from men and women to beasts, and ultimately to the great Buddha. The cultivation methods of monks followed a gradual progression, reflecting on the powers of the 7 Buddhas encountered earlier, capable of bestowing flesh upon Yuleoi while also manifesting countless hands. It was apparent that the monks of Zhengde Temple acquired their flesh-related abilities through such cultivation. Interacting with various entities allowed for the acquisition of different divine powers. Perhaps this was the origin of their differing sections. Li Huowang began to form a preliminary understanding of this world. Just as he squatted down, he began to eat while lamenting. Let me tell you, being a summoning disciple is not a good job. If possible, avoid it. There are heaps of troublesome matters, and there are 3 disasters and 3 tribulations, and the pay is meager. After listening to his endless grievances, Li Huowang could not help but interject. What can you summoning disciples request the immortals to do? Is it that impressive? Can they do anything? Well, each immortal has different abilities. If you encounter a problem that your own immortal cannot resolve, you can seek help from another. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's expression turned grave. What if someone is afflicted by a certain entity? Can they resolve that? Afflicted by what? That is just being haunted. Of course they can help. Are you certain? That is no ordinary matter. Li Huowang thought of Dan Yangzi as he looked at the man before him. How can I tell? You can give it a try. It's only 50 copper coins. Are you afraid I'll run off with your money? 50 copper coins? Is that your fee? The cost is far lower than I expected. What is mine, and what is the immortals is theirs. We must keep accounts separate. Li Ji chewed and swallowed his noodles, letting out a satisfied burp. As for my team money, that is 50 copper coins. No bargaining. It's an old rule that has not changed for over 300 years. Of course, it must be new coins. Don't bring me any clipped or worn-out money. As for the immortals' fee is something I negotiate with them? No, you cannot negotiate. You must let the immortal choose freely. Whatever they select is what they take. In most cases, immortals do not desire material wealth. Whatever they choose to take, and they do not want money. Li Huowang felt a growing unease within. If transactions were to occur, what might these immortals take? In the past, what have they taken from others? Hey, if you ask me, who should I ask? Those who have had something taken by the immortals cannot speak of it. It is taboo, and mentioning it could bring misfortune. Aren't you a summoner? Don't you know? To put it plainly, I am merely a laborer for the immortals. I only summon them, and I don't concern myself with the rest. For such a small fee, I have no desire to deal with those troublesome matters. Compared to the monks of Zhengde Temple and Dan Yangzi, Li Ji appeared rather carefree and detached. What? Are you willing to give it a try? Who is afflicted? Sated. Li Ji began to pick his teeth with his chopsticks while glancing at others in the distance. The main subject was right before him. Yet Li Huowang continued patiently. Brother Li, you've traveled far and wide. You must have dealt with numerous matters, right? Do you know how that affliction comes about? Li Ji shook his head, showing a hint of impatience. I can't be bothered to remember such things. For a 50 copper coin job, I can hardly afford a meal. Why exert myself? If they were to raise the fee to 500 copper coins per job, then I would certainly remember it clearly. But they won't allow a price increase. Nor let me change professions. It's truly frustrating. By the way, esteemed one, you Taoists must earn quite a bit from your rituals, right? How much can one earn from a single ritual? Li Huowang glanced again at the silent woman cloaked in red behind him, stood up, and said, I believe we've rested enough. Let us continue our journey. All right. By the way, when shall we have dinner? The way he spoke was quite normal and devoid of malice. However, kindness is not always apparent on one's face, and Li Huowang's vigilance remained unrelaxed. He slightly turned his head to observe the two individuals on the other side of the road. Focusing entirely on Li Ji and the eerily silent woman beneath the red veil, finding her increasingly unsettling compared to Li Ji. As she lifted her feet to walk, her movements were precise to the minutest detail, appearing less like a living being and more like a corpse under someone else's control. Even more bizarrely, Li Ji referred to this entity as his wife. Li Shixiao, perhaps we should separate from them? Bai Lingmiao suggested as she approached. Let's not rush. We must observe closely, Li Huowang replied. If this person speaks the truth, then extricating ourselves from Dan Yangzi may indeed depend on the celestial being he mentioned. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, a village emerged before them, with houses of various heights scattered about. Look, this is the village I mentioned, Li Ji smiled, pointing at the expanse of black tiles, then strode confidently inside. Follow me. I have an old acquaintance here, and we can stay at his home without charge. Watching the receding figure, Li Huowang waved his hand gently, and two donkey carts followed suit into the village. Upon reaching the dirt path between the houses, Li Huowang and his companions surveyed the eerily quiet surroundings. Strangely, there were no signs of life, neither in the fields nor the courtyards. Just as he pondered this, Li Ji's head popped around a corner, his old face beaming with excitement. Hey, come quickly. There is something lively happening over here. It seems like an old man is caught in a predicament. Li Shixiang, let us not intrude. That is a private matter, Li Huowang replied, casting a puzzled glance at her before striding toward Li Ji. Turning the corner, he found himself in a clearing where a crowd of villagers, men, women, and children, surrounded a household. Li Ji stood at the edge of the throng, craning his neck and peering over others' shoulders. After some time, it became clear that the entire village had gathered to witness the commotion. What is this predicament? Li Huowang inquired as he approached Li Ji. It seems an old man has been caught in a scandal with his daughter-in-law. Is there another term for it in your region? Li Ji scrutinized him with surprise. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Huowang felt a wave of understanding wash over him. No wonder Ling Miao had reacted the way she did. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the center of the crowd, causing onlookers to recoil. Through the parted masses, Li Huowang glimpsed something unsettling. Oh no! It seems this is not merely a scandal. It appears someone has been injured, Li Ji lamented, hastily pushing his way into the throng. Excuse me, I'm a spiritual practitioner. Please make way. Ouch, who stepped on my foot? Li Huowang paused, realizing that Li Ji intended to use his methods to exorcise the evil. After finally squeezing through the crowd, Li Ji gestured for him to join. Real person, come closer. Why are you standing so far away? Li Huang contemplata. Pushing into the crowd. This individual appeared somewhat eccentric, providing an opportunity to gauge his capabilities. If he were merely dabbling in theatrics, there would be no need to enlist his help in resolving his own issues, lest Dan Yangzi consume him like a delicacy. Upon reaching the center of the throng, he observed the woman on the 8 Immortals table behaving oddly. Her beautiful Danfeng eyes bore no trace of pupils, and she seemed to possess 5 layers of eyelids. 2 individuals nearby, an elder and a youth, had scratched faces, appearing to be the unfortunate victims. Real person, do you wish to handle this, or shall I? Li Ji whispered again. Perhaps we should both intervene. You could demand more money, and we can split the proceeds, thus preserving the integrity of the ritual. Li Huowang's explanation left Li Ji astonished. Are you jesting? You cannot even exorcise evil spirits. You must be a false practitioner. Hurry, look at that woman. She is on the verge of breaking her own bones, Li Huowang urged, pointing at the woman on the 8 Immortals table. It appeared that ordinary folk were not as distant from these matters as he had imagined. They simply termed it as an encounter with evil. What if Li Ji had not been present today? Li Huowang considered the implications while observing the dilapidated farming tools and the barefooted, weary faces of the villagers. The answer to this dilemma was both simple and cruel. Such events were likely akin to how the impoverished endure illness. Small ailments are tolerated, while significant ones are endured until they can bear no more. A cough silenced the murmurs of the crowd. With a gentle tap on the old drum at his waist, Li Ji initiated the ritual, causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. Please invoke the spirit. His commanding voice resonated, overpowering the surrounding noise. Li Huowang turned to observe the dimming red light in the sky, heralding the approach of the quiet night. As Li Ji drummed and recited incantations, he lit incense and placed it around the woman on the 8 Immortals table. The smoke spiraled and thickened, enveloping the room in a hazy mist. Li Huowang felt a growing agitation as he surveyed the otherwise normal surroundings, frowning slightly and pinching the nape of his neck, taking a step back. At that moment, the woman beneath the red veil stirred, letting out a hiccup accompanied by rustling sounds from beneath the veil. The onlookers recoiled in fear, further distancing themselves, and some timid souls scurried home before darkness engulfed the land. Oh, venerable spirit, I sense your imminent arrival. Please do not cause a ruckus. Your presence is formidable yet peaceful. Within the low-ceilinged dwelling, the rhythmic drumming continued, accompanied by Li Ji's incantations. Assist me, as I tread upon the dwelling's roof. My feet resting on the beams, drum in one hand and whip in the other. As Li Huowang observed, the red veil atop the 2 spirits began to bulge, as if something within was pushing against it. Peering through the veil, he discerned strange, distorted shapes that resembled animal heads, though none conformed to any known beast. These forms flickered in and out of visibility beneath the veil, writhing in a surreal manner. The scene was eerie, amplified by the swirling white smoke. Li Huowang rubbed his eyes, realizing the 2 spirits were now following Li Ji's lead, advancing toward the completely shrouded 8 Immortals table. The woman atop the table began to clutch her throat in apparent agony. Get away! Leave me be! She exclaimed, her voice trembling. As Li Ji continued his incantations, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Unexplainable sounds began to permeate the air, and although he strained to listen, they vanished into silence. Regardless of what the old immortal that Li Ji speaks of truly is, it is evident that it is unlike any he has encountered in the past. It seems that he is capable of summoning more than one celestial being. Just how many can he summon at most? While he was still immersed in these thoughts, the sound of drums gradually began to fade. Li Huowang, with a slight furrow in his brow, waved his hand to disperse the white smoke before striding toward the table. However, as he approached, an unexpected shadow erupted from the smoke, lunging directly at his face. Clang! The sword, as sharp as a blade of iron, clashed, only to be met by 2 rows of bloodied teeth that crunched ominously. This naked woman possessed an astonishing strength, her claw-like hands frantically clawing at Li Huowang's eyes. At that moment, her bloodshot eyes bulged out, as if they might fall from her face, her trembling visage brimming with malevolence and murderous intent. "Lizzie, what on earth are you up to?" Li Huowang shouted desperately into the white smoke. Boom! The incantation of the old immortal reverberated once more, and a large red veil spiraled out from the smoke, settling over the woman's face. She struggled fiercely, but was unable to resist as the beastly visage on the veil writhed its way towards her mouth. With a whoosh, she was violently pulled back into the smoke, where the lyrics of Li Ji's chant continued to echo. "Oh, old immortal, leave the ancient cave and the mountains behind. Gather a handful of yellow sand to cover the cave, in trance. Ride the clouds on cloudy days, spin with the whirlwind on sunny days. Come and go without a trace of smoke." As the still-dazed Li Huowang cautiously stepped into the white smoke with his sword raised, he discovered that the previously deranged woman was now slumped over the table, her complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat. Beside her, Li Ji continued to circle around with his trembling wife, who was still in shock. After finishing the last line of his chant, Li Ji brought down the drumstick onto the drum 3 times with a heavy hand. As the drumbeat ceased, the surrounding white smoke began to dissipate slowly, and the strange irritation in Li Huowang's heart gradually faded. "Is everything all right? I just lost focus for a moment. I knew you were out here." This fellow wouldn't escape. Li Ji maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Lost focus? In such a situation, how can you afford to lose focus? Li Huowang found it difficult to comprehend this man's logic. After all, it was merely 50 copper coins. How much would a bowl of noodles cost in town now? The malevolent spirit was gone, and the woman was still alive. What more could one ask for? If blame were to be laid, it should be on those who established the rules. What a foolish rule it was to condemn shamans to poverty. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Li Huowang approached the 8 immortals' table and carefully examined the woman. It appeared her spirit had suffered greatly. Her eyes were devoid of life, filled with fear, and her body trembled uncontrollably. After scanning the area for a while, Li Huowang did not observe that the celestial being Li Ji mentioned had taken anything from her. There was no demand for money, and her body lacked nothing. Could it be that the celestial being sought a form of spiritual recompense? Li Huowang pondered internally. At that moment, the family of the afflicted rushed in, and upon seeing their loved one restored in normalcy, they embraced one another, laughing and crying in relief. Li Ji approached them, saying, "This young woman just encountered a malevolent spirit and is in a weakened state. Moreover, your family's feng shui is not favorable. I fear there may be more troubles ahead. How about you hire a protective deity?" "A protective deity?" Li Huowang's attention was immediately piqued. All right. We shall heed the wise one's counsel." The elderly, still in shock, had no choice but to agree. Li Ji rummaged through his pack and produced a small clay figurine. He then took out some red threads and began to wrap them around it, reciting something as he worked. Once everything was bound, Li Ji fetched a ladder and placed the figurine on the beam of the house. Every year, on the first day of a new year, you must perform a grand worship. Every 15th day, light incense. Do you understand? Now, the fee for the ritual and the protective deity amounts to a total of 100 copper coins. Hand over the money. Disregarding Li Ji's demand for payment, Li Huowang approached the ladder, intently observing the protective deity perched on the beam. It was a small clay figurine, roughly the size of a palm, seemingly fashioned with little care. Yet, its eyes were remarkably lifelike, and gazing into them, Li Huowang felt as though he were truly locking eyes with a living being. A faint, delicate voice emerged from behind. They were so close that Li Huowang's gentle breathing caused the red veil to sway slightly. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded Li Huowang's mind. Was this person truly alive? What did she wish to convey to him? Casting a glance at Li Ji, who was preoccupied with counting coins, Li Huowang lowered his voice to a whisper. "Is there something you wish to tell me?" Upon hearing his words, the woman with long, pale fingers gently grasped the edge of the red veil and slowly lifted it. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Li Ji, holding the bell tightly, felt a surge of nervousness. "Oh, I must go to borrow a bed from fellow villager." The veil was hastily replaced, and the 2 deities quickly turned to follow. In a state of confusion, he glanced around and realized he stood upon a wooden bridge, surrounded by an expanse of darkness, devoid of anything else. Li Huowang took a deep breath and lifted his foot to continue forward, the wooden bridge creaking beneath his weight. After an indeterminate time, he sensed movement in the distance. Startled, he quickened his pace toward it. However, upon nearing and finally discerning what it was, his body came to an abrupt halt. It was Li Ji's protective deity. The previously palm-sized clay figurine had transformed into a being 3 times larger than Li Huowang himself. Slowly turning its head to face him, its pupils devoid of color and eerily white. This is not a wooden bridge. I'm standing on someone else's roof beam. Realization struck Li Huowang. With a creaking sound, the layers of red threads on the protective deity began to unravel, and countless clay hands emerged from within, reaching toward Li Huowang while dust cascaded down. As he turned to retreat, a massive red veil suddenly descended, enveloping his entire body. A delicate, ethereal female voice began to resonate. With a start, Li Huowang awoke, drenched in cold sweat. He quickly scanned his surroundings, discovering that there were no protective deities nor red veils. It had merely been a dream. Glancing down at by Ling Miao beside him, he adjusted the blanket over her shoulders, then rose from the bed and opened the window to gaze outside. The moon still hung in the sky, indicating that he had not slept for long. The veiled deity had evidently wished to communicate something to him, but was interrupted by Li Ji. What could she have wanted to say? Why did she not want me to see the protective deity? With furrowed brows, Li Huowang contemplated this enigma. The deity had remained silent, neither eating nor drinking, in stark contrast to the amiable Li Ji, making her seem exceedingly mysterious. It was clear that her sudden willingness to speak held some special significance. What could she possibly need to discreetly convey to him that Li Ji must not know? Did Li Ji intend to harm him? Initially, he had planned to consult Li Ji about the ritual, but with these new developments, Li Huowang found himself hesitating. After all, they were not particularly familiar. He considered seeking out other shamans, but even if he found another, there was no guarantee of their trustworthiness. If he were to seek assistance, it would be wise to choose someone more familiar. Casting another glance at the pitch-black sky, Li Huowang donned his crimson robe and ventured outside. The humble dwellings of Li Ji's fellow villagers were not far off, for they resided nearby. In the pitch-black room, Li Huowang silently made his way toward Li Ji's abode. The door, creaking against the frame, slowly opened, allowing a small, luminescent stone to gently bounce inside. The dim glow illuminated the interior, revealing the great deity. Li Ji sprawled across the bed, snoring loudly, while the second deity, draped in a red veil, stood rigidly by the bedside like a piece of clothing. Upon hearing the commotion, the silent second deity turned her red veil toward Li Huowang, seemingly awaiting something. Witnessing this eerie scene at such a late hour sent chills down Li Huowang's spine. Did he truly have to spend time alone with this entity? Hesitation gripped him for a moment. Yet, recalling her words, he ultimately mustered his resolve and beckoned gently with his hand. To his astonishment, the second deity indeed moved, drifting towards the doorway like a specter. As she advanced, Li Huowang retreated until they both found themselves outside the courtyard, where they finally halted. The hazy moonlight cast by the half-moon slightly soothed Li Huowang's frayed nerves. The red-veiled deity slowly approached him again, drawing near enough that even his quiet words caused the veil to quiver. What did you want to say yesterday? The elongated black nails of the deity slowly lifted, and before Li Huowang's astonished gaze, she gently sliced the tip of her other finger. Subsequently, she began to inscribe words with the dark red blood that flowed forth onto her red veil. Beware, I am Zin Suxian. Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed, causing the black blood on the veil to be swiftly absorbed. Li Huowang had barely taken 2 steps back when he saw the brooding Li Ji, barefoot, striding towards the second deity, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist. What are you doing? This is my wife. Li Huowang heard commotion coming from the house and quickly formulated a response. It's nothing. I was merely curious about my sister-in-law's appearance. Li Ji, scrutinizing Li Huowang with a guarded expression, assertively lifted a corner of the red veil and leaned in for a fervent kiss. As the veil swayed, Li Huowang caught fleeting glimpses of something in the moonlight. Were those scales? Remember this. She is my wife. If you remain single, who can you blame? Isn't it your own fault for becoming a Taoist? If you have the ability, then renounce your vows. Without waiting for Li Huowang to retort, He took the second deity's pale hand, adorned with long black nails, and turned back toward the house. Scales, the yellow-green viscous liquid. These two images flickered incessantly in his mind. What exactly was this second deity? What's wrong? Is something happening? Li Huowang remained silent, extinguishing the lit oil lamp. It's nothing, just sleep. Beware. I am Zinsuxian. Lying in bed, Li Huowang began to ponder the second deity's cryptic words. What did she mean by Zinsuxian? What was it that she warned him about? The next day, upon awakening and arriving in the main hall, he found Li Ji sipping porridge, with his right hand firmly holding the second deity. He was engaged in conversation with a fellow villager. Thank you for looking after her. How about this? I'll help you summon a guardian spirit, and I'll charge you a discount, 30 copper coins. How does that sound? Li Ji's words trailed off as he caught sight of Li Huowang, his demeanor no longer as amiable as before. Chapter 63. The Red Veil. Noticing Li Ji's altered expression, Li Huowang approached him directly. Brother Li Ji, I can explain what happened last night. Li Ji raised a hand to halt Li Huowang's further explanations, his tone laced with impatience. What is there to explain? I didn't do anything to you, so just deal with it. With that, he stood up, taking his wife by the hand as they turned to leave. Li Huowang silently watched their departing figures, deep in thought. The second deity claimed to be Zinsuxian, a title that suggested some form of significance. And she had cautioned him about the guardian spirit. Perhaps she knew something about him, and he needed to find a way to extract this information from her. He didn't want to let this hard-earned lead slip away. It's nothing. This is my personal matter. Everyone else should go have breakfast. It's been a while since I've had a bed to sleep in. We must rest well these days. Once we leave this village, we'll have a sleep by the roadside. In the following days, Li Huowang refrained from seeking out Li Ji or concerning himself with his activities. He understood that Li Ji was still in a foul mood, so it would be unwise to inquire about the second deity at this juncture. Patience was required. However, during this waiting period, a small trouble knocked on his door. Bai Lingmiao had fallen ill. This trouble was significant in this desolate place. Minor ailments could easily become fatal if neglected. Yet, it was minor because, thanks to the elixirs refined at Qingfengwan, he could barely be considered a country doctor. He could handle this small ailment without issue. Li Huowang cradled Bai Lingmiao's feverish head in his arms and carefully placed a red pill in her mouth. Senior brother Li, am I going to die? I don't want to die. The feeble Bai Lingmiao clutched the sleeve of Li Huowang tightly. Don't think like that. It's just a slight cold. You've already taken medicine. Get some good rest, sweat out, and you'll be fine. Just then, a series of knocks at the door abruptly interrupted their conversation. Li Huowang looked up to see Li Ji standing at the entrance with his wife. How is it? I heard from the villager that your sister is ill. Do you need any help? No, thank you. Li Huowang gently covered Bai Lingmiao with a blanket and approached Li Ji. Come on, there's no need for such formality. You treated me to noodles before. I should help you in return. The Bai family's old immortal is renowned for healing. As long as you don't have any designs on my wife, we can remain friends, and I'll help. Li Ji spoke casually, as if the previous incident was behind them. It's just a slight cold. There's no need to summon your immortal. Besides, we can't afford the tea money they demand. Li Ji paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, that's true. I guess I made things more complicated. It's true that one shouldn't summon the old immortal casually. However, Li Jinren, you can't exorcise spirits or heal. You really are quite the Taoist. Li Huowang scrutinized the man before him and his seemingly genuine smile. I have already treated her. The medicine is in her system. We just need to wait for it to take effect. Li Ji stood there shaking his head. That one tea do. I've seen other Taoists. They're incredibly skilled. They can casually draw a talisman, burn it to ash, and drink it with water, and no matter the ailment, it gets resolved in an instant. Li Huowang shukulat sufli, feeling the light atmosphere around them. He sensed it was a suitable moment. Brother Li Ji, can we have a conversation? About your wife. She doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Are all the other deities like her? Li Zi Isa Smila Faltarat. Li Zhenren, discussing such matters openly loses all intrigue. You too are a practitioner. There's secrets about you that you certainly won't disclose entirely, right? Have I inquired about where you found this group of celestial beings? No, I haven't tea. With that, the smiling Li Ji patted Li Huowang's red robe and turned to leave with his wife. Clearly, although Li Ji appeared to be quite talkative and often complained about the celestial beings behind their backs, he was merely putting on a facade. That night, in the stillness of the third watch, Li Huowang was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the window. The wooden window creaked open silently, revealing a pair of blood-red embroidered shoes swaying delicately outside. Li Huowang recognized these shoes. They belonged to the second deity who had come to seek him out. After a moment's thought, he addressed the pair of embroidered shoes in a hushed voice. "I'll be there shortly, at the grove by the village head." As the hazy moonlight enveloped the surroundings, Li Huowang ventured into the dark, dense woods. Soon, he spotted the immobile figure of Air Shun beneath a tree. Uneasily glancing around and finding no trace of Li Ji, he cautiously approached. "Air Shun, do you have something to tell me?" Air Shun raised her bloodied finger once more, resuming her writing on the red veil. The distance made it difficult for Li Huowang to decipher her words, prompting him to instinctively draw closer to the veil. "You must be careful," she penned halfway through, when suddenly, without warning, Air Shun thrust her black-nailed hands into Li Huowang's neck. With a jolt, his muscles tensed, and he grasped the red veil before delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. Although he had temporarily escaped danger, for bloody punctures marred the sides of his neck. Trembling, he fished out a few hemostatic pills and swallowed them, then fixed his gaze on the vividly dressed Air Shun. To his astonishment, the figure that had seemed to offer him a warning had turned on him with lethal intent. Yet, upon seeing her face, he was momentarily stunned. Although her features were grotesque, adorned with scales and spines reminiscent of various animals, he could still discern the remnants of Li Ji's visage. No, it was more akin to a female version of Li Ji, her remaining human skin painted with powder, while one side of her mouth was accentuated with bright red lipstick. Realizing that Li Huowang had uncovered her true identity, Li Ji covered her mouth and laughed sharply, akin to a fox. "After all this probing, it turns out your heart's essence is just a facade. It's fortunate you weren't preemptively snatched away by someone else." The voice echoed, dual in nature, one from her, the other reverberating through the shadowy woods. Hut, hut, hut. A prolonged and rhythmic drumming resonated from the forest. Summon the spirits. Chapter 64. The drumming to summon spirits. As Li Ji's distinctive, resonant voice emerged from the depths of the woods, the oddly formed Air Shun began to tremble in unison. The sun dipped below the horizon, shrouding the world in darkness, while households secured their doors. Magpies and crows rushed to trees, sparrows scurried to eaves, and the roads seemed to shorten. Li Ji's chant came to an abrupt halt, catching Air Shun off guard as she raised her head in astonishment, gazing at Li Huowang and his upward curving lips. "You came to test me, yet I too am testing you. Having been deceived by monks once, I've learned to be cautious." As Li Huowang finished speaking, the sound of scattered footsteps echoed through the woods. Dagwa and the others were approaching. Armed, they shoved the bloodied Li Ji forward, while Xiaoman firmly grasped the old drum used by Li Ji for her spirit summoning. Li Huowang seized the drum from Xiaoman's hands and, in front of Li Ji, hurled it to the ground, piercing it with his sword. The taut drumhead was easily punctured. "This appears to be your most important artifact. Without it, it seems no spirit will heed your call." Through their encounters, Li Huowang had discerned that no matter how formidable the spirit summoners were, they remained flesh and blood. Once controlled, everything would fall into place. Amidst the glinting blades surrounding them, Li Ji, who had just received a blow, displayed neither fear nor malice, but rather a resigned smile. "I truly have no control over this matter." With a clang, the sharp, jet-black blade was pressed against Li Ji's neck. "Still trying to deceive me? Command Air Shun to cease her resistance." Li Huowang's gaze remained fixed on the grotesque form of Air Shun in the distance. Although Li Ji was captured, the ambiguous entity of Air Shun remained a significant threat. "Why do you presume my wife would heed your words?" Li Ji retorted. At that moment, Air Shun opened her fearsome mouth and let out a ferocious roar before dashing into the woods on all fours, leaving Li Ji behind. "Do you think I would suddenly develop compassion and spare you based on your words?" Li Huowang pressed the sword slightly forward. That cannot be." Unfazed by the imminent threat of death, Li Ji remained remarkably composed. After contemplating the captive before him, Li Huowang slowly inquired, "What is this heart's essence? Why do you refer to me as such?" This was his foremost concern. There must be a rationale behind their actions, especially given that the term heart's essence had emerged twice. Li Ji sighed in resignation. "So, you truly know nothing. I was blinded by your bloodied attire. What is this heart's essence?" Li Huowang demanded through clenched teeth, his sword drawing blood. Li Ji looked at Li Huowang and chuckled. "Your intellect is quick. but perhaps you cannot surpass the old immortal. In the next moment, Li Ji's eyes began to bleed and elongate, with spines emerging from the corners. Her nose twisting forward as her visage grotesquely morphed into Air Shun's monstrous form. Li Huowang pressed down with one hand, directing the sharp blade towards Li Ji's neck. Yet beneath the torn skin lay not blood vessels, but a dense array of hardened scales. "Kill him!" With a shout, Li Huowang commanded, and with a whoosh, a massive wooden club struck Li Ji's head, splattering blood as he collapsed to the ground, half transformed. Thud, thud, thud. The urgent drumming echoed through the darkened woods, drawing the attention of all present. Startled, Li Huowang instinctively glanced down at the shattered drum. The drumming? How could there still be drumming? I had just destroyed Li Ji's drum. Summon the spirits. As the drumming and chants continued, a figure staggered from the woods. Air Shun, or perhaps Li Ji. As Li Ji's face grotesquely morphed, the features of Air Shun vanished entirely. Astonishingly, they had effortlessly exchanged identities. Li Ji had become Air Shun, and Air Shun had become Li Ji. Thud, thud, thud. The abrupt drumming sounded from beneath Li Ji. As others gazed down, they gasped in shock. There stood Li Ji, garments askew, one hand tearing through the flesh of his abdomen while the other struck the drum. Without a drum, Li Ji had resorted to using his own skin. Thud, thud, thud. The sun set behind the mountains, darkness enveloping the land as households secured their doors. The little house has lost its way. 9 out of 10 households are locked, yet one remains open. I summon the immortal with incense and drumming. As the last words left his lips, the fallen Air Shun abruptly rose, despite her head being nearly caved in. With a series of sickening sounds, every weapon, including Li Huowang's sword, plunged into Air Shun's body. Li Huowang was convinced his sword had pierced her heart, yet she stood firm. First summon the red, then the yellow. Summon the gentle breeze and smoke clouds to bring forth the sorrowful king. The red family leads, the yellow family follows, the gentle breeze and smoke clouds stand still, and the sorrowful king takes the stage. A tremendous force surged from Air Shun, and with a violent twist of her body, all those gripping weapons were compelled to release their hold. No, the drumming must cease. He was the key. Li Huowang quickly retrieved the brass bell, its sound ringing clear. Ding, ding, ding. Thud, thud, thud. 2 distinct voices intertwined throughout the forest, and the surrounding lines swiftly coalesced into Yul. El Huowang, shaken, felt a dizzying sensation as Yul suddenly split into 4 and charged towards Elzich, ignoring the blood that flowed from his skin body. Elzich's forehead veins bulged, and his lips quivered as he spoke with a pace that doubled in intensity. The banquet table was set, rich with food and drink, and he exclaimed about the lavish offerings to the helpers, demanding the finest cuts of beef and lamb, and even the most delectable poultry. Huowang felt a sharp pain in his neck. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 deities had arrived behind him, their gaping maws filled with sharp teeth sinking into the flesh of his shoulder. Chapter 65. I command you to strike. A thunderous roar erupted as a stout wooden club swung through the air, narrowly missing Huowang's face before striking one of the deities fiercely on the head. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as the deity was sent flying, but a large chunk of Huowang's shoulder was torn away in the process. The searing pain nearly caused him to faint, but he had no time to dwell on it. He retrieved 2 vials and thrust them into the hands of the nearby Guw, one containing poison and the other a sleeping potion. He instructed, "Keep this creature at bay, for I cannot face both foes at once." Observing the half-dismembered deity struggling to rise, Guw's legs trembled as he asked, "LSH11ing, are you certain this will work against it?" At that moment, Shomn, without hesitation, seized the 2 vials, gritting her teeth, and charged forward with her blade. Regardless of its efficacy, she resolved to act first. Huowang recognized the precariousness of their situation, but his focus remained on eliminating Elzich, for further pleas from the celestial beings would only multiply. In the distance, 3 Yul circled Elzich, each attempt to approach thwarted by unseen forces. As Huowang advanced, Elzich continued to sing. Do not forget the 3 treasures when the celestial master arrives: the celestial lock, the binding rope, and the soul-capturing bottle. Throw the treasures upon the disciples. Kick if they slip, and stomp if they're not bound tightly. Upon finishing his song, LZH swung his short whip towards Huowang with great force. Though nothing materialized, the Yuel always sensed a shift. Moments later, with a resounding crack, the Yuel disbanded. LZH, undeterred, made another forceful sweep. Should he strike true, the fate of Huowang would mirror that of the Yuel. In a critical moment, Huowang swiftly reached behind him and shielded himself with the tome of celestial knowledge. With a clang, his hand tingled as the tome held firm. Thus, he wielded the shield in one hand while ringing the bell with the other, gritting his teeth as he moved closer to LZH. As he shook his head vigorously, the number of Yuel around him doubled in an instant. And the doubled Yuel began their assault from various directions. While LZH struggled, Huowang felt a wave of nausea overwhelm him, instinctively prompting a desire to vomit. It became a contest of endurance. Amidst the chaos, Huowang discovered that in this state, he could perceive the celestial beings obstructing the Yuel. These ethereal entities, resembling white smoke, took myriad forms, human, beast, and hybrids of both, and they continuously transformed over time. Their very essence vibrated with the rhythm of LZH's drumming. They resembled a tome. Upon glimpsing them, Huowang understood their nature. These celestial beings were numerous and omnipresent, akin to a legion of phantoms forever obscured. To manifest in reality, they required a specific melody. The drum beats were their summons. As Huowang drew nearer, the sound of the bell began to overpower the drum, and the defenses of the Yuel started to falter. Sensing the impending danger, LZH's expression hardened, his mouth opened, and the corners of his lips split open, revealing a blood-red tongue that slithered forth like a serpent. His voice morphed into a mournful lament, YN. At this utterance, a fierce wind surged, drowning out the bell's sound, and a soft whispering voice filled Huowang's ears. The world around him began to warp rapidly. Gradually, the sounds of wind, drums, and bells were supplanted by other noises. Conversations, the shifting of a Rubik's Cube, the click of dress shoes, and the notification of a mobile phone. This was all an illusion. Huowang abruptly lifted his head and scanned his surroundings, instantly spotting the distant figure of Litu, being assisted by his daughter as they moved towards the courtyard. The distance mirrored that which he had just shared with LZH. Huowang, what's wrong? A sinister smile crept across Huowang's face as he realized LZH attempted to ensnare him in a delusion. You have miscalculated. Illusions hold no power over me. He shrugged off the supportive hand and, stepping firmly on the garden steps, charged towards Litu. The sound of conversation gradually reached his ears. Doctor, thank you. If it weren't for you, my father would not have recovered so quickly. With a solid punch, Huowang struck Litu squarely on the jaw, sending a mix of false teeth and blood tumbling through the air. In the next moment, the illusion dissipated, revealing LZH, whose head was thrown back, blood streaming from his nose. The celestial beings sought to intervene, but 6 Yuel thwarted their efforts. I command you to strike. With a sharp sound, a sword was drawn and thrust with all might. The razor-sharp tip severed LZH's fingers, piercing through the flayed flesh to deeply embed itself in his abdomen. The strike silenced the drum and bell. The celestial beings and Yuel gradually fading away, restoring quiet to the surroundings. LZH stared in disbelief at his bleeding abdomen, taking 2 faltering steps backward before collapsing to the ground. Gasping, Huowang glanced at the dying LZH, then turned to see the 2 deities, now disassembled, entangled with others in the distance. LZH NRN, I regret this. Chapter 66. The good man hearing movement behind him. Huowang pressed a hand against his burning shoulder and turned his gaze back to the fallen LZH. Was he offering me an apology? Even as death approached, he feigned civility. Was it someone else who sought to kill me? LZH's complexion paled, revealing a hint of bitter amusement. I had no choice. They forced my hand. You can escape, but I cannot. Since the day I took on this role, I have been trapped. Dark crimson blood seeped from LZH's body, staining the earth below, marking the brevity of his remaining time. Huowang stood there, his expression a complex mix as he regarded LZH, whose words hung uncertainly in the air. At least my mind is finally free of distractions, LZH reflected. Were you coerced by the celestial beings? Huowang inquired once more. Believe it or not, it matters not. From the day I embarked on this path, I became their puppet. I have resisted, but it was in vain. Mortals cannot contend with celestial beings. Huowang had no desire to discern the truth in LZH's words. He simply approached and grasped the sword's hilt, preparing to draw it forth. With a forceful pull that yielded no results, he discovered that Li Ji was, astonishingly, gripping the blade of the sword tightly with his fingerless hand. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Ji's mouth as he chuckled softly. Li Jinren, next time you encounter someone like me, remember to keep your wits about you. Your kind heart is akin to a delicacy in the eyes of others, and one cannot be certain that ill intentions may not arise. Upon hearing these words, Li Huowang's heart instinctively tightened. He had not anticipated receiving any information from Li Ji. Yet here was Li Ji, speaking freely. Observing the dying man before him, Li Huowang deliberately softened his tone. What does Xin Su truly mean? Xin Su, explained, is the primordial essence that takes form, possessing substance yet not fully corporeal. It is the essence of the heart, the beginning of substance before attaining form. What? Li Huowang clearly did not comprehend the depth of the statement. He raised his hand, astonished. Memories of the scheming monks from Zhengde Temple flooded his mind, confirming that Li Ji had not deceived him. In this world, I am a rather rare entity. Yet, apart from being mentally unstable, I am no different from ordinary folk. What does Xin Su truly signify? He then recalled his deceased master, Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang realized that the signs had been present from the very beginning. His late master sought medicinal catalysts with purpose. If others practiced in the peculiar manner of Dan Yangzi, they too might require such catalysts as himself. At that moment, Li Ji's voice began to fade, and his pupils grew increasingly vacant. Li Jinren, could you assist me with a small favor? Li Huowang looked again at the dying Li Ji. Speak. In his final moments, Li Ji smiled habitually once more, blood spilling from his lips. In my next life, I would not mind being reborn as a beast, but I dare not engage in shamanistic practices again. It is far too stifling and exhausting. A life worse than that of a brothel keeper. Li Jinren, remember, you may pursue any endeavor, but never engage in shamanism. This life is not meant for humans. It is truly too painful and constricting. 2 tears cascaded down his cheeks. Li Huowang gazed at this man with a complex expression, memories of the past flashing through his mind. Though he may consider himself a good person, he realized that he was not the one in control of his actions. He was merely a pitiful soul subject to the whims of those celestial beings. This harsh world had taught him that those capable of wielding special powers were not necessarily wise sages like Xin Hui or Dan Yangzi. They could also be slaves to that very power. Thank you for your guidance. This is of great significance to me, brother Li Ji. At that moment, Li Ji, with only a final breath remaining, drew in a deep breath and, with his last ounce of strength, continued. Also, when you asked about exorcising evil, there was indeed a purpose, right? Remember to head south. Seek out a group of nuns clad in black. They may be considered benevolent and should assist you. Li Huowang was taken aback by this unexpected boon, as it related directly to his own predicament with Dan Yangzi, and he hurriedly inquired, nuns? What are the names of these sects? Are they skilled in exorcising malevolent spirits? Observing Li Ji's unblinking gaze, Li Huowang felt a mix of emotions. If Li Ji had not been a shaman, perhaps they could have forged a meaningful friendship. The individuals named Go Hua and his Shao Man appeared to be entangled with the second deity, looking rather disheveled, each bearing minor injuries. Yet fortunately, they were all superficial. Li Huowang sighed, grasped the sword hilt embedded in Li Ji's abdomen, and withdrew it, sheathing it behind him. Let's find a place to bury them both, lest they be torn apart by wolves. Why, brother? He was a murderer and a scoundrel. Go Hua expressed his confusion. Li Huowang offered no explanation and gently closed Li Ji's eyes. He left no gravestone for Li Ji, for he was a solitary soul without any mourners. Leaving one would only invite trouble. Upon reaching the entrance by the well, he spotted an unexpectedly frail figure. Bai Ling Miao, who had previously been bedridden and weak, was now bent over, drawing water. Li Shixiong, where have you been? How did you get injured? Is everything all right? Bai Ling Miao asked with concern. With a furrowed brow, Li Huowang approached and discarded her bucket. You have a fever. What are you doing fetching water? Hurry inside and rest. I'm fine. I feel better. If you don't believe me, touch my forehead. When Li Huowang placed his hand on her forehead, discovering that her fever had indeed subsided, he was taken aback. The elixir I concocted did not possess such potent efficacy. Are you certain you are unscathed? Bai Ling Miao's expression tightened, then brightened with a smile. I am perfectly fine. Recovering from illness is a good thing, is it not? Chapter 67. The bundle. Although danger had befallen them, the rewards were substantial. First and foremost, Li Huowang understood the ulterior motives of the monks at Jingde Temple. Xian Su is the primordial essence that takes form, possessing substance yet not fully corporeal. This was what Li Ji had conveyed to him in his final moments, revealing that in the eyes of others in this world, he was an exceedingly rare Xian Su. Li Huowang, though not well-versed in classical texts, managed to grasp a general understanding based on his vague memories from school. According to this interpretation, Taisha refers to a certain substance that forms all matter, while Xian Su signifies that which existed before the emergence of Taisha. The translation provided clarity. Yet the content only served to perplex Li Huowang further. I am undeniably a person, a flesh and blood individual. How can I possibly be something that is the essence of substance, yet not fully formed? This notion is utterly disconnected. Such an abstract concept seemed to have no correlation with living beings. How could something that had yet to take on material form still be alive, capable of thought and movement? Faced with this dilemma, Li Huowang found himself at a loss. Regardless of his contemplation, the actions of Dan Yangzi, Xian Hui, and Li Ji indicated to him how cultivators in this world perceived him. Regardless of what Xian Su truly is, I am akin to the flesh of Tang Sung. Everyone desires a taste. Li Huowang mused self-deprecatingly as he walked along the path. At this moment, he had completely lost trust in the people of this world. Anyone could utter any words that might be false, all potentially aimed at deceiving him. This raised doubts about every individual he encountered, each seemingly driven by ulterior motives. However, life must go on, and troubles must be addressed one step at a time. At the very least, Li Huowang could ascertain that Li Ji had not misled him. As the dying often speak kindly, his words were likely true. Hey, wait, where are you going? What about my fellow villager who performed shamanism? The couple who was with you? The out-of-breath man inquired. Naturally, Li Huowang could not admit that he had killed him and that he had urgent matters to attend to with his wife. The man, not suspecting Li Huowang, instead pressed a heavy bundle into his arms. Oh, then this is his package from his home. He forgot to take it before leaving. Please deliver it to him. Thank you. Li Huowang recalled this particular bundle, having seen Li Ji carry it upon their first meeting. Before he could utter another word, the man turned and departed. As he walked along the uneven dirt path, Li Huowang gazed contemplatively at the bundle in his arms. It was clear that he could not return it to Li Ji, for he was deceased. Suddenly, a thought burst forth in Li Huowang's mind. Could I perhaps discover something of value within Li Ji's package? With determination, he resolved to open the cloth bundle. Inside, nothing particularly striking caught his eye. The contents were quite antiquated. The first item was a pale, translucent drumskin, presumably used for shamanistic practices. Li Huowang seized it and tossed it aside, as his impression of shamanism was unfavorable, and the sight of such an item filled him with unease. Ah, do not discard it. What a fine piece of leather it is. Who knows what it might become in the future? Bai Ling Miao gently cradled it in her hands. We are utterly devoid of funds now. Every little saving counts. Observing the other party carefully placing it onto the donkey cart, Li Huowang shook his head and continued rummaging through the bundle. Next, he unearthed a handful of worn copper coins, their luster a mix of new and old, which Li Ji must have accumulated over a long time. Holding them up and weighing them in his palm, Li Huowang sighed softly. He was uncertain of Li Ji's intentions with the saved money, yet it was evident that he had exerted considerable effort for it. Use them to buy grain. Li Huowang tossed the coins into Bai Ling Miao's embrace. At the sight of the copper coins, Bai Ling Miao's face brightened momentarily, only to be quickly overshadowed by concern. Shi Xiang, we must find a profitable livelihood. These coins will not last long. Profitable livelihood? What do you intend to do? Sing like Lu Zhuangyuan and his ilk? Li Huowang queried while sifting through the contents of the package. Bai Ling Miao shook her head vigorously. If my father found out I was singing, he would surely beat me. I meant something more respectable. Li Huowang retrieved a round jade pendant threaded with a string and placed it in her palm. Do not fret about money. Find a prosperous place to sell this. and everything will fall into place. I have more. I have more. Guo produced a stack of red envelopes from his bosom and presented them. Li Huowang cast him a surprised glance. Aren't these the red envelopes Dan Yangzi distributed to the deceased disciples? When did you steal them? I took them when I left Qingfeng Temple. No one was claiming them, so I just helped myself. Guo replied with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Li Huowang's hand paused as he felt something round and plump within a bundle. Pulling it out, he was astonished to find it was a gourd, about the size of 2 palms. It resembled a gourd used for elixirs. Could it be that even shamans concoct pills? Li Huowang pondered, examining the object. He tilted the gourd, but nothing poured out. Just as he closed one eye and leaned closer to the gourd's mouth to inspect its contents, the upper half of the gourd suddenly split open. A row of sharp white teeth sprang forth, snapping fiercely at Li Huowang's face. With a sharp crack, he barely managed to retreat in time. Had he been a moment slower, half his face might have been torn away. Trembling, Li Huowang gazed at the gourd in his hand, now returned to its original state. To his astonishment, this object was alive, and Li Ji had evidently used it for storage. Whatever lay within must be of great value. What could it possibly contain? As if responding to his thoughts, the bell at Li Huowang's waist trembled slightly. Please wait a moment, he said, a spark of inspiration igniting within him as he turned and strode into the woods. Amidst the dense foliage, the sound of bells rang out, and soon, Yu Laoi was summoned forth. What is inside this gourd? Li Huowang inquired, holding it aloft before Yu Laoi. I cannot believe it, Li Huowang exclaimed incredulously. Are you certain that it contains lifespan? Chapter 68. The festival lifespan, a conundrum that has long plagued humanity, now lies within Li Huowang's grasp. Let's not delve into the implausibility of lifespan manifesting in such a form. In this bizarre world, having endured so much, Li Huowang had long ceased to ponder such trivial matters. What he needed to contemplate now was what this object signified for him. Following Yu Laoi's guidance, Li Huowang raised the gourd high, aiming it at the sun. Moments later, the gourd's mouth unfurled like petals. 6 plump spheres, faintly inscribed with the character for longevity, floated within a viscous green liquid, rolling gently. Li Huowang cautiously reached into the liquid and retrieved one. He gripped it tightly. According to Yu Laoi's explanation, lifespan would dissipate upon contact with any of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, and if it fell to the ground, it would be lost. This single sphere represented a year of an ordinary person's life, yet it was exceedingly precious. When exposed to sunlight, these solidified lifespans began to gradually disintegrate, emitting a shivering yellow mist. With a gentle press, the sphere melded into his palm. Instantly, Li Huowang felt considerably lighter. He had gained a year of life. If I were to continuously consume this, would I not achieve immortality? Li Huowang quickly dismissed this fanciful notion, reflecting on Li Ji's earlier words. It was not difficult to surmise that these lifespans were akin to the team money sought by the immortals. To accumulate such lifespan, who knows how many divine dances Li Ji had performed? If it were that simple, he would not have aged so prematurely. The sole purpose of these lifespans likely lay in nourishing Yu Laoi. As Li Huowang contemplated, he was about to extract the remaining 5 spheres for immediate absorption. However, upon his fingers touching the spheres, he suddenly hesitated. Could this object serve as a form of currency in this world? The saying goes, an inch of time is worth an inch of gold, yet gold cannot buy an inch of time. But what if gold could indeed purchase time? This substance, whether in the hands of mortals or practitioners, would undoubtedly hold great value. Mere consumption would be a tremendous waste. It must be utilized wisely. He grasped the gourd and turned back toward the cart, seeking a length of rope to secure it to his waist, and continued searching through the bundle. However, Li Huowang found nothing of worth thereafter. An old garment, 2 half-finished shoe soles, a thimble with loose threads, and a few clay figurines of household deities constituted Li Ji's entire possessions. Witnessing this, Li Huowang could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. The powers of the immortals had not afforded Li Ji a better life, but rather rendered him more destitute than the average person. It would be an effortless task to utilize the capabilities of the immortals to procure wealth for Li Ji, yet those beings would not necessarily act upon such a whim. They merely sought a compliant servant to gather lifespan, indifferent to the conditions of the slave's existence. Li Ji was correct. Performing divine dances was indeed not a human endeavor. Xixiao, can I have this? A sniffling child inquired, his gaze fixated on the clay figures. Ultimately, these individuals, no matter how resilient, were still merely children, prone to playfulness. Li Huowang shook his head, placing the figures by the roadside. These items are unclean. The clattering of the donkey cart's wheels echoed as it rolled forward. After trudging along the muddy road for over 10 days, they finally arrived at a modest town. Even the light drizzle above could not dampen the joy upon their weary faces. At last, we can sleep in a bed. This journey has truly exhausted me, lamented a one-armed man among the crowd. He was not without an arm. One was merely the size of an infant's. Li Huowang's gaze shifted from the map in his hands. We shall rest here for 2 days. Once the rain ceases, we will proceed. The donkey cart's wheels began to roll toward the town's entrance. Upon entering, they observed numerous horse-drawn carriages and ox carts departing the town. Those with vehicles were few. The majority were on foot, clad in raincoats. These individuals carried bamboo baskets filled with yellow paper and small bowls of eggs, meat, and fish. Their faces etched with sorrow as they quietly made their way out. What has happened? Is there some event in the town? Li Huowang instinctively inquired. Xixiao, today is Qingming. They're going to pay their respects at the graves, came the reply. Is it already Qingming? How time flies, Li Huowang murmured to himself. Upon entering the town, several stalls were set up along the roadside, selling yellow paper, gold ingots, paper figures, and paper oxen, all of which were thriving in business. Li Huowang was reluctant to go back on his word to Li Ji. Yet, holding the paper money and the ceremonial candles in his hands, he found himself momentarily frozen, pondering how to burn them for the deceased Li Ji. Xixiao, leave this matter to me. I am quite adept at it, Dogwood declared proudly, patting his emaciated chest. Soon, they arrived at the town's intersection, where many others were also burning paper money for their distant relatives. Dogwood pulled out his knife and drew a circle on the ground, leaving an opening directed toward where Li Ji was buried. The yellow paper was ignited within the white circle, gradually turning to ashes. Dogwa, assisting nearby, shouted loudly first, "We burn for Li Ji, then for his wife. Whoever dares to steal shall be cursed to be a beast in the next life." Does shouting like this really help? Li Huowang stuffed the gold ingots into the flames. It surely does. My third uncle taught me this, by shouting, "The wandering souls one dare to snatch our offerings." Dogwa asserted confidently. After gazing at the rising blue smoke for an extended moment, Li Huowang spoke again. Do you think that after death, one truly becomes a ghost? What nonsense! If one does not become a ghost after death, then what do they become? Dogwa retorted. Perhaps upon death, one simply ceases to exist, leaving nothing behind. Humanity is so fragile and insignificant. In his lifetime, Li Huowang had encountered many peculiar things, yet he had never witnessed a ghost. His words instilled a sense of unease among those around them, their eyes exchanging glances. Dogwa wrapped his arms around himself, soothing the goosebumps on his skin. How can you be so certain? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Because my second aunt told me so. She has lived for 94 years and knows everything. Chapter 69. Dining as the yellow paper burned, it gradually turned to black ashes, rising with the warm air. Li Huowang's expression was complex as he observed the scene. Li Ji, I have burned the paper money you desired. I hope you receive it. In that moment, Li Huowang began to understand the mindset of the superstitious. Throwing the last stack of yellow paper into the fire, he stood up and brushed off the ash from his clothes. Let's find an inn in town to rest. Everyone is soaked through. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Ling Miao's words made him turn. Xixiao, Xiaoman is missing. After observing the crowd, Li Huowang confirmed he could not find the woman afflicted with hypertrichosis. Oh, I remember. She mentioned her home was nearby. Should we look for her? Perhaps we can catch up, Dogwa suggested, awkwardly scratching his greasy hair under his hat. Li Huowang glanced at him before striding toward a sign hanging over an inn. Let us find an inn to settle down. This is Xiaoman's hometown. She will surely know her way back after she finishes her business. His words silenced Bai Ling Miao, who had hesitated to speak as she nervously clutched her garment, following behind quietly. The sky was dim and drizzling lightly. She did not need to cover her eyes with a cloth, her pink pupils filled with sorrow. The dry guest room was soon ready. Some washed their hair, while others took baths, and once everything was prepared, they gathered in the hall for dinner. With little money left, the dishes on the table were mediocre, mostly vegetarian, with the only notable meat dish being stir-fried bitter melon with eggs and pork cracklings sautéed with chili. However, everyone ate with great enthusiasm, as the generous amount of lard made the dishes fragrant and satisfying. "Hey, scholar, did you hear? There are rumors of impending war at the border." "Stop talking nonsense. What do you know? What qualifications does a mere tavern boy have to discuss state affairs?" Li Huowang perked up. The east was the direction of the border area. He had few acquaintances there, the only concern being the people from the L family. But thinking of the shrewd L Zhuangyin, he felt reassured. That old man was quite cunning and should be fine. As Li Huowang shook his head, reflecting on the chaos in this broken place filled with bandits and malevolent spirits, he found it absurd that those in power were not focused on improving the lives of the people, but rather on waging wars. Just as the lively tavern boy was about to continue speaking, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurriedly approached the entrance. "Oh, this lady, please come in. Are you here for a meal or accommodation?" Hearing the commotion, Li Huowang and the others turned to see a woman with a short blade and a black cloth hat entering. Such attire was rare in the town, and upon noticing the hair-covered back of her hand, Li Huowang easily deduced her identity. "Tavern boy, bring a set of chopsticks, and tell the cook to add 2 hearty dishes." Right away, Li Huowang nudged the simpleton beside him, who quickly helped himself to several mouthfuls of food and squatted by the table to eat. Xiaoman sat down beside Li Huowang, removing her black cloth hat to reveal her tear-soaked hair. After inhaling deeply, Li Huowang hungrily devoured several bites of rice, detecting a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from Xiaoman. "Chopsticks and bowls are here. Oh my goodness." Waving away the startled tavern boy, Li Huowang placed the bowls and chopsticks in front of Xiaoman. "Eat." The table was filled only with the sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls and the chewing of food, with no one daring to speak. "He is a scoundrel. I hate him. I wish I could devour his flesh and drink his blood." Xiaoman gritted her teeth, forcing these words through clenched jaws. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao, sitting beside her, leaned in compassionately, gently wrapping her fair hands around her. "My mother advised me that no matter what, he is still my father, and killing one's own father invites divine retribution. But I would rather face divine retribution than let him live." Li Huowang scooped several spoonfuls of vegetable and tofu soup into his empty bowl, raising it to his lips as if to chat casually, murmuring, "The heavens in this place are blind." The table gradually fell silent, the others sitting quietly, silently observing Xiaoman. Their eyes reflected a mixture of anger and sorrow. They were all victims, and they could empathize with Xiaoman's plight. Until they returned home, none could be certain if they had been sold by their own families. As Xiaoman's fury faded, leaving only profound confusion in her eyes, she mournfully thought, "My home is gone. I have destroyed it myself. I do not know where to go next." Stir-fried donkey meat, braised river fish. "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests." The tavern boy placed the 2 dishes down and fled as if escaping danger. Li Huowang took Xiaoman's empty bowl and filled it to the brim with steaming white rice, pushing it toward her. "Eat." After speaking, he used his chopsticks to pick a fish bone out of the braised fish as a toothpick, casually heading toward the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Others, witnessing this scene, dispersed in small groups, leaving Bai Ling Miao alone with Xiaoman in the hall. Tears slipped from Xiaoman's hair, continuously dripping on her rice. Trembling, she picked up her chopsticks and raised the bowl, eating the rice infused with her own tears in large mouthfuls. The more she ate, the more tears flowed, until she finally broke down and sobbed loudly while holding the bowl. Chapter 70. The lake as the shattered seed split the jade piece. 3 taels? 3 taels? Not worth it. Feeling exceedingly displeased, Li Huowang strode out of the pawn shop, clutching the jade pendant. In reality, this pendant was worth 400,000. Yet here was only valued at 3 taels. This pawn shop was truly unscrupulous. As Li Huowang stepped out of the door, he turned back to gaze at the sign of the pawn shop, pondering the greed that thrived within these walls. Surely, they had amassed a fortune through nefarious means. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could return at night and rob them blind. However, the moment this notion took root, a jolt of alarm surged through him. Clenching his fist, he struck his own face in reprimand and strode irritably towards the inn. His fingers traced southward, recalling Li Ji's mention of a group of nuns clad in black who might hold the key to ridding him of the Danyangzi affliction plaguing him. The Danyangzi's influence was increasingly burdensome. It became imperative to resolve this matter swiftly, more crucial than any other concern, even overshadowing the ominous presence of the He Tai Sui. Li Ji had referred to those nuns as begrudgingly good-hearted, Yet Li Huowang's trust had eroded after previous encounters. He now harbored skepticism towards everyone. To seek their assistance in dispelling the Danyang Zi, he would need to offer them irresistible incentives while ensuring his own safety. His gaze fell upon the bed where the Tian Shu lay beside the Yang Shou Hu Lu. This was all he had to barter. Yet that was a concern for another time. His immediate priority was to locate the nuns mentioned by Li Ji. "Shi Xiao, you called for me?" Xiaoman approached, breathless. Aside from a faint redness at the corners of her eyes, her demeanor remained devoid of emotion. "Where have you been?" Li Huowang inquired. "Let others handle these matters for now. You should lay low to avoid trouble with the local constables," he advised her. Xiaoman's eyes flickered briefly before she calmly shook her head. "It's nothing. My mother hasn't reported it to the authorities." "Oh, then come help me with this map. Being a local, you must be familiar with the area, right?" Xiaoman stepped over to examine the locations Li Huowang indicated on the map. "Do you know of any nunneries nearby? The ones with the black robes? Nunneries?" Xiaoman pondered before pointing towards a mountain in the southwest. "That must be Honghua Mountain. I've heard that Sun Yuanwei from the town visited there to pay respects to the Golden Body Bodhisattva." "Golden Body Bodhisattva? How well do you know about this nunnery?" Li Huowang sought to gather more information. "I don't know much. We're poor and can't afford to travel that far to worship. I've only heard that the incense offerings are abundant." Li Huowang inwardly shook his head. That information was scarcely useful, as the Zhengde Temple was similarly revered. Does this nunnery possess any remarkable attributes? For instance, the Zhengde Temple is renowned for its efficacy in granting offspring. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoman finally replied, "I've only heard that the nuns there are quite plump." "Quite plump? Is that a distinguishing trait?" Li Huowang mused, tapping his fingers against the map. "Let us set off. We shall investigate this place." Having exchanged Li Ji's half-dried coins for provisions, fine rice noodles, and a large jar of lard, Li Huowang and his companions embarked towards their next destination. They were not alone. Numerous others shared the road with them. Through snippets of conversation, Li Huowang discerned their apprehension of impending conflict, prompting many to flee towards the interior for safety. As they traversed the paths, the crowd gradually thinned. Just as Li Huowang thought they might be left alone, a vast expanse of water obstructed their way. "Is this the sea that my uncle spoke of?" Gowa exclaimed in astonishment. The expansive water stretched before them like a mirror reflecting the sky, with no visible end. Li Huowang reopened the map. "No, this is not the sea. It is merely a large lake. Such a vast body of water is not surprising in Siki. Shi Xiao, why does the lake water appear somewhat dark?" The deep hue of the lake, where even standing at its edge one could not discern the bottom, instilled a sense of dread. Li Huowang folded the map, observing the other people gathered at the water's edge. "Let us wait and see what they do." As a small black dot appeared in the distance, the crowd by the shore began to stir. It was a wooden boat. The locals traveled across the lake by boat. "Come aboard. 71 per person," a boatman shouted from the deck. "Why 71? Last year it was only 46, someone protested. The barefoot boatman scowled, glaring at the man. "I'm asking if you'll board or not. If you're so capable, swim across yourself." Seeing the man relent and pay, the boastful boatman spat into the water. "With the impending conflict, why should I maintain the same prices? Let us go. Get on the boat." Li Huowang stepped forward, untroubled by the fare, more concerned about potential treachery. The boat, laden with dozens of people, began its slow journey towards the heart of the lake. Those unaccustomed to sailing often succumbed to seasickness, yet Li Huowang felt at ease. He turned to the boatman. "Master, how long until we reach the other side?" "Huh. 2 hours. Rest assured, we'll reach before dark." Li Huowang nodded, warily watching the water parting before the bow of the boat. The inky waters appeared oppressive, evoking a sense of lurking horrors beneath the surface. There can't be anything man-eating in this lake, can there? Having faced so many tribulations, Li Huowang felt as if he were a startled bird. "Why would you say such things? Those are mere tales spun by idlers. I've lived on this lake for nearly 20 years, and look at me, perfectly fine. Rest easy. I'll ensure your safety." Reassured by the boatman's words, Li Huowang felt a slight easing of his anxiety. As the boat glided forward, the sun began its descent in the sky. When the clouds were tinged crimson by the setting sun, the vessel entered a vast expanse of reeds. "We should be nearing our destination," Li Huowang thought. At that moment, a splash echoed from behind them. "Mother, they've been devoured by something in the water." A cry of alarm sent ripples of panic through the passengers. "Sit down. Do you want to capsize the boat? Li Huowang's authoritative voice calmed the chaos somewhat. He turned to his companions. Who knows how to navigate the boat? But he was met with a chorus of shaking heads. Just as Li Huowang pondered their next move, the reeds began to rustle. Several small wooden boats, carrying armed men, women, and children, encircled the larger vessel. Among them, Li Huowang spotted the earlier boatman, now brandishing a small dagger. He grinned at Li Huowang. Young man, would you prefer rolling knife noodles or wonton noodles? Chapter 71. Water Bandits, Water Bandits. Li Huowang discerned the identity of those in the small boats. This was nothing short of a trap, a scheme designed to lure unsuspecting victims into a collective ambush. Ah, the local customs are truly rustic, Li Huowang murmured to himself. He noted that the water bandits included not just young men, but also old folks, women, and even children, indicative of a long-standing family enterprise. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past, embedding itself in the side of the boat, further igniting the passengers' panic. Listen up, everyone. Just toss your bags and valuables over, and we, the righteous bandits of Hengshanbo, promise not to harm a single finger on you. But if we find even a single coin hidden away, well, you'll have to choose between rolling knife noodles and wonton noodles. The boatman's menacing proclamation sent the already anxious crowd into a frenzy once more. Many individuals have begun to cast their belongings into the water. While one might encounter bandits on the road and have a chance to flee, being stranded in the middle of the water leaves no room for escape. Even if one were to dive in, it would be futile against those who are adept in the water. Li Huowang observed the small boat circling on the lake's surface, took a step forward, and addressed the captain aboard. Friend, kindly return the boat to the shore, and I shall pretend that nothing has transpired. The captain, slightly furrowing his brow, scrutinized Li Huowang once more and queried with a hint of disdain, "What do you mean by that? Speak plainly and take us to shore." Li Huowang's tone grew increasingly irritable. Look, this fellow is utterly clueless. Perhaps he hasn't even grown his first hair yet. Laughter erupted from the water bandits. Do you think you are impressive just because you're a Taoist? I have dispatched several like you already. Let me tell you, this lake is the territory of the Yuan family. It is under the protection of dragons. Even tigers must bow before me. Not even the Heavenly King could pass through here without paying a toll. The captain's threats elicited raucous cheers from the bandits, who clapped and whistled in delight. Many had already begun to distribute their spoils in anticipation. Father, I want to take that girl with white hair as my wife. She's truly beautiful. No way. She can be played with, but such a useless person cannot be your wife. I wouldn't want my grandson to resemble her. Then I'll let you play with her first. When you tire of her, she can be mine. Ha, good son, so filial. The jarring sound of a bell suddenly rippled across the water. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Li Huowang retrieved a pouch of soil from his bag and poured it into his mouth. In an instant, the figure of Yuleoi took shape and swiftly swam towards the small boat, lunging at the water bandits aboard. In their panic, the bandits instinctively retaliated with arrows and blades, but it was clear that their efforts were in vain. Any flesh pierced by Yuleoi would become instantly rigid, sinking into the depths below. Before long, the surface of the water bore witness to over a dozen corpses. The water bandits, clearly unprepared for such a formidable opponent, cried out in despair, scrambling to escape. Li Shixiong, the boat is leaking. Water ghosts are drilling through the bottom. As Li Huowang pointed, Yuleoi dove beneath the surface, soon surfacing with several corpses of the water bandits, their upper bodies exposed. Seizing this fleeting moment, the remaining bandits fled in panic, leaving behind only the abandoned boat and floating bodies. Though the people had escaped, the matter was far from resolved. Quickly, bail out the water. Use your clothes to plug the hole. Li Huowang urged the others to save themselves. This was the heart of the Great Lake, and if the boat sank, even Yuleoi would not be able to save them. After a flurry of frantic efforts, the hole was finally sealed. Yet, before Li Huowang could catch his breath, Bai Lingmiao tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards the distant reeds. Beneath the crimson sunset, more small boats emerged from within, their occupants' eyes reddened, fixated on the dozens of corpses floating on the water surface. Oh, esteemed one, those are lives of many from our Yuan family. Had you called out your name earlier, we simple folk would not have dared to obstruct you. Or is it that you seek to sate your bloodlust today? Li Huowang, uninterested in further dialogue, inquired among his companions about who could swim well enough to retrieve the bamboo poles from afar. The boat needed to move. lingering in the water was untenable, especially as darkness approached. The elder's voice was laden with profound sorrow and indignation. At this juncture, further discourse is futile. Our lives may be insignificant, yet whoever has slain so many from the Yuan family shall not escape unscathed. The elder's unusual remarks piqued Li Huowang's attention, but due to the distance and the encroaching darkness, he could not discern clearly. Who has keen eyesight? Help me see what they are up to. Li Huowang remained vigilant, for in such a treacherous place, caution was paramount. At that moment, a one-armed man squinted into the distance. Alternating between squinting and opening his eyes for some time before speaking, it appears they're bowing down. It looks like a ritual of sorts, and they're using pigs, cows, and sheep. Oh my, that old man just threw 2 infants into the water. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's heart tightened, and he swiftly shook the bell in his hand once more. Instantly, Yu Laoi took form and darted towards that direction, but midway, he abruptly turned back. There is something beneath the water. A thunderous roar erupted. The entire ship was forcefully lifted into the air, only to be violently slammed back onto the lake's surface. The already dilapidated vessel could not withstand such torment and shattered into pieces. Li Huowang tumbled into the frigid waters, the icy lake sending a jolt through him as he opened his eyes wide. In the murky depths, he discerned a vague outline of something writhing in the sludge. Suddenly, 7 grotesque, shimmering eyes snapped open, fixating directly on Li Huowang. Chapter 72. Long Men Jai. What is this creature? As he beheld those eyes, Li Huowang experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if his thoughts had slowed and the world around him transformed into something surreal. In that moment, he felt as though he were not submerged in water, but rather suspended in midair. The sediment at the lake's bottom began to churn, and the disturbed waters rose swiftly, carrying with them the 7 bizarre, writhing eyes. As the mud enveloped Li Huowang's body, he beheld an enormous, grotesque maw, more immense than any mountain, with a mass of barbed black tentacles extending from its throat. This cannot be. With every ounce of strength, Li Huowang drew his long sword. Just as he stood to plunge it into his own neck, the tentacles ensnared him, driving their sharp barbs deep into his body, yanking him into the gaping maw. As he gazed at the swirling muck and the thrashing crowd in the water, Yuan Air, standing on the small boat, cast a nervous glance at the elder he was supporting. Hearing the elder's voice laced with fury, Yuan Air felt a pang of panic. Yet, he could do nothing at that moment, merely placing 2 fingers in his mouth to signal retreat. The small boats swiftly turned, navigating through the dense reeds. The entire reed marsh was vast, resembling a natural labyrinth. However, the Yuan family, having been born and raised here, was intimately familiar with the terrain. After winding through for a while, the small boats arrived at a small island woven from reeds. This was their home. The entire island, including the small village upon it, was crafted from reeds. To outsiders, the sight appeared remarkably grand, but to Yuan Air, it was a sight he had long grown weary of, for he had more pressing concerns. Observing his great-grandfather, who, without a word, disembarked and made his way toward the village, Yuan Air gritted his teeth and quickly followed. The other members of the Yuan family silently trailed behind, and the atmosphere of the water village became increasingly somber. The village appeared small, yet was not insignificant internally, even accommodating space for raising pigs and ducks. Ultimately, Yuan Air followed his great-grandfather into a grand hall constructed from massive fish bones and woven reeds. Candles flickered and incense burned, while a lifelike ink painting of a carp leaping over the dragon gate hung in the center, beneath which lay 5 pairs of ancestral tablets. This was the ancestral hall of the Yuan family. Bowed down to the river god and our ancestors. With a grave expression, Yuan Air's knees buckled, and he immediately knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times heavily before the ancestral tablet. At that moment, he was no longer the imperious captain aboard the ship, but rather a junior who had made a grave mistake, awaiting punishment. Each bow was forceful, and before long, Yuan Air's head was bloodied, his body bruised. Yet, even in such agony, he dared not move a muscle. It was only when the elder grew weary, leaning on his cane and gasping for breath, that Yuan Air turned and bowed deeply once more. "ZYY, I was wrong," he confessed. "Pray tell, what is your transgression?" The elder inquired, glaring at him. "I was too reckless. I failed to ascertain the true nature of the seedlings before rashly attacking their nest. I never anticipated that there would be formidable opponents within, and the brothers who perished, those dozens, were the two nephews of the deity. The fault lies solely with me. Humph. So you are aware. The elder's anger diminished slightly. After a moment of internal struggle, Huowang, his voice laden with reluctance, spoke. But I had previously matched wits with that Taoist. Alas, that rascal did not respond accordingly. With a swift motion, the elder's cane jabbed directly into Huowang's left eye, brutally shattering it. Huowang cried out in pain, clutching his injured eye and rolling on the ground in agony. Yet, after a few moments, disregarding his injury, he trembled and knelt again, bowing deeply before the elder. Observing the younger generation before him, the elder sighed with concern. Young lad, do not presume that having embraced a few seedlings gives you the right to look down upon the heavens and the earth. Our profession may appear as a no-lose venture, but sustaining it over time is no simple task. One must have keen eyes and swift hands. I had intended to pass this family legacy to you, but now that you have erred and even dare to blame others, I cannot rest easy. Upon hearing this, Huowang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily disregarded his pain and exclaimed, "Zyy, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. If I misjudge the seedlings again, you may blind me in the other eye, and I shall utter not a word of protest. One eye for the lives of dozens? How absurd!" With a darkened countenance, the elder waved his hand gently, and from among the onlookers outside, two individuals emerged, bearing trays filled with peculiar white fish bones. Transgressions must be met with punishment. Such is the rule of the world, and our Huowang family is no exception. If you can withstand the trial at the Long Men, this matter shall be behind you, and the family will still be yours. But should you falter, a grand burial awaits you. As the bizarre bone spikes approach his skin, Huowang trembled involuntarily, yet the elder's presence quashed any thought of escape. The twisted spines slowly pierced the skin, slicing through muscle, ultimately merging with the bone beneath. Just as Huowang gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the impending torment, a shout from outside interrupted him. "Setai, it's bad. You must come see. The lake has turned red." As a throng rushed to the island's edge, fear gripped them, rendering them speechless. The entire lake within the reed marsh was stained a dark crimson, permeated by a foul odor. The others, in a state of panic, instinctively turned to their family's cornerstone, the elder. The elder's expression shifted rapidly before he commanded, "Prepare the incense." Before long, incense and offerings were arranged, and a group of individuals knelt, bowing towards the reddened waters. When the lake showed no signs of fading, the elder decisively turned to a few women holding children. The children were clad in fresh garments, their hair styled into two horn braids secured with red thread. The elder solemnly picked up a red brush dipped in cinnabar and lightly marked the foreheads of the two children. Unaware of the significance, they giggled innocently. The elder gently patted their heads, then sighed heavily, closing his eyes in compassion. "Go!" Nearby, two young men seized the two children, each under 3 years old, and made their way to the lake's edge. Just as they reached the water, raising the innocent children, they suddenly halted. The elder squinted at the dark red water, sensing something emerging from its depths. Under the watchful eyes of all, a drenched Taoist with his head bowed stepped onto the shore, something protruding from his neck. Upon closer inspection, the elder recognized it as a long sword entwined in aquatic vegetation. Chapter 73. Murder. This is impossible. It cannot be. Huowang exclaimed involuntarily, horrified at the sight. No one had ever escaped the river goddess grasp, yet this man had. He recognized him. This was the red-clad Taoist responsible for the deaths of his brethren. "Kill him. Hurry. Do not let him ring the bell." Huowang's voice trembled with anxiety. Despite their numbers, he felt an inexplicable urge to flee. With a flurry, dozens of arrows shot towards the Taoist, yet none found their mark. A sharp sound echoed as a man was brutally torn apart before their eyes by Huowang. The water bandits initially attempted to surround him, but the increasingly gruesome scene chilled their fervor. This hellish tableau replaced their anger with sheer terror. They could no longer endure, their trembling legs urging them to flee. Even Huowang's commands could not halt their retreat. They were utterly paralyzed by fear, as they lost all will to resist, turning their backs on Huowang. A blatant massacre unfolded on the Reed Island. "Zyy, you must think of something." Huowang, witnessing his younger brother being torn apart, was utterly lost. At that moment, he grasped the magnitude of the terror he had invoked. The once formidable elder was now visibly shaken, his hands clasped in prayer as he murmured towards the dark red lake. This chant was short-lived. Upon seeing a mass of flesh the size of a large ship rising from the depths, the elder felt darkness envelop him, his body teetering backward. That was the river god, venerated by their ancestors, now slain by the Taoist. Yuan Heir's heart trembled at the sight, and without hesitation, he hoisted his elder onto his back and fled towards the village. Ignoring the cries and wails behind him, he gritted his teeth and ran. Li Huowang observed from a distance as Dan Yangzi methodically dispatched the water bandits. With each kill, the crimson around him deepened until he could no longer see the path ahead. Initially, Li Huowang had no intention to intervene, but as he witnessed Dan Yangzi seize another victim, he could no longer restrain himself. "Stop killing. Do not kill." Amidst Li Huowang's desperate cries, Dan Yangzi, having marked the child's forehead, slowly turned, a cruel smile on his blood-stained face. "Why not, little one?" Li Huowang opened his mouth, wishing to protest. Yet as he gazed at the pitch-black surface of the lake and recalled his companion's fates, he found himself devoid of any rebuttal. The anguish within him threatened to consume everything as he clutched his throbbing head, shouting in despair, "Why? Why must they kill our people while I cannot retaliate against them?" Before him stood a corpulent woman, her face streaked with tears as she clutched a man whose head appeared partially deflated, weeping inconsolably. It seemed he was her husband. "Kill her. If you must kill, then annihilate the entire family." A voice reverberated in his ear, startling him. Li Huowang, whose eyes trembled incessantly, grasped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it forth. With a swift motion, a white arc flashed, abruptly silencing the woman's mournful cries. In that fleeting moment of action, a peculiar sensation surged from his spine to the back of his head, rendering him lightheaded and dizzy. This intoxicating feeling dispersed the despair and anguish that had weighed heavily upon his heart. A chuckle escaped his lips, transforming into a maniacal laughter as he tightened his grip on the sword and advanced step by step toward the thatched village. Soon, the village was engulfed in a tempest of blood and carnage. As he beheld various faces being effortlessly obliterated, as he witnessed vibrant lives extinguishing, Li Huowang's laughter grew louder with each life he claimed, an uncontrollable glee erupting from within him. The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed ceaselessly. The murky yellow of the reed island gradually shrouded in crimson. As night fell, the wails of the island's inhabitants dwindled into silence. Within the ancestral hall of the Yuan family, blood-soaked Li Huowang approached a gaunt youth, bearing a bloodied sword. In this desolate place, silence reigned, and this boy was presumably the last survivor on the island. Faced with the bloodied figure of a man who had taken countless lives, the boy was utterly shattered, trembling and babbling incoherently in fear. Just as Li Huowang raised his sword, a familiar voice called from behind. When he numbly turned, he beheld Bai Ling Miao, drenched and trembling at the doorway, clutching a glowing stone. Upon seeing her, the murderous intent and that strange sensation in the back of his head receded like a tide. "You didn't die?" As he spoke, Li Huowang realized his voice had changed, once bright and clear, now raspy and hoarse. The sword wound on his neck had fortuitously, yet unfortunately injured his vocal cords. "I can swim. There's a pond in front of my village where I played since childhood." Li Huozhang approached, removing the blood-crusted robe he wore and draping it over Bai Ling Miao's shoulders. In that moment, he seemed to awaken, bewildered by the surrounding scene, gazing at the lifeless bodies, all ages and genders, lying in various states of death, all perished by his own hand. He noticed a girl clutching her deceased mother and a lifeless cradle nearby. The previously vanished guilt and sorrow surged back, nearly suffocating him. Slowly, Li Huowang bent down to pick up a dagger from the ground, gritting his teeth as he plunged it into his palm. He had never understood why Hu Jie, his neighbor from the mental asylum, resorted to self-harm. Now he comprehended. Chapter 74. Death. Li Shixiao. "What are you doing?" Bai Ling Miao, heartbroken, rushed over to grasp his bleeding left hand. With a pained expression, Li Huowang shoved her away, his eyes crimson as he screamed in a frenzy. "Why can't you just let me be? Why does this wretched place always breed such calamities?" The dagger was withdrawn and plunged back in, this time piercing through completely. Bai Ling Miao stood frozen in shock. before lunging forward to snatch the dagger from his grasp and toss it far away. She then opened her arms, tightly embracing the man before her. Huowang, please don't do this. I beg you. The moment he heard her voice, Li Huowang fell silent, trembling as he closed his eyes, gradually burying her soft form in his embrace. Slowly, he regained his composure, loosening his grip to gaze at Bai Lingmiao, inhaling deeply before speaking. All right, I'm fine now. What about the others? Have you seen anyone else? Upon hearing this, Bai Lingmiao nodded silently. Her eyes slightly reddened as she led Li Huowang toward the edge of the island. Soon, he spotted the remaining medicinal apprentices. Originally 7 adults and 5 youths. Now only 6 adults and 3 youths remained, and those left were barely able to move. With trembling lips, Bai Lingmiao said, Sun Shidi is a better swimmer than I. We risked our lives to search the lake, but we could only find these few. Even a fool drowned. Li Huowang stood before them, observing the purple-faced fool. Another apprentice bore a similar pallor alongside a youth. 2 were missing, and 3 had perished. Out of 12, 5 had been lost. Li Huowang was not well acquainted with these individuals, yet they were comrades who had shared life and death at Qingfengguan. Now, all had abruptly ceased to exist, their lives rendered worthless. With a grim expression, Li Huowang paced along the shore, gazing at the drowned, the previous surge of negative emotions dissipating entirely. With a sharp kick, he sent a bloodied head flying. Damn, I nearly lost my mind. How could I feel remorse for these murderers? Li Huowang even wished for the remnants of these wretches to revive so he could slay them once more. They deserved death. The moment his emotions began to teeter once again, a man with an inconspicuous presence approached, guilt evident in his voice as he spoke to Li Huowang. Li Shixiong, I intended to grab the fool, but he was too heavy. I couldn't hold on. Li Huowang recognized him as Sun Baolu, the adept swimmer Bai Lingmiao had mentioned. Observing the shivering man before him, Li Huowang furrowed his brow and said, Let us not linger here. We need to find a kitchen in the village and start fire. With matters having reached this point, further discussion was futile. There were so few survivors left, and he couldn't allow the cold to claim more lives. A group of individuals hoisted their deceased companions' bodies, trudging slowly toward the village. Everywhere in the Reed village were blood, flesh, and corpses, dark red blood flowing in abundance, clinging to their feet as they walked. The others exchanged glances, seemingly wanting to ask something, yet Li Huowang had no desire to explain. After turning a corner within the various houses, Bai Lingmiao suddenly squealed and dove behind Li Huowang. The once majestic ancestor of the Yuan family lay impaled on a bamboo pole, his mouth agape and eyes wide open, filled with unmitigated resentment. Did I do this? What did I kill him? After searching for a while, they finally found the kitchen. The iron pot on the stove was lifted and firewood was tossed inside, forming a makeshift bonfire. A group gathered around it, attempting to let the flame's warmth dispel the chill that clung to their bodies. Li Huowang, however, did not join them by the fire. Instead, he stood in a corner of the kitchen, silently observing the pallid, frozen faces before him. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the fool's face, realizing with shock that even he had perished, this loyal simpleton. His character was so naive, truth be told. Even the youths were more mature than he. I shouldn't have called you a fool all the time, at the very least. I should have given you a proper name, making it easier to inscribe on your gravestone. Li Huowang murmured to the lifeless body. Just as he spoke, he suddenly noticed the fool's purple face abruptly widen in shock. He has come back to life. Startled, Li Huowang stumbled back a step, immediately drawing his sword once more. As the others, alarmed by the scene, scrambled to find their weapons, the dazed fool opened his mouth wide. He expelled the foul-smelling black lake mud mixed with water in great heaves. Once he had emptied his stomach, the fool lay on his side, gasping for air, and soon his complexion regained a hint of color. Li Huowang, paying him no heed, hurriedly rushed to rescue the other drowned individuals, hoping that some, like the fool, were merely unconscious and not truly deceased. Regrettably, the fool's case was singular. After a flurry of activity, no signs of revival were evident among the others. Faced with the concern of those around him, the fool managed to stammer, I am hungry. Hungry? Very well. Let's feast on meat. When I arrived, I noticed pigs were being raised here, exclaimed Go Hua, seizing a cleaver from the nearby cutting board and hastening outside. Before long, with a sprinkle of salt from Xiaoman, the aroma of the cooking meat filled the air. After a long night, it was not just the fool who was famished. Li Huowang drew his sword and cut a generous piece of fatty pork from the pot, devouring it as one might a fruit. As he savored the meat, his mind wandered to other matters. Such a large water bandit stronghold surely held more treasures than mere pork. Chapter 75. The storehouse. Li Huowang observed the bubbling pot of meat, mentally strategizing his next steps. Regardless of what had transpired, the past must be laid to rest. It was time to look forward. The immediate priority was to locate what he sought and ensure the others departed swiftly. There was no time to linger. If anything were more terrifying than a village strewn with corpses, it would be one filled with decaying bodies. Li Huowang opened his mouth wide and tore a piece of meat from the sword's tip, glancing at the others who were ravenously consuming their portions. Have you had enough? If so, it's time to work. The others, clad in clothes dried by fire, followed Li Huowang, still gnawing on their meat, as they exited the kitchen. He did not flounder aimlessly through the reed village, but headed directly towards the Yuan family ancestral hall. Aware that this chaotic place was too vast and disordered for him to navigate without a local guide. "Please don't kill me," pleaded the half-grown youth, who had previously soiled himself in fear, as Li Huowang pressed him against the wall with his sword. The youth's gaunt face was etched with terror. Li Huowang, uninterested in idle chatter, demanded, "Where have your leaders hidden the stolen silver?" "In a storehouse. My great-grandfather's storehouse. All the stolen silver is kept there." The youth spilled his knowledge as readily as a bamboo basket tipped over. The blood on Li Huowang's attire had yet to dry, and merely the scent of blood caused Yuan Dalong to feel his trousers dampening. Any other thoughts were swiftly banished. By now, night had fallen, and the group, holding glowing stones, followed the youth through the reed village. Under the dark blue-green glow, the bloody surroundings appeared ghostly, and the timid youth involuntarily trembled. Suddenly, he stiffened, turning to collapse beside a female corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Li Huowang leaned closer, bending down to examine the remaining half of her face. The woman, seemingly young, bore eyes filled with fear and despair. "Who is she to you?" Li Huowang inquired coldly. The youth, reminded of his sorrow, cried even louder. Upon hearing the piercing wails, Li Huowang's expression darkened. His right hand rose and fell swiftly. In an instant, the youth's ear was severed. "Lead the way. Did I command you to stop?" Li Huowang's roar carried a hint of cruelty. Feeling a gentle tug on his sleeve from behind, an irritated Li Huowang flung it away. "Do you pity him? Do you think him a lovesick fool? Why not consider where this woman came from?" As eyes turned towards him, the youth defensively replied, "She was taken by my father, but the others' wives were also taken, even my grandmother and mother." Bai Ling Miao gaped in disbelief at the corpses surrounding her. When the youth saw the bloodied sword raised again, he shivered and hurriedly resumed leading the way. Noticing Bai Ling Miao's fear, Xiao Man approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder and drawing her closer, reassuring her. "The women from bandit lairs are all like this. Do not dwell on it." "But why did they go with those men to abduct others?" "They too were taken." Bai Ling Miao felt incredulous, recalling that there had indeed been women among the robbers. In truth, humans are not so different from dogs. Both can be trained. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang turned to glance at the other medicinal herb behind him, but could not discern who had spoken. After winding through the village, they arrived before a building secured with a tiger headlock. The surroundings transitioned from reed huts to wooden structures, indicating this place was of considerable importance within the village. With a crack, the tiger headlock shattered under the force of Li Huowang's blow. He kicked the door open, pressing the youth in front of him as they charged inside. This was evidently a storehouse, with wooden cabinets aligned in neat rows, all adorned with large wooden chests. As the youth opened one chest, the room brightened significantly, revealing a trove of silver coins. With each chest opened, gasps of astonishment escaped the others. Beyond silver, there were an abundance of gold and silver jewelry, evidently taken from women, alongside valuable goods such as silk, iron ingots, and books. The entire room was filled with the spoils of the bandits' years of plunder. My heavens! I have never seen so much wealth in my life. How many wives could this buy? As he beheld the glimmering silver, Go Hua's voice trembled with greed. However, Li Huowang's attention was not on the treasures, but on a few books. Flipping through them idly, he discovered they contained only elementary texts and some Buddhist scriptures. The old man's prior methods of summoning spirits from the water did not seem learned from any books. Could such grotesque methods be passed down orally? As Li Huowang continued to search, he was suddenly captivated by a particular book at the bottom, momentarily frozen in place. cradling the book in his hands. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the characters on the cover, deep in thought. What characters are these? Li Shixiao. Shall we start moving the items from the chests? It seems we cannot carry them all, Bai Ling Miao suggested as she approached. Li Huowang presented the scripture to the silver-haired girl before him. Do you recognize the characters on this book? A glimmer of confusion crossed Bai Ling Miao's eyes. Li Shixiao, I cannot read. Just then, a stammering voice emerged from behind her. Hua Yanjing. Li Huowang glanced up to find the fool standing there, dazed. Are you certain that is the Hua Yanjing written on it? Yes. With the confirmed answer, Li Huowang's finger traced the character for Yen slowly, revealing a deep confusion in his eyes. Is this indeed the character for Yen? Why can I not even recognize it now? Chapter 76. Bamboo slips. Dan Yangzi must not be allowed to emerge again. After carefully contemplating the series of events following Dan Yangzi's appearance, Li Huowang reached this conclusion. Comparing the first divine spirit to the second Buddha, and now to the third occurrence today, Li Huowang discerned a distinct pattern. The first time, I could only faintly hear the voice of Dan Yangzi. By the second encounter, I was able to glimpse his appearance. By the third time, not only could Dan Yangzi engage with me in conversation, but he had also begun to control his emotions with murderous intent, causing me to struggle to recognize certain ordinary characters. Regardless of what Dan Yangzi had transformed into, his influence over me became increasingly pronounced with each interaction. Throughout, Dan Yangzi had never acted out of kindness. Everything he did was aimed at seizing control of my body. Even under his protection, I would not perish from other causes, yet it seemed inevitable that I would eventually become entirely him. Should that dreadful scenario arise, Li Huowang would absolutely refuse to accept it, preferring death over becoming the very person he loathed the most. A pair of fair hands reached out and gently grasped my right hand. With furrowed brows, Li Huowang looked up into the concerned pink eyes, slightly shaking his head without offering any explanations. He picked up the Hua Yanjing and casually turned to a page, glancing over it. After reviewing the contents of the Hua Yanjing, Li Huowang recalled hearing it recited by monks at Jingde Temple, and it had been the hands of various monks. This scripture was merely a widely copied Buddhist text, likely obtainable at any bookstore. Compared to this, gold and silver treasures held far greater value. When Li Huowang returned to the pile of valuables, he saw Gua, along with others, eagerly dragging all the chests filled with treasures towards the door. The task proved laborious, as gold and silver, despite their worth, are still metals. Leave the silver behind. Just take the gold jewelry. This gold will suffice for our journey. Upon hearing this, Gua jumped up in a panic. Li Shixiao, this is silver. Bright, shiny silver. Kicking a nearby heavy box, Li Huowang replied. Do you know how heavy these silver coins are? We still need to board a boat. If it capsizes, do you plan to swim out while carrying silver? This gold is enough for a lifetime of sustenance. Do not be overly greedy. Let us hurry. Gua, still reluctant, kept stuffing silver ingots into his clothing. Just a bit more. Think of how many wives this silver could buy, how many cattle. Li Huowang ignored him, gathered the gold with the others, and turned to leave. Gua, with his bulging pockets, hurriedly chased after them, but became winded after only a few steps. As he saw the others' figures growing distant, he stomped his foot in frustration, hastily discarding some silver ingots to catch up. Upon exiting the storeroom, just as Li Huowang intended to lead the others out of the village, he paused and redirected towards the kitchen. Shortly after, when he re-emerged, he carried 2 lifeless children with purple faces instead of gold. Go find some jars in the village. Later, we will burn them and store their ashes. Though we cannot send the living, at least let them return to their roots. Yes, Li Shixiao, the others responded, preparing to search for jars. However, just as they were about to move, a flash of blood shot past them with a whistling sound. Dodge! Instinctively, Li Huowang lungea backward. A red light swept past his chest, effortlessly slicing the 2 lifeless children in half. Cold sweat broke out on Li Huowang's brow. Had those drowned boys not been in the way, he might have been cleaved in 2. Seek cover. There are still living people in the village. Cautiously peeking from behind a vat, with a bell in one hand and a sword in the other, Li Huowang noticed crimson-stained white fragments scattered on the ground in the distance. What had attacked us? This question was soon answered as heavy footsteps echoed, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. A glowing stone was tossed at his feet, illuminating his face. They recognized him. It was the former captain of a ship. This guy is still alive? This thought raced through the minds of all present, including Li Huowang. Blood streaming from his mouth, Yuan Air held a peculiar, crimson bamboo scroll in one hand and a pair of black iron pliers in the other. Observing his bloodied visage, Li Huowang quickly realized what those white fragments were. Come out, you little cow nose. So, you have moments of weakness too. Yuan Air, his eyes bloodshot, thrust the pliers into his mouth, forcefully yanking at his front tooth. As he murmured something in a hushed tone to the red bamboo scroll, that tooth was swiftly enveloped in blood, shooting off like a meteor into a nearby hut. A scream from within the hut sent a jolt through Li Huowang's heart. The sound of bells rang out suddenly, as two wandering spirits surged toward Yuan Air. Damn! Yuan Air spat blood onto the ground and then raised the pliers again, this time not aiming for his tooth but for his remaining eye. With a resounding pop, as the eyeball burst, a strange light enveloped the surroundings, rendering the two wandering spirits motionless on the ground as if glued there. You killed my entire family. I shall kill yours too. Die together. After his furious roar, Yuan Air drew a small knife from his waist and plunged it into his throat. Even as pain coursed through him, he forcefully scraped at his flesh. The bells chimed once more as dozens of wandering spirits converged from all directions, swiftly pouncing on Yuan Air. With a tearing sound, his throat, vocal cords, and tongue were gruesomely extracted. The bloodied bamboo scroll sprawled on the ground. As Yuan Air placed those remnants upon it, all the wandering spirits vanished. Subsequently, as Yuan Air's flesh was spun upon the scroll, the lifeless material suddenly became animated. Utilizing Yuan Air's tongue and vocal cords, the scroll began to speak. The bizarre quacking voice resonated, and in that instant, the very fabric of reality warped. One tongue rotates the wheel. One glance encompasses a myriad, the wonders of all realms. Beyond mere words, the heavens are wondrous. Must they be inscribed? Our master is supreme. Who dares to disturb? Chapter 77, Basya. As the wooden bamboo scroll employed a human tongue to utter these words, everything around began to distort, and the senses of all on the island simultaneously transformed. Vision, taste, smell, and hearing gradually merged into a new perception, one beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Through this extraordinary perceptual ability, Li Huowang and his companions transcended the limits of human awareness. They beheld the profound depths of the sky in an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Where countless deeper black worlds revolved around the sun, something was stirring. Li Huowang felt a gaze emanating from that entity, tasting the chilling aura of terror it radiated. He also perceived the strange melody woven by its subtle movements. Boom, boom, boom. Li Huowang sensed it was very far away, yet its melody was enchanting and clear. He could not identify a corresponding entity in reality. The only thing that came to mind was the thunder preceding the arrival of the god of joy. Yet, this entity was immensely more powerful. The frail god of joy seemed nothing but a grain of sand against a mountain in comparison. Li Huowang made this judgment without hesitation, despite his inability to fully comprehend the nature of what he sensed. To summon Dan Yangzi? No. In the presence of this being, Dan Yangzi was utterly insignificant. The disparity between them was too great. Li Huowang despaired as he realized the truth. Before that entity, mere mortals had no semblance of resistance. Just as he was utterly consumed by hopelessness, waiting for death, he felt his contorted features inexplicably return to normal. Before he could comprehend the phenomenon, his expression hardened and he swiftly brandished his sword, dashing towards Yuan Air outside. At that moment, Yuan Air, completely blind and barely alive, managed to turn his head. With a swift motion of Li Huowang's sword, his head flew off. Breathless, Li Huowang stood there, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, where nothing remained, as if everything prior had been an illusion. Yet, he knew it was not mere fantasy. That entity truly existed. Li Huowang attempted to reconstruct the sensations he had previously experienced, but was aghast to discover that he could no longer recall what that feeling was like. Relying solely on his current senses, he could not fathom the nature of the entity he had encountered. Although the immediate danger had passed, the island was eerily silent. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes reflecting profound fear. What Li Huowang witnessed, they too had seen. Each person's face turned ashen, bodies trembling uncontrollably, feeling an unrelenting chill emanating from within. Was this it? Did Yuan Air expend all his effort merely to frighten them? Observing the others around him, unharmed. A flicker of doubt stirred within Li Huowang. The current state of safety invoked an inexplicable sense of unease. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously pried open the curled red bamboo scroll with his bloodied sword, revealing the desiccated organs within. Kneeling, he scrutinized the contents inscribed on the scroll. The black characters were minuscule and exceedingly bizarre. He had never encountered such script before, yet oddly, as he focused intently, he found himself able to decipher its meaning. By Wanjin Lu, swallow its belly, pry its bones. This scroll was imbued with malevolence, detailing how to exchange one's own utmost agony and flesh with a certain existence for a trade. Among the lighter methods described was how to pierce bamboo splinters beneath one's fingernails, prying them out entirely. A more severe method involved chewing a bundle of rusty metal shavings and swallowing them whole. Ultimately, it instructed the reader on how to sacrifice one's own kin to consummate such transactions. The methods grew increasingly gruesome and horrifying, nearly surpassing Li Huowang's threshold of tolerance. After reading a portion, he could no longer suppress his nausea and vomited violently, expelling the remnants of the previous meal. Despite his pallor, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, unwilling to leave without understanding what Yuan Air had been doing. If it was a curse, the implications could be dire. He continued to sift through the scroll, and on the fourth bamboo slip, he finally unearthed Yuan Air's intentions. No, Yuan Air did not merely aim to frighten them. He had intended to summon something, yet failed. Ba Xie was the name of that entity, the source of all the torment chronicled within the scroll. Yuan Air faltered because he could not afford the price of summoning it. According to the scroll's stipulations, although his body endured immense suffering, his spirit lacked sufficient anguish. The recent loss of his entire family was still far from adequate. To summon Ba Xie, one must endure extreme torment, both physically and mentally. Li Huowang turned to gaze once more at Yuan Air's eyeless, lipless visage. It appeared he had just discovered the scroll's use and was far from adept. This was understandable, as any method detailed within would likely lead to death after a single application, making it improbable to survive long enough to master them. Though the immediate threat had dissipated, Li Huowang's mind remained restless. He did not care from where this repulsive scroll had originated, but rather pondered who had authored it. Could there be a sect akin to Jingde Temple? Perhaps they practiced a form of blood and flesh cultivation, not unlike the monks, but rooted in extreme suffering. Yet, if the contents were to be practiced, it seemed few would remain alive. Unless their sect possessed a means to survive such extensive damage, it was a grim prospect. Li Huowang speculated wildly as he examined the scroll in his hands. In that moment, he realized how overly optimistic his previous assumptions about this place had been. It was far more perilous than he had imagined. He was already aware of the existence of beings such as Xinjia and Xishan. However, today's revelations truly opened his eyes. Some entities were far more terrifying than they. Ba Xie, he murmured to himself, immobilized by the gravity of his thoughts. Chapter 78. Aftermath on the shores of Luwei Island. Li Huowang stood clutching the blood-soaked scroll. The others, pale and shaken, huddled nearby, still reeling from the recent turmoil. Li Huowang's expression wavered as he contemplated the scroll. With a mere throw, this vile artifact could sink into the lake's mire, never to be seen again. It seemed a most prudent choice. Whoever authored this scroll, the power of Ba Xie was not easily wielded, and its lingering presence would only bring endless suffering to others. After considerable thought, however, Li Huowang ultimately returned the bloodied scroll to his bosom. Despite its gruesome contents, it was undeniably effective. Even a mere water bandit like Yuan Air could utilize it. He had no doubt he could as well. Such a tool could prove invaluable in dire circumstances. And if he wished to avoid becoming a Dan Yangzi, he would need to find a substitute in times of peril, even if the cost was exorbitant. Turning back to the others, he instructed, "Bring the boat over, prepare the dead and the gold. We shall leave this cursed place." The trouble had been resolved in an unexpected manner, and he had no desire to linger in a site strewn with corpses. The small skiff used by the water bandits was pushed ashore by Sun Baolu, while others boarded with their fallen companions and gold trinkets. "On board, Ro. Take us to the other side of this vast lake," Li Huowang commanded, his gaze fixed intently on the youth before him. "I can take you out. You won't kill me, will you?" The frightened boy stammered. Upon seeing Li Huowang reach for the sword at his back, the boy scrambled onto the boat in terror. As the youth began to row, the skiff turned towards the depths of the reeds, and the others clumsily followed suit. The dense reeds enveloped them in silence, the only sound being the oars slicing through the water. The events that had transpired on the island left everyone in a state of shock, their faces ashen. "Hi, Being. My name is Yuan Fu," the rowing boy suddenly spoke up. "Hi, Being. I know that killing and robbing on the water isn't right. I never went when my father set traps." The boy's anxious expression belied his attempt at justification. "I actually want to take the imperial examination, to go to the capital and become an official. I'm tired of this place. I know it like the back of my hand. Where are you heading? Hi, Being. I can guide you." This remark finally captured Li Huowang's attention, and he glanced down at the boy. "What do you know about the nunnery on Huowang Mountain? This is the next destination. Perhaps some insights can be gleaned from the locals. Huowang Mountain should not be far from this lake." "A nun, you say? I am familiar with them. Once, while working with my second brother, we encountered one. We had thoroughly assessed the cargo on the boat, but at the last moment, my brother declared that we would not take the job. He told me it was the will of our great-grandfather, the nun in black, the bald man who raises birds, and the deity with the drum. This is known as the three no-takings." "What do those nuns look like? Are there any distinctive features?" "They are quite plump indeed. One could equate one of them to three of me, and they are rather indolent. If they can sit, they will not stand, and if they can lie down, they will not sit. Moreover, they carry a foul odor, quite filthy. On one occasion, when a nun removed her shoes, I could smell her from across the boat." "Are you seeking those nuns, esteemed one? I can guide you." "Plump, lazy, and dirty." These descriptors seem difficult to reconcile with the term nun, associated with the Buddhist order. Li Ji remarked that they could barely be considered good people. Yet, does the notion of a good person truly exist in this world? After experiencing a series of events, Li Huowang expressed profound skepticism. After meandering in the reeds for quite some time, the vast lake re-emerged before them. Upon returning to shore, dawn had already begun to break. They had spent an entire night on that island from sunset to sunrise. As the sun illuminated their faces, their heavy hearts finally lightened. The wearied crew, having rowed through the night, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Li Huowang addressed the others. "Do not rest just yet. We must gather firewood in the woods to burn these three corpses, or they will begin to smell shortly." Upon seeing the three drowned companions on the boat, the others struggled to their feet and trudged toward the nearby forest. Li Huowang stopped Xiaoman, who was clutching her arm. A large patch of skin had been torn away, exposing her blood-red muscle to the air. "Are you all right?" he asked. "It's nothing. Surviving is a blessing. This minor injury can be treated with some ash later," Xiaoman replied, refusing the pill he offered. Having known her stubborn nature over the past few days, Li Huowang chose not to insist further. Soon, 3 large bonfires were ignited on the shore, into which Li Huowang cast the remains of the deceased. Everyone watched as their once vibrant companions were gradually engulfed by flames. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the fires began to diminish. Li Huowang prodded the ashes with his sword, breaking larger bones into smaller fragments, which he then placed into ceramic jars along with the ashes. Gazing at the jars before him, Li Huowang felt a heavy gloom settle in his heart, the events of the previous night swirling chaotically in his mind. At that moment, the now blind Bai Ling Miao reached out, gently tugging at his clothing. Sensing something amiss in her mood, she leaned closer, pressing against his back. "I am quite well. There is no need for comfort," he replied, bending to lift the 3 jars and placing them in the embrace of the simpleton. Yuan Fu, like a sycophant, stood beside Li Huowang and inquired, "Esteemed one, do you wish to rest? If not, I can lead you to find the nuns. I know the way." The calm Li Huowang shook the ash from his sword and promptly swung it toward the source of the voice before sheathing it. "Bring the ashes, we shall depart." Yuan Fu's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his bleeding neck with his hand. He opened his mouth as if to speak to Li Huowang's retreating figure, but could only emit a series of coughs. Ultimately, he staggered a few steps before collapsing, his gaze gradually losing its luster. Chapter 79. The market from now on, you shall be called Gao Zhijian, Li Huowang declared to the simpleton before him, who was shouldering a wooden stick. "Ee." The simpleton stammered, but Li Huowang pressed down on his stout finger pointed at his chest. "Forget about the eye. Remember this. You shall no longer be called simpleton. From now on, your name is Gao Zhijian. Do you hear me? Since you can recognize characters, break a twig and write it on the ground until you remember it." Oh, the simpleton, without any say in his own name, turned dejectedly toward the forest. Li Huowang sighed as he observed the towering figure of the simpleton. Regardless of the circumstances, having promised to bestow a name upon him, he felt compelled to fulfill that promise as a gift for his second chance at life. In truth, Li Huowang had long wished to name the simpleton. After all, calling him simpleton repeatedly was rather unappealing. However, since their departure from the Reed Island, he had struggled to find a suitable name, which is why it had taken this long. The final character Jin reflects Li Huowang's hopes for him, wishing for him to endure through his tragic existence. Li Xiao, please give me a name as well. Being called simpleton is unpleasant. Nguiasin, much better. The young man beside him, whose eyes were shifty and crafty, furrowed his brow. You're not very bright, are you? You're an adult, yet can't even come up with a name for yourself? As Li Huowang walked toward the bonfire, Guowei pursued him relentlessly. Oh, Li Xiao. Since you know characters, your naming skills must surely surpass mine as a cowherd. I'm not greedy. Just give me a name that's well known. The bigger, the better. Li Huowang chuckled. Oh, you seek a grand name? How about Chow Chow? Do you think you can live up to that? Guowei seemed not to grasp Li Huowang's meaning, excitedly clapping his hands and jumping up high. Excellent. Chow Chow is a splendid name. How joyous it sounds. From now on, I shall be called Chow Chow. Without waiting for Li Huowang's response, Guowei dashed into the crowd, eagerly announcing his new name. The others, oblivious to the name's connotation, rose to congratulate him. Observing this ludicrous scene, Li Huowang shook his head in disbelief. Looking up at the sky, which was gradually brightening, Li Huowang spoke, "Stop dawdling. Let us continue our journey. We aim to reach the town today. Once there, let us feast. We've had our fill of wild vegetables these past few days, haven't we?" This statement instantly invigorated everyone, their mouths watering in anticipation. Previously, their provisions had fallen into the water alongside the donkey cart. They possessed ample gold. Yet in such a desolate place, no one was willing to sell them food. With no provisions, they were left to subsist on wild vegetables like the old monk, their faces bearing a hue reminiscent of greens, and, at times, even the wild vegetables proved insufficient. The group, having collectively lost weight, marched forward with a yearning for sustenance. Perhaps motivated by the prospect of food, they covered the distance in merely 2 hours. At the foot of a lofty mountain shrouded in mist, a bustling little town lay nestled. This town was almost excessively lively. As Li Huowang and his companions squeezed in, they found it difficult to find footing. Slightly tilting his head to avoid a protruding shoulder pole, he swiftly lifted his right foot to avoid stepping into chicken droppings. Li Huowang pressed onward amidst the cacophony of vendors calling out, "Is this truly a remarkable place? Why are there so many people?" The once narrow stone-paved road was now crowded with sellers and buyers, all engaged in raucous bargaining. There were those selling bamboo baskets, others offering game from the mountains, and some presenting their homegrown vegetables. Vendors sold chickens, dogs, and even saplings. The din of conversation from both sellers and buyers created a buzzing sound, akin to 1,000 flies whirling around him. Li Huowang nodded in realization. He had nearly forgotten that the locals would gather for the market. On the 1st and 15th of each month, they would spontaneously congregate at a designated place to establish a market for mutual trade. Observing the bustling crowd, Li Huowang suddenly felt an impulse to ring the bell, curious to see how many wandering spirits had gathered at this grand market. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. He was no longer a child and had more pressing matters to attend to. His gaze gradually lifted, transcending the dense throng and distant edifices, ultimately resting upon a towering peak. This was Huowang Mountain, the destination of his journey, where the nunnery might hold the key to alleviating the encroaching affliction of Danyang Zi upon his body. Just as he was about to move forward, he noticed others halting before a stall, their eyes fixated on the items displayed, drool hanging from the corners of their mouths. What could this be? Li Huowang upruaka, tapping on the golden-hued round biscuit, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Xixiang, this is guokui, it's edible. Bai Ling Miao struggled to suppress her salivation, but ultimately failed. Witnessing their eager expressions, Li Huowang felt a pang of sympathy. After all, these individuals were merely pitiable souls. Bye-bye. We have means now. Let us indulge in whatever delights this market offers. He distributed golden coins into the hands of everyone present, except for Gao Zhijian. Instantly, their faces flushed with excitement, unable to contain themselves. Watching the frenzied buyers rushing to various stalls, acquiring an assortment of items, both useful and otherwise. Li Huowang turned to Gao Zhijian, who was munching on a guacamole. Follow me. Now that we have means, it's time to upgrade our carriage. Before long, 2 brand new carts appeared beside Li Huowang. The horses were robust and intelligent. With a gentle tug of the reins, they followed steadily, unlike the previous ailing donkeys. When the others gathered near the carts after their purchases, Li Huowang noticed their clothes and shoes had all been replaced with new ones, and they held various delicacies, including Bai Ling Yao. Each face radiated joy, and one could easily imagine their elation. Chapter 8. The young woman, do not overindulge. We shall order fine dishes at the inn later, and you might not have room for more. Yet Li Huowang's reminder did little to curb their voraciousness. It's fine. I can eat this and still manage a meal. Exactly. Even if it kills me, I must eat. Being hungry is truly unbearable. Ah, Shi Xiang, aren't you hungry? Li Huowang smiled silently, guiding the horse onward. The inn was not far ahead. Shi Xiang, I bought you some clothes. Would you like to try them on? Li Huowang shook his head again. No, I'm accustomed to my robe. Just changing the interior will suffice. Also, you should cover your eyes, otherwise it will hurt again. The 2 carts jostled through the dense crowd for a while before finally arriving at the inn. The exuberant Guowang raised his golden coins high and burst in first. Waiter, bring the best room for Lord Chow Chow, and serve up the braised pork, only the fatty parts, none of the lean. For large bowls, please. Li Huowang pushed him aside and entered, observing the townsfolk dining and conversing. He addressed the approaching waiter, no need for a private room. Let's dine in the main hall. I enjoy the liveliness. Shi Xiang, we have money now. Why eat in the main hall? It's noisy. Li Huowang shot him a glare, and the exuberant Guowang wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. As they settled at a wooden table, the surrounding chatter began to seep into Li Huowang's ears. Oh, Bao Wen's mother, be cautious. You might be stepping on toes. Your mother-in-law truly speaks such behind your back. Brother Zichi, forgive me. My wife has nagged a bit, so I'm a bit delayed. I shall self-punish with 3 cups. Hey, look at that Taoist. How peculiar, his robe is red. Until the waiter brought the dishes. Li Huowang had not gleaned the information he sought. According to his understanding, given the proximity of the nunnery to the town, it would surely exert some influence on the locals, good or bad. Yet, judging by the townspeople's reactions, the nunnery seemed to have little presence. However, this approach would not suffice. Li Huowang had other means. Erlong Shi Zhu, San Yang Kai Tai, Yu Long Min, dishes are ready, esteemed guests enjoy. As the waiter announced the dishes, Li Huowang detained him. Ah, good sir, you seem busy here at the inn. I apologize for the interruption. Do you know about Huowang Mountain? I know. There is a nunnery atop the mountain, said to be quite prosperous in incense offerings, and their bodhisattva is reputed to be effective. The waiter, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of confusion. Prosperous? Not quite. And CI nunnery's incense offerings are not as strong as those of the Earth Lord. My neighbor claims it thrives. Xiaoman awkwardly placed down her chopsticks. Ah, your neighbor must be exaggerating. The bodhisattva and CI nunnery has gathered a layer of dust. If it had incense offerings, it would be a ghost. Listen to me. My sister's nephew's village widow went to an CI nunnery to become a nun. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang perked up. Oh, why did she become a nun there? Are there any requirements for becoming a nun? The waiter glanced around, his expression hesitant. As Li Huowang placed a golden coin in his hand, the waiter leaned closer, deliberately lowering his voice. Her husband died, her family was far away, and she was unable to bear a son, so the villagers ostracized her. With no way out, she became a nun. Who would willingly choose that life? From information gathered thus far, these nuns appeared relatively normal, not deviating significantly from what Li Ji had mentioned before his demise. Do you know why those nuns wear black clothing? Li Huowang produced another golden coin. That's not black clothing. The nuns wear blue robes. However, I don't know if they're Noel on the mountain or what, but they never bathe or change their clothes, and those blue robes have turned black. The waiter's face contorted in disgust as he recounted. A few nuns came down to sell pigs. I saw one rub her neck, and guess what? She rubbed out a ball of black mud the size of a jujube. As soon as he spoke, those nearby grimaced and set down their chopsticks. Suddenly, a hand smacked the back of the waiter's head. Guests are dining. What nonsense are you spouting? Trying to ruin the reputation of my Peng Lion? It's not me, this esteemed guest asked, and I merely answered. Watching the plump innkeeper drag the waiter away to apologize, Li Huowang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Shi Xiang, if you have questions, we can assist you. Go Hua said, shoving a greasy piece of fat meat into his mouth. Enough. What can that spotted face of yours ask without scaring someone? Bao Lu, once you finish eating, go inquire about news from NCI nunnery in town. Among the group, only this man, who was adept in the water, appeared completely normal. The usually unassuming son Bao Lu paused, then silently nodded. Li Huowang glanced at him, continuing to eat. Being outwardly normal did not guarantee true normality. This man never undressed to sleep, nor did he even go to the toilet without hiding from others. Both men and women avoided him. Hidden beneath his clothing was undoubtedly the reason he had been chosen by Dan Yangzi as a medicinal catalyst. Yet, Li Huowang did not wish to pry further. Considering the feelings of others, he too did not desire discussions about his mental state. He dispatched the Taoist boy and Bao Lu to gather information about NCI nunnery. Li Huowang wished to avoid a repeat of the events at Jingde Temple. The townsfolk spoke most about the nuns, labeling them as dirty, lazy, and overweight. If I do not descend by the next day, you are to leave immediately. Do you understand? Li Huowang stood before the dirt path leading up the mountain, imparting these instructions to the other Yao Yin. Brother Li, shall we not accompany you? Accompany? To be a burden? Do you truly believe this is a leisurely outing? As soon as Li Huowang uttered these words, he felt he had been overly harsh, yet he offered no explanation, turning instead to ascend the mountain alone. Observing his gradually receding figure, Bai Ling Miao, biting her lip, seemed on the verge of saying something, yet she remained silent until he disappeared into the mountains. Chapter 81. Ansai and Li Huowang, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, supported himself on his knees. He had been climbing for 2 hours and had yet to reach his destination. The nunnery was far higher than he had anticipated. Struggling to lift his gaze, he realized that the winding dirt path appeared endless, perpetually ascending. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a nearby vine and continued his arduous climb. As his legs began to ache unbearably, he finally caught sight of the mountain gate of Ansayan. Wiping the beads of sweat from his chin with the back of his hand, he instinctively glanced at the couplets on either side of the gate. To his astonishment, he found the couplets incomprehensible. It was not that Li Huowang had forgotten how to read due to Dan Yangzi's influence. Rather, the characters themselves appeared exceedingly peculiar. These characters were long, diamond-shaped, and slanted, reminiscent of oracle bone script while also bearing traces of familiar Chinese characters. Were these even characters? Or something else entirely? Confounded, Li Huowang approached to touch them. After scrutinizing them for a while, he finally stepped into the nunnery. However, upon entering, the words he had prepared in his mind found no audience. The square, overrun with weeds, was utterly devoid of any human presence, starkly contrasting with the bustling scene at Jingde Temple. Looking around, Li Huowang walked toward the main hall. Inside, despite the absence of incense, it was far from dark, as slanted sunlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating everything within. The statue of the Bodhisattva at the center was covered in dust and cobwebs. Had it not been for the lotus-shaped pedestal, Li Huowang might not have recognized it as the Bodhisattva. Was he mistaken? This nunnery appeared completely abandoned. Just as he pondered this, a faint snoring sound caught his attention. Following the sound, he approached the back of the statue, where he saw a rising and falling mass of flesh. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a mass, but the protruding belly of a plump nun. Lying on the cold ground with her mouth agape, she snored, and an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. Clad in black, fat, and filthy, this individual was undoubtedly the nun of Ansai, and frowning slightly, Li Huowang assessed the so-called good person described by Li Ji. Whether she was truly a good person was uncertain, but in her current state, even a wicked individual would hesitate to engage with her. Esteemed Master, Qing Feng Guan Xianyang seeks an urgent audience. Li Huowang raised his voice, bowing respectfully to the mass. Yet, the plump nun showed no sign of waking. Was she feigning sleep? Li Huowang took a step closer, raising his voice further. Esteemed Master, Qing Feng Guan Xianyang seeks an urgent audience. Still, there was no response. The unbearable odor, reminiscent of a combination of rotten socks, durian, and fermented sweat, was nearly overwhelming. Before he could devise another strategy, the plump nun suddenly jolted awake. Sitting up with a start, she dug at the yellow crust in her eyes, her eyelids still closed, and groggily stumbled toward the side door. Time to eat. Time to eat. Esteemed Master, Qingfeng Guan Xianyang seeks an urgent audience. This time, Li Huowang was finally acknowledged. The plump nun jumped in fright, her triple chins quivering. You scared me. Why you walk so silently? Li Huowang stood there, his expression contorted, no longer contemplating the intentions of the nunnery's inhabitants, but rather whether they could indeed assist him with Dan Yangzi. Go pay your respects and burn incense. Don't delay my meal, the plump nun replied coldly, continuing her lumbering strides toward the interior. At this point, Li Huowang said nothing further and simply followed her inside. The nunnery was expansive, yet equally dilapidated. If the bodhisattva in the main hall was in such a state, the ones in the auxiliary hall would be even worse. Some doors still bore inscriptions, identical to those at the entrance. Master, what are these characters? Li Wuang Yingkidat. In Shu, of course, you cannot comprehend it, for this script is passed down only to women, not to men. Observing the increasingly unfamiliar environment within, Li Huowang resolutely continued further, convinced that everything here was genuine, devoid of that peculiar hospital ambience. Whether it was due to excessive consumption of Hei Tai Sui or long-term immersion in illusions, he found that other illusions held little sway over him. Even if they were effective, he could easily discern their nature. After winding through the premises for a while, Li Huowang followed the plump nun to a mud house with a chimney. The commotion inside indicated the presence of others, and the thick stench alone suggested that it was filled with nuns. Watching the plump nun dash excitedly inside, Li Huowang took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and braved the overpowering odor to follow her in. Upon entering, he was immediately bombarded by sounds of smacking lips, swallowing, and chewing. Li Huowang nearly believed he had stumbled into a pigsty. A group of rotund nuns clad in black surrounded a large pot, noisily devouring their meal without the use of chopsticks or bowls, simply grabbing with their hands. They feasted heartily, seemingly oblivious to Li Huowang's presence, who stood there as a living being. As for what they were eating, he could barely discern it. It appeared to be oily fried rice interspersed with vegetable leaves. Li Huowang, his face flushed, opened his mouth to breathe, finding the air within the room somewhat irritating to his throat. This action finally caught the attention of one of the satiated nuns, who, while sucking on her fingers, gestured for him to take her seat. Would you like to eat vegetarian rice? 200 copper coins per serving. Hearing her demand for money, Li Huowang felt a surge of relief instead of anger. No, but I require your assistance with a matter. He tossed a golden bean her way. Gold. The plump nun excitedly stuffed the few golden beans into her mouth, chewed with her yellowed teeth, and, upon confirming their authenticity, spat them back into her palm mixed with vegetable leaves and saliva. Are you looking to buy a pig? How many do you need? Speak. Our nunnery's pigs are the fattest. Seeing her lean closer, Li Huowang took a step back. No, I have heard that the masters of Ansai and possess profound wisdom, so I have come seeking their assistance in dispelling malevolent spirits. Ha! Aren't you a Taoist yourself? You are asking nuns to help you exorcise evil spirits? Ha! As if laughter were contagious, the other nuns in the room joined in, and even Li Huowang found it difficult to suppress his amusement. Ha! Chapter 82. Jing Xin Shirtai. Li Huowang could not help but stifle his laughter. He suddenly realized how absurd it was for a Taoist to seek assistance from nuns. Ahem, esteemed masters, please cease your laughter. My trouble is quite urgent, and if unresolved, it could be fatal. Unable to contain his mirth any longer, Li Huowang spoke earnestly. Come with me. We shall consult the master. By the way, the fare for the guide is 2 golden beans. A greasy, large hand reached out before Li Huowang. He was not afraid of the nun asking for money. Matters that could be resolved with money were not problems at all. Handing over 2 golden beans, Li Huowang followed the plump nun outside. As he approached the door, he glanced back at the other nuns with a tinge of nostalgia, feeling that spending time with their boisterous company was quite delightful, and even the foul air seemed less offensive. Once back on the narrow path between the buildings, Li Huowang addressed the leading nun, saying, I am Qingfeng Guan Xianyang. May I inquire your Dharma name? Miao Yu, replied the rotund nun, as she picked her nose. Ahem, a lovely name. Li Huowang stifled a laugh. The name hardly suited her appearance. After a short while, a row of low-thatched huts came into view, and the plump nun walked straight inside. Wait here, I need to relieve myself. Very well. May Miao Yu Shifu's business go smoothly. Li Huowang replied with a respectful bow, fighting back laughter. Ah, haha, he chuckled, leaning against the hut, stretching lazily and relishing the comfort of the moment. Everything around him seemed amusing, and he felt a wave of lightheartedness. However, this contentment quickly turned to dread as his expression twisted, clutching his head tightly with both hands. No, not now. Just hold on a bit longer, shush. Please help me. I beg you, quiet down, His pleas seemed to have an effect. As soon as the surroundings fell silent again. With a pallid complexion, Li Huowang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and stood up. The effects of the black tie sway were waning, and the hallucinations were creeping back. Yet, he knew he had to push these thoughts aside. In the face of life and death, hallucinations were trivial matters. Seek, Li Huowang exalat fabili. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound and stepped towards the back of the outhouse. Upon seeing the scene before him, he was genuinely taken aback. Behind the outhouse was a bamboo enclosure containing several long-haired black pigs. The sight of their excrement and the snorting pigs made him feel nauseated. He had heard that the nuns of Nci and raised pigs, but he had not expected them to use this waste for pig farming. His impression of Nci and began to plummet, realizing how strange these nuns were. As the pigs shuffled away, Miao-yin emerged from the outhouse. Not bothering to say much, she continued to walk ahead. We should hurry. I need to take a nap soon. Do you all eat the pigs raised this way? Li Huowang suddenly posed a question. What nonsense? Can't you see we are nuns? We believe in the bodhisattva. We cannot consume meat. It's surprising you're a Taoist and don't understand this, Miao Qing replied, her tone dripping with disdain. However, she soon shifted the topic, appearing somewhat dejected. Sigh, we don't want to raise pigs either. Without anyone offering incense, we must find a way to earn our keep. One cannot live on air alone. Indeed, Li Huowang replied, following her as they continued onward. After some winding around, Miao Ling stopped before a building. The master is inside. I won't go in. To be honest, I'm a bit afraid of her. Oh, by the way, her Dharma name is Jing Xian. Without waiting for a response, she turned and left. Li Huowang chuckled softly at her retreating figure before stepping inside. The room was dark, filled with the unsettling sounds of food being swallowed and an even stronger stench. Instinctively, he reached for the bamboo scroll at his back. Light the lamp. I am blind and do not need one. A raspy voice emerged from the shadows. Very well, Master, Li Huowang replied, as he took out the luminous stone and tossed it towards the direction of the noise. He was startled by the horrifying sight that greeted him. Before him stood an exceedingly fat and elderly woman clad in a nun's habit, her hollow eyes resembling dark pits. Her sagging skin was drawn down by the flesh of her neck, as if it might fall off at any moment. In the dim light, her appearance was undeniably terrifying. Yet, the most alarming aspect was her body, which nearly filled the entire room, covered in filthy, inflamed acne, with something writhing within them. This woman was cradling a large basin, her hands digging into greasy food. Ah, how rare! A heart's sustenance has come to find me, the terrifying old nun said, her toothless mouth opening wide before she resumed eating. Although her appearance was dreadful, her voice was surprisingly gentle. If the lights were out, one might mistake her for a kindly old woman. However, Li Huowang had no time to ponder such thoughts. The mention of heart sustenance tightened his heart, preparing him to retreat at any moment. No need to panic. It is evident you are just an ignorant child. One hasn't CI required anything else. We can't be bothered. Actually, my son is also heart sustenance. Oh, Li Huowang perked up. Where's Master Jing Xian's son now? This was the first time he had heard of another heart sustenance. He went mad. Heart sustenance usually ends up in a tragic fate. Madness is a relatively good outcome. Master Jing Xian said, her voice taking on a somber tone. Madness is the best ending for heart sustenance. Is this to be my future fate? Li Huowang had always thought that being called heart sustenance merely referred to being a rare material, akin to the unique roots found in ancient cultivation tales. He took a moment to calm himself, inhaling deeply before continuing. Master Jing Xian, I previously used black tie sway to cure my hysteria with good results. Have you ever used it on your son? He desperately wanted to hear her say that she had not, only to be met with disappointment. Of course, I have used it, but black tie sway cannot be consumed recklessly. Once ingested, it is difficult to expel. It remains in your belly, feeding on your blood and flesh. If you eat too little, it's manageable, but if you consume too much, it could take over your entire belly and emerge from your body. Master Jing Xian described the experience vividly, as though she had witnessed it firsthand. Li Huowang rubbed his belly, his expression growing even more dismal, realizing that he currently housed a mass of black Tai Sui with tentacles within him. That Danyang Zi had never had good intentions. Even the medicine he provided came with severe side effects. However, such minor concerns could wait. He had more pressing questions to address. Master Jing Xin, could you enlighten me on what heart sustenance truly is? Why is it that all heart sustenance ends in madness? Li Huowang questioned anxiously, feeling the urgency of this answer regarding his fate. The sounds of swallowing food caught Master Jing Xin's attention as she lifted her gaze, her dark, void-like eyes locking onto Li Huowang. What is heart sustenance? You are heart sustenance. Why do you ask me? What makes you different from others? Don't you realize it? Allow me to ask you, where did you come from? Li Huowang instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but then hesitated and stopped, realizing the importance and confidentiality of his origins from the modern world. He could not divulge this information to the peculiar old nun he had just met without any caution. No one could predict what thoughts this plump old nun might have upon discovering such a secret. Let me take a wild guess. You surely believe you are not from this place, do you? You consider yourself a denizen of an entirely different realm, a world that is completely dissimilar to this one. Jingxin's tranquil words instantaneously shattered Li Huowang's psychological defenses. You actually know. Unperturbed, Jingxin lowered her head to consume the thick yellow substance in her bowl. Why panic? Children lack composure. Do you question how I know these things? Have I not mentioned before? My son is Shinsu. He once thought the same way. This revelation instinctively drew Li Huowang closer, his voice trembling as he inquired, is your son also a modern person? Did he traverse time as well? At that moment, his heart raced with exhilaration. Discovering a kindred spirit in this bizarre and perilous world filled him with an extraordinary thrill, regardless of their identity or gender. As long as they hailed from the same world, he would no longer be solitary. The overwhelming pressure he felt finally found a fellow bearer. No, he is not. He emerged from my womb. That is an irrefutable fact. And young man, Zhuang Zhou Meng Dai Meng Zhuang Zhou. Do not perceive everything with such certainty, including the thoughts in your mind. What do you mean? Li Huowang found himself unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Why do you assume you must be from that world? Why cannot you consider that you might belong to this realm? Perhaps that fantastical grand world is merely an illusion, and everything within it is a figment of your imagination? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I know that what I experienced at Qing Fengguan was an illusion, but I surely lived in the real world before. I traversed from there. I'm a time traveler. I am not a deranged individual conjuring another world from my mind. At that moment, Li Huowang's eyes turned crimson, his hands trembling as he clenched his fists tightly, vehemently rebutting the elderly nun before him. My son once spoke those very words. Like you, he oscillated between clarity and confusion, babbling nonsensically. Yet, as his mother, I understand. He has never left my side since he emerged from me. He has never ventured into another grand world. That was all his wild imagination. Upon hearing these words, Li Huowang seemed to be ensnared by a spell, standing still as his breath grew erratic. Yangna, mother, the hospital, school, everything from his past flashed rapidly through his mind. Was all of this non-existent? Could that world possibly not exist? Was there truly no modern world? In that instant, Li Huowang felt the surroundings becoming surreal and illusory. What is real? What is false? Am I not a time traveler? Am I truly a denizen of this realm, with no modern world ever existing? Are all my recollections of reality mere fabrications? No, something is amiss. There must be a mistake. Li Huowang's emotions began to spiral out of control. His breathing grew frantic, and his expression contorted into a grimace. His self-perception was gravely shaken, and he needed to alleviate the colossal pressure within him, seeking a breakthrough. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fiercely locking onto the figure of Jingxin. Before he could utter a word, he saw the corpulent woman point at him with her greasy finger, mimicking his speech with a twisted tone. No, you are deceiving me. You harbor ulterior motives against me. Everything you say is a lie. You wish to harm me. Do you not? It will not be so easy. After declaring these words, he observed Jingxin's demeanor shift, her chubby face resuming a benevolent smile. Were you about to say those words to me? My son once said the same to me. Reflecting on it now, it feels like just yesterday, such nostalgia. Chapter 84, Bewilderment. Jingxin was unlike anyone he had encountered before. Though her appearance was fearsome, her demeanor was remarkably amicable. Yet now, Li Huowang would rather confront this massive woman in a hostile manner, akin to how he had dealt with others, for at least then it would bring him some solace. Rather than facing her smiling countenance, as if everything she spoke were undeniably true. Could it truly be real? Panic began to set in for Li Huowang. His thoughts turned increasingly chaotic, and his expression contorted in agony. The air around him pressed down upon him, making even breathing feel burdensome. Various images flashed through his mind, but when the scene of Yang Na gifting him those scrolls emerged, he felt as though he had grasped an anchor. No, that is still incorrect. While an individual might conjure an entire world from their imagination, they cannot possibly fabricate knowledge. The knowledge he acquired in high school surged through his mind with great rapidity. Observing the young man clutching his head and speaking to himself, Jing Xin bore a look of pity. Poor soul, Li Huowang. I have traversed here, and that is indisputable. I am not a figment of this world imagination. I am a time traveler. Absolutely. It seems you have come to a realization. But do you believe me or not? A chubby hand with cracked nails trembled as it pointed toward Li Huowang's chest. Shinsu embodies you, encompassing your bewilderment, your karmic burdens, and your past. Sensing the aroma of those few items upon your back, you must have taken many lives, have you not? Thus, you are not an outsider. You should be aware of the intricacies of cultivating the intangible arts. For any sect, aside from external artifacts, the foremost element is one's state of mind. The bewilderment surrounding Shinsu, along with its karmic burdens, is far more pure and stable than that of ordinary individuals. Some sects stabilize their mindset by requiring the bewilderment of Shinsu. Even if not necessary, selling Shinsu to those in need can yield significant profit. State of mind? Emotions? Li Huowang immediately recalled the intense anguish required by the red bamboo scroll, as well as the obsession of the monks from Zhengde Temple, whether in facing beasts, grotesque creatures, or illicit affairs among men. Some seek you for other reasons, but the majority seek you for your bewilderment, as only within the heart of Shinsu can such confusion persist, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Through this discourse, Li Huowang comprehended that human emotion in this world is not an ephemeral, insubstantial existence, but rather a force capable of influencing reality. Indeed, human emotions could even serve as currency. My emotions of bewilderment could aid others in their cultivation, yet I am not the least bit confused. I am entirely certain that the other side is an illusion, and this is the reality. Even if I were to fall into an illusion again, I would never regard that place as reality again, Li Huowang asserted with unwavering conviction. Jing Xin, I summoned you to exorcise malevolent forces. In comparison to the troubles you mentioned, Dan Yangzi poses a far greater threat. My purpose in coming here is to eliminate him. I must first survive before contemplating the possibility of descending into madness. If my body is overtaken by Dan Yangzi, there will be no need to consider future matters. Huh? So you're not inquiring about a solution for Shinsu? Then what were you idly chatting about? Jing Xin's countenance fell, displaying her displeasure. After Li Huowang expressed his apologies, he meticulously recounted the series of events to Jing Xin. Achieved immortality? In this day and age, there are truly individuals who have attained immortality? Jing Xin murmured to herself, subsequently retrieving two cow-horn-like divination implements from beneath her nun's cap, beginning to mutter incantations for divination. After a prolonged examination, she continued to scrutinize Li Huowang's visage with her eyeless sockets. As Li Huowang sensed the penetrating gaze of the other party, he felt a sense of discomfort. Suddenly, Master Jing Xin spoke up. On the day you ascended to immortality, you did not consume your master, did you? Li Huowang, bewildered, replied, How could I possibly eat him? If I had a way to deal with Dan Yangzi, would I have needed to perish alongside him? Jing Xin did not contest this, but merely nodded in quiet agreement. As she flicked her right hand, Li Huowang instantly felt an overwhelming sensation of greasiness enveloping him, rendering him quite uncomfortable, as if something was writhing beneath his skin. Do not wipe it off. Endure it. After maintaining this state for the duration of 2 incense sticks, Jing Xin spoke again. I possess a method to eliminate your master. Yet the consumption of the magical artifact's merit is immense. Thus, why should I assist you? Li Huowang's heart jolted, quickly realizing this was a negotiation for benefits. However, such straightforward terms seemed far more credible than the lofty rhetoric of the abbot of Zhengde Temple regarding the salvation of all beings. He swiftly placed the heavenly book, the gourd containing lifespan, and the red bamboo slip on the ground. If it could indeed eliminate Danyangzi, he would allow her to choose from these items. Yet, upon presenting them, he was met with Jing Xin's utter disdain. What rubbish is this? Keep it far away, especially that Daqianlu. Take it as far away as you can, lest it tarnish the sanctity of our Ansai monastery. She appeared particularly averse to the red bamboo slip, and for the first time, Li Huowang learned its name. After uttering these words, an expression of extreme greed crossed her aged face. I can smell gold on you. Hearing this, Li Huowang immediately understood. No problem. I shall soon offer the gold to the bodhisattvas of Ansai Monastery to construct a golden body. The mention of money transformed Jing Xin's demeanor entirely. Her prior amiability vanished, replaced by a shrewdness that was markedly calculated. Ah, and silver as well. I also detect silver. I want that too. Besides these external possessions, I require your assistance in locating an item. Chapter 85. Descending the mountain and locate an item? Upon hearing Master Jing Xin's words, Li Huowang's mind raced with thoughts. Seeing his grave expression, Jing Xin elaborated, do not think I am using this as an excuse to eliminate your master. That item is crucial. Without it, no matter who comes, they cannot sever the bond between you two. He is too closely tied to you. I can even smell his essence on you. This sentiment weighed heavily on Li Huowang's heart. After a moment's reflection, he spoke again. Master Jing Xin, this must be the final condition, correct? Upon receiving her nod, he took a deep breath and declared, very well. It is settled. What is the item you seek? He was not afraid of her setting conditions. Rather, he feared her dishonesty. As long as conditions were proposed, it remained within the realm of negotiation. At least, as it stood, the dying Li Ji had not lied. The nuns at Ansai Monastery were indeed virtuous in a certain sense. In this peculiar world, such individuals were increasingly rare. Moreover, he had no alternative. Any further delay would risk Danyangzi's intervention. What kind of malevolent spirit? What abilities does it possess? Li Huowang sought to understand the threat he was to face. It is called Lushb. It is quite peculiar, transforming every year on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Not only does its appearance change, but its powers do as well. I cannot say what it has become now, but remember that it is red. How to remove its eyes? You must devise a method yourself. You carry the Daqianlu with you, so do not fear its resolution. Furthermore, your master, the immortal, would not allow you to perish. Would he? Lushb? Is that a name? Li Huowang's expression soured. Was that it? No hints provided, simply a directive to confront a malevolent entity? Was he to navigate this blindly? He did not wish for Danyangzi to act again. If he did, who could say to whom his body truly belonged? May I request the assistance of the masters in the monastery? Ha, they are quite lazy, very much so. If you're capable, go persuade them to move. But you have no money to hire them down the mountain now, do you? Master Jing Xin teased her younger counterparts lightly. With the target now established, Li Huowang no longer hesitated. After confirming the location of Lushb with Jing Xin, he respectfully clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. I shall not disturb you during your meal. I will arrange for the gold to be sent up shortly. Ah, I also detected the scent of persimmons on you. I adore persimmons. Do remember to bring me some. Understood. Having relinquished all the gold, he did not mind this small request. As Li Huowang exited, the room fell into darkness once more. However, for the blind Jing Xin, this had no impact. She extended her darkened right hand into the folds of her greasy flesh. Rummaging about, after a considerable search, with a squelch, she extracted a frail, bald-headed old man with shriveled limbs. This withered elder, whose mouth was askew and whose eyes were askew, muttered incoherently. Jing Xin gently cradled him in her oozing embrace, feeding him the remnants in the basin. Child, do you hear me? In a few days, you will have persimmons to eat. You must be delighted. I remember you loved persimmons when you wore open crotch pants. The elderly man showed no reaction to Jing Xin's voice, reflexively gagging the morsels in his mouth. Jing Xin, seemingly oblivious, continued her actions. Do you see? This little one is just as pure-hearted as you, but his future will be far more tragic. At least you have a mother. He has none. I wonder what fate awaits him. Alas, this child is also a pitiful soul. In the Penglai Inn, the bare-skinned by Ling Miao sighed, her hands resting on the edge of the wooden tub. I wonder how brotherly is faring. If only I could have accompanied him earlier. Should I tell him? If I do, will he only worry about me? But but he already has enough burdens to bear. After pondering for a while, noticing the water in the tub had grown cool, Bai Ling Miao finally emerged, dressed, and made her way to the bedroom. It doesn't matter. After 3 days. If he hasn't returned, I will surely go find him. Who says I'm a burden? With a creak, Bai Ling Miao closed the door. Once it shut, a peculiar woman, adorned with a red veil, dressed in a colorful striped skirt, and wearing red embroidered shoes, was revealed behind it. Upon entering the room, Bai Ling Miao pulled back the covers, playfully diving into bed and tightly embracing the person within. I adore you, Xiaomanji. Your fluffiness is so comforting. Xiaoman turned to face the white-haired girl, their breaths palpable in the silence. What is there to like? Just these dark hairs make others see me as a monster. Even old bachelors in their 60s dare not marry me. Do not worry, Xiaomanji. You will surely find your perfect match. Bai Ling Miao gently stroked the dark locks of her companion. No need, I despise men. I wish to remain a self-sufficient woman, Xiaoman declared resolutely. I do not rely on men. I can live on my own. Why so? Bai Ling Miao's eyes widened in surprise. She had intended to inquire if it was due to her father, but the words caught in her throat. As she watched Xiaoman turn away, presenting her back to her, Bai Ling Miao tenderly wrapped her arms around her. Xiaomanji, if you ever find yourself without a place to go, come to my home. How about you become the godmother of my children in the future? Why not reconsider? I'm only looking out for your best interests. Although brotherly has shown us kindness, it does not necessitate such a form of gratitude. After all, he is who he is. Chapter 86. Departure. What sort of person is he? Isn't Li Shixiang quite good? Bai Ling Miao appeared somewhat displeased, as if sensing a slight against her belongings. Xiaoman hesitated, asking, do you truly believe Li Shixiang has no issues? If he were unproblematic, why would Li Zi too have captured him as bait? The room fell silent. In truth, after spending so much time together, everyone was well acquainted with one another. Compared to the superficial flaws of others, the mental challenges faced by Li Huowang were far more troublesome. Yet, everyone deliberately avoided broaching this topic. Bai Ling Yao's expression dimmed slightly. What does it matter? If he's like that, how could I be any better? At home, others call me by Mao Sha. They fear me. Yet, Li Shixiang has never looked at me differently and has saved me multiple times. I never imagined I could find someone like him. I am already quite delighted that he does not disdain me. Seeing this, Xiaoman ceased her attempts to persuade and merely sighed softly, gradually closing her eyes. Sleep now. The bedroom grew increasingly quiet, leaving only the faint sounds of their breathing. Upon hearing Bai Ling Miao's breathing become shallow, Xiaoman turned to gaze at the exquisite young woman before her. She gently caressed Bai Ling Miao's cheek, enchanted by the sensation akin to that of a freshly boiled egg. I know, don't rush Bai Ling Miao, she murmured in a daze. Xiaoman, concealed beneath her thick hair, furrowed her brow slightly and leaned in closer. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open, startling Xiaoman awake. She swiftly drew a dagger from beneath her pillow and positioned it protectively before Bai Ling Miao. Li Shixiong, you came down from the mountain? She exclaimed, astonished as she beheld the young man before her. The intruder was none other than Li Huowang, who had just ascended from Hunghua Mountain. Where's the gold? He asked tersely. It's all with Sha Gao Zhijian. He is guarding it, Xiaoman replied, glancing at the sleepily confused Bai Ling Miao before Li Huowang turned and walked toward another guest room. What happened? Who arrived? Bai Ling Miao murmured, sitting up in a daze. Xiaoman gently coaxed her back down, softly saying, it's nothing, sleep now. We can discuss everything tomorrow. The following day, Xiaoman held Bai Ling Miao's hand and led her to another guest room, where they found Li Huowang. She keenly noticed the yellow mud at his feet, indicating that he had been out all night, though she could only guess what he had been doing. You're here? Please sit. I need to discuss our upcoming journey. Li Huowang said as he unfurled a map. This is our next destination. I must go there to retrieve something, and once I have it, I will escort you home. Without waiting for further input, he rolled up the map and strode out of the room. Make sure to pack your belongings. We depart at noon. Li Shixiong, what happened on the mountain? Is the place we're headed dangerous? Bai Ling Miao inquired anxiously. How would I know? Li Huowang replied. He never consults us. And today, as early warning is already a rare occurrence. Go Hua lamented, his face contorted in frustration. Let us just go. Why the long face? Xiaoman remarked. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Go Hua's tears streamed down his cheeks. Li Shixiang gave all the gold away. There's nothing left. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to the brothel. I should have bought a wife first. What? He gave it all away? Did you not try to stop him? You know Li Shixiang has issues. Xiaoman shouted in desperation. I did try. When he was giving away the gold yesterday, I protested all the way. But I can only do so much, he replied. Xiaoman hurriedly rushed outside, but her efforts proved futile. The gold had already been delivered to Anxian. Do not worry. I saved some money for the journey, Li Huowang reassured them. With heavy hearts, the group set off once more, feeling powerless in the situation. The bandits were killed by Li Huowang, and the gold was his to give away. No one had the right to intervene. The abrupt transition from wealth to poverty was a jarring experience for them all. Xiaoman opened her eyes and glanced at Li Huowang, who resembled a statue as he sat by the campfire, studying a red bamboo slip. She gently emerged from her blanket and walked toward the mist-laden forest. Arriving at a tranquil patch of grass, Xiaoman took out a book and her long knife, assuming a stance to practice the techniques she had learned. The blade sliced through the air. Although she appeared clumsy, her focused gaze revealed her earnestness. As she halted, she was startled to find a knife S-tip aimed at Li Huowang. Li Huowang remained unchanged, his scarred face betraying signs of fatigue. Where did you get this book? He asked, picking it up from the ground to flip through its pages, discovering only illustrations of small figures wielding swords without any text, resembling a sword manual. In these times, any bodyguard worth their salt possesses skills. I paid a hefty price for it. It's genuine, Xiaoman replied. She then chuckled softly, reflecting, after my father was killed, I thought if I had a knife back then, would he have dared to sell me and my sister? Hence, I wish to grow stronger to protect myself and others. Hearing her words, Li Huowang silently nodded and turned back toward the campfire. Xiaoman hesitated, then resolutely called out, Li Shixiang, Bai Shimi is sincere in her feelings for you. Please do not let her down. Li Huowang did not pause, striding purposefully into the forest. Share this book with the others. Perhaps they can learn something from it, he instructed. As they traveled, they made slow progress along the 200-mile route, even with the aid of carriage. Upon nearing their destination, Li Huowang led them to settle in the closest village. In a modest farmhouse courtyard, the others, feeling bored, gathered to play a card game. Go Hua, yawning, turned to Sun Baolu, asking, where has Li Shixiang gone? We haven't seen him all day. It's unusual for him to linger here, so close to our destination. Chapter 87. The forest upon hearing Go Hua's remark. Sun Baolu discarded a card from his hand. Go Hua, call me Chow Chow. He snapped, visibly irritated. This little village is so small, it hardly requires much effort. Besides, I've been gathering information with those two little brats. I've heard from the village elders that the forest to the west is home to long worms that eat humans. We mustn't venture there. You intend to go there? You must not. It's truly dangerous. My mother saw flying long worms in the sky 10 years ago, interjected a villager observing the game. Oh, it's nothing. Li Shixiang is exceptionally capable. As long as he is around, those long worms wouldn't dare approach. Wait, who just played that card? I won. Ha ha. As agreed, all the eggs in your hands belong to me. Just then, a voice interrupted, and the crowd turned to see Li Huowang walking into the courtyard. Carrying a large leather bag, surrounded by everyone, he placed the bag on the table and opened it. The interior was lined with rows of buttons, perfectly designed to hang the items neatly within. He began to enumerate the contents, revealing a collection of newly sharpened tools, all custom-made. Heavy iron pliers, sharp awls, tiny shovels the size of fingernails, and long needles with barbs. These odd-looking implements were unsettling to behold. Go Hua picked up one particularly sharp spoon, playing with it curiously. Li Shixiang, what on earth are these things? How does it feel less like a weapon and more like an instrument of torture? Let us speak of this. While killing is out of the question, inflicting pain upon the eyes is another matter. Goa's words were abruptly halted, as he was seized by the fright of his own utterance. He instantly recalled the incident on Luwei Island, where a person had used pliers to extract his own teeth and burst his own eyes. After some inquiries, he learned that there were long worms in the forest that preyed upon humans. The people surrounding him avoided that place, and those long worms were quite docile, never venturing out. Goa gazed at the items on the table, his eyes betraying profound terror. Li Huowang unsheathed a small shovel and gestured at his fingernail a few times before tossing the items behind him, declaring it time to depart. It was already noon, and he suggested, shall we stay the night before venturing forth when darkness falls? His proposal was met with a cold glare from Li Huowang, who firmly stated, I said we are leaving. The wheels of the cart began to turn, rolling slowly towards the forest that devoured men. When the moon hung high in the sky, Li Huowang and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay an extremely dense bamboo grove, with flickering fireflies intermittently illuminating the space. A narrow path snaked through the forest like a serpent, twisted and winding, indicating that it had not been traversed for a considerable time. Li Huowang did not recklessly charge into the thicket. According to Master Jingxin, the 18th day of the 12th lunar month was marked by an unpredictable malevolence. No one knew its current form or the threats it posed. He stood at the periphery of the forest, quietly observing the interior. Time passed slowly, yet everything seemed normal within. Various creatures remained unchanged, and Li Huowang even noticed some bamboo, rats gnawing on the bamboo. It was not until dawn that he ceased his observation. While consuming his noodles, Li Huowang addressed the others. It appears there is nothing unusual on the outskirts. Once we finish this meal, we shall venture inside. Upon entering, I require you to do but one thing. If I begin to act strangely, you must restrain me and prevent me from wandering off. Indeed, Li Huowang's invitation for them to enter was predicated on this very concern. As the effects of the black tie sway dissipated, he sensed the surrounding space growing increasingly surreal, as if illusions could engulf him at any moment. To mitigate any incidents, it was essential for them to accompany him. Upon hearing this peculiar request, the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. After Li Huowang finished speaking, he took a sip of soup. At that moment, a delicate, pale hand reached out and gently tugged at Li Huowang's hair, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his scalp. "What are you doing?" Li Huowang glared at the owner of the hand, Bai Ling Miao. "My mother said if I don't pull out the white hairs, they'll multiply," she replied. Li Huowang quickened his pace, focusing intently on his noodles. Bai Ling Miao sat beside him with her legs crossed, her fingers reaching towards the red bamboo slips behind him. "Li Shixiao, you still carry this?" Before she could touch it, Li Huowang abruptly stood, downing the remaining soup in his bowl before tossing it into an empty iron pot. "Let us enter the forest." The well-fed group followed Li Huowang along the narrow path. Although it was still morning, darkness enveloped them as they stepped into the grove. The dense bamboo acted as a barrier, blocking the sunlight above. The bluish-green glow of luminescent stones was produced, illuminating their surroundings somewhat. However, this light cast a sickly hue upon the already verdant bamboo, creating an unsettling atmosphere. As the glow flickered, it seemed as though something lurked deep within the dense bamboo thicket, watching them. Li Huowang strained to see, but his vision yielded nothing. Just as he turned to leave, that prickling sensation akin to the sting of wheat ons returned. Was this the 18th day of the 12th lunar month? Was it watching me in this forest? What has it transformed into? Not only Li Huowang, but the others also sensed this. The only sounds remaining were the crunch of grass beneath their shoes, and silence fell upon them, thickening the atmosphere. "Li Shixiao, do you sense the bamboo above us drawing closer to our heads?" Upon hearing this, everyone slowly raised their gazes, only to find that the bamboo had entirely bent, its sickly colored tips arching downwards, pointing directly at them. Chapter 88. The Rules. "Do not move. All of you remain still." When Li Huowang's voice echoed through the shadowy bamboo grove, everyone froze in place. They stood motionless, gazing up at the rows of bamboo tips above, fearing that they might plunge down at any moment. "Do not move," Li Huowang insisted, lifting his right foot to take a step forward. The others felt their hearts leap into their throats, but upon seeing that the bamboo above showed no signs of shifting, they collectively exhaled in relief. Li Huowang took a few steps forward and circled around, finding the bamboo unchanged. Is it possible that the bamboo in this wretched place just grows in bizarre shapes? Guo hesitantly suggested. Regardless of the truth, Li Huowang dared not speculate. He began to ring the bell, and the figure of Yu Laoi swiftly circled the bamboo grove. After a while, when Yu Laoi approached Li Huowang and indicated that all was well, Li Huowang's heart finally eased somewhat. His relief did not stem from Yu Laoi's words, but from the vanishing sensation of being watched. Li Huowang did not immediately stow Yu Laoi away, but brought it along as they advanced. Though the ringing of the bell was dizzying, it was far preferable to being ambushed by the so-called 18th day of the 12th lunar month. "Stay close. Let us hasten through this grove," Li Huowang urged as he shook the bell and moved deeper into the bamboo thicket. He unfastened the cowhide bag buckle, swiftly laying out the instruments of torture at his side, which glinted faintly under the illumination of the luminescent stones. At this moment, Each individual grasped their weapons and held their breath, closely following one another, fearful that if they fell behind, they might never catch up. As time trickled by, the bamboo tips hovered lower, eventually grazing the top of the cart. The sound of the bamboo scraping against the cart's roof was sharp and grating, inducing a sense of oppression in everyone. Yet Yuleoi still indicated no presence of enemies. Navigating through this peculiar bamboo grove, all felt as though they were crawling into the maw of some creature, with the bamboo tips resembling its sharp fangs. In this disconcerting environment, Li Huowang lost track of time, the dizziness distorting his sense of duration. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer of light in the distance, an exit. Excitedly raising his sword, which could slice through iron with ease, he swung it down, felling a cluster of bamboo, allowing the brilliant sunlight to pour in. The sun in the sky compelled everyone to instinctively squint, as it was overwhelmingly bright. Judging by its position, it must be afternoon. Once they regained their composure and peered forward, their eyes widened in astonishment. Behind the bizarre forest lay a village. The scattered gray-tiled houses were arranged haphazardly, indistinguishable from any village Li Huowang had encountered on his journey. Beside a crystal-clear pond at the village's entrance, young women were chatting and laughing as they pounded clothes. Li Shixiao, is this truly where we belong? Have we perhaps taken a wrong turn? Questioned Xiao Man, her brows furrowed in confusion. Swiftly filtering through the positions indicated by Jingxin Shirtai in his mind, Li Huowang tucked away the Dao bell from his fingers and took a step towards the distant village. Stay vigilant. Do not let your guard down. Perhaps this is merely an illusion of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Could the 18th day of the 12th lunar month really be a village? Bai Ling Miao murmured to herself. Her words echoed the thoughts in Li Huowang's mind. The sole piece of information he had received from Sherdai regarding the 18th day being that this malevolent entity was red. As Li Huowang and his companions approached, the first to notice them were the women washing clothes, who picked up their garments and whispered as they walked towards the village. The sight of such a large group of individuals donning black veiled hats clearly drew the attention of the villagers. And young men armed with farming tools gathered at the village entrance, their expressions wary. Outsiders, what brings you to Wujiakin? Are you merely passing through or visiting relatives? An elder with a goatee shouted from afar. Li Huowang scanned the faces of the villagers, finding nothing amiss. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary village. Could the 18th day be here? He pondered silently. Upon hearing the village chief utter a second sentence, Li Huowang approached, clasped his hands in greeting, and unfolded the map before them. Excuse me, good sir, might this location on the map be your village? What? Asking for directions? The elder took the map and began conversing quietly with those beside him. Li Huowang fixated on their expressions, scrutinizing any signs of emotion. Have we gone astray? Is it not yet time? Li Huowang quickly calculated the distance from Ansign to this point. Shirtai had mentioned it was 200 miles away, and he was not a machine, so a slight error seemed reasonable. I must have been reckless to have sought the wrong location. Li Huowang graciously clasped his hands once more before them. However, good sir, the sun is setting. May I request to stay overnight? We have traveled for half a month and are quite exhausted. The village chief regarded Li Huowang and his companions with evident caution. Please do us this favor. Smiling, Li Huowang leaned closer, his long robe brushing against the elder's hand. Sensing a slight weight in his palm, the village chief's expression shifted, and he pinched his fingers. Very well, our west wing is still vacant. You may stay, but remember, just for one night. As the two horse-drawn carts rolled over the mossy stone slabs into the village, Guwa approached and quietly asked, brotherly, did we not come to the wrong place? Li Huowang slightly turned to glance at the villagers peeking from the doorway. Perhaps we have not erred. Perhaps this is indeed where we need to be. The most significant lesson he learned during his travels was that one could trust only 3 parts of what others declared. Since the 18th day could take on any form, a complex village would undoubtedly provide a convenient hiding place. He wondered if it consumed humans. If so, this village would serve as an excellent feeding ground. His gaze began to search for any signs of red throughout the village, but even upon reaching the homes, he found no trace of it. Arriving at the archway, the village chief clasped his hands, observing the outsiders before him. Let me clarify. Wujiakin has many rules passed down from the previous generation. They cannot be altered. If you wish to stay here, you must abide by them. If you cannot, it would be best to leave now. Rules? Chapter 89. Wu family, after a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang nodded. Good sir, please enlighten us on these rules. Firstly, in Wujiakan, do not speak back to the elders, especially not to me. The goateed village chief raised his index finger. Is that all? Li Huowang felt a sense of astonishment, as did the others. They had expected peculiar regulations, yet this was merely commonplace. Isn't this merely the family code? Are you truly imposing your family rules upon outsiders? Li Huowang tapped Guo beside him and said to the village chief, Please, continue. We are listening. Secondly, as we are adjacent to the forest, creatures from within often emerge. Whether rats or night owls, you must not harm or trample them. If you encounter them on the road, you must yield, for they have benefited us in Wujiakan. Thirdly, as outsiders, no man is permitted to speak with the women of our village. This rule did not exist in previous years, but a few years ago, a peddler took 2 brides from us. Just mentioning that peddler angers me. As the village chief rambled on, Li Huowang and his companions gradually grasped the various rules of Wujiakan, including even the prohibition against public defecation. With so many trivial rules, perhaps we should reconsider our stay. Shush, listen quietly. At this moment, the village chief's list of regulations was nearing its conclusion. The 11th rule is to refrain from lighting lamps at night and to avoid going outdoors after dark. Lastly, no matter the circumstance, wait until others have turned their backs before speaking. Never converse while facing away. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang furrowed his brow slightly. The last 2 rules struck him as peculiar. What happens if I break these rules? Break the rules? The village chief's eyes widened, and he stated emphatically a fine. 1 tael for each infraction. If you continue to offend, the fines will escalate until you cease. We do not mistreat outsiders. The same applies to our kin. Li Huowang suddenly felt a twinge of doubt, as if his understanding had faltered. Sensing a tug on his garment, Li Huowang nodded to the elder before him. Do not worry, good sir. We are reasonable individuals. Very well, it is good to hear. Otherwise, seeing you with 2 children, I would not have bothered to speak. I am old and cannot bear to see children suffer. With that, he turned and walked towards the courtyard, where the 2 horse-drawn carts came to a halt. Li Huowang and his companions carried their bedding into the slightly musty west wing. Once they had tidied up, the sun had begun to set in the west. After everything was arranged, the village chief returned with a smile. Young ones, will you be dining here tonight? If so, I shall have the children's mother prepare more. Dinner? Li Huowang's heart sank. Others' meals were not so easily enjoyed. After a moment's thought, he nodded. I would appreciate it, good sir. As he watched the elder depart with his hands behind his back, Li Huowang signaled to Xiaoman, Go assist in the kitchen. Understood. Xiaoman nodded and went out. The village chief's family was numerous, with 6 sons, 2 daughters, and grandchildren, making mealtime quite lively. This was also why he dared to take in Li Huowang and his companions. In the village, no one would dare to provoke a family with many sons. Despite residing in a 3-entry courtyard, the Wu family served meals of plain steamed rice and vegetables grown from their own fields, which seemed rather meager. By the time Li Huowang emerged, they had already begun eating, showing no intent to wait for their guests. Many plates were nearly empty. Help yourself, they said. As rural folk did not adhere to many dining customs, Li Huowang casually shook his head. No need, no need. He made his way toward the corner where the steamer was located, silently counting in his mind. Just as he reached 10, the sound of breaking dishes resonated behind him. When he turned around, he found the village chief and dozens of others sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. The seller's sleeping powder, is indeed remarkable. It truly reflects the adage that you get what you pay for. Regardless of whether these individuals are under the control of the malevolent entity known as La Yu Shi Ba, Li Huowang has no intention of discerning the truth. After all, it is better to act first than to be taken by surprise. With a wave of his hand, Li Huowang signaled the others to swiftly rush towards the eastern wing of the main house, eager to search for clues. They began by scouring for written materials, followed by other unusual items. The more bizarre, the more attention it warranted. For instance, spirit tablets and the like. I am curious to see what tricks they are up to, Li Huowang remarked to the others, as they rummaged through the entire courtyard of the 3-entry gate. Li Huowang and his companions turned everything upside down, yet they found nothing out of the ordinary. How could there be nothing? Li Huowang stood in the main hall, his brows furrowed as he pondered these questions. After a long day of searching, aside from some anomalies in the forest outside the village chief's residence, nothing had been uncovered. Could La Yu Shi Ba be hiding in that forest? No, I just checked. The village chief is surrounded by bamboo groves. If Liu Shurba is hiding anywhere, it must be here. Do we stumble upon their silver? At that moment, Gowa held up a handful of broken silver coins and inquired. Glancing at the dim sky outside, Li Huowang commanded, "Bring the fire tongs and start a fire." "Shi Xiang, aren't we not allowed to light a fire?" Bai Ling Miao asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang squinted, his right hand brushing against the row of implements at his waist. "I merely wish to see what will happen if we do light it. If there are any remaining doubts about this village, it must pertain to the rules spoken of by the goat-bearded man." The candles and lanterns that had previously been unearthed were quickly ignited, illuminating the entire Wu family courtyard. Li Huowang sat quietly in the bustling hall, waiting as the sky grew darker. Tonight, there was no moon, and the darkness enveloped the surroundings like a heavy black shroud. Yet even so, the darkness did not incite any events. Ha Gowa let out a yawn, leaning against a pillar as he began to doze off. The others, seemingly infected by his lethargy, followed suit. Observing the Wu family members who had succumbed to the sleeping powder, Li Huowang felt a flicker of doubt. Am I truly in the wrong place? Just as he contemplated this, a playful giggle echoed from atop the courtyard wall. "Hee, you have broken the rules." Chapter 90. The girl Hee, you have broken the rules. The voice was delicate, somewhat reminiscent of a woman's, yet not entirely so. In an instant, Li Huowang was reminded of the small-footed woman who had called out to the god of joy. Her voice had been similar. As Li Huowang and the others, faces etched with caution, stepped out into the courtyard, they beheld a small head perched on the left wall of the house. A girl with golden hair, seemingly only 5 or 6 years old, was hanging effortlessly from the high wall, giggling as she peered inside. Her red-stringed horns were perked up high. Red? Upon seeing the red string in her hair, Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat. Could this child be Liu Shurba? Watching the girl continue to giggle, Li Huowang pondered for a moment before slowly asking, "I have broken the rules, yet you are not in a better position. It is forbidden to be outside at night. Why are you here?" "I am just a child. You adults cannot go out, but we children can certainly play outside," she replied, showing no sign of hostility towards Li Huowang and his companions. She shifted her head to the side and continued cheerfully, "If you give me some candy, I won't tell anyone." Noticing her movement, the other's eyes widened. The Wu family courtyard's wall was exceedingly high, at least 2 zhang, and this girl had so easily maneuvered atop it, implying she was not standing on a ladder, but was simply there. Li Huowang gazed at the small head and the dusty high wall beneath it. Will you give me candy or not? If you don't, I will call for others," the girl persisted. "Of course I will. Just wait a moment. I don't have any candy on me right now. I need to go get some," Li Huowang responded, following her lead. He then leaned over to whisper something to Gowa. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, fear washed over Gowa's face. However, when Li Huowang pressed the bell into his arms, Gowa ultimately nodded and turned back toward the house. "All right, he has gone to fetch the candy. While we wait, let us chat for a bit," Li Huowang suggested. "Sure, I love chatting," the girl exclaimed, her innocence shining through. Facing this ambiguous entity, Li Huowang adopted a remarkably gentle tone. "Whose child are you? Why haven't I seen you at the village entrance before? Oh, don't you think I resemble the kitchen god? You seem quite similar to the kitchen god yourself. You love candy just as much. I recall that during the kitchen god festival, my grandfather would smear pastries on his image's mouth," Li Huowang replied, discreetly reaching for the red bamboo, slipped behind him. "Little girl, you must be fabricating tales. The kitchen god doesn't possess 5 hands, and he has no legs. How does he walk?" Upon hearing Li Huowang's deliberate skepticism, the girl became agitated. "How can I be making things up? I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, who says one cannot walk without legs? The kitchen god can make his red intestines emerge from his navel to serve as legs." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrified voice echoed from the other side of the wall, where Gowa was nearly in tears. "Shi Xiao, this girl has no body. She's just a head." In an instant, the girl's head vanished below the wall, followed by Gowa's heart-wrenching scream. "You ring the bell." Li Huowang gritted his teeth and dashed towards the entrance of the Wu family courtyard. Upon reaching the other side of the wall, they found a trembling Gowa, who was crying and kneeling, repeatedly bowing his head, his trousers soaked through. Seeing Gowa's trembling finger pointing eastward, Li Huowang tossed him aside, brandishing his sword in one hand and the lantern in the other as he pursued the direction indicated. In the suffocating darkness, everything around seemed to morph into ravenous monsters. clawing between shadows and light. Yet, after a lengthy chase, Li Huowang found himself in an unfamiliar setting, seemingly at the edge of the village, with the bamboo forest in the distance. Frustrated by the lack of discoveries, Li Huowang muttered a curse under his breath and turned back to regroup with his fellow companions, who were approaching with lanterns in hand. Regardless of what that girl was, it was evident that even if she was not La Yushirba, she was closely associated with her. I did not misjudge. La Yushirba is indeed here. Upon entering the circle of lanterns, Li Huowang was taken aback. His companions, though familiar faces, stood rooted in place, holding lanterns and facing away from him. What are you all doing? Li Huowang cautiously stepped back, tightening his grip on the bell. As soon as he spoke, they all turned simultaneously, and their faces transformed. Every single one bore the visage of that girl. These identical female faces laughed in unison. Hee, you have broken the rules again. If you do not give me candy, I will tell the others, and they will come looking for you. The jarring sound of bells rang out, and those figures vanished as if illuminated by light, dispelling darkness. The piercing sound undoubtedly attracted attention in the gloom. Before long, Li Huowang saw his fellow disciples gathering, yet this time their faces bore no resemblance to the girl. After cautiously verifying their identities, realizing only the disciples of Qing Fengguan possessed that knowledge, Li Huowang finally breathed a sigh of relief. These individuals were indeed genuine. Li Shixiong. What happened just now? However, shortly after they departed, a pair of blood-red eyes opened in the darkness. The journey home was eerily silent. Apart from the sound of footsteps, no other noises could be heard. In such a place, every heart hung in suspense. Yet after a brief while, the footsteps suddenly ceased. And Li Huowang and his companions fixated on the surrounding darkness, where a pair of green, luminous eyes abruptly emerged. It was not merely one pair, but a multitude. The creatures in the darkness did not act, merely fixating on them with those green eyes, both large and small. To Li Huowang and his companions, it seemed as if a monstrous entity, covered entirely in eyes, had materialized from the shadows. Damn! Frustrated by the repeated mockery from the unseen entities, Li Huowang's expression twisted into one of fury. With a swift motion of his right hand, he yanked back, causing a red bamboo strip to unfurl rapidly before him. Li Huowang raised his right index finger, wedging the nail against the sharp edge of the bamboo strip. In the next instant, he thrust his finger forward. A piercing pain shot through him as the thin strip penetrated between his nail and flesh. Following this, he pried it loose, causing his nail to detach from its owner, spinning away into the surrounding darkness, stained with blood. Soon after, a mournful wail echoed, and one pair of those green eyes in the darkness began to diminish. Feeling this was insufficient, Li Huowang raised his middle finger once again. After prying off 3 of his nail covers, all the eyes in the darkness vanished, and the air became suffused with a rancid odor. As they approached with lanterns, the light revealed a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies. At this point, Li Huowang and the others realized that those eyes were not of any malevolent spirits, but rather belonged to the creatures of the forest. Lynxes, hedgehogs, foxes, each now lifeless. Their remains grotesquely scattered. Li Shixiang, have we broken the rules again? Did they not say we should not provoke these beasts? Xiaoman's words sent a chill through everyone present. However, Li Huowang thought otherwise. He lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully, crushing a fox's head beneath him. After walking for a while longer, they finally glimpsed the light of the Wu family courtyard. Li Huowang, a voice, seemingly from a great distance, called out, causing them to halt. Who? Li Huowang turned back, peering into the darkness, yet saw nothing. Continue your charade. One day, you will no longer be able to deceive. On the 18th of the 12th lunar month, I swear I will have your eyes. The village chief of Yang'o Huzi lay bound to a post, and a bowl of cold vegetable soup was splashed onto his face. Coughing, as Wu Qing groggily opened his eyes, he was met with the fierce countenance of Li Huowang, startling him. So you are bandits. A slap resounded as Wu Qing's half-face visibly swelled, leaving him dazed. Speak. Where is the 18th of the 12th lunar month? What is your connection to it? What are you talking about? I can assure you, this is Wu family village, and everyone here shares the surname Wu. If you truly intend to act, think carefully. Seeing Wu Qing still feigning ignorance, Li Huowang grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Old man, I am offering courtesy before force. The 18th of the 12th is crucial to my survival. If you continue to protect it with your stubbornness, do not blame me for being heavy-handed. As he spoke, he raised his bloodied right hand, where the nails had been pried off, and tapped the torturous instrument spread before him. These tools are not solely for my use. At critical moments, they can serve as keys to unlock the hearts of all. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao, filled with concern, took a step forward but was halted by Xiaoman, who shook her head gently. What do you want from us? What is this 18th of the 12th? The Qingming festival has just passed. There is still much time until the 12th lunar month. Young man, have mercy on this old man and consider my plight. Wu Qing's face turned pale with fear. Noting the continued defiance from his opponent, Li Huowang flicked his wrist, causing a long, barbed dagger to materialize in his grasp. With a cruel smile, he directed the slow approach of the dagger towards Wu Qing's shoulder blade. Wu Qing clearly panicked, shouting desperately and struggling. Yet he refused to divulge any information regarding the 18th of the 12th. As the blade began to pierce his clothing, a large hand pressed down on Li Huowang's wrist from behind. Enough, it seems he truly knows nothing. How can you be sure without testing? This man is clearly suspicious. Upon entering the village, he spoke of rules and regulations, indicating he must be connected to the 18th of the 12th. Calm down, you are not always this way. Acting like this will only make you resemble Dan Yangzi more and more. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's heart sank. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed begun to regard others less as humans, akin to that alchemist who uses people for his own ends. He then observed Li Huowang, clad in a blood-red robe, offering a familiar, gentle smile. Brothers, why engage in such pleasantries? It is time to consider our next steps, as we have no other leads. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the nearly unconscious old man before him. Although his earlier brutality might have been influenced by Dan Yangzi, he understood that the urgency of time was also a factor. Without locating the 18th of the 12th, he could not rid himself of Dan Yangzi's influence. And he could only watch himself become more and more like Dan Yangzi. He truly could not afford to wait. Shall we wait until dawn to inquire with the other villagers? Perhaps they might know something. Guo suggested. Fine, after all we have experienced tonight, everyone is exhausted. We shall proceed this way. At dawn, I will speak. Hearing Li Huowang say this, he fell silent, turning towards the west wing. When dawn broke, he awoke to find the other brothers and sisters already out of their rooms. Upon stepping outside, he was astonished to see his companions acting as if nothing had happened. Sharing porridge with the Wu family despite the harsh treatment, he had just meted out to Wu Qing. Come, join us for breakfast. I have explained your grievances to village chief Wu, who is not a petty man, Li Huowang said to him. Chapter 92. The 18th of the 12th lunar month. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, Wu Qing, whose face was still swollen on one side, snorted coldly, shifting his seat to turn his back on the youth emerging from the west wing. That makes me seem petty, Li Shixiao. You must have spent quite a bit of silver convincing him, right? After speaking, he strode directly to the hall, grabbing a yellow steamed bun from his bowl and began to munch on it. Hey, how are you speaking, young man? Did your mother give birth to you without raising you? With Li Huowang backing him, Wu Qing's demeanor was markedly different from the previous night when he had been bound. Hearing the old man dare to insult his mother, Li Huowang's suppressed rage erupted in an instant. With a clang, he drew his razor-sharp sword, pointing it at Wu Qing's goat-like beard. Say that again if you dare. What are you doing? Wu Qing's 6 sons and 8 grandsons, having set down their bowls, rolled up their sleeves, surrounding him menacingly. Damn it, am I afraid of you? Who dares to step forward and test me? I have taken countless lives. Adding a few more won't matter. Dare you come one step closer? Sensing the hostile glares from the crowd, he instinctively felt a surge of agitation, his heart racing. Put down your sword and stand outside. A sharp command shattered the tense atmosphere. Upon noticing that Li Huowang's expression had grown stern, he realized that his senior brother was genuinely upset. With a disdainful glare cast at the surrounding Wu family members, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave. The voice of Li Shixiang echoed in his ears. Old man, these young fellows, with their hairless lips, love to boast and make threats. Yet they have never taken a life. Humph, this lad is merely a fa ade of strength. Can I not see through that? Alas, this young whippersnapper thinks himself quite capable, yet I have consumed more salt than he is rice. Infuriated by these words, he was about to turn back. What was wrong with being young? At 14, was he not a man? This old fool only knew how to flaunt his age. However, upon feeling Li Huowang's cold gaze upon him, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly exited the door. In the early morning, a thin veil of white mist hung over the village path, and the air was refreshingly crisp. He stretched his arms and lazily yawned, then rolled up the patched sleeves of his garment and squatted down to observe the ants. "Hey, monk, what are you doing squatting there?" He stood up, adjusted his yellow monk robe, and with a courteous gesture, brought his palms together before the white-haired girl. "I'm about good. This poor monk is in meditation." "Ha. You are quite the amusing monk, resembling a child, watching ants while claiming to meditate." Observing the girl's slightly trembling white eyelashes, the monk momentarily lost his focus, as if recalling something. "Continue your meditation. Farewell." As he watched the girl enter the Wu family's courtyard, he noticed several unfamiliar faces among the crowd. Had the village chief received guests? Why had he not heard of this before? The monk stood there, gazing at the peculiar visitors, when suddenly he slapped his forehead. "What is wrong with me? Am I becoming like those gossipy old women at the village entrance, prying into others' affairs? A monk should not be attached to worldly matters. I shall return to my scriptures." With a swift turn, he began to walk back to his temple, twirling his prayer beads. As he walked, he spotted a pile of dung on the ground. Before he could approach, a child with a bamboo basket on his back rushed over, scooping up the dung and tossing it into the basket. "This is my family's cow's dung. It's mine." Upon hearing this, he became agitated. "What do you mean it's your cow's dung? I could just as easily say it's mine." "No way. That cow dung belongs to me." The child made a face at him and teased, "Shame on you, old man. You're fighting with a child over cow dung." His face flushed with embarrassment, and he raised his cane, ready to teach this disrespectful child a lesson. However, seeing the boy's mocking expression as he darted away, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could he, at his age, be vexed by a mere child? Just then, the teasing voice of an old neighbor reached his ears. "Old Bone, you're 84 this year. As the saying goes, 73 and 84. The king of hell hasn't called for you yet. When will you go?" Just as he was about to rise from his rocking chair, a sudden feeling washed over him, a premonition that his time had come. He had often heard elders say that there were signs before death, and now he understood that it was indeed true. He sensed that everything around him was shrinking, and he felt himself ascending, weightless and comfortable. So this is what it feels like to die. But in the next instant, everything abruptly shifted, twisting around him, even his wrinkled face contorting rapidly. At times, he appeared as a teenager, at others, as a monk marked with a scar, and he even attempted to morph into an elderly woman. After several rapid transformations, his face settled once more into that of a youth. Gazing at the familiar yet strange white walls before him, he found himself momentarily stunned, three ultimate questions surfacing in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At that moment, two individuals clad in hospital gowns strolled past the window, engaged in conversation. "I'm different from you. I'm a neurosis, not a mental illness." A neurosis simply indicates a change in the central or peripheral nervous system, while the term mental illness is stigmatized. One exclaimed, "Look at someone like Shaoli. Now that's a true mental patient, rambling incoherently and self-harming. Just keep quiet. This kid is a pitiful soul, afflicted with such a grave illness at a young age. Will the Huowang leap up to scold me? If that were to happen, I would gladly accept a few harsh words." Li Huowang. In that instant, Li Huowang recalled everything. After swiftly reviewing the events that had just transpired in his mind, he understood everything. The confusion on Li Huowang's face was swiftly replaced by a fierce scowl as he bellowed, "I am neither a monk nor an old man. I am Li Huowang. You stole my name on the 18th day of the 12th month." Chapter 93. Crimson. He never anticipated that the 18th day of the 12th month would prove more bizarre than anything he had encountered before. It could fundamentally alter one's perception, silently replacing a person's identity while transferring the identities of others to that individual. When his identity had shifted to that of an old man, he estimated that had he truly believed he was dead at that moment, he might have genuinely perished. Dying under such circumstances would likely have prevented even Dan Yangzi from intervening. However, he never expected that Li Huowang was a neurosis. Altering the perception of a madman was no simple task. The illusion he had been deliberately avoiding now became the key to breaking the other's control. No matter how potent the 18th day of the 12th month, it could only modify one perception, while Li Huowang, as a mind, possessed an unusual duality of perception. Observing the patients basking in the sun outside, Li Huowang did not act immediately. Instead, he began to formulate a plan in his mind. "I cannot simply wait idly. Perhaps when the illusion fades, the 18th day of the 12th month may again alter my perception. I must act within the illusion to influence the other side. Fortunately, Li Huowang was not without resources. After the previous two incidents, he had come to understand that what transpired within the illusion also manifested in reality, and he had gained some insight into the 18th day of the 12th month. Throughout, it had only dared to employ cunning tactics, never daring to confront him directly, indicating its lack of ability in face-to-face confrontation. Once its tricks proved ineffective, it was likely even less formidable than the previous small-footed woman. Even Yu Laoi could easily handle them. With a strategy in mind, just as Li Huowang prepared to rise, he discovered that both his hands were bound to the bed. Yet this could not restrain Li Huowang. He was already quite familiar with everything within the illusion. He turned to the microphone at the head of the bed and feigned his past demeanor, calling out, "Which lovely lady is on duty today? Could you please help me loosen these bindings? I urgently need to relieve myself." Before long, a plump nurse rushed in, her excitement palpable as she unbound Li Huowang. "My goodness, Shaoli, you finally awakened? Why did it take so long this time? You truly scared me. I thought you might never wake up." The nurse's words stirred not a single ripple within Li Huowang's calm heart. No matter how beautiful this place seemed, a falsehood remained a falsehood. Master Jingxin always said that the mind of a neurosis was filled with confusion. However, Li Huowang held a different view. He had seen through everything and would never mistake this illusory world for reality. Seizing the moment when the nurse turned to inform a doctor, Li Huowang swiftly rolled off the bed and began to flee along the route in his mind. He was already quite familiar with this hospital. Soon, he reached the hospital entrance and, using all fours, adeptly climbed over the fence. Ignoring the shouts and whistles of the security guards behind him, he charged headlong into the street. Illusion. All of this is an illusion. Li Huowang currently has no time to indulge in these illusions. As Bai Ling Miao and the others remain under the control of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, posing in imminent danger. Upon reaching the street, his blue and white striped hospital gown drew the attention of passers-by, many of whom raised their phones. "Look, his clothes have the name of a hospital on them. Oh my, he escaped from a mental institution. Should we call the police? Is it real? Could he be an internet celebrity? Those people will do anything for fame. It's fake, all fake. I have been deceived by you once, and I will not fall for it a second time." Li Huowang, biting his bleeding gums, resolutely shouted in his heart. Winding through the streets, Li Huowang arrived at the Wu family courtyard from his memories. However, in this illusion, he found himself standing in the middle of the road. Despite the incessant flow of cars around him, he felt no fear, for he understood that all of this was an illusion, and the vehicles could not harm him. He shouted loudly at the ceaseless stream of cars, "Bai Ling Miao, quickly take up my bell. Shake it. Summon Yu Lao Yi. The Li Huowang next to you is a fake. Have Yu Lao Yi attack him." The road soon became congested due to Li Huowang's fervent efforts. All the vehicles honked in unison, and Li Huowang smiled, as it was evident that Bai Ling Miao had complied. These honks were merely the result of the bell's sound distorted by the illusion. At that moment, the driver of a red sports car leaned out of the window and arrogantly shouted, "You lunatic, are you looking for death? Get lost. Watch out, or I'll take you down." In a state of exhilaration, Li Huowang swiftly turned his head, fixated on the red sports car, feeling a gaze emanate from it towards him. He approached, grinning wide enough to reveal his gleaming teeth, and lowered his head to the red sports car, saying, "Heh, so you exist in the illusion, eh? The 18th day of the 12th lunar month. I have found you." The elusive figure of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, which had not appeared in Wu Jiasi Yuan, manifested before Li Huowang in this unexpected manner. He continued shouting at his invisible fellow disciples, "Everyone, look this way. No matter what is before me, attack it with all your might. This entity is the 18th day of the 12th lunar month." At that moment, the driver of a sports car noticed the red lettering of the Inding Psychiatric Hospital on Li Huowang's left chest. Startled, he lost his earlier bravado, hurriedly ducked back into the car, and quickly rolled up the window, trembling as he picked up his phone. "Hello, is this 110? You need to come quickly. There's a lunatic running around at the roundabout near Walmart. Yes, the roundabout by Walmart. Hurry." Just as Li Huowang was about to kick the hood of the red sports car, he suddenly halted. Under the gaze of everyone, he turned to a distant red electric bike. The attention of the sports car's driver had shifted to it. Not good. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month has been discovered and is preparing to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Everyone, quickly follow. That thing must be injured. It is shrinking. Li Huowang raised his foot and began to chase after the red electric bike. In the middle of the road, he gritted his teeth and exerted himself to pursue the red figure surrounding him. As he chased, he noticed the 18th day of the 12th lunar month continually shifting positions in the distance, sometimes transforming into someone's red hat, other times morphing into a roadside sign. Yet no matter how it changed, Li Huowang remained steadfast in his pursuit, determined not to relinquish the opportunity. Securing the eyes of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month was crucial to his escape from Danyangzi. At that moment, he realized something peculiar about the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. It seemed to be an entity devoid of eyelids that could not help but gaze at anything within its line of sight. How strange this thing is. What does it truly look like on the other side of reality? Li Huowang pondered while running. With relentless pursuit, he finally drew closer to the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. As he sprinted, Li Huowang suddenly raised his right hand, his feet barely leaving the ground as he prepared to grasp the red mass. Just as he was about to seize it, a hand reached from behind and grasped his wrist. Li Huowang, aren't you a student from class 2, year 4? Li Huowang shot a fierce glare, only to discover that the one hindering his progress was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a bald head. The man adjusted his square glasses and continued. Have you forgotten? I'm your homeroom teacher. Where are your shoes? Gazing at the familiar face, Li Huowang momentarily lost focus and instinctively replied, Teacher Tong, I remember your mother arranged for your leave of absence due to health reasons. Are you feeling better? Teacher Tong said kindly, gently tugging at the collar of Li Huowang's shirt, which was tucked inside. Seeing this teacher, who had helped him greatly in school, Li Huowang's eyes revealed a glimmer of struggle. However, he soon regained his composure, shaking off the man's hand and desperately chasing after the red figure in the distance. Illusion. This is all an illusion. You will not deceive me. This is all fake. Watching Li Huowang's retreating figure, Teacher Tong's face displayed a hint of worry, and he promptly took out his phone from his pocket. Hello, is this Li Huowang's mother? I am his math teacher in the 2nd year of high school. Yes, hello. I saw your son over here on Lianhua Road, and he isn't wearing any shoes. I am absolutely certain. It is him. After so many years of teaching, I would never mistake my students. With bloodshot eyes, Li Huowang clutched a shard of glass he had picked up, frantically scanning the street for traces of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Damn it, where'd it go? The distant sound of sirens did not faze him, for he knew they were all illusions. In a frenzied search, Li Huowang suddenly halted in front of a kindergarten. He observed the children lined up inside, performing morning exercises, and a chilling smile spread across his face. Found you. The toy-like iron fence surrounding the kindergarten could not deter Li Huowang. He effortlessly leaped over it. With a single punch, he knocked down an oncoming early childhood educator and charged toward the children, causing screams and cries to erupt. However, Li Huowang paid no heed to the others. Like an eagle seizing a chick, he grabbed a little girl dressed in a panda outfit, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old, and glared fiercely at the red cherry hairpins adorning her hair. The little girl, clearly terrified, whimpered, Uncle, I'm scared. Still trying to play with me? You can't deceive me. Li Huowang roared, raising the glass shard in his hand. Just then, the sound of sirens grew closer, with the screech of tires against the pavement echoing sharply. Stop! Police, raise your hands! Li Huowang instinctively turned to look and saw several police officers crouched behind 2 police cars, guns drawn and aimed at him. Li Huowang glanced between the shard of glass and the officers, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Do you think this trick will fool me? It's fake. All fake. Seeing the bloodied glass shard raised again, the little girl in Li Huowang's grasp began to wail loudly. Just as he intended to eliminate the 18th day of the 12th lunar month once and for all, a figure suddenly broke through the crowd, arms outstretched, resolutely standing in front of the officers with guns drawn. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. That's my son. He has always been well behaved. He has become this way because of his illness. Let me talk to him, okay? He will listen to me. He is a dutiful child. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Huowang was once again taken aback. He beheld the figure of his mother, Sun Shaoqin, as she turned slowly, her hair now flecked with gray. Yet, she appeared remarkably haggard, aged several years in his eyes. Gazing at his son behind the iron bars of the kindergarten, Sun Shaoqin desperately attempted to muster a smile, but ultimately found herself unable to succeed. Li Huowang, filled with conflicting emotions, stood frozen in place, alternately glancing at the vividly real presence of his mother and then at the date, the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, in his hand. No, this cannot be. It is all an illusion. Everything is fabricated by the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. That world over there is the true reality. I cannot allow this hallucination to ensnare me once more. Li Huowang endeavored to convince himself, yet the glass he held tightened and relaxed in his grip, his breath quickening, his pupils dilating and constricting in turn. When Sun Shaoqin reached the fence of the kindergarten, she placed her hands upon it and ultimately knelt before Li Huowang, her voice trembling as she continued to plead. Son, I am kneeling before you, please. For your sake, I have sold our house. We truly have no money left. This calm statement shattered Li Huowang's composure completely. His expression twisted in anguish as he knelt on the ground, embracing the little girl, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mother! At that moment, with veins bulging on his forehead, Li Huowang opened his mouth wide, silently howling, as saliva mingled with tears and dripped onto the kindergarten floor adorned with cartoon patterns. He gazed at his mother in the distance, inhaled deeply, and shouted out the turmoil and confusion that resided deep within his heart. Mother, I cannot distinguish between reality and illusion. I truly cannot tell. Chapter 95. Agony, I truly cannot distinguish. I truly cannot distinguish. Li Huowang knelt in the kindergarten yard, clutching the little girl tightly, his eyes reflecting profound bewilderment as he murmured to himself, what is real and what is illusion? In that moment, he found it challenging to discern. When Master Jingxin once stated that when one's heart is filled with confusion, Li Huowang had previously contested her words. Yet, as he witnessed Sun Shaoqin kneeling before him through the bars, he finally grasped the true meaning behind Master Jingxin's words. The essence of the heart is just that. Regardless of which side they choose to regard as reality, they remain forever enveloped in confusion. This is the fate of the heart's essence, from which no one can escape. At that moment, a small hand reached up from within Li Huowang's embrace, extending a handkerchief to gently wipe the tears from his face. Trembling, Li Huowang looked down to see the sweet visage of the little girl, who was intently focused on wiping away his tears. Uncle, don't cry. Upon seeing her adorable face, Li Huowang was momentarily reminded of the past. This little girl could very well be alive. The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had almost harmed such a kind-hearted child. A wave of fear surged within him. What if she were merely a guise of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month? The instant that thought crossed his mind, Li Huowang was filled with self-loathing. Silence. Be quiet. Have you considered that this child might be alive? Is your life truly more valuable than hers? At least she is a normal person. And you, Li Huowang, are nothing but a madman, a useless madman. Why do you have to barter her life for your own? Li Huowang's grip on the glass tightened, the jagged edges cutting into his flesh, yet he refused to relinquish it. His anguished roar startled those around him, causing them to step back in alarm. At that moment, it felt as if two entities were battling within his mind. The torment of illusion and reality weighed heavily upon his heart, suffocating him. He even contemplated death, thinking that if he were to die, he would no longer endure this torment. A madman like him had no reason to live. His demise would be a relief for all, freeing his mother from burden and preventing Deng Yangzi from resurrecting through his body. Put the guns away, young man. May I have a word with you? A different voice echoed from outside the kindergarten. The speaker, a portly middle-aged man holding a megaphone, was unknown to Li Huowang. Yet the lowering of the officer's weapons suggested he held a position of authority. As Li Huowang turned his gaze, the man, still clutching the megaphone in his left hand, slowly lifted his right hand. Ah, young man, as the old saying goes. Just as he began to speak, the man's raised index finger inexplicably bent. In that instant, a high-velocity sniper bullet shot forth from a slightly ajar window, hurtling directly toward the base of Li Huowang's skull. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation enveloped Li Huowang's entire being. He tensed instinctively, turning his head to the side. With a loud thud, Li Huowang's body jerked violently, his head snapping back before he collapsed heavily to the ground. So, Sun Shaoqin's anguished cry echoed far and wide. The back of Li Huowang's head struck the ground with force, causing his mind to throb, and stars danced before his eyes. Am I dying? If I am dead, why can I still think? In that moment, the brightness surrounding him rapidly dimmed, transforming the buildings and crowd into a shadowy, bizarre bamboo forest. Li Huowang felt a searing pain on his face, realizing he had sustained injuries. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this, for he sensed that familiar voice. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month was still present, watching him from within the bamboo grove. He scanned his surroundings and found himself surrounded by bamboo, his lower half ensnared in a mire of decaying bamboo leaves. Li Huowang, Li Huowang. Calls from various individuals echoed through the bamboo grove, some belonging to Ling Miao, others to Dan Yangzi, and even Li Ji. Li Huowang had always believed that his fellow disciples were following his commands to attack the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated through the forest. Old bones, as the saying goes, at 73 or 84, if the king of hell doesn't call you, why are you still here? You are already 84. Why haven't you gone yet? The forest began to fill with rustling sounds. And Li Huowang saw the little girl from that fateful night, along with the deity of the stove she had mentioned. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month was not fighting alone. It had allies. Li Huowang had yet to recover from the recent events, his heart aching like a dagger. Yet facing the imminent crisis, a smile crept upon his face. You know what? It seems you have one. But you made a grave mistake by killing me just now. My heart truly aches at this moment. Li Huowang twisted his neck, clenching his hand over his heart, and shouted through gritted teeth, "It hurts so much that I even wish to die." With that, he pulled the red bamboo slip from behind him. As the slip unfurled, Li Huowang felt the intense suffering within his heart awaken. The red bamboo slip began to undergo a miraculous transformation, taking root as its tendrils burrowed into the bamboo leaves below, staining everything a deep crimson. Gradually, Li Huowang's emotions spiraled into chaos, his anguish reaching its zenith once more. Yet this was not enough. Having taken root, it must now sprout. The pain within had reached its limit, yet now he faced the torment of his physical body. As Li Huowang cried out in despair, he reached for the instruments of torture at his side. With trembling hands, he raised a small dagger and plunged it fiercely into his abdomen, pulling it to the left, exposing his entrails to the air. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month, and its allies clearly sought to intervene, yet it was already too late. Li Huowang grasped the two barbed spikes with a fierce expression, half crying, half laughing, and forcefully drove them into his own abdomen. Chapter 96. The Return of Ba Xie. The pain was excruciating, akin to a knife cutting through flesh, and the gaping wound in his abdomen made him tremble violently. Yet, despite the agony, both emotional and physical, reaching its zenith, a smile adorned Li Huowang's face. He gazed at the entities emerging from the bamboo grove, recognizing one as his own likeness. Though this version bore large, blood-red eyes, with a grinding of teeth, Li Huowang twisted the spikes to the left and pulled sharply. In that instant, his intestines were gruesomely pulled out, one end still attached to his abdomen while the other dangled from the barbs, swaying in the air, emitting steam. A scream of despair escaped him as he lifted the spike entwined with his own intestines, plunging it into the bamboo slips, radiating an eerie red glow. With a clash, sinister black flames erupted. Li Huowang's features began to meld together once more, but this time, propelled by intense pain as a catalyst, his senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive more clearly. Once again, he felt Ba Xie in the high, profound air, sensing the alluring aura emanating from its form. However, Ba Xie remained oblivious to him. Yet through the sacrificial torment he endured, Li Huowang attained the essence he sought, a remarkably wondrous sensation. Under the influence of Ba Xie's aura, both his physical and mental sufferings began to transmute, giving rise to an entirely different substance. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of despair and terror radiated from Li Huowang, a force undeniably alien to the mortal realm. As if under immense pressure, everything in Li Huowang's vicinity began to bend and twist with creaking sounds, toppling over to the other side. With his right hand, he raised the double spike adorned with his own intestines and made a gentle cut. The space seemed to tear apart as bamboo and every living creature within it were severed in half. From the decapitated head of a half-rotten girl, tiny figures resembling her emerged, yet as they attempted to flee, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Though La Yushiba was absent from this scene, Li Huowang, with his features harmonized into one, distinctly sensed its location. It was fleeing eastward, stricken with fear, along with its 5 heads. At that moment, Li Huowang could even perceive its thoughts. Listening to the fearful sounds emitted by the red-eyed entity, he chuckled, lifting the spike once more to drive it brutally into his abdomen. In an instant, everything within a radius of Li Huowang shared in the utmost pain. Even the bamboo and stones on the ground were not spared. They began to twist and distort grotesquely, becoming increasingly horrifying, emitting desperate screams of agony. Among these, of course, was La Yushiba, who, though lacking the capacity for pain, was now endowed with the ability to feel suffering by Li Huowang's hand. In that moment, it was overwhelmed by profound regret for having offended him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the intense sensation of pain and, in a swift act of despair, took its own life. As the dust settled, the swaying body of Li Huowang slowly toppled to the right. His entire being ached, yet he smiled, oblivious to the reason behind his actions. With such grievous injuries, should he not be dead? Death would be a relief. No more pain. And he was exhausted, yet why must it be him? In truth, he did not wish to die. He longed to experience joy like others. As he teetered on the brink of death, Li Huowang's mind grew foggy, slowing his thoughts. His features began to disperse, seemingly returning to their rightful places. In that fleeting moment of realignment, he felt Ba Xie glance at him from above. The next second, darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. Time passed, and in his drowsy state, Li Huowang heard the sound of drums, footsteps, and the nurse adjusting and drip, noises that grated on his nerves. How noisy! Quiet down. When Li Huowang suddenly opened his eyes, he found himself in an unknown time and place, staring blankly at the 4 stand before him. It took him a while to realize he was not dead, but rather ensnared in a hallucination. Surveying the beeping machines surrounding him, he understood he was in the intensive care unit. Was he happy to be alive? Not particularly. Instead, he felt a twinge of regret. Why was he still alive? Li Huowang pondered this question. "Doctor, bed 12 has awakened." A voice called out. Ignoring the nurse's excited exclamation, Li Huowang silently assessed his situation in reality. Upon hearing the door open, he slowly closed his eyes, sealing off his perception of the outside world, patiently awaiting the end of this hallucination. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It was a psychiatrist, Li Xianghua, from the mental health facility. "Shall Li, I know you are awake. Open your eyes and let us talk." "Shall we?" Li Huowang remained unmoved, unwilling to engage with this place. "Yana has a new boyfriend." He abruptly opened his eyes to see the doctor, arms crossed, wearing a smirk of triumph. Just as he intended to retaliate, he realized his right hand was cuffed to the bed. "Don't be so agitated. Yang Na does not have a new boyfriend. Look, you still react to important matters. Why resist so much?" The doctor, clad in white, took a seat beside Li Huowang's bed. "Let me guess, you've once again mistaken that place for reality?" As Li Huowang's breathing quickened, the nearby machines began to beep, yet ultimately, he said nothing and closed his eyes again. "Shall Li, let us skip the pleasantries this time. Since you believe that world is real, why not discuss it? Honestly assess, which world resembles a normal one more?" Chapter 97. Dr. Li. Li Huowang contemplated the physician's recent inquiry. Which world was irrational? His cuffed right hand pointed to the hospital floor. This world was unreasonable. This world was a fade. Upon hearing Li Huowang's declaration, Dr. Li did not exhibit surprise. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and continued to question. "Very well. Why do you find this world unreasonable? Surely, there must be a reason? Previously, when I abducted that child, didn't the police shoot at my head? Why am I still alive? Am I impervious? Does this not demonstrate the falsity of this world?" Li Huowang suddenly felt that debating this with the hallucinations was utterly futile. "Shall Li, that was merely your good fortune. Others simply missed their mark. After all, who decrees that everyone must hit their target every time? With good fortune. Do you truly believe such irrationality?" Li Huowang scoffed. "Some are struck by lightning, while others win the lottery. Some have good luck, while others suffer misfortune. Why would you assume the real world is fair and rational? This world has never been reasonable. Yet, why do others who encounter such absurdities not share your skepticism that this world is merely an illusion? The answer lies in your inherent differences." At this juncture, the doctor retrieved his mobile phone from the pocket of his white coat and began to play a video for Li Huowang. "Why are you so resolutely convinced that what lies beyond is not an illusion? In fact, the events you experienced there should be even more nonsensical, should they not? Dan Yangzi is dead. Dan Yangzi is dead. You are free. Come fort. On the screen, Li Huowang, bound in a straitjacket, shouted loudly into the empty room. Noticing that Li Huowang was captivated, the doctor swiped his finger across the screen, initiating another video, which continued to feature Li Huowang clad in the straitjacket. It's all fake. Everything is a fabrication. Whether those statues or the Buddha, they're all mere illusions. They cannot deceive me. Why not have a word with my master? Did you not understand? I meant for you to speak directly with my master. Dan Yangzi, do not harm the children. Children must not be harmed. The video had a considerable amount of progress left, yet the doctor did not continue to play it. Instead, he returned the phone to his pocket. Look, compared to the myriad of things you encountered there, the fact that you were not shot in the head is hardly worth mentioning, is it? Li Huowang's heart was once again in turmoil, his breath quickening. Yet he did not wish to explain anything, opting instead to close his eyes once more. Everything fake is indeed fake. Then, since you believe this place to be an illusion, why do you hesitate in response to your mother's pleas? If it is all an illusion, why not drive the glass shard into yourself? Dr. Li's tone began to intensify. If it is all an illusion, why do you care whether Yang Na has a new boyfriend? He jabbed his finger repeatedly at Li Huowang's chest. How long can she endure your madness? Even if her heart remains true, can you bear to watch her suffer in silence? Have you provided her with happiness? Do you truly deserve to be her boyfriend? Li Huowang abruptly opened his eyes, glaring fiercely at the doctor before him. They are illusions, yet my feelings for them are genuine, even knowing they are mere figments. I cannot bring myself to abandon my emotions for them. You assert that this world is real. Very well, let me ask you, why are there gastric lavage machines in psychiatric hospitals? Upon hearing this, Dr. Li shrugged with a hint of helplessness. What is there to be puzzled about? Patients like you often mistakenly ingest various objects. Such machines are standard in nearly all psychiatric facilities. Had it not been for this machine, those disgusting items you swallowed would have cost you your life. Then why does consuming the black tie sway from there suppress the hallucinations here? What you ingested was not black tie sway. It was a rat, exacerbating your condition. Why must it worsen precisely after I consume it? How can you explain that so forcefully? Little Li, you have misunderstood the causality. It is precisely because your condition has worsened that those corresponding hallucinations have manifested. Those hallucinations fluctuate with the progression of your ailment. Thus, they are indeed illusions. Upon hearing this, Li Huowang's expression twisted with anger as he presented the most crucial evidence. All right, let us assume you are correct. Then explain to me how I can bring items from there to here. How do you account for that? Oh, a new symptom has emerged? Do enlighten me on how you accomplished this. Where's the item? Show it to me. Just as Li Huowang was about to disclose how he handed the jade pendant to Yang Na, he suddenly halted. No, I cannot involve Yang Na, even if she is merely an illusion. Li Huowang feared that confronting Yang Na's illusion would cause him to falter, compelling him to regard this realm as reality. He must sever all ties with the hallucinations as much as possible. Hearing the ramblings of the youth before him, Dr. Li sighed with a mixture of resignation. Little Li, I fear there may not be a next time. You have already caused several disturbances, and our institution bears some responsibility, having faced numerous lawsuits. Thus, the director has ordered your transfer. Transfer? To where? Li Huowang asked in shock. Dr. Li patted Li Huowang's shoulder, stating, Since you believe this place to be an illusion, why do you care where you're transferred? I can only say this. Your family's financial situation is quite dire due to your circumstances. This will be my final consultation with you. I had hoped to make one last effort, but it seems my endeavors are in vain. To be frank, it is disheartening to serve as your attending physician. Doctor, Li removed his glasses, scrutinizing the youth before him, and gently ruffled his hair, softening the lines of his face. In this moment, their relationship transcended that of doctor and patient. Little Li, you are a good child, even if your affliction is exceedingly erratic. I hope that whatever you encounter within your illusions, you never easily relinquish yourself, particularly not as you did previously by disemboweling yourself. Do you understand? You nearly perished. Portions of your intestines were removed, necessitating a colostomy for 6 months to recover. If there is anything more distressing than your madness, it is the thought of your death. As long as you live, there's hope for them. Do you comprehend? Chapter 98, Retrospection. After expressing these heartfelt sentiments, Dr. Li smiled gently and ruffled Li Huowang's hair once more before heading toward the ward's exit. Just as he was about to leave, he abruptly paused. By the way, little Li, did you not say that because you could bring items from that world to this one, you believe this world to be false? Have you ever tried sending something from here to there? Perhaps it would yield different results. After uttering this final remark, Dr. Li departed. Li Huowang stood frozen, instinctively contemplating the implications of those words. If I can indeed transfer items from that world to this one, then which realm is truly real? Should I attempt it? What if I actually succeed? No, I cannot engage with these illusions any further. Such actions will only entrap me deeper. It is merely an attempt. What do you fear? Unbeknownst to him, Li Huowang sank once more into confusion, his visage marred by profound anguish. After a moment of hesitation, he hastily pulled up his blanket. To his astonishment, he discovered that his previously self-inflicted wound was now neatly wrapped in pristine white gauze, and upon pressing it, he felt only a slight discomfort. It is worth noting that earlier, his intestines had been completely exposed. How could his intestines, so grievously injured, have healed? Li Huowang was taken aback. When he acted, he had done so with a fatalistic mindset, yet here he was still alive. Li Huowang sought to escape, but deep down, he recognized that he was beginning to doubt once more. He wished to cast aside these uncertainties, but found himself unable to do so. Senior Brother Li, you are awake. Bai Ling Miao, carrying a bowl of chicken soup, rushed over with excitement. Where are we? Upon seeing Bai Ling Miao, Li Huowang swiftly buried his doubts deep within himself. We are in Wujia village. After Bai Ling Miao carefully placed the chicken soup on the table, she began to reach under the blanket to check Li Huowang's wound. Senior Brother Li, what nonsense are you speaking? How could you be dead? We found you in the bamboo forest and gave you several of the pills you concocted. It must be those pills that healed you. Bai Ling Miao's head hung low, nearly resting against the blanket, not daring to meet Li Huowang's gaze. Li Huowang was acutely aware that the pills he concocted were merely ordinary ones, not miraculous elixirs capable of healing grave injuries. Could it be that the world from which he hailed was truly so rational? The words of Dr. Li reverberated ominously in his mind, igniting a dreadful thought within him. Was it possible that this reality was but an illusion? A wave of panic surged through Li Huowang, though he could not pinpoint its source. In an impulsive motion, he grasped Bai Ling Miao's face in his hands, drawing her closer, his expression increasingly frantic. Tears cascaded down Bai Ling Miao's cheeks, frightened by the fierce countenance of Li Huowang. The sight of the weeping girl pierced Li Huowang's heart, prompting him to embrace her tightly, suppressing his own anguish as he whispered, "Meow meow. Please do not conceal anything from me. This matters greatly. I implore you to tell me how my injuries have healed." In the dimly lit room, silence enveloped them for a considerable time, until Bai Ling Miao finally spoke softly, "Li Shixiang, I have actually become a disciple of the Chumas sect. I summoned the Bai family matriarch to heal you, and your lifespan elixir has dwindled to but one remaining pill." Li Huowang's pupils constricted in an instant, a myriad of memories flashing through his mind. The frail Bai Ling Miao recovering from her severe illness, and the deliberate removal of the drum skin. The signs had been evident all along. He simply had not considered them before. Bai Ling Miao withdrew from his embrace, her gaze trembling as she looked at him. "Li Shixiao, I truly did not intend to deceive you. Please do not hold it against me." At that moment, relief washed over Li Huowang, and he erupted into laughter. It is all right, as long as it is true, that is all that matters." He shifted the topic. "By the way, I was acting irrationally earlier. How did you manage to feed me this chicken soup?" Xiaoman approached Li Huowang's bedside, her expression laden with complexity as she observed him. "Li Shixiong, Bai Shimi has truly sacrificed everything for you. You must treat her well." Li Huowang felt a twinge of embarrassment, wishing to evade the discussion. After that incident, did the people of Wujia village still allow us to stay here? Upon hearing his query, Xiaoman's face betrayed a hint of discomfort before she replied, "They have all departed." "Departed? Where to?" Li Huowang asked, confusion etched on his face. "Isn't this their village?" "I do not know. Ever since the surrounding forest began to wither, the people of Wujia village seem to have transformed. No one recognizes anyone anymore, not even the 6 sons of village chief Wu." Li Huowang's expression hardened upon hearing Xiaoman's words. He had quickly deduced that these villagers had likely suffered the same fate as himself. Their identities stripped away by the ominous Liu Shiba. The entire village was but a fabrication, a play enacted unwittingly by its inhabitants. Given Liu Shiba's apparent control over so many, It was clear that its intentions were not merely for amusement, but rather for its own gain. Possibly a malevolent entity that consumed the names and identities of others as sustenance. There is no Wujia village. It is merely a village devoid of family. Li Huowang's Kufa. Yet, when the name Liu Shiba was mentioned, Li Huowang's muscles tensed, and he anxiously turned to Xiaoman. What about the eyes? Where are Liu Shiba's eyes? He had gone through great lengths to seek them out. We discovered them near you. Is this what you seek? Xiaoman seemed to have anticipated his inquiry, turning to retrieve a palm-sized black lacquer box. Upon opening the box, 2 billiard ball-sized crimson eyes fixated intently on Li Huowang. These were indeed Liu Shiba's eyes. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Li Huowang. He would no longer live in fear of becoming a Dan Yangzi. Once this matter was resolved, he could finally seek a way to dispel the illusions. With a click, the box closed, and Li Huowang placed it behind his pillow. Is everyone else all right? Please recount to me in detail what transpired after my departure. Through Xiaoman's narration, Li Huowang learned of events that unfolded while he was ensnared in an illusion. Just as Liu Shiba believed it had vanquished him, it began to target others. However, at the crucial moment, a faceless figure burst in, disrupting its scheme. The faceless figure shouted that Li Huowang was an imposter and gestured for by Ling Miao and others to attack him. Li Huowang understood. That figure was him, the self that had lost his name, but from that perspective, he had been standing in the middle of the road, shouting a red car. Afterward, Li Shixiang's body rapidly deteriorated, leaving behind only a shell, while the faceless man appeared to perceive Liu Shiba fleeing outside. We wanted to follow, but those bamboo stalks suddenly moved, blocking our path, causing us to lose track of the faceless man. Once Xiaoman had finished explaining, Bai Ling Miao entered the room carrying chicken soup, this time richer with meat. Upon hearing of Li Huowang's awakening, others gathered to visit, their faces alight with excitement as they warmly inquired about his well-being. Seeing them all alive brought a semblance of peace to Li Huowang. It was a relief that no one had perished. However, his suggestion was met with unanimous disapproval. Indeed, you have already found what you were looking for, right? Take a few days to recuperate, Li Shixiang. There is no need to rush. Li Huowang gently pressed on his wound as he attempted to sit up. I am fine. I can manage. But a sharp pain in his abdomen interrupted his words, the white bandage faintly seeping blood. The intensity of the pain rivaled that of his prior surgery. Dagua hurriedly approached, flanking Li Huowang on either side with Gao Zhijian, urging him to lie back down. My Li Shixiang, please do not strain yourself. Our carriage is quite bumpy. If you move too much, your intestines might very well spill out. Faced with this situation, Li Huowang relented. After a brief exchange, the others gradually departed, leaving Bai Ling Miao standing there, fidgeting with indecision. When Li Huowang reached out his hand to her, her inner turmoil dissipated, and she quietly sat beside him on the bed. As Li Huowang closed his eyes to rest, he gently squeezed her hand. Is this the extent of the Bai family matriarch's skills? Does she only heal halfway? This outcome is what I negotiated with her. I believe it best to let you heal as much as possible to avoid squandering her reward, Bai Ling Miao explained, looking at the large hand that held hers. In truth, she could have healed you completely, but that would have required not only the lifespan from the gourd, but also something from your mind. For my mind? Wasn't that what my lifespan was exchanged for? Li Huowang asked, surprised, lifting his gaze to meet Bai Ling Miao's. Upon witnessing the other party shake their head, Li Huowang finally comprehended that he had been misled by the longevity elixir within the gourd. Unlike the old Master Yu, they were far more avaricious. Did she mention taking anything away? Li Huowang could not fathom what in his mind might hold value for them. When he inquired, she refused to divulge, asserting that matters concerning the host and the celestial beings were beyond the realm of the spirit mediums. However, he pondered that since it pertained to something within his mind, it must hold considerable importance. Thus he refrained from yielding. A bunch of inconsequential beings. After encountering so many malevolent spirits, Li Huowang deduced that, compared to the god of fortune and the great Buddha of Zhengde Temple, the celestial beings were of a much lower caliber, merely employing a motley crew of unfortunate souls to consume the remnants left by others. Li Huowang reopened his eyes and gazed at Bai Ling Miao. Did they threaten you in any way? For instance, demanding that you find a certain number of hosts within a month? Not exactly. They merely nudge from time to time, which can be rather bothersome. As the discussion shifted to this topic, Li Huowang's expression turned grave. Remember this. Should you encounter difficulties in negotiating with them, inform me immediately, and I shall address them. Bear in mind, you are their subordinate at most, not their slave. Li Huowang was not necessarily afraid of them. Should a confrontation arise, the current incarnation of himself, armed with the Great Thousand Record, might not necessarily falter. Since the events had transpired and were beyond alteration, Li Huowang resolutely vowed that he would not allow Bai Ling Miao to suffer the same fate as Li Ji. For Bai Ling Miao was unlike Li Ji. She possessed her own identity. Upon hearing the concern embedded in his words, Bai Ling Miao felt a warmth envelop her heart. Very well. If by chance you encounter them on your journey, you may perform a spirit medium dance for them, but otherwise, there is no need for you to seek them out. We do not lack for that 51. Indeed. Thus, one person continued to offer admonitions while the other listened quietly, and unbeknownst to them, the flame within the oil lamp on the table began to flicker and diminish. It was getting late. Let us retire. Li Huowang pulled back the covers on the bed. Bai Ling Miao obediently nodded, gently extinguished the oil lamp, and carefully nestled into the warm quilt, mindful of avoiding Li Huowang's injury. Chapter 100. Yang Shaohai with sleepy eyes. Yang Shaohai awakened, and upon noticing the faint light filtering through the paper window, he lifted the quilt and began dressing. The door to the kitchen creaked open, and he approached the water tank to check how much water remained. Realizing it was insufficient, he picked up a yoke and slung 2 empty wooden buckets over his shoulders. Heading towards the door, the senior brothers and sisters would need to wash up after rising, and I still have to cook porridge. This amount of water will not suffice. As a Taoist disciple of Qing Fenghuan, despite being only 10 years old, Yang Shaohai was adept at cooking and laundering, and he even possessed rudimentary knowledge of the medicinal properties of certain materials used in alchemy. Such skills were born of necessity, while others, those who could not adapt, had perished. In that bleak and lightless monastery, the singular lesson he learned was that one must be of use. Those who are not are deemed worthless. If he lacked utility, what if the senior brothers and sisters grew weary of carrying a burden? They would certainly prefer to rid themselves of the one still snoring in bed. Yet, as long as he remained useful, they would be inclined to sell another disciple rather than him. Yang Shaohai harbored a secret that no one else possessed. The location of his purported home was fabricated. He had no home. He earnestly wished this journey could persist indefinitely, thus ensuring his continued access to food. Unlike others, who were sold or abducted to Qing Fenghuan, Yang Shaohai had willingly gone, enticed by a promise that there would be plenty of food. Upon exiting the courtyard, Yang Shaohai bowed to the woman practicing swordplay in the distance. Good morning, senior sister. However, at that moment, Chun Xiao Man was too engrossed in her sword manual to acknowledge him. Accompanied by the damp morning mist, he strolled alone along the desolate path. But did his senior sister truly wish to be there? Senior sister Xiao Man generally exhibited a temperament of serene detachment. Lost in thought, Yang Shaohai reached the pond at the village's edge and began drawing water. Suddenly, a large shadow emerged from the distant, hazy morning fog, startling him. However, he quickly overcame his fear, realizing the figures were merely people, a ragged band of beggars, of which he had once been a part. Observing their runny noses and shivering bodies, it was evident they had not lit a fire the previous night. In contrast to Yang Shaohai's reaction, the beggars were equally startled. Once they confirmed the presence of a living person, they pushed a small beggar forward. This small beggar, with only one ear, hesitated clumsily. Just as Yang Shaohai was about to leave with his water, an elderly beggar approached, shoving the small one roughly to the ground while bending low. Grinning at Yang Shaohai and inquiring, "Little lad, may I ask, is this Wujia village? There are no people of your interest here. Everything is deserted, and nothing remains." Yang Shaohai remained silent. However, upon uttering these words, the elder appeared even more agitated, his already ruddy nose growing crimson. With a trembling finger, he gestured around him. "So these houses and the surrounding land are ownerless, are they?" Yang Shaohai had no desire to converse with this little beggar. He turned and departed. Returning to the kitchen, he poured the water from the buckets into the tank, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hoisted the yoke once more, continuing towards the door. This large tank would not suffice in one trip. He would need to make several journeys. After exiting for the 3rd time, he observed the beggars had invaded the empty houses, rummaging through whatever they could find. They were unlikely to discover anything of value. as any valuable items had long been taken by those who had departed, and whatever remained had been collected by himself and his brother Huowang. Nevertheless, the beggars cared little for such details. Even a tattered garment would bring them joy. On Yang Xiaohai's third outing, he noticed some beggars had begun a quarrel, though he could not discern what they were fighting over. "Do not stay here. This place is cursed and prone to calamity," Yang Xiaohai warned, but his words fell on deaf ears. By the fourth trip, Yang Xiaohai was exhausted, his face pale, yet he persevered and entered the courtyard. Once inside, he set down the yoke, took a moment to catch his breath, and waited quietly for something. He waited until footsteps echoed from within, at which point he promptly lifted the yoke again and headed inside. Not long after, while carrying the yoke, Yang Xiaohai encountered his fellow disciples. "Good morning, Brother Chow Chow." "Hey, little one, you're drawing water again. You truly are diligent. Such labor should be left to the foolish." Goa affectionately patted his head as he walked outside. "Brother Chow Chow, the porridge is already cooking in the pot. Breakfast will be ready soon," he called after Goa's retreating figure. "All right, I will go wake the fool." As the sun rose and illuminated the courtyard, everyone gathered in the main hall. Breakfast was simple, consisting of plain porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables unearthed by Goa from the village cellar, as well as their own provisions, the hardtack. However, there was also a modest portion of meat, with 2 eggs placed in a small bowl. At this moment, no one moved their chopsticks. They all quietly awaited something. Just then, they noticed Xiao Man, who had been practicing swordplay at the door, hurriedly entering. Goa teased, "Junior sister, have you been practicing through winter's chill and summer's heat? How's that going? Teach me when you've mastered it." "Not bad. At least it's better than flailing about aimlessly." The master of the escort said there's no secret to it. It's all about practice. "I've crafted 2 bamboo swords, and after we finish eating, you can practice with me." Goa's face instantly transformed into a frown. After hanging the sword on the wall, Xiao Man took a seat at the table, joining them in their patient wait. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps and sensing the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, Yang Xiaohai instinctively tensed, lowering his head so as not to glance in that direction. It was brotherly Huowang. He understood that brotherly would not harm him. In fact, he had been rescued by him. Yet, an inexplicable fear gripped him, especially after witnessing the events that had transpired along their journey. Supported by Ling Yao, Li Huowang settled into the seat at the head of the 8 immortals table and began to sip his porridge. Only after he had taken a bite did the others commence their meal. Li Huowang himself was oblivious to when this custom had emerged. As they dined, the sound of saliva swallowing echoed from outside the courtyard, where several beggars stood, peering in with eager eyes. Why were there beggars here? Wasn't Wujaikan devoid of people? Upon hearing Li Huowang's inquiry, Yang Xiaohai stood up nervously and recounted everything he knew. How amusing it was that these individuals were so well informed, daring to take shelter on the cutting board of the 18th day of the 12th lunar month. "I am full. You may eat slowly." Chapter 101. Warfare. After witnessing brotherly depart, Yang Xiaohai finally relaxed, adopting a slightly more casual posture. The group engaged in light conversation while they ate. There was little to discuss, and soon their chatter shifted back to the beggars peering in from outside. "I recall that we did not encounter this many beggars on our journey. Where did they come from?" Upon hearing Brother Bao Lu's remark, Yang Xiaohai immediately picked up a piece of the flatbread, soaking in the thin porridge, and made his way outside. "I will inquire on your behalf." Unfazed by being called out, Goa chuckled and followed suit. As Yang Xiaohai emerged, the beggars at the door raised their worn bowls, some even beginning to sing the Lianhua Luo. Ignoring them, Yang Xiaohai approached the small beggar who had previously fallen. He huddled in the corner, appearing quite pitiful, reminiscent of Yang Xiaohai's own past. "I have a question for you. If you can answer it, this piece of flatbread shall be yours." Observing the flatbread in Yang Xiaohai's hand, the disheveled little beggar nodded vigorously with excitement. "Where do you beggars hail from?" "From the east. We all came from the east. I am not truly a beggar. I fled with my father and mother to escape the calamity. Along the way, I was kidnapped by traffickers, and I became a beggar after escaping midway." Yang Xiaohai retrieved the softened flatbread from his pocket and handed it over. The small beggar, undeterred by the heat, grasped it with both hands and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. "Why did you flee? Did disaster strike your home?" After slurping down a mouthful of porridge clinging to the flatbread, the small beggar nodded and replied, "Yes, a calamity struck. If it were merely drought or flood, My father would not have abandoned the fields, but this time it was a military disaster. You see, these people are all fleeing from the military disaster. It has been severe. The soldiers stormed into the villages, seizing anything they could find. I heard that several villages have been obliterated. Just as Yang Shaohai prepared to ask further questions, a voice from behind him interrupted. Haiji Jian, who stammered, This is not a military disaster. This is a retreating army. Brother Gao, does this mean that a battle has commenced? Yang Shaohai looked up at the broad chin of Haiji Jian. Noticing that Yang Shaohai did not mock his stutter as others did, a flicker of joy appeared in his eyes. With a palm as thick as Yang Shaohai's head, he gently patted his head. Yes. Yang Shaohai turned to the small beggar, who was intimidated by Haiji Jian's imposing stature, and continued to inquire. Has a battle truly broken out? How come I have not heard of it? You mentioned your home is from the east. Do you know where the fighting is occurring? I do not know. I only remember that my home is to the east. Realizing that the small beggar was evidently unaware of the situation, Yang Shaohai shifted his gaze to the older beggars. Hearing this, Yang Shaohai immediately became alert, exclaiming, I will wash the dishes. I will wash the dishes. With that, he turned and headed inside. Observing Yang Shaohai's clean cloth shoes as he departed, the small beggar looked down at his frostbitten feet, filled with deep envy. I wish I could be taken by them. Brother Chow Chow, those beggars came here because of the war in the east. Let them fight. It has nothing to do with us, Bao Lu casually remarked. Do not treat it like sacred scripture. He is not the emperor. Li Huowang lay on the pristine hospital bed, his expression one of hesitation and struggle. Looking around, he realized the illusion had shifted from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. At this moment, he held a round jade pendant, a possession of his that had been strung on a cord around his neck. Li Huowang recalled having given this item to Yang Na, yet it now inexplicably rested upon his neck. Ah, Xiao Li, did you not just say that because you can bring items from that world here? You believe this world to be false? Have you ever attempted to send things from here to there? Perhaps it would yield different results. Raising the round jade pendant for another look, Li Huowang ultimately made up his mind, squeezing in one hand and concealing it in the pocket of his hospital gown. I shall give it a try. There is no loss in attempting. What if it succeeds? Li Huowang musha silanli. However, another question suddenly emerged in his mind, leaving him stunned. What if it succeeds? What would that signify? Would it mean that Bai Ling Miao's world is false? Or does it imply that both worlds are real? Li Huowang was uncertain, yet he resolved to first attempt it and then devise a plan based on the outcome. As moments and seconds passed, Li Huowang patiently awaited the result, a sensation that was far from pleasant, akin to an eternity. During this time, after the nurse administered a new batch of medication, Li Huowang felt the surrounding illusions begin to collapse. Without bothering to dress, he swiftly descended from the bed and rummaged around, only to find himself holding two identical round jade pendants, his expression frozen in disbelief. Two? How can there be two? Why would there be two? At that moment, Li Huowang's mind was in turmoil. He had previously considered the possibility of bringing objects from that side over, yet he never anticipated such a result. Huowang. A gentle woman's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. It was Yang Na's voice. Li Huowang turned to look outside, his face a mask of shock. How could Yang Na be here? Was she not from the realm of illusions? Brother Li. This time, it was Bai Ling Miao's voice, and with a creak, the door swung open. As he beheld the fragmented figure entering, terror washed over Li Huowang's face. No, please no. Breaking into a cold sweat, Li Huowang abruptly sat up in bed. Observing the ancient furnishings surrounding him, he finally grasped the reality. His recent experiences had all been a dream. Just as he prepared to lie back down, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Was it truly a dream? Chapter 102. The benefits this thought sent a shiver down Li Huowang's spine. He meticulously searched his body and, upon discovering that no additional jade pendant had appeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it had merely been a dream. It had all been a dream. Li Huowang murmured to himself, still shaken. What is it? Bai Ling Miao inquired, lighting an oil lamp, her sleepiness dissipating. It is nothing at all. You should sleep. Leaning her head against his shoulder, her delicate hand gently caressed his rising and falling chest. Placing his hand over his own chest, Li Huowang stared intently at the beam above. Meow meow. Do you wish to know about my past? Do you wish to understand why I suffer from hysteria? Bai Ling Miao's drowsiness was abruptly dispelled as she opened her eyes in surprise, turning to look at the man beside her. This was the first time Brother Li had shared his past with her. Under the daily companionship, she had long been able to perceive the distinctiveness of Li Shixiang compared to the others. This difference did not stem from the disparities of their nations, but rather from a unique sense of incongruity. It was not just her sentiment. Others harbored similar thoughts, but refrained from voicing them. In truth, I'm not from here. I understand, you are not from the Siqi region. Li Huowang chuckled knowingly and shook his head. I mean, I am not of this world. I belong to another realm. Accompanied by the flickering oil lamp, Li Huowang slowly unraveled his origins and his troubles to Bai Lingmiao. As he continued to share, he felt a sense of relief, as if the heavy burden weighing upon him was being shared by another. He spoke until the paper bed began to brighten, only pausing when a profound silence enveloped the room. Do you not have any questions? Yes. Bai Lingmiao withdrew her hand from Li Huowang's, only to grasp his hand again, the one missing 3 fingernails. Let me share a little tidbit. Human nails can regenerate. Once they are removed, they will grow back on their own. As Li Huowang attempted to withdraw his hand again, she tightened her grip, and he suddenly found himself staring into her slightly reddened, yet resolute eyes. I do not care where you come from, nor do I concern myself with what transpired with your hysteria. I only wish to know if the wound on your abdomen is related to it. Li Shixiang, that thing is too ominous. You must discard it. If this continues, it will truly harm you. After speaking, Bai Lingmiao paused, but ultimately, with a hint of tears in her voice, added, If you perish, what shall become of me? Li Huowang sighed softly. Bai Lingmiao appeared gentle and soft, yet this was merely her fade, for she was strong-willed beneath. I shall ponder it further. In truth, Li Huowang recognized that the Qianlu was a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting grievous harm if mishandled. Yet, it also served as a highly useful tool, providing him with a measure of self-preservation in this bizarre world. To discard it would leave him vulnerable should he encounter malevolent spirits on the 18th of the 12th lunar month. He could not rely solely on Dan Yangzi, nor could he simply join another sect to cultivate sufficient strength, as that path was fraught with obstacles. Setting aside whether others would accept him or covet his rare heart essence, even if they did, Li Huowang would not dare to practice. Since encountering the Qingfeng Guan, Zhengde Temple, and Ansayan, he had little hope remaining in other sects, all of which seemed to harbor sinister intentions. Without discovering alternative options, he could not relinquish the Qianlu, for it constituted his foundation, even if its use exacted a brutally high toll. Unbeknownst to him, commotion began to stir outside, as his fellow disciples prepared breakfast. As Li Huowang sat up, Bai Lingmiao approached to assist him in dressing, but he suddenly froze. Wait. He slowly pressed his hand against the bandages on his abdomen, only to find the pain had lessened significantly. Upon peeling back the fabric, he discovered that the wound had nearly healed. Healing so swiftly? This revelation astonished Li Huowang. According to his expectations, it would take at least half a month to reach such a state. It appeared his body was undergoing some transformation. After much contemplation, Li Huowang focused on the last glance cast upon him by Xie. This must signify something positive, right? At that moment, a mixture of joy and concern filled his heart. He understood far too little about the entity summoned through his dual suffering. What did this signify? Is it merely facilitating my self-harm? After pondering for quite some time, he could only arrive at this conclusion. The adage that many lice do not itch and many debts do not trouble held true. In comparison to Dan Yangzi and his affliction, this was but a minor matter. Bai Lingmiao appeared hesitant, ultimately nodding her head. When dinner time arrived, Li Huowang unwrapped the bandages and found that the wound had nearly healed. Not bad. At least the considerable sacrifices yielded some results. He felt a degree of satisfaction with this inexplicable ability. With it, he would not be so easily dispatched in the future. Upon returning to the dining hall, Li Huowang sat down to eat. The table was laden with simple farm dishes, freshly picked from Wu Village's fields. Although vegetarian, the dishes were cooked in lard, lending them a delightful flavor. Li Huowang picked up a piece of radish and bit into it, only to furrow his brow. Who prepared this meal? Why is it still so salty? While he did not possess particularly high culinary expectations, he was not a beast. Soon, a pallid Taoist boy stood up. Li Shixiang, it is I. Bai Lingmiao reached over to take the radish from Li Huowang's chopsticks. Li Shixiang, this radish is not that salty. It's just right. Is that so? Li Huowang, puzzled, picked up another piece and took a bite, only to find it still quite salty. Never mind. Let us continue eating. If it is salty, let it be. It will only encourage more rice consumption. Chapter 103, Marriage. Holding a cup of tea, Li Huowang sipped slowly, not because he enjoyed tea, but rather to alleviate the saltiness of his meal. He covered the tea surface with the lid to block the froth, inhaling deeply as the rich bitterness filled his mouth. He should have guessed that the Wu village chief must have good tea leaves. Li Huowang spat and set down the teacup, turning toward his bedroom. After a restless night plagued by a nightmare, he aimed to retire early to conserve energy for the journey ahead. As he traversed the path to his bedroom, his mind wandered back to the previous night's dream and the 2 jade pendants. When the hallucination reappears, should I attempt to bring certain items over? This question did not linger in his mind for long. I shall try. However, rather than the jade pendants, I shall attempt to procure items that could never exist in this realm, such as a drip bottle or handcuffs. If I cannot bring them, it proves that the other world is a fabrication, and I have no reason to cling to it. Yet if I succeed, lost in thought, Li Huowang unconsciously arrived at the threshold of his bedroom. With a creak, the door swung open, and the sight within disrupted his musings. A red candle on the table, red double happiness characters on the wall, a red pillow, and a red quilt. All were shades of crimson, including the red veil adorning Bai Ling Miao's head as she sat on the bedside. Gazing upon this scene, Li Huowang's heart raced momentarily. Caught between the red hue of the room and the encroaching night outside, he paused, revealing a hint of inner turmoil on his face. Li Huowang understood that entering this room signified more than merely acquiring a wife. It also entailed profound responsibilities and commitments. After a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply, stepped forward, and locked the door behind him. Approaching the bride, he spoke. Are you certain you have considered this thoroughly? You are aware of my issues. Can you truly accept marrying a madman? A delicate pair of hands gently clasped Li Huowang's callous palm. Li Shixiang, one follows the chicken when marrying a chicken, and one follows the dog when marrying a dog. Regardless of the challenges we may face in the future, I willingly wish to share my life with you. Bai Ling Miao's voice remained soft, yet it carried an unusual resolve rarely heard. With the bride expressing her intentions so clearly, if Li Huowang hesitated any longer, it would reflect poorly on his manhood. He reached for the red veil, only for her to shyly evade him. Li Shixiang, such matters make one shy. Could you not extinguish the lamp first? Li Huowang turned to the table, sweeping his long sleeves, and the red candles gradually flickered out. That night, amidst the tender embrace of the bed, Li Huowang finally grasped a profound truth: why it is said that women are made of water. 2 hours later, in a pitch-black bridal chamber, Li Huowang heavily collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath. The way his partner called him Xiang Gong sent a shiver down his spine. You may call me Li Shixiong instead. I'm not accustomed to that. Very well, as you wish. You are the master here. I shall do as you say. Bai Ling Miao leaned her ear against Li Huowang's chest, listening to the rapid beating of his heart beneath his skin. Li Huowang took a deep breath, pulling the young girl closer, planting a gentle kiss amidst her hair adorned with pins. What about your hysteria? Is there truly no remedy for it? I am unsure. I have merely heard it from others. The abbess of Nci and has no reason to deceive me regarding such matters. Li Huowang's hand wandered down, caressing her smooth skin repeatedly. But it is all right. I now have you. I have firmly rooted myself in this world and shall not allow those ethereal illusions to control me again. Bai Ling Miao appeared exceedingly pleased, wrapping her limbs around him tightly, her head nuzzling against his chest. For reasons unknown, Li Huowang perceived a stark contrast between Bai Ling Miao on the bed and her presence on the floor. She had claimed to be shy, yet she exhibited no shyness whatsoever. Was this a universal trait among women? Li Huowang, inexperienced in such encounters, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Sensing her restlessness, he gently restrained her. Wait, I just realized something. What is it? I have seen the crimson mark. Bai Ling Miao's voice trembled slightly. Li Wuban Shukulat Sufli. That is not what I meant. I refer to my sensations, which feel markedly different. Sensation? What sensation? Initially subtle, Li Huowang believed he had misremembered. But after their recent encounter, he confirmed that his physical recovery capabilities had indeed heightened, along with his sensory perceptions, touch, smell, and even taste. Is this also a gift from Baxia? Li Huowang discovered that these abilities bestowed upon him were related to sacrifice. Just as he began to share his revelations with Bai Ling Miao, a sharp pain pierced through his right index finger. Ouch! Why did you bite me? Does it hurt? More than before? Of course. It's bleeding. How could it not hurt? Then, Li Xiong, it appears you were correct. It can indeed heighten pain sensitivity. In the next moment, Li Huowang felt his finger engulfed in softness as Bai Ling Miao gently sucked, alleviating the pain swiftly. You once mentioned Yu Lao Yi. Have you heard the legends of Baxia? Li Wuwang Inkidat. Bai Ling Miao, with his fingers still in her mouth, shook her head. Li Huowang opened his eyes, contemplating the dark room. Why did Baxia grant me these abilities? What manner of existence is it? He involuntarily endeavored to conjure an image of Baxia in his mind, but ultimately faltered. Human perception could not fathom its appearance. Suddenly, a soft knocking echoed through the night. Startled, Li Huowang swiftly turned, pulling Bai Ling Miao into his embrace, covering them both with the quilt. Who is it? If it is not urgent, let's speak tomorrow. The voice was gentle and familiar. Li Huowang instantly recognized it as Bai Ling Miao's. Outside the door was Bai Ling Miao, but who was in his arms? A chill coursed through him. He. The thing in his embrace shrank away. Slipping out from the quilt, Li Huowang abruptly threw aside the covers, lighting a red candle with haste, yet the small bedroom was left empty. Li Xiong. What is wrong? Did something happen? Bai Ling Miao called from outside. At that moment, Li Huowang's gaze fell upon his finger, now pale from the bite. The grotesque wound appeared far from the mark of a normal human bite. It resembled the gnawing of some sharp beast's fangs. The sound of others slurping porridge filled the air. Today was a travel day, necessitating a hearty meal to stave off hunger before noon, which could be quite uncomfortable. However, this was not a concern for Li Huowang at present. He glanced at Bai Ling Miao beside him. The young girl wore a sullen expression, having been sent to sleep with Chun Xiao Man last night, instead of being allowed entry. Seizing this brief moment, he had meticulously cleansed the room of all red, lest she discover their inexplicable union. Though the immediate threat had passed, one question consumed his mind. What had transpired last night? The bite on his finger indicated that it was no ordinary person. Why was it necessary to extinguish the candle before unveiling the red veil? Why was there such a stark difference between her presence in bed and that of Bai Ling Miao? Moreover, in the darkness, the pins in her hair might not have been mere adornments, but rather intrinsic to her being. Why did she act in such a manner? What advantage did this bring her? Li Huowang found himself utterly perplexed. He had scarcely slept the previous night, remaining vigilant against her potential reappearance. Yet she had not returned. Li Huowang silently observed as Bai Ling Miao consumed 5 pieces of guokue along with her porridge. He noted her petite frame and wondered when her appetite had grown so robust. Once she had finished, he gently nudged her with his toe and turned toward the bedroom. Bai Ling Miao wiped her mouth, set down her bowl, and followed him. Upon entering the room, she found her Li Xiong standing solemnly, watching her with a grave expression. Li Xiong, what is the matter? Is something wrong? Sensing the tension in the air, her voice dropped a notch. Have a seat. I wish to ask you something, Li Huowang urged, guiding her to a chair. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I learned from Li Ji that performing a ritual requires 2 individuals, one to summon the deity and another to embody it. Since you can utilize this ritual to heal me, it implies that there exists a second deity apart from you, correct? Given the dual red veils. Li Huowang could not doubt that Bai Ling Miao's second deity had been present last night. Bai Ling Miao nodded. Is she a living person? A celestial being? Or something else entirely? She is a living person. She is not a celestial being, as they require summons to appear. When did Li Ji's wife emerge? Was she not buried alongside him after having her head crushed by Gao Jian? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Miao hesitated. Li Xiong. The second deity is not Li Ji's wife. What? Not. Are there distinctions among the second deities? Li Huowang was taken aback. They told me that second deities are connected to the main deity, and one cannot randomly use another second deity. Suddenly recalling the familiar voice of Bai Ling Miao from the previous night, Li Huowang began to piece together an understanding. If we remove those protrusions from your face, would your second deity resemble you? After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ling Miao finally nodded. Yes, she looks just like me. The other second deities also resemble their main deities. How did she manifest? How did the celestial being conjure such a fully fledged living person? Li Huowang posed the pivotal question. Li Xiong, I truly wish to convey this to you. I long to clarify everything. Yet, I am at a loss for words. On the night of the ritual, she appeared in my dreams, and then, Seeing Bai Ling Miao on the verge of tears, Li Huowang ceased pressing her, understanding that some matters in this haunting place could not be explained with clarity. You summoned her. I have matters to inquire. At this moment, Li Huowang's eyes brimmed with malevolence. Bai Ling Miao cautiously cast a glance at Li Huowang before turning to the door, pulling it open. There stood a woman, her head adorned with a crimson veil, clad in vibrant red embroidered shoes. Li Huowang, suppressing his fury, approached her, locking eyes with the figure behind the veil. He could distinctly sense the entity within observing him, and his awareness of others' gazes had intensified considerably. Observing the creases in her garments and her silhouette, Li Huowang reaffirmed his conclusion. It was indeed her from the previous night. Senior Brother Li, what is the matter? What transpired? Bai Ling Miao inquired, her face etched with concern. Fiery indignation ignited within Li Huowang as he opened his mouth to speak. Yet upon gazing at Bai Ling Miao's countenance, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. How could he possibly confess that he had shared a bed with this enigmatic being who was neither alive nor dead? Senior Brother Li, what has happened? Please, speak to me. What has befallen her? Bai Ling Miao's persistent questioning only served to quell Li Huowang's urge to interrogate. He gestured threateningly towards the figure, then pushed through another door and departed abruptly. Let us be on our way. At this moment, Bai Ling Miao remained utterly perplexed, turning towards the figure once more to ask, what is going on? Yet the figure stood immobile like a statue. The journey of over 200 miles felt both lengthy and brief. In haste, they made their way back to the foot of Huowang Mountain. Compared to their previous visit, the town below was noticeably livelier, with beggars lining the streets. Li Huowang opened the lacquered box, casting another glance at the pair of blood-red eyeballs staring back at him before descending the mountain. However, this time, Bai Ling Miao obstructed his path. Senior Brother Li, I shall accompany you this time. I can perform divination now, and I am no longer a burden. Chapter 105. Greed. Observing Bai Ling Miao before him, Li Huowang hesitated. He was uncertain whether to allow her to join him. Her newfound divination skills could indeed provide assistance, yet he was reluctant to place her in danger. At that moment, others began to advocate for her inclusion. Indeed, Senior Brother Li, let us accompany you. Should any trouble arise, we can assist. You mentioned those nuns pose no real threat, did you not? Exactly. And what if you fall ill again? At least there would be others to look after you. The final remark from Gua eased Li Huowang's resolve. Baolu, please secure the cart at the inn. We shall ascend the mountain. The suppressive powers of the black Tai Sui were rapidly dissipating, and he might succumb to hallucinations at any moment. He needed to remain surrounded by companions. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions brightening, and promptly followed suit. The winding dirt path up the mountain was familiar to Li Huowang and his companions. After a brief rest halfway up, they finally reached the entrance of Ansai Monastery before nightfall. Peering inside, Ansai Monastery appeared as dilapidated as before, with weeds sprouting between the cracks in the stone slabs. And several roofs in disrepair remained unattended. Gazing at the couplets flanking the mountain gate, Li Huowang's heart began to race. He had fought tooth and nail for this day. The prospect of escaping that bizarre master was exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others to provide them with instructions. Ansai Monastery is quite filthy and disordered, and the nuns are rather corpulent. Do you all understand? After receiving affirmations from the group, Li Huowang grasped the eyes of the decaying offerings and took a deep breath. Stepping inside, as he crossed the threshold, a putrid stench assaulted him like a wall. What on earth are these nuns doing? It smells worse than before. Frowning, Li Huowang covered his nose, forcing himself forward against the odor. At this moment, the other medicinal assistants began to regret their decision, while there might be no immediate danger. The stench was unbearable. Upon entering the first temple of Ansai Monastery, the moment Li Huowang set down his right foot, he felt it sink into something soft. Lifting his foot quickly revealed that he had stepped on a piece of decaying pastry. Watch your step. The inhabitants here are not fond of cleanliness. Gazing up at the unchanged, dusty statue of the Buddha, Li Huowang circled around to the back of the main hall. Unsurprisingly, behind the statue lay a towering mound of flesh. A corpulent nun had donned a large pot lit upon her head, mindlessly consuming food. Goodness, is that truly a person? The others following Li Huowang were momentarily taken aback by the sight. Drawing from past experiences, Li Huowang decided against waking her, suspecting it would be futile. Passing through a side door in the wall, they they officially entered the interior of Ansai Monastery. However, after only a few steps, they realized there was no place to set foot. The ground and ceiling were strewn with various rotting foods, and to their right, a mound of moldy buns towered, teeming with flies and maggots. Strangely, in such a state, there was not a trace of meat among the offerings. Everything was vegetarian. Observing this, Li Huowang quickly comprehended that these were the very offerings he had previously delivered in exchange for gold. After receiving their funds, the nuns had immediately purchased a plethora of food. Stepping forward, Li Huowang waded through the decayed offerings, akin to traversing a swamp. The others wore faces of distaste, particularly Bai Ling Miao, who was especially fastidious. Yet when she glimpsed the figure in the distance, she gritted her teeth and followed suit. Why did these nuns buy so much food only to let it rot? What a waste. It is a year of famine. This food could save countless lives. As a former beggar, Yang Xiaohai could not bear to witness such a scene and, unusually, spoke out. Li Huowang shot a sidelong glance at the young acolyte. Because they are greedy, Yang Xiaohai pursed her lips, falling silent. After a brief period, Li Huowang led the group to the area where the nuns dined and encountered other nuns. One particularly stout nun, before Li Huowang, began to vomit profusely, expelling a viscous substance from her stomach. Sweating profusely, she disregarded the perspiration on her face, hastily pushing aside the surrounding rotting food to continue her gluttonous feast. Master Miaoying, how do you fare? Li Huowang greeted the rotund nun. Miaoying opened her mouth, and remnants of food, mingled with saliva, sprayed towards Li Huowang's face. Ah, it's you. Are you still leading us? The price has gone up. It will be at least 1 or 2 gold pieces. No need for that. May I inquire whether Master Jingxin still resides in her original quarters? Li Huowang retreated, attempting to maintain a safe distance from her trajectory. Seeing no gold forthcoming, the extreme greed on Miaoying's face swiftly shifted to disappointment. It was obvious she was so corpulent that she could scarcely walk. Where could she possibly go? Li Huowang nudda, turning to continue along the previous path. The others closely followed him as they navigated through the mire of decaying food. However, as the last person in line, Yang Xiaohai could no longer contain herself as she approached the gluttonous nun. What a waste. Do you have any idea how many people are starving outside? Even to the point of death? Do you know how difficult it is to endure hunger? After speaking, she turned away, regurgitating what she had just consumed, her eyes still glinting with greed as she continued to eat voraciously. Following the original path and traversing the pigsty, Li Huowang ultimately arrived at the doorstep of Jing Xian Shurtai. In this relatively secluded area, the ground was not littered with decaying food. As Li Huowang entered, holding a luminous stone aloft, he observed Jing Xian Shurtai busily stuffing something into the folds of her ample flesh. "It is you, young lad. What news? Have you found the 18th of the 12th month?" With a solemn expression, Li Huowang nodded and opened the lacquer box in his hand. Though she lacked sight, Jing Xian Shurtai seemed to sense something, and a look of insatiable greed spread across her sagging face. As the loose folds of flesh on her body began to shift towards Li Huowang, the entire house seemed to tremble in response.